Gu Liangyuan Yifan and I merely slept together for one night. Nothing happened between us. Why are you so angry? Can you be more mature and stop being so willful? If this is your attitude, I don't think we should continue. Inside a lavishly carved palace hall, a young woman's brows furrowed as she stared at the young man seated at the head, her disgust unconcealed. The young man's eyelids drooped slightly, and he remained silent, his emotions unreadable. On both sides of the hall, over a dozen elders stood in 2 rows. As the young woman spoke, the over a dozen elders in the hall instantly flared with anger. Their mana surged, causing the spiritual energy within the hall to become tumultuous. Yet none of them acted. They all fixed their gaze on the young man above, as if waiting for his single command to unleash a thunderous strike. Under the gaze of the crowd, Gu Liangyuan slowly raised his head and looked down at the young woman glaring at him. He had been reincarnated into this world for 25 years. Perhaps due to some accident during the crossing, it was only a few days ago that he awakened his past life memories. He was originally a common farmer's son, but by chance his master brought him to the supreme sacred realm to cultivate. Within the supreme sacred land there were 7 parallel lineages corresponding to the 7 ultimate arts. His master was the Lord of the Forgetting Emotions lineage. Later his master's lifespan expired. As his only disciple, he naturally inherited his master's position, with no power struggles involved. It was also because the Forgetting Emotions peak was indeed too poor, there was nothing to fight over. Even the dozen or so elders in the hall were borrowed from the sect leader to bolster appearances. It was worth mentioning that although his cultivation was mediocre, his seniority was extremely high. He was the sect's granduncle. Even the sect leader had to address him as little granduncle. This was supposed to be an impeccable star, resources and status in abundance. But unfortunately, his past self was a massive simp. And the target of his simping was none other than the woman before him, Mingyao. For this Mingyao, he had given her all the cultivation resources subsidized by the sect leader over these years, and even used his status to arrange her entry into the Jade Pool Sacred Land, equally renowned as the Supreme Sacred Land. This had consequently delayed his own cultivation. If the two loved each other, it wouldn't matter. But this Mingyao was stringing him along. After 3 years of knowing each other, he hadn't even touched her hand. Moreover, she refused to acknowledge their Dao companion relationship. To outsiders, she only said he was her suitor. Meanwhile, he often boasted of being Mingyao's Dao companion. Mingyao frequently rejected his date invitations, but never rejected his gifts and resources. She always said, "I will repay you in the future." Before awakening his memories, he was even more excited, thinking this was a sign of Mingyao's self-respect and independence. Looking back now, it was clearly a pretext to keep him hooked. On top of that, she had a childhood friend named Yifan. Most of the cultivation resources he gave her ended up being passed on to Yifan. There had always been rumors of her and Yifan, but he firmly believed Mingyao was not that kind of person. However, this time a disciple from the sacred land reported seeing Mingyao and Yifan together for an entire night. He could no longer restrain himself and had his people beat up Yifan. Just as Yifan was about to be beaten to death, Mingyao suddenly arrived to stop them, saving Yifan's life. Then Yifan shouted the familiar slogan, 30 years on the east bank, 30 years on the west bank. Gu Liangyuan's soul shook, and it was then that he awakened his past life memories. With the past life memories, he suddenly realized how absurd his actions had been. Even a simp like Fei Yangyang would offer a cigarette in respect. Thus he immediately ordered the cessation of all support to Mingyao, and suspended all dealings between the Supreme Sacred Land and the Ming family. He planned to fully absorb his past life memories before properly dealing with her. But before he could make a move, Mingyao for some unknown reason came to the door to apologize. Yet apologize seemed more like accuse now. Seeing Gu Liangyuan silent for so long, Mingyao below grew impatient. "Are you retaliating just because of Yifan? That's so immature. Do you think this will make me fall in love with you? Dream on. Your current behavior only makes me loathe you more." Having said all this, Mingyao ignored the angry glares of the elders and turned to walk out of the hall. She and Gu Liangyuan had known each other for 3 years. 3 years ago, she would never have dared to speak to him this way. After all, at that time, she was merely a small chi refining cultivator, while Gu Liangyuan was the granduncle of a sacred land. But through repeated tests over these 3 years, she believed she had completely kept him under her thumb. Many times she had said even more outrageous things, yet in the end Liangyuan would come running to appease her like a lovesick fool. In her mind, before she had even stepped out of the hall, Liangyuan would surely call out to her and coax her with gentle words. Then, with a casual mention of family matters, Liangyuan would once again become his sycophantic self, and everything would return to normal. Hearing Meng Yao's words, Liangyuan's rage surged. "I was the one who put you on a pedestal. Do you really think you're a heavenly favored daughter?" Just as Liangyuan was about to kill, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Detecting host's past life memory awakening. System activated. For Meng Yao's current behavior, please choose option 1, continue. As a simp sincerely apologize to Meng Yao, gain her forgiveness, and activate the invincible simp system. Option 2, conquer all heavens, starting with no longer being a simp. Make Meng Yao truly regret, kill her, and Yi Fan completely, and activate the disciple rebate system. My system, you finally arrived. Liangyuan looked at the 2 options, and immediately chose the second. He always hated simping, and naturally didn't want to apologize to Meng Yao, and activate the simp system. Secondly, as a lineage lord, taking disciples obviously suited him better, increasing his strength, while also glorifying his deceased master's legacy. Ding. Host selection successful. Disciple rebate system activated. Please complete the task as soon as possible. At this moment, Meng Yao was 1 step away from exiting the hall. She thought to herself, in the past, he would have called me back when I had 3 steps left. This time he held out until the last step. Fine, let's see how long you can hold out. With that thought, Meng Yao lifted her slender leg again, half a foot, stepping out of the hall. Just then, Liangyuan's voice suddenly came. "Wait!" Hearing these words, Meng Yao's step halted, and the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. Everything was within expectations. Seeing this, the elders on both sides of the hall were red-faced with pure anger at Liangyuan. They were disappointed that he couldn't stand up for himself. Meng Yao had already done this, and he still wanted to coax her. "Please just stop being a simp. You are the granduncle of a sacred land. What woman can't you get? Why must you hang yourself on this one tree?" Some elders even began to imagine the next scene, Meng Yao turning around and mocking Liangyuan. Then Liangyuan would grovel and pay a series of prices to coax Meng Yao into happiness, because they had already witnessed similar scenes 3 or 5 times. Meng Yao turned back to look at Liangyuan and said matter-of-factly, "What, have you realized your mistake?" Liangyuan listened to Meng Yao's words, let out a cold laugh, and stood up. "I wonder who gave you the courage to speak to me like that?" As Liangyuan spoke, all the elders in the hall turned to look at him with disbelief. "Is this the same little master I knew? Has the sycophant awakened? Uncertain, let's wait and see." Meng Yao below was also taken aback. She never expected Liangyuan, who had always obeyed her, to say such things. This feeling made her uncomfortable and furious. "Liangyuan, what do you mean by this? Are you threatening me with your past kindness? I told you back then I didn't want any of your support. You insisted on giving me cultivation resources like a shameless sycophant. And I said I would repay you one day." Liangyuan walked down the steps clapping lightly and approached Meng Yao. "What a righteous Meng Yao! If you truly didn't care, why would you come to apologize today? As far as I know, the Yaoqi Holy Land is currently selecting a saintess. Originally you weren't qualified, but Elder Gongsun of Yaoqi included you in the candidate list for my sake. You're afraid of failing, think I'm still useful, so you came to apologize. Of course, there's also the push from your family. I've just ordered to cut ties with your clan, and your family convened an emergency meeting overnight. The meeting was all about how to cling to my thigh. No matter how noble you pretend to be, you can't change the fact that you're begging. If you beg, you must have the attitude of a beggar. For the first time, I see a beggar so self-righteous." As Liangyuan spoke sentence after sentence, the hall fell into dead silence. All the elders looked at Liangyuan up and down, as if seeing this little master for the first time. Ancestor bless, as the little master finally awakened. Meng Yao faced Liangyuan's burning gaze, her expression shifting. She felt he had become utterly strange. His starry eyes seemed to see through her heart. Indeed, Liangyuan had spoken her exact thoughts. She had planned to cut off ties with him completely after becoming the saintess and pursue her own happy life. But could she admit it? No. Meng Yao knew that even if she became the saintess, her status would still be inferior to Gu Liangyuan's. However, despite his high status, Gu Liangyuan had poor aptitude and disliked cultivation. In her eyes, the Taishang Holy Land kept him merely as a mascot for reputation. Though she herself was only at the peak of foundation establishment, her talent was strong. Even the nascent soul realm was possible. In a century, Gu Liangyuan's lifespan would end, and all he had would turn to ashes. And by then, she would be in her prime. She felt she deserved better. But she never considered, or refused to consider, that Gu Liangyuan disliked cultivation because all his thoughts were on her. Everything she had today was gifted by Gu Liangyuan. Without him, she would have nothing. Despite the severity of Gu Liangyuan's words, deep down Meng Yao still believed he was the same sycophant as before. She thought his current words were merely threats to make her draw closer to him. Thinking of the upcoming saintess election, Meng Yao thought to herself, "Fine, the grand competition is near. To avoid complications, I'll play along a little longer. After I become the saintess, I won't need his help anymore." With that thought, her expression changed instantly, tears glistening in her eyes, looking about to cry. "So in your heart, I've always been like this? Fine, I understand. I'll leave now. I'll withdraw from the Yaoqi Holy Land and return all your support to my family. From now on, we're done." As she spoke, a tear rolled down her cheek. As if making a firm decision, she turned and walked away resolutely. In the spacious hall, her figure looked especially lonely. She didn't actually want to leave. Everything was just a feigned retreat to gain advantage. She remembered that once when Gu Liangyuan threw a tantrum, she easily manipulated him with this same tactic. Though she turned away, Meng Yao counted down in her heart 3, 2, 1. At 1, Gu Liangyuan indeed spoke. "All right, I'll wait for your news at Wanqing Peak." Meng Yao turned around. "It's too late to Huh?" She stopped mid-sentence and reacted. "What did you say?" Gu Liangyuan ignored Meng Yao and instead looked at the elder beside him. "Elder Wang, will trouble you to take care of this. Within 10 days, if Meng Yao doesn't comply, deal with the Ming family as you would a traitor of the Holy Land." Elder Wang first felt joy, then suspicion, as he looked at Gu Liangyuan. He was delighted because he had long disliked Meng Yao, and now Gu Liangyuan had finally awakened to strike the Ming family. But he was suspicious. Could Gu Liangyuan, who once loved Meng Yao to death, really be willing? After all, although the Taishang Holy Land is a righteous sanctuary, its punishment for traitors is extremely severe. The traitor dies, and all those with spiritual roots in the family are also killed. Mortals in the family would be sterilized. Even ants passing by would have their 6 legs broken. Would the little master really be willing? Gu Liangyuan saw Elder Wang's doubt and put on a stern face. "What does my word as master not count?" Elder Wang quickly said no. "Of course the master's word counts." Having confirmed Gu Liangyuan's intention, he turned abruptly to look at Meng Yao, a flash of ferocity in his eyes. He had had enough of this woman over the years. In the past, with just one word from this woman, Gu Liangyuan would have the elders run errands for the Ming family, even suffering insults from Meng Yao and slights from the family. Remember, they were all nascent soul-level powerhouses. Although insignificant in the Holy Land, any one of them could cause terror elsewhere. Such humiliation was hard to bear. But with Gu Liangyuan's protection, they dared not act. Heaven help us, the little master had finally awakened. The pent-up anger in his heart could finally be vented. The other elders also rubbed their hands eagerly. "Elder Wang, tallying assets alone is tiring. Let me help you." He count me in. I'm free right now, I'll go with you." The elders signed up, casting strange laughs at Meng Yao. Their look seemed eager to devour Meng Yao alive. Seeing Gu Liangyuan's serious expression and the elders' murderous gazes, Meng Yao's face turned slightly pale. How could this be? Meng Yao looked at Gu Liangyuan, forcing a pale smile onto her face. "Gu Liangyuan, this kind of joke is not funny at all." She admitted she was somewhat flustered. At this moment, the determination displayed by Gu Liangyuan was something she had never felt before. The situation seemed to have gone beyond her control. Gu Liangyuan's mind was solely focused on the system, now no longer casting even a glance at Meng Yao. With a flick of his wide sleeves, he turned away, leaving behind 2 cold words echoing in the hall. Send her away! As soon as Gu Liangyuan's words fell, a group of elders blocked Meng Yao's path, preventing her from approaching him even a step further. Now that Gu Liangyuan had finally stopped being a sycophant, they feared that if Meng Yao and he exchanged any more words, it might change his mind again. Seeing Gu Liangyuan's figure gradually disappearing, and the elders blocking her path, Meng Yao grew anxious and called out, Gu Liangyuan, you dare! Before Meng Yao could finish her sentence, Elder Wang immediately scolded her sternly. As he spoke, he secretly exerted his power, causing Meng Yao to stagger back several steps. Is the title of Shirshu something you can call out? Meng Yao looked at the elder, who had once been subservient to her, and now dared to take action against her, and she immediately felt anger rising. But when she saw the flickering lightning in the elder's hand, and the pressure of his nascent soul emanating from him, she instinctively suppressed her anger. You doth-like sycophant, you really know how to flatter the powerful. When Gu Liangyuan comes looking for me again, I will make you regret it. With that thought in mind, Meng Yao stomped her foot in frustration and turned away. Even now, she still believed that Gu Liangyuan could not possibly give up on her so easily. To win Gu Liangyuan back, it was all about what price she was willing to pay. What Meng Yao was thinking, Gu Liangyuan was unaware at this moment. He was sitting cross-legged in the training room, his mind immersed in the system. Disciple return system. As long as you teach your disciples the corresponding divine abilities and techniques, it will randomly trigger a reward return from 0 to 10,000 times. Disciple recruitment requirement: a sycophant with unparalleled talent. Gu Liangyuan. Are we going to confront the sycophant, huh? Recruiting sycophants into my forgetting emotions path. Helping a sycophant quit their obsession. Ding, the host still has a novice gift package that has not yet been claimed. Would you like to claim it now? Claim it! Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the aura of an immortal ethereal root and a detector. In the training room, Gu Liangyuan sat cross-legged, and a mysterious power surged from his dantian, altering his spiritual root and gradually increasing his aura. An hour later, Gu Liangyuan slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and stood up. At this moment, although Gu Liangyuan's appearance had not changed, there seemed to be an immortal aura surrounding him with an extraordinary presence. Gu Liangyuan was already quite handsome, and now, with this immortal aura, it seemed that even the dim training room had become 3 times brighter because of him. At this moment, the corners of Gu Liangyuan's mouth rose higher than an AK-47's muzzle. In this novice gift package, the immortal aura was merely the least significant gain. In the cultivation world, the fewer the spiritual roots, the higher the aptitude, and the faster the cultivation speed. Therefore, a single spiritual root is also referred to as a heavenly spiritual root. Gu Liangyuan originally had 3 types of spiritual roots: fire, wood, and metal, with mediocre aptitude. He had been troubled by his spiritual roots, but unexpectedly the system directly gifted him an ethereal root to replace his previous ones, maximizing his potential. Common spiritual roots are the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, while rare ones include variations derived from the elements, such as wind, rain, lightning, and so on. Generally speaking, a spiritual root of a certain type can only cultivate spells of that type. However, the ethereal root is not bound by this limitation, and can transform into any type of spiritual root at will. Moreover, the cultivation speed is extremely fast, even faster than that of a heavenly spiritual root by a third. This is simply a cheat for cultivation. Additionally, the system-rewarded detector can probe anyone's basic information. More importantly, it will thoughtfully indicate whether the person is a sycophant. With the detector in hand, Gu Liangyuan felt confident about the upcoming disciple recruitment. Open the system panel. Host Gu Liangyuan. Cultivation Mid-Foundation Establishment. Identity Master of the Forgetting Emotions Peak Supreme Sacred Land. Technique Forgetting Emotions Scripture Fragment. Divine Abilities Minor Metal Technique Fire Dragon Palm. Items: 2 Shen Class Artifacts, 1 Earth Class Artifact, several elixirs, and spiritual treasures. Disciples none. System task: accept the first disciple. System reward: nascent soul cultivation. Looking at the system task, Gu Liangyuan tidied up his mood, brushed off the non-existent dust from his body, and stepped out of the closed training room. Upon exiting Forgetting Emotions Peak, Gu Liangyuan encountered 2 young disciples flying towards him on their swords. Seeing him, they quickly landed and bowed, saying, Greetings, Shirshu ancestor. Though there was nothing wrong with the etiquette, the nonchalance in their eyes was something Liangyuan keenly noticed. He had grown accustomed to such gazes. They came to greet him due to his status and the regulations of the sacred land. However, in the cultivation world, strength is paramount. Given his previous reputation as a sycophant and his current cultivation, these disciples naturally would not respect him sincerely, only putting on a facade of civility. Liangyuan nodded slightly in response. Communicating with the system in his mind, he initiated a probe on the two. Name Jiangyu. Obsession value sycophant value 50. Cultivation early foundation establishment. Spiritual roots wood fire water. Comprehension below average. Fortune average. Summary and NPC of the cultivation world. Name Tanjingji. Obsession value 80 excellent. Cultivation late foundation establishment. Spiritual roots wood fire. Comprehension above average. Fortune above average. Summary and NPC with a notable name, a seasoned sycophant, but with subpar talent. Liangyuan looked at Tan Zhengzi's obsession value of 80, and left with regret. What a great sycophant candidate, what a shame. Watching Liangyuan's retreating figure, Jiangyu turned to Tan Zhengzi. Why do I feel that today the Shirshu ancestor seems to have become even more handsome? I think he seems to have more charisma too. Tan Zhengzi nodded. But what does that matter? Being good-looking doesn't put food on the table. He is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Even though he holds a high position, it's only been prominent for 200 years. Jiangyu nodded in agreement. Cultivation is the foundation of existence. Why doesn't the Shirshu ancestor understand this principle? For the sake of a woman, he completely gave up on his cultivation. What a waste of such a good cultivation resource. Who says otherwise? But these have nothing to do with us in the future. When we meet, we just need to maintain the necessary etiquette. What Brother Tan said is quite right. Liangyuan was naturally unaware of the two's discussions, and at this moment, he had already arrived at the miscellaneous room of the Supreme Sacred Land. He glanced over, and a dense array of attribute panels appeared before him. He intended to check them one by one, but one golden panel immediately caught his attention. Other people's panels were colorless. Why was there a golden one? Focusing his gaze, he saw the panel inscribed with Name Qianqiu. Devotion value 0. No one has stirred her heart. Cultivation mortal. Spiritual root mutated fire. Spiritual root inactive. Comprehension once in a millennium inactive. Talent activation method. Consume a millennial-old vermilion fruit, then guide with spiritual energy to activate. Fortune boundless blessings. Destiny female emperor rebirth from the cocoon, growing stronger with adversity. Summary: a Ancina millennium cultivation prodigy currently at the nadir of her life. Once she sheds her mortal shell, she will illuminate the heavens. But her devotion value was insufficient to accept her as a disciple. Liangyuan glanced at the frail sallow-faced girl in the corner, then back at the golden panel, his eyes reddening. So this was the legendary golden hair talent with maximized aptitude and fortune in every aspect. What infuriated him was that she was not a devotee. Liangyuan inquired of the system with his divine sense. System, what would happen if I forcibly took her as my disciple? Ding, the host can forcibly take her as a disciple, but cannot trigger the teaching rewards nor receive system benefits. Frowning at the devotion value on the panel, a sudden idea struck Liangyuan. System, what if I made her fall in love with me, maxed out her devotion value, and then accepted her as my disciple? How would you handle that? The system was rendered speechless by Liangyuan's question. Other hosts focused on solving tasks, but he was intent on outsmarting the system itself. If you played it this way, the disciple recruiting system would turn into a hera-building system. Yet it was merely a program bound to operate by its set protocols. After a long pause, it uttered two words. Feasible. Liangyuan smiled. As long as his mind didn't falter, there would always be more solutions than difficulties. At that moment, the group of menial laborers noticed Liangyuan's presence. Though unaware of his identity, his celestial aura revealed his extraordinary nature. They promptly bowed to Liangyuan. Greetings, immortal master. Liangyuan accepted their reverence calmly. Rise, all of you. As the laborers stood, a short, stout cultivator rushed over. Recognizing Liangyuan, he quickened his pace and approached. Oh, my grandmaster, what brings you here? This servant quarters is filthy, it might soil your eyes. If you need anything, just command me, why trouble yourself to come in person? The stout cultivator's expression shifted swiftly, smiling obsequiously at Liangyuan, then turning sternly to the laborers. What are you all standing around for? Get back to work. After dispersing the curious laborers, the stout cultivator bowed low, standing meekly beside Liangyuan. Noticing Liangyuan's gaze fixed on Qianqiu in the corner, the stout cultivator tactfully introduced her. Grandmaster, this laborer is Qianqiu, a fallen princess from the mortal realm who ended up here. Lacking a spiritual root, she cannot cultivate, and with a scar on her forehead, she is often bullied. Hearing her background, Liangyuan felt a familiar resonance. Bearing national grievances and enduring humiliation, she would one day shed her mortal shell and soar. Then returning to her former kingdom, she would establish a dynasty and become a female emperor. Yes, a classic trope. This girl seems pitiable, transfer her to my forgetfulness peak to serve. With those words, Liangyuan turned and left. Though he yearned to take Qianqiu away immediately, he understood the principle of not overdoing it. A peak master showing too much interest in a laborer would inevitably arouse suspicion. Once or twice might pass unnoticed, but as he frequently took disciples, some astute person might detect a pattern. The system was his foundation. Even with a low risk of exposure, Liangyuan would eliminate it at the root. The stout cultivator asked no questions, merely watching Liangyuan's retreating figure and bowing respectfully. Farewell, Grandmaster. Only when Liangyuan had completely vanished did he raise his head, gazing at Qianqiu, plain-featured, even marred by a scar. At that moment, Qianqiu was carrying a broom larger than herself toward the door. Beads of sweat on her forehead revealed the strain. The stout cultivator approached Qianqiu, waving his hand to gently remove the broom with a surge of soft spiritual energy. Feeling the sudden lightness on her shoulder, Qianqiu realized it was the stout cultivator's doing, a flicker of envy in her eyes. A spiritual root. Must one have a spiritual root to become a cultivator? Greetings, Supervisor Wang. The stout cultivator, now devoid of the obsequiousness he had shown Liangyuan, accepted her salute with a calm nod. Qianqiu, you are fortunate. The one who just came is the master of forgetfulness peak, Grandmaster Liang. He heard of your plight, and taking pity on you wishes to transfer you to forgetfulness peak to serve. Are you willing? Hearing this, Qianqiu's face lit up with surprise. Though a laborer, there were hierarchies among them, with those serving inner disciples being the most sought after. Many inner disciples had come to select laborers, but her facial scar had always caused her to be overlooked. Never did she expect a chance to enter forgetfulness peak and to serve someone of grandmaster status. Though she knew she lacked a spiritual root and could not advance in cultivation, joining forgetfulness peak would at least free her from bullying. With that in mind, Qianqiu promptly replied, Qianqiu is willing. The stout cultivator patted his storage pouch, retrieved a pass token for forgetfulness peak, and handed it to her. You may go. Yes. After leaving the servant quarters, Liangyuan wandered around, surveying most of the Holy Land's disciples. Though a few had sufficient devotion values, none possessed suitable talent. The path of taking disciples is long and arduous. If I could meet another suitable disciple, I would gladly become invincible and immortal right now. With such a sigh, Liangyuan cheerfully continued his quest for disciples. Meanwhile, Meng Yao's mood was far from as bright. In the Ming family hall, a middle-aged man dressed as the clan leader sat at the head, with elders from various branches seated on either side. Some tapped the wooden table, others frowned, and a few stared outside, all visibly restless. The younger attendants, sensing the oppressive atmosphere in the hall, dared not even breathe loudly. Suddenly, footsteps from outside broke the tension. Everyone rose, turning toward the door. Under their gaze, Meng Yao entered the hall, looking dazed. Seeing her state, their hearts sank. Things seemed dire. The clan leader asked first, Yao, how did it go? Frowning, Meng Yao recounted the day's events at Forgetfulness Peak truthfully. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. The clan leader beat his chest in anguish. Yao, you've been foolish. The other clan members also voiced their reproaches. Indeed, no matter how weak Liangyuan is, he is still a peak master. Your affair with Yi Fan at the very least shames Liangyuan, at worst it disgraces the entire Holy Land. We thought you were sensible, but how could you be so careless in this matter with Yi Fan? Now everyone is calling you a fickle woman. What kind of spell did Yi Fan cast on you? He's just a poor boy with a mixed spiritual root. How can he compare to Gu Liangyuan? You were supposed to apologize, but now you've pushed the Ming family into a corner. Among the clan women jealous of Ming Yao seized the opportunity to spew venom. In my view, Ming Yao overestimates herself, thinking Gu Liangyuan would do anything for her. Now she's gone too far. What my sister says is reasonable. I don't think Gu Liangyuan was too harsh. I doubt any man present could tolerate his pursued partner lying in bed with another man. Moreover, after the incident, Ming Yao went out of her way to humiliate him. If this happened to any of you, your reactions might be even more extreme. At these words, all the men in the hall fell into silence. Ming Yao felt the words of her clansmen like knives carving into her heart, trembling with fury. Their attitudes had not always been this way. In the past, she had often humiliated Gu Liangyuan in public. Yet afterward they still fawned over her. It could be said that their encouragement had fueled her behavior toward Gu Liangyuan. Now, with a mere mishap, they shifted all blame onto her. This was utterly disheartening. As Ming Yao prepared to retort, the Ming clan patriarch slammed the table. Enough, stop arguing. The issue now is not who is right or wrong, but how to earn Gu Liangyuan's forgiveness. As the patriarch finished, a sarcastic voice rang out. How to earn forgiveness? Marry him. Who knows why her body is so precious with no response in 3 years? At these words, the clan elder's eyes lit up. Indeed, Gu Liangyuan loved Ming Yao so deeply that his harsh words must have been spoken in anger. If Gu Liangyuan desired Ming Yao's body, why not give it to him? Even the elders doubted he would truly destroy the Ming clan. After all, Gu Liangyuan's image as a devoted suitor was deeply ingrained. Thus all the elders turned their gazes toward Ming Yao. The meaning was unmistakable. Returning from the forgetfulness peak, Ming Yao was already dazed. Sensing their stares, her spirit wavered. This was not how it should be. She recalled that before going to forgetfulness peak, she had been unwilling to apologize. It was the clansmen who coaxed and flattered her into reluctantly agreeing. Yet now the actions of these same people felt utterly alien. She turned to the patriarch. Father, what do you think of this? The Ming clan patriarch turned away silent. His attitude signaled acquiescence. Ming Yao did not understand their shift, but he knew all too well. Ming Yao, cherished by Gu Liangyuan, was a treasure. Without his favor, she was nothing. His position as patriarch depended on Gu Liangyuan's connection to her. In his view, marriage alliances among noble families were perfectly normal. If this incident could settle Ming Yao's wavering heart and make her marry Gu Liangyuan, it would benefit both the clan and herself. Reading her father's mind through long familiarity, Ming Yao smiled bitterly. Fine, I understand. With that, she walked out as if her soul had fled. A clansman called out, Ming Yao, if not forgetfulness peak, where are you going? Ming Yao paused without turning back. Staying with you disgusts me. I need to calm down, I'll go later. Without waiting for a reply, she vanished from their sight. She neither knew nor cared about their expressions after she left. Leaving the Ming estate, she summoned the mid-grade flying sword gifted by Gu Liangyuan and sped toward the teleportation array of the Jade Pool Sacred Land. The eastern continent housed 4 sacred lands: Taishang Jade Pool, Dui, and Tai, located at its 4 cardinal points. Though separated by millions of miles, teleportation arrays connected them, allowing round trips in a single day for a price. Feeling troubled, Ming Yao sought solace in the sacred land. But before she reached the array, streaks of light descended from the sky. The lights materialized into the 13 elders of forgetfulness peak, blocking her path. Miss Ming, where are you going? Frowning at the dozen figures, Ming Yao asked. What, you want to stop me from clearing my mind at Jade Pool? Elder Wang produced a token and tossed it to her. Catching it, Ming Yao recognized her master's personal token. Elder Wang said, Daoist Gongsun just sent word. Your affair with Yi Fan has shamed her. Today you are expelled from Jade Pool. Out of respect for my junior uncle, we spare your cultivation. But from now on, fend for yourself. Didn't you tell your master this morning you wanted to leave? Now your wish is granted, saving you a trip to Jade Pool. Ming Yao stared at the token, stunned, as if unable to believe what she heard. Just days ago she had learned she was a candidate for Sacred Maiden. That morning she had dreamed of becoming one. She had considered the Sacred Maiden status her future pillar. Now told it was all gone, it felt like the sky had fallen. Half crazed, she murmured, "Impossible, you must be lying. My master loves me, she would never expel me. She was just arranging things for me days ago. How could this be?" Suddenly, she looked up at Elder Wang. "This is all Gu Liangyuan's trick to scare me, isn't it? He wants to force me to submit. Vile shameless. And I." "Silence." Elder Wang cut her off with a roar. "Junior uncle treasured you, but you have no self-awareness. Taoist Gongsuan, a nascent soul powerhouse, has even heaven-grade spiritual root disciples begging to join her. Without junior uncle's face would she take a dual spirit root disciple like you. I speak the truth. You entered as an inner disciple through connections, and during the Sacred Maiden election every move was watched. The night you were intimate with Yi Fan, news spread across Jade Pool by morning. That's how it reached junior uncle's ears. Whether a rival candidate orchestrated this, I don't know. But I do know that sacred sons and maidens represent their land's honor. I speak the truth. A woman with your loose morals becoming a candidate shames not only Taoist Gongsun, but the entire Jade Pool sacred land. Expelling you is already a courtesy to junior uncle." Ming Yao tried to defend herself. "I," Elder Wang snapped. "What I? Your master treated you so well, yet you call her vile and shameless. Your conscience is devoured by dogs. I've never seen such brazenness." Having vented, Elder Wang felt refreshed, as if his cultivation had subtly advanced. After 3 years of resentment, he had finally spoken his mind. The other elders nodded along as if listening to celestial music rather than a scolding. This feeling was perfect. Brother Wang's words strike straight to our hearts. Indeed, like drinking ice in summer, so satisfying. Elder Wang clasped his hands. Flattery, flattery. Listening to Elder Wang's words, Ming Yao felt a tremor in her heart, nearly losing control of her spiritual power, and falling from her flying sword. On one hand, Elder Wang had torn away her last shred of dignity, exposing the thoughts she harbored within. On the other hand, she was enraged. These elders who once spoke to her with utmost respect now uttered such cutting words. Recalling all the grievances she had suffered that day, Ming Yao could not help but weep bitterly. Yet after her tears she burst into loud laughter. The elders watched her, alternating between tears and laughter, their hearts uneasy. Could Ming Yao have lost her mind? After a long while Ming Yao stopped laughing, her expression eerily calm. "Go back and tell Gu Liangyuan that within 10 days, I will come to the Forgetting Passion Peak." With that she turned and walked away resolutely. "What a fine move, Gu Liangyuan. You want to humiliate me like this. Isn't it just for my body? I'll give it to you. Just wait once, I have you completely in my grasp. I will repay every humiliation I've suffered today tenfold. I'll make you wish for death, but find none." The elders, unaware of Ming Yao's thoughts, watched her retreating figure and laughed heartily. Their laughter shook the mountain forest, startling a flock of birds into flight. Within the Wuji Peak Hall of the Supreme Sacred Land, a woman dressed in a purple robe with golden clouds sat sideways on a gilded long chair. Her hair was styled in a high bun, her features as delicate as a painting, exuding grace and nobility. This woman was none other than the Supreme Sect leader Lu Qingmei. Below her a female disciple was reporting something with great fervor. Listening closely, the disciple's report detailed exactly what Gu Liangyuan had done at the Forgetting Passion Peak that day. After hearing the report, Lu Qingmei let out a soft laugh. "Girl, do you think your granduncle master has truly seen the light, or is he merely after Ming Yao's body?" The disciple pondered briefly. "Based on my past impressions of granduncle master, I believe he intends to intimidate Ming Yao into complete submission. After all, he loves her so deeply, he wouldn't bear to kill her like a traitor, nor even let her suffer the slightest injury." Lu Qingmei shook her head. "Today I observed the sacred land's chief fluctuations converging toward the Forgetting Passion Peak, as if signaling a great rise. Combined with Gu Liangyuan's recent actions, I realize I've underestimated this little granduncle." Seeing the disciple's confusion, Lu Qingmei explained. "Our Supreme Sacred Land has 7 peaks coexisting. Currently our Wuji Peak is the main peak governing the sacred land. But before this, the Forgetting Passion Peak was always the main peak. Supreme Forgetting Passion is renowned worldwide. The cultivation methods of the Forgetting Passion Tao are threefold. First, severing emotions to enter the Tao. One first makes themselves deeply infatuated with someone, then severs that emotion to enter the Forgetting Passion Tao. Second, using emotions to counter emotions, refining one's feelings for another into emotional poison through secret arts, consuming it day and night to aid cultivation, entering the ultimate emotion Tao. Third, using killing to stop emotions, preserving heavenly principles while extinguishing human desires, aligning oneself with the great Tao to enter the emotionless Tao. Though the entry methods differ, they all converge in the end, refining one's nature to cultivate the heart, achieving clarity and following one's desires. I don't know the specific methods and they have been lost. But from Gu Liangyuan's recent moves, he's clearly following the path of the Forgetting Passion Tao. He intends to revive the Forgetting Passion legacy using fragmented scriptures and his own enlightenment. 3 years of enduring humiliation, then a stunning rise. Such great perseverance and comprehension. If he truly succeeds, it would be a great boon for our sacred land. The disciple listened in bewilderment. Granduncle Master, is he really that formidable? Lu Qingmei shook her head again. I'm not sure, but it's possible. I originally planned to keep him as a mere mascot, but now I must change my attitude. Go to my personal treasury and fetch a top-grade celestial artifact to give him. Say that I, seeing how his cultivation resources have all been wasted on Mingyao over the years, cannot bear it, so I privately gift him this artifact, hoping he'll no longer be burdened by love. Disciple obeys. Watching the disciple depart, Lu Qingmai's bright eyes flickered. Gu Liangyuan, I hope you won't disappoint me. Little did Gu Liangyuan know, before his rise had even begun, someone had already crafted a reason for his impending ascent. My strength is limited only by your imagination. By now Gu Liangyuan had made a full circuit of the supreme sacred land. Apart from those in seclusion or on missions, he had scouted most of the disciples. Unfortunately, across the vast sacred land, he had only found one disciple who met his requirements besides Qiuqiu, and that one wasn't a sycophant. Moreover, that disciple was the senior brother of the undefeated peak with a golden core peak cultivation. For someone like that, Gu Liangyuan might have the will, but lacked the means. Failing to find a suitable disciple, and seeing the sky darken, Gu Liangyuan returned to the Forgetting Passion Peak. As he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he found Qiuqiu already waiting outside the sect gate. Though dressed in coarse clothes, Qiuqiu's slender figure was still evident. Yet upon closer inspection, her hair was withered and yellow, her face slightly dark, like a peasant girl. A small burned scar on her forehead marred what could have been a pleasant face. Qiuqiu had been waiting for some time, and spotted Gu Liangyuan approaching. A flicker of joy arose in her heart, but feeling the celestial aura and striking appearance of Gu Liangyuan, a wave of inferiority overcame her. Pretending to adjust her bangs, she brushed her right hand over the scar on her forehead, her self-consciousness deepening. Sensing Gu Liangyuan's approach, she knelt with a thud, bowing respectfully. Greetings, immortal master. Then she lowered her head, only able to see the tips of Gu Liangyuan's shoes through her peripheral vision, afraid to look into his eyes for fear that her appearance might disgust him, and cost her this hard-won opportunity. Gu Liangyuan accepted her obeisance calmly. Rise and speak. He was not like those saintly transmigrators who prattled about equality or abolishing prostrations. Could an emperor be equal to a beggar? Nonsense. Moreover, this world's rules were as they were. He had no desire to stand out as an oddity. Hearing Gu Liangyuan's words, Qiuqiu timidly raised her head, instinctively using her thick bangs to cover the ugly scar on her forehead. Gu Liangyuan smiled, stepped forward, and gently lifted Qiuqiu's bangs. She wanted to pull away, but forced herself to stay still. At that moment, she closed her eyes, afraid to meet Gu Liangyuan's gaze, terrified of seeing disgust in his eyes. Revealing her greatest insecurity to another required immense courage. Just as Qiuqiu trembled in anxiety, a voice as gentle as a spring breeze reached her ears. It's just a burn, easy to treat. I'll ask the alchemy peak for some medicine later. Qiuqiu snapped her eyes open, gazing at Gu Liangyuan with a look brimming with longing. Is what the immortal master said true? Gu Liangyuan smiled faintly, turning to ascend the mountain path. With the methods of immortals, it is naturally effortless. Watching Gu Liangyuan walk away, the insecure Qiuqiu felt a pang of anxiety. What did the immortal master mean? Was he leaving because she had asked too many questions? Angry? Abandoning me? Just as her thoughts spiraled, Gu Liangyuan's voice drifted back from ahead. Come along, silly girl. Qiuqiu finally snapped out of it, a lovely smile blooming on her face, as she replied crisply. Coming! Liangyuan led the way with Qianqiu following behind. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, merging them into one. Qianqiu gazed at Liangyuan's sturdy back, etching this scene deeply into her memory. For the next 100,000 years this image would appear in her dreams many times. Especially that phrase, silly girl. She could never forget it. At that moment, the gears of her destiny began to turn. Liangyuan, walking ahead, immersed his mind in the system panel, feeling satisfied as he watched the infatuation value rise to 20. Reaching the passing grade of 80, for taking a disciple was easy to farm. Thus the two walked until dusk fell, finally arriving at the peak of Forgetting Emotion's peak. As Qianqiu walked along, she noticed that Forgetting Emotion's peak was not only scenic, but also dotted with many halls. Some were built against cliffs in strange and whimsical ways, others were richly decorated with exquisite craftsmanship. The overall layout was like stars surrounding the moon encircling the central hall of Forgetting Emotions. Yet these halls appeared uninhabited. Liangyuan sensed Qianqiu's confusion and explained. Once Forgetting Emotion's peak was the foremost of the 7 supreme peaks, but it later declined. These are the dwellings left by predecessors. Choose any one to live in. Qianqiu blinked. Where does the immortal master reside? Liangyuan pointed to the hall of Forgetting Emotions. That is my abode. Qianqiu pointed to a side hall beside it. It'll stay here so it's convenient if the immortal master needs anything. Just as Qianqiu was about to settle in, the grand formation of Forgetting Emotion's peak suddenly trembled. Liangyuan extended his hand and produced a bronze mirror. The image in the bronze mirror revealed the scene at the mountain gate of Forgetting Emotion's peak. Outside the gate stood a woman in a green Taoist robe performing a bowing salute. Chu Xingyu of Wuji Peak, by order of my master, seeks an audience with the Grand Master. Liangyuan formed hand seals, and the protective mountain formation opened directly. Chu Xingyu entered the gate, and in a few flashes appeared before him. Greetings, Grand Master. Rise. Chu Xingyu lifted her head, and for a moment her mind wavered as she looked at Liangyuan. His features hadn't changed, yet he seemed far more handsome than before. The aura of Tao flowing around him further accentuated his ethereal demeanor, as if he were not of this world. What business does Disciple Lu have sending you here? At Liangyuan's words, Chu Xingyu snapped back to reality, silently scolding herself for losing composure. She patted her storage pouch, and a long slender sword appeared in her hand. Bowing slightly, she raised the sword above her head with both hands. My master said that Grand Master was once trapped by love and wasted many resources, which pained her heart. Thus she specially ordered me to present this sword to Grand Master, hoping you can break through the barrier of love. Liangyuan swept his divine sense over it, mildly surprised. The sword before him was a top-grade heaven-tier artifact. Artifacts were divided into 4 tiers, Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow, corresponding to the Qi Refining Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul Realms. Beyond that, until ascension to immortality, came the category of spiritual treasures. In the outside world, a top-grade heaven-tier artifact sufficed. As a set-guarding treasure, even in sacred lands, it was extremely precious. Many elders never obtained a heaven-tier artifact in their lifetime. In Liangyuan's memory, Lu Qingmei had always been cold toward him, his junior granduncle. Why was she being so generous today? But why refuse a gift that came his way? He casually took the sword, gave it a slight flick, and it hummed with a clear ring. Examining the blade, he saw the characters, Autumn Water, engraved on it. Autumn Water sword, fine blade, fine name. Return and thank Disciple Lu for me. Chu Xingyu bowed again. Xingyu will surely deliver the message. Watching Chu Xingyu depart on her flying sword, Liangyuan turned to Qianqiu. He found her staring in the direction Chu Xingyu had vanished, a look of yearning in her eyes. Clearly she was immensely fascinated by the methods of the cultivation world, soaring through the heavens and diving into the earth. Liangyuan produced several pills and handed them to Qianqiu. Snap out of it. Cultivators abstain from grains, and there's no kitchen on Forgetting Emotion's peak, but as immortal you must eat. Take these fasting pills. 1 pill can stave off hunger for half a month. Qianqiu accepted the pills, and a wave of gratitude washed over her. Her mother had died when she was young. Though a princess, she was a concubine's daughter, unloved by her father. After her forehead was scarred, she didn't see him for years. In the depths of the harem, the emperor's favor determined everything. Seeing her neglected, even the maids and eunuchs skimped on her food and clothing. As a mere woman, she couldn't even meet her father, so she silently endured. At 14 or 15 her kingdom fell, and the women of the palace met tragic fates. Her ugliness spared her, and she began her life as a wanderer. For as long as she could remember, she had never known what it felt like to be cared for. Especially after arriving in the cold cultivation world, she suffered endless bullying. She never imagined she would feel cared for by Liangyuan, an immortal master she saw as lofty and distant. And he said he went to the alchemy peak to find medicine for her. How could this be? How could anyone be so good to me? Do I deserve it? Xianqiu felt tears welling up. When she came to Liangyuan was no longer before her. She sniffled and rubbed her reddened eyes. Gazing at the morning star in the sky, a strange feeling arose in her heart. Soon Liangyuan returned. Seeing Xianqiu waiting in the wind, he beckoned. "Come, it's windy outside. Let's go into the hall to apply medicine." Xianqiu replied softly, her heart a mix of trepidation and anticipation, as she followed Liangyuan into the hall. Half an hour later, Xianqiu gazed at herself in a mirror again and again, unable to contain the joy on her face. The scar that had plagued her was finally gone. Though her complexion was still sallow without the hideous scar, she now looked rather delicate. But Liangyuan knew that Qianqia's spiritual root had not yet awakened. This was not her true appearance. Once the dross was washed away, her radiant beauty would emerge. Xianqiu stared at the mirror for a while, then wept tears of joy, kneeling and kowtowing repeatedly. "Thank you, immortal master, for your immense kindness. From now on I would gladly be your beast of burden without complaint." Having endured discrimination because of her appearance, Xianqiu knew all too well the importance of a woman's looks. To her, Liangyuan's kindness was nothing less than a second chance at life. Liangyuan looked at the infatuation value of 70 above Qianqia's head, surprised it had risen so sharply. Just removing a scar, was it almost maxed out? Liangyuan understood the principle of moderation and felt the timing was right. He waved his hand, and a gentle force lifted Xianqiu. Xianqiu raised her head only to see that her previously smooth forehead now bore a reddish bruise from just having knocked her head. Although Xianqiu felt the burning sensation on her forehead, she was immersed in the joy of her scar disappearing and her gratitude towards Liangyuan not paying much attention. Liangyuan flicked his finger, and a gentle force brushed over Qianqia's forehead. Xianqiu sensed something unusual on her forehead, reached out to touch it, and felt the burning sensation replaced by a coolness. Liangyuan's soft words entered Qianqia's ears. "It took a lot to heal this, so don't let yourself knock it again." Hearing this, Xianqiu felt warmth welling up in her heart. How could this be? How could the immortal master be so gentle? Liangyuan, seeing that it was time to stop, waved his hand and said, "All right, I don't need you to serve me like a beast, just serve me sincerely from now on. You can leave now." Dazed, Xianqiu left the forgetting emotion palace, looking up at the bright moon in the sky, feeling as if everything today was like a dream. It wasn't until a mountain breeze blew, causing her to shiver, that she gradually woke up. Determined in her heart to serve Liangyuan well, in order to repay today's kindness. "It's a pity that I have no spiritual root, and cannot cultivate, which diminishes my usefulness to the immortal master. He doesn't consume grains, and is unlike ordinary people. How can I repay him?" After a night of silence, the next morning Liangyuan opened his eyes from meditation, exhaling a breath of turbid air. "This ethereal fruit is indeed extraordinary. 1 night's effort equals a month of my previous hard work. It seems that my cultivation method is somewhat lagging, otherwise I could achieve even more." While Liangyuan was pondering, Qianqiu entered draped in a towel and carrying a wooden basin. "Immortal master, I am here to assist you in washing up." At Liangyuan's level, his body is pure and requires no washing. However, Qianqiu, not being a cultivator, clearly did not understand this principle. Seeing Qianqia's eager eyes, Liangyuan did not refuse, and went through the motions of washing up. Noticing that Qianqia's infatuation value had reached 75, Liangyuan knew that to raise it to 80 would come naturally. During the day, Liangyuan walked around the sacred land again, still finding nothing. However, he unexpectedly learned that on the 9th day of the 9th month, the 4 major sacred lands would open their gates to recruit disciples. This surprised Liangyuan because in the past the sacred lands would only open their gates every 8 years, allowing the disciples sent by subordinate sects to join. But this time only 5 years had passed since the last opening. Moreover, all 4 major sacred lands were opening their gates together, suggesting there was something he did not know. Forget it, this is too distant from me. I should focus on improving my strength first. Perhaps I can take in more disciples when the gates open. As the sun set, Liangyuan sat by the bed looking at Qianqiu below, his eyes flashing with joy, because Qianqiu's infatuation value had finally reached 80. At that moment Qianqiu was kneeling opposite Liangyuan, gently washing his feet. She rubbed and kneaded with a serious expression, as if she were holding a treasure, carefully cherishing it, fearing to offend Liangyuan. Suddenly Liangyuan's voice reached her ears. Do you wish to cultivate immortality? Qianqiu paused in her movements, then quickly responded, continuing her actions. I do want to, but I was born without a spiritual root, so I cannot follow the path of immortals. After spending a few days together, Qianqiu felt more at ease speaking with Liangyuan, and was no longer as sensitive as before. Perhaps it was for this reason that her infatuation value reached 80. However, one thing remained. Although Qianqiu spoke more casually, she clearly understood her place, and would not overstep her bounds. What if I could awaken your spiritual root? Upon hearing Liangyuan's words, Qianqiu abruptly raised her head, her grip on his foot tightening unconsciously. With a nervous heart she asked, What do you mean by that, immortal master? Liangyuan smiled slightly, making Qianqiu feel as if bathed in spring breeze. Through my observations these past few days, I see that your character is resilient and your nature is pure. I wish to take you as my disciple to help you awaken your spiritual root, and to impart the way of forgetting emotion to you. What do you say? Although Liangyuan's words were few, they resonated in Qianqiu's mind like a grand bell. She opened her mouth wanting to say 1,000 words, but she didn't know where to begin. In the end, all that came out was, Can I really? Liangyuan's expression turned serious, filled with utmost sincerity. If I say you can, then you can. Qianqiu took a deep breath, her eyes resolute, performing a grand bow to Liangyuan. Disciple greets master. She did not know whether she could cultivate, but she understood that this was her only chance to defy fate. Moreover, even if she really could not cultivate, being able to share this mortal life with her immortal master would still mean her life was not lived in vain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting the first disciple. The initial task has been completed, and the reward for nascent soul cultivation has been granted. As the prompt sounded, Liangyuan felt a surge of powerful spiritual energy flowing within his dantian. His way of forgetting emotion began to move uncontrollably, as if it were about to break through at any moment. At the same time, the weather changed dramatically. A dark cloud suddenly appeared, covering the bright moon in the sky, and faint flashes of lightning could be seen within. Liangyuan's expression changed. He did not expect the system's rewards to come so quickly and forcefully. Moreover, the cultivation granted by the system was not simply a random increase, but rather a natural enhancement through the infusion of spiritual energy. Given the current situation, it seemed he would have to face the heavenly tribulation, and he was completely unprepared. Looking at Qianqiu kneeling before him, Liangyuan had a sudden idea. He flipped his hand, and took out the fragment of the way of forgetting emotion, along with 2 spells, handing them over. Qianqiu, I have a fragment of the way of forgetting emotion and 2 spells. I shall bestow them upon you today. As the master of the peak of forgetting emotion, according to the sect's rules, the top disciple must announce to the heavens and the earth, inviting the other peak masters to pay their respects. Soon I will officially take you as my disciple. Qianqiu looked at the 3 scrolls glowing with light, her heart stirred. This is the immortal's cultivation method. I, Qianqiu, also have the opportunity to cultivate the immortal's techniques. With excitement, Qianqiu accepted them with both hands and bowed again. Thank you, master. At this moment, Qianqiu's infatuation value had already reached 90. However, Liangyuan's thoughts were not on this. He was lost in the system's prompt. Ding! The host has taught the disciple the 3 transformations of the mystic technique, the fragment of the way of forgetting emotion, triggering 10,000 times the return. System reward granted, supreme cultivation method, the supreme way of forgetting emotion. Ding! The host has taught the disciple the mystic level spell, lesser metal art, triggering 400 times the return. System reward granted, heavenly level spell, metal sword technique. Ding, the host has taught the disciple the mystic level spell Fire Dragon Palm, triggering 1,000 times the return. System reward granted: minor divine ability 9 dragons leading Fire Palm. As the system's prompt finished, the returned divine abilities appeared directly in Gu Liangyuan's mind, no need for study, directly comprehended. Gu Liangyuan was overjoyed. He had not expected the system to have such marvelous uses. After comprehending all the information, a gleam of joy shone even brighter in Gu Liangyuan's eyes. Whatever the system produced was invariably of the finest quality. Spells were divided into 5 ranks, with the first 4 from highest to lowest being Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Above the 4 ranks lay divine abilities, which were further categorized into greater and lesser forms. As far as Gu Liangyuan knew, even an ordinary nascent soul cultivator merely possessed a few heaven-grade spells as their trump cards. As for divine abilities, the entire Supreme Sacred Land, after hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation, boasted only 18 greater divine abilities, and 76 lesser ones. It could be said that every emergence of a lesser divine ability would spark fierce contention among the mighty. A casual act of teaching had yielded a heaven-grade spell and an exquisite lesser divine ability. How could Gu Liangyuan not be overjoyed? Next came cultivation techniques, which were divided into 9 revolutions corresponding to the 9 realms of immortal: cultivation, chi, refining, foundation, establishment, core, formation, nascent, soul, spirit, transformation, void, refining, unity, great ascension, and tribulation, transcendence. Each realm had 9 heavens. The first 3 were the early stage, the middle 3 the mid stage, and the last 3 the late stage. The foundation of the Supreme Sacred Land was 7 volumes of the 9 revolutions mystic art, with each peak guarding 1 volume. The once lost Emotion Departing Sutra was also among them. As far as Gu Liangyuan knew, beyond the 9 revolutions mystic art lay immortal arts, yet he had never heard of what rank the supreme art belonged to. Yet he understood that the level of the Supreme Emotion Departing Sutra was at least above immortal arts. Truly a great fortune. Though this description seemed slow, in reality, it flashed through Gu Liangyuan's mind in an instant. In that very instant, driven by the surging spiritual power within his body, Gu Liangyuan's cultivation base directly reached the peak of foundation establishment. The thunderclouds in the sky had almost fully formed, as if they might strike at any moment. Now possessing a lesser divine ability, Gu Liangyuan felt no panic. He merely said to Qianqiu before him, "Your master is going to undergo tribulation," and then, with a flicker of his form, arrived at an open space on the emotion departing peak. Gazing at the thunderclouds above, he shifted his thoughts, altering the circulation route of his cultivation technique from the incomplete Emotion Departing Sutra directly to the Supreme Emotion Departing Sutra. In the moment he successfully switched cultivation methods, Gu Liangyuan realized with sudden enlightenment that the incomplete Emotion Departing Sutra was merely a censored version of the Supreme Emotion Departing Sutra. Countless perplexities from his past cultivation were perfectly resolved in that instant. Yet Gu Liangyuan had no time to savor this, for the tribulation lightning had arrived. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning illuminated the void, descending straight from the 9 heavens toward Gu Liangyuan. Only when the lightning reached the top of his head did the rumbling thunder echo across heaven and earth. Gu Liangyuan neither dodged nor evaded. As his spiritual power surged, a faint azure light appeared around his body. By the look of it, he intended to withstand the lightning heat-in. Gu Liangyuan knew that the golden core tribulation was the 2-9 lightning tribulation, consisting of 18 heavenly bolts with power increasing progressively. He estimated that given his current cultivation, he could endure the first 9 strikes without much trouble. Indeed, when the heavenly lightning struck his body, the protective azure light merely trembled slightly, showing no signs of shattering. This bolstered Gu Liangyuan's confidence as he stood with his hands behind his back, calmly awaiting the second bolt. A sudden thunderclap drew the attention of the many powerful figures within the Supreme Sacred Land. At the limitless peak, Lu Qingmei was seated in meditation with her 5 hearts facing the sky. Her body was enveloped in a haze of spiritual energy, with purple mist billowing forth, an extraordinary sight. Hearing the thunderous crack, she opened her eyes. Sensing the aura of the golden core tribulation, she frowned slightly. Which junior is so reckless? Why are they undergoing tribulation on the main peak instead of the tribulation forest? With nearly 50,000 disciples in the Sacred Land, tribulation events were common. However, his tribulation was not a problem in itself, but the disturbance it caused to other disciples in seclusion would outweigh the gains. After all, not every disciple could afford isolation arrays. Therefore, the sect had specially designated a tribulation forest for disciples to undergo their tribulations. The forest was planted with lightning-attracting spirit trees, which could somewhat share the burden for the disciples. Lu Qimei was initially somewhat angered, but when she realized the tribulation aura came from the emotion-departing peak, her expression shifted. Only Liangyuan could be undergoing the golden core tribulation on the emotion-departing peak. She remembered that when she last saw him, he was merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Now in just over 10 days, he was directly facing the golden core tribulation. With this thought, Lu Qimei vanished into thin air, reappearing outside the emotion-departing peak. Forming hand seals, she summoned a wooden compass. The compass landed and transformed into an isolation array enveloping the entire emotion-departing peak, preventing the tribulation's commotion from spreading beyond. Just as Lu Qimei completed this, over a dozen streaks of light descended and materialized into human forms. The group bowed to Lu Qimei in unison. "Greetings, sect leader." "Rise." Lu Qimei scanned the crowd, noting that besides the peak masters there were also several elders at the void refining realm. It could be said that the high-end combat power of the supreme sacred land had gathered here. Lu Qimei smiled gracefully. "I recall the last time all peaks gathered was at the disciple recruitment ceremony 5 years ago. Unexpectedly today my junior uncle's golden core tribulation has drawn everyone here." At the mention of junior uncle, some faces showed disdain, others curiosity, while a few remained expressionless and silent. Seniority was not prominent in ordinary sects, where sometimes the higher one's cultivation the higher their seniority. But within a sacred land that valued tradition, seniority was held in great esteem. Yet everyone present was at least at the void refining realm, some having lived for 4,000 or 5,000 years, with disciples and descendants scattered across the world. Calling a foundation establishment cultivator uncle was naturally difficult for them to utter. Moreover, Liangyuan was notorious as a sycophant. Some had even avoided meeting him altogether to escape addressing him as such. In their eyes, Liangyuan had brought nothing but disgrace to the sacred land, and they naturally held him in contempt. Then, there were the curious ones, who had some understanding of Liangyuan's cultivation, and wondered how he had advanced so rapidly. Lu Qimei took in everyone's expressions, and spoke again. "Since you are here, let us observe the ceremony together." As soon as Lu Qimei finished speaking, a red-haired elder declared in a voice like a great bell, "I thought some reckless junior was undergoing tribulation on the main peak, so I came to drive them away. I never expected it to be him. What's there to see in a golden core tribulation? Am going back to refine pills." Lu Qimei replied unhurriedly, "Senior brother, when you're still so impatient. I haven't finished speaking. I also wanted to take this opportunity to discuss the opening of the mountain gate on the 9th of September with all of you." At the mention of opening the mountain gate, the elders became interested, and no longer spoke of leaving. They were also unaware of the details behind this early opening. Thus the elders began to inquire, speaking one after another. To this Lu Qimei smiled, and answered each question one by one. No one knew exactly what she said, but the faces of several elders and peak masters grew increasingly excited, as if some good fortune was approaching. While the group was discussing, Liangyuan's tribulation reached the 10th bolt. By now the protective azure light around his body had been shattered by the heavenly lightning. As the 12th bolt was about to strike, Liangyuan slapped his storage pouch. With a clang, the autumn water sword was drawn. Liangyuan grasped it firmly. The moment he held the autumn water sword, his entire demeanor shifted. His spine straightened, and he stood like an unyielding sharp sword, defiantly pointing at the heavens. With a thought, he directly activated the gung metal sword art. With a sweep of his hand, a supremely sharp gung metal chi shot forth from the autumn water sword, hurtling straight toward the heavenly lightning. "Ah!" This scene drew a gasp of surprise from one of the elders. The other elders turned their gazes and began to discuss. "That swordsmanship is quite skillful. Indeed, it's well executed. Not much worse than my personal disciple. Tisk, I didn't expect the emotion-departing peak to have a heaven-grade sword technique inheritance." "Wait, this is sword intent?" Lu Qimei was also somewhat surprised. "I didn't expect it to be a grandmaster-level Gengjin sword intent." Sword intent, unlike cultivation base, was something else entirely. It could not be enhanced through cultivation, but could only be attained through enlightenment, and each person's comprehension of sword intent was unique. Some great cultivators, who had wielded swords for millennia, still failed to grasp it. Yet there were those with exceptional enlightenment, who could comprehend it even at the chi refining stage. Even more remarkable talents could master multiple forms of sword intent. Although sword intent did not benefit cultivation base, it greatly amplified the offensive power of swordsmanship. Generally speaking, a minor level sword intent allowed a cultivator to be unrivaled among peers of the same realm. A grandmaster level sword intent even enabled one to challenge those of higher cultivation. In the perilous world of cultivation, this was a means of survival. Among the elders present who wielded swords, only a handful had truly comprehended sword intent. Thus their astonishment arose when they witnessed Liangyuan unleashing sword intent. What they did not know was that the sword intent they so desperately sought was merely a byproduct of the system helping Liangyuan comprehend the Gingjin sword art. Under the watchful eyes of the elders, Liangyuan strode amidst the bolts of heavenly tribulation as if strolling through a courtyard. The Chioshui sword hovered above his head, occasionally soaring into the air, or darting left and right, accompanied by streaks of flowing light intercepting every lightning strike and preventing it from approaching within 10 feet of him. Seeing that the tribulation was nearing its end, Liu Qingmei remarked, "It seems this tribulation poses no pressure for him. I hope he can break the curse of the nascent soul stage on the Forgetfulness Peak." At her words, the atmosphere grew tense. Since the loss of the Forgetfulness Peak's legacy, there had been over a dozen generations of successors. Yet among them, the highest cultivation achieved was merely the nascent soul stage. None had broken through to the divinity transformation stage. It seemed as though they were cursed by the heavenly Tao. Even switching to other cultivation methods proved futile. Although the Forgetfulness Peak still had disciples, the severance of its inheritance appeared inevitable. The red-haired elder spoke again. "In my view, junior sister Liu, it would be easier to retrieve the inheritance from the demon clan's lair than to rely on him to revive the Forgetfulness Peak. This kid has comprehended sword intent, but so what? With his triple spiritual root talent, breaking through to the golden core stage is already a stroke of luck. 500 years from now, won't he just be a pile of bones? Not to mention, this kid is a hopeless romantic, utterly indifferent to cultivation. For the sake of a woman, he exhausted the last remnants of the Forgetfulness Peak's goodwill." Hearing the red-haired elder mention Liangyuan's romantic entanglements, another elder said, "I heard he's made some progress this time, cutting off all support for Mingyao to threaten her into submission." Some elders nodded in agreement. "Though it's a bit unethical, it's still an improvement over his previous behavior." Clearly they did not believe Liangyuan would truly annihilate the Ming clan as he had declared in the main hall. After all, his image as a simp was too deeply ingrained. As they spoke, Liangyuan had already completed his tribulation. A golden core the size of a chicken egg hovered above his head, casting streaks of golden light that enveloped him entirely. The golden core was encircled by 9 faint Tao patterns radiating an extraordinary aura. Liu Qingmei, who had been closely observing, narrowed her eyes and uttered 4 words. "Nine-turn golden core." Hearing this, the elders, who had been indifferent, turned their heads in unison. Though it was night, and dozens of miles away, each of them possessed extraordinary eyesight. When they clearly saw the nine-turn golden core above Liangyuan's head, they were all shocked. Some stroked their beards so hard they hurt, yet remained numb to the pain. Others stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Even those who had remained silent gasped. It truly was a nine-turn golden core. The golden core stage involved condensing all of one's mana into a single golden pellet. This pellet, also known as the inner core, would take root in the dantian upon ingestion, becoming the source of mana. As the saying goes, once a golden pellet is swallowed, one realizes that one's destiny is controlled by oneself, not by heaven. The grade of the golden core formed varied according to each person's talent. Golden cores were divided into 9 turns based on size and the number of Tao patterns. 1 turn was the weakest, 9 turns the strongest. As the turn number increased, not only did mana storage expand, but it also reflected one's talent and future potential. A 9-turn golden core corresponded to the 9 realms of cultivation. Ordinary cultivators usually forged a 3 or 4-turn golden core, meaning they could at most cultivate to the 3rd realm golden core or 4th realm nascent soul, unless a great opportunity allowed them to break this rule. Those with heavenly spiritual roots could potentially forge a 6 or 7-turn golden core corresponding to the 6th realm void refinement, and 7th realm body integration. All the elders present, including Sect Master Liu Qingmei, were at this level when they formed their golden cores. Furthermore, peerless prodigies with unmatched talent and supreme cultivation methods could reach the 8-turn golden core realm. In the entire Taishang sacred land, there were only 3 such prodigies. In the outside world, such individuals were seen only once in a century. A 9-turn golden core signified the potential to become an immortal. It had been thousands of years since anyone had achieved such a realm. Who would have thought that Gu Liangyuan, whom they had always looked down upon, could forge a 9-turn golden core? With a disciple of such talent in the sacred land, as long as he did not die young, the sacred land could flourish for another 10,000 years. But how was this possible? Wasn't Gu Liangyuan's talent extremely poor? Wasn't he a hopeless simp who never bothered to cultivate? Liu Qingmei's expression turned serious as she addressed the still-stunned elders. Regarding this matter, for his safety, I implore all of you to keep the secret of little uncle's 9-turn golden core. Her words snapped the elders back to reality. Indeed, they must keep it secret. A genius who dies young is no genius at all. The Taishang sacred land was not the sole hegemon. The cultivation world was rife with old enemies and hostile forces. The red-haired elder, who had been verbally disparaging Gu Liangyuan, wore a complex expression. He was genuinely glad that the sacred land had produced such a talent. But why did it have to be Gu Liangyuan? It wasn't that he looked down on Gu Liangyuan's talent, but he simply could not stand his simping behavior. Someone frowned. This doesn't add up. Little uncle has triple spiritual roots. How could he form a 9-turn golden core? But before his question could be answered, another phenomenon occurred around Gu Liangyuan. Gu Liangyuan swallowed the golden core in one gulp, and his aura surged once more. Early golden core. Mid golden core. Late golden core. Peak golden core. Boom. A thunderclap sounded out of nowhere, and the thunderclouds that had not fully dissipated gathered again, expanding wildly. A fierce gale swept through the heavens, and earth snapping pines, and uprooting ancient trees. Gu Liangyuan hovered between sky and earth, his sword strapped to his back. His blue robe flapped violently in the wind. His ethereal immortal-like demeanor flickered faintly, his expression unchanged even as the heavens crumbled before him. The elders noticed the transformation in Gu Liangyuan's temperament and appearance. Apart from Liu Qingmei, who found it refreshing, the other elders paid little attention. Not because his appearance failed to capture their interest, but because there was something far more worthy of their attention. You had just finished the 18-fold golden core tribulation, and in the blink of an eye you were about to undergo the 27-fold nascent soul tribulation. 2 tribulations in a single day, an unprecedented event. What was happening? Observing Liu Qingmei lost in thought, the red-haired elder inquired. Could it be that you as the acting sect leader understand the reason? Liu Qingmei shook her head. I have a suspicion. Let me observe further. If my conjecture proves true, the forgetfulness peak might truly rise to prominence. The elders, lacking Liu Qingmei's insight into the legacy of forgetfulness peak, found her cryptic words perplexing. Seeing no intention from Liu Qingmei to elaborate, they refrained from further questions, turning their gazes toward Gu Liangyuan beneath the tribulation clouds. Though they knew not how Gu Liangyuan had achieved this, they understood that with his previous 9 revolutions golden pill, and the feat of enduring 2 tribulations in a single day, his future accomplishments would surely be extraordinary. What was once a span of 10,000 years now seemed poised to bring the sacred land prosperity for 30 millennia. Yet there was Gu Liangyuan's sycophantic nature. Liu Qingmei suddenly soared into the air. Everyone, the nascent soul's third 9 tribulation is far more formidable than the golden core tribulation. I ask you all to join me in protecting the junior grandmaster. Our sacred land has finally produced such a prodigy. If any harm befalls him under our watch, we would truly be sinners against the supreme sacred land. All nodded in unison, rising into the air to form a protective circle around Gu Liangyuan outside the tribulation's reach, ready to intervene. For it was known that heavenly tribulations grew stronger with interference. Should they enter the tribulation's domain even to rescue Gu Liangyuan, the calamity would evolve into a 6th 9 or even 7th 9 tribulation. Yet in the face of the sacred land's greater good, none hesitated regardless of their prior impressions of Gu Liangyuan. Such was the weight of tradition, a cornerstone of the supreme sacred land's enduring legacy. Immersed in his tribulation, Liangyuan was oblivious to the outside world. The roiling tribulation clouds had now expanded to cover 80 li, enveloping the entire forgetfulness peak in their menace. With a calm demeanor, Liangyuan pointed his autumn water sword at the clouds, as if declaring his defiance. A thunderous rumble echoed. A cyan celestial bolt struck down, appearing distant yet arriving in an instant. Unflustered, Liangyuan raised his sword, deflecting the lightning elsewhere. Then came the second, third, and fourth bolts in swift succession. Liangyuan, wielding his sword with one hand, wove through the thunder, occasionally slashing to evade with ease. The third 9 tribulation comprised 27 bolts in total, with each set of 9 marking a threshold that doubled the intensity. With the gum gold sword art and a master-level sword intent, despite a rough grasp of his internal energy, Liangyuan easily weathered the first 18 bolts. Yet for the final 9, each bolt grew stronger, pressing down on him. As only 3 remained, Liangyuan, slightly winded, suddenly burst into laughter. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he sheathed his autumn water sword. The crowd recognized it as a top-tier celestial artifact once wielded by Liu Qingmei in her early years. Your most formidable attack is sword intent, and the autumn water, as a premium artifact, amplifies it. Without it, your strength might diminish by a third. Sheathing it now seemed unwise. Could he have another hidden card? Uncertain. Let's watch. The Peak Masters and Elders secretly channeled their energy, ready to rescue Liangyuan. Under their gaze, Liangyuan's palms moved swiftly, drawing the world's fire spiritual energy into 3 fiery dragons that coiled in the air behind him. The 3 dragons, fierce and majestic, emanated a pressure rivaling that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Sensing 2/3 of his formidable spiritual energy drained, Liangyuan frowned. The 9 dragons leading fire palm, fully executed, should summon 9 dragons. It seemed his current strength was insufficient to fully unleash this minor divine ability. Yet 3 dragons would suffice. Gazing at the final 3 divine bolts brewing within the tribulation clouds, Liangyuan let out a roar and thrust his right palm toward the sky. The 3 dragons followed, soaring with resonant cries toward the clouds. 3 explosions rang out as the last bolts yet to fall were shattered by Liangyuan's palm. The collision of thunder and fire scattered the Adalite tribulation clouds. The wind ceased. The clouds dispersed. The turmoil settled. The moon reappeared, and starlight once again graced the earth. Save for the shattered trees and scorched ground, it was as if nothing had occurred. The watching elders murmured in admiration. This junior grandmaster has hidden his depths well, manifesting spiritual energy into form. If my eyes don't deceive me, that's a minor divine ability. Indeed. Had I known he possessed such a divine art, we wouldn't have worried at all. Breaking 2 realms in a single day, I've certainly learned something today. Good thing the clouds dispersed, or I feared he might face the 4th 9 tribulation of the spirit transformation stage. How I was scared too. With such a prodigy in our supreme sacred land, the future is bright. The elders relaxed, withdrew their energy, and gathered once more. Liu Qingmei dismissed the isolation array and spoke gravely. I believe the junior grandmaster has grasped the essence of the forgetfulness Tao. He first immersed himself in love for 3 years, then severed that attachment in an instant, achieving great enlightenment, and thus attaining nascent soul. The elders and Peak Masters, recalling the records of Forgetfulness Peak and Liangyuan's recent actions toward Mengyao, suddenly saw the truth. What a clever lad. So that's why he seemed so sycophantic. It was all for cultivation. The red-haired elder, shamefaced, said. So that's it. I was so contemptuous of him before. Now I realize, after over 3,000 years of life, my own character is inferior to a mere. The elder shot him a warning glare. Don't say it. The red-haired elder swallowed the word. Junior, amending it to inferior to a mere junior grandmaster. Liu Qingmei added, with the recruitment approaching, news of Forgetfulness Peak's legacy reviving comes at a perfect time. We must spread it swiftly. The tale of the junior grandmaster's sudden enlightenment to nascent soul can be shared, but the matter of the 9 revolutions golden pill must remain a secret. I will visit him shortly to explain the situation. The elders nodded in agreement. Just then, the red-haired elder's exclamation drew their attention. So damn big. Following his gaze, they saw Liangyuan's golden pill shatter, giving rise to a nascent soul. They then understood what the elder meant. An ordinary nascent soul cultivator's soul was merely the size of a fist. A more accomplished one might be the size of a normal infant. Yet Liangyuan's nascent soul was almost as large as his own body. Typically after nascent soul came spirit transformation. The journey from nascent soul to spirit transformation involves the infant soul maturing into an adult form. Liangyuan, still at the initial nascent soul stage, already had a soul comparable to a typical spirit transformation cultivator's. If he were to reach spirit transformation, what wonders would follow? The crowd could only sigh, acknowledging that a celestial prodigy was indeed extraordinary. Lu Qingmei, however, stared at the bare nascent soul, a perfect replica of Liangyuan, with an unusual expression. With a single thought, Liangyuan drew his nascent soul into his body. He felt the surging spiritual energy within, and his divine sense, which extended 80 li, filling him with satisfaction. For cultivators, divine sense was like an extension of their limbs. Wherever it reached, the slightest rustle of wind or blade of grass was fully perceived. It also determined the range over which a cultivator could wield their magical artifacts. With a divine sense spanning 80 li, it meant that from then on, with a mere thought, Liangyuan could send his flying sword 80 li to claim a life. For an early nascent soul cultivator, a divine sense of merely a dozen li was typical. Liangyuan's was over 8 times that of his peers, a formidable advantage indeed. Just as Liangyuan was about to withdraw his divine sense, he let out a soft exclamation of surprise. The moment it escaped his lips, led by Lu Qingmei, a group of elders and peak masters appeared before him. Their eyes revealed astonishment. They had not expected that upon reaching the nascent soul stage, Liangyuan's divine sense would be so vast as to detect their concealed presence. Of course, it was also because they had not intentionally hidden themselves. Seeing the crowd, Liangyuan's wariness subsided. He cleared his throat and assumed the posture of an elder. "Why are you, my esteemed disciples, not asleep at this late hour, and what brings you to my forgotten emotion peak?" The onlookers found their lips twitching at his words. These were ancient beings who had lived for thousands of years. None had spoken to them in such a manner for eons. "Fine, you have seniority, you are a 9-turn golden core, you are formidable. I will endure it." Lu Qingmei observed the expressions of the elders, and then glanced at the pretentious Liangyuan, hiding a light laugh behind her hand. Though she had initially appeared dignified, a subtle charm now emanated from her, as her eyes sparkled with mischief. She stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Her breath was fragrant as she spoke, alluring yet not vulgar. "Little Uncle Master, the commotion from your tribulation naturally drew us here." As she spoke, she enunciated the word little with deliberate clarity. Now barely half a step away, Liangyuan could distinctly feel the fragrant breeze emanating from Lu Qingmei. Enveloped by this, Liangyuan felt slightly dizzy, and a surge of heat rose within him. Gazing at Lu Qingmei's breathtakingly beautiful face, he instinctively wanted to retreat. But seeing the amused expressions of the surrounding elders, he realized instantly. Lu Qingmei was mocking him for deliberately putting on airs, as an elder trying to embarrass him. Thus, instead of retreating, he advanced his body, nearly pressing against hers. As he circulated the Supreme Forgetfulness Sutra, his aura subtly merged with the heavens and earth. The pressure of Lu Qingmei's Unity Realm cultivation and her seductive charm no longer affected him. Towering over her at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, he looked down with a playful smirk. "Why do you insist on stressing, little dear disciple? Let me assure you, everything that should be large is indeed large." Lu Qingmei was surprised that Liangyuan remained unaffected by her charm. Though not a master of such arts, she was still 2 major cultivation realms above him. She had not expected that Liangyuan would be completely impervious to her influence. Feeling his body about to touch hers, Lu Qingmei subtly stepped back half a pace and shot him a glare. "Little Uncle Master, have you no restraint? Saying such things?" Liangyuan looked puzzled. "I meant my nascent soul has grown larger. How is that lacking restraint? Did you perhaps think?" Lu Qingmei quickly interjected. "I assumed you were referring to age." Liangyuan fixed an amused gaze on her and deliberately drew out his tone. "Oh," seeing the celestial like Liangyuan behaving in such a manner. The stark contrast caused a slight flutter in Lu Qingmei's heart. But she quickly composed herself. Since her attempt to tease Liangyuan had failed, she resumed her dignified demeanor, as sect leader, her expression turning serious. "Little Uncle Master, we have witnessed your tribulation today. It seems you have reversed the Forgetfulness Sutra and comprehended the true inheritance of Forgotten Emotion Peak. Seeing Lu Qingmai's confident expression, Liangyuan nodded in agreement. He had not expected that before he could explain his sudden surge in cultivation, Lu Qingmai would have already crafted a reason for him. Perfect. Seeing Liangyuan nod, Lu Qingmai thought to herself, just as I suspected. I wish for you to keep the 9-turn golden core a secret. However, I want to announce the re-emergence of Forgotten Emotion Peak's inheritance. Fearing that Liangyuan might not understand, she explained. Whether it's breaking through 2 realms in one night, or the 9-turn golden core, either alone would be enough to make your name known. But if both are attributed to the same person, some might find it hard to sleep peacefully. Breaking 2 realms in a single day can be attributed to enlightenment, but the 9-turn golden core is a sign of true immortal potential. I say this for your safety. Liangyuan nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Qingmai continued. Spreading the news of Forgotten Emotion Peak's inheritance revival will help build your reputation before the Disciple Recruitment Assembly. Thus, during the assembly, you can take on disciples to ensure the legacy of Forgotten Emotion Peak endures. What do you think, Uncle Master? Liangyuan's eyes lit up. He had been fretting over how to find more disciples, as a single disciple's critical hit rate could never match that of many. He had not expected Lu Qingmai to have already arranged everything. He nodded emphatically at her. Passing down the flame of knowledge ensures civilization never dies. Whether for the sacred land or Forgotten Emotion Peak, I am duty-bound to uphold this legacy. Seeing Liangyuan's righteous and awe-inspiring demeanor, Lu Qingmai and the elders felt a newfound respect. Their impression of him completely transformed. Just as they were about to say something sentimental, Liangyuan shifted the topic. For instance, I have already taken on a disciple today, though I have yet to announce it. But you have no idea how costly it is to train a disciple. Not only do they need artifacts and techniques, but also rare heavenly treasures. Alas, my dear disciple's Forgotten Emotion Peak is impoverished. I can barely support a single disciple, let alone several. Lu Qingmai waved her hand grandly. Is that all? I will provide the resources. She then addressed the other peak masters and elders. Given that Forgotten Emotion Peak is starting anew and faces unique circumstances from now on, Little Uncle Master's monthly allowance will be doubled. The remaining 7 peaks will each contribute 5% of their income to support Forgotten Emotion Peak for 5 years, effective immediately. What say you all? The group exchanged glances and found no objections. At their level of cultivation and status, none lacked spirit stones. The revenue from each peak's enterprises was merely operational costs, a drop in the ocean to them. A mere 5% was trivial and caused no concern. But what they deemed insignificant was a fortune to Liangyuan. Now, at last, he had the resources to reward his future disciples with artifacts and spirit stones. Though delighted, Liangyuan deliberately feigned emotion. You all! I am moved to tears! Lu Qingmai, witnessing such unity, felt a surge of pride. Such harmony within the sacred land was a testament to her governance. Lu Qingmai turned back to Liangyuan. By custom, your first disciple must undergo a formal apprenticeship ceremony. What do you think, Uncle Master? Before she could finish, Liangyuan suddenly bellowed. Silence! What greeting gifts are you thinking of? I am already ashamed to take from you, and now you want to give greeting gifts to my junior disciple. You would mortify me. Lu Qingmai was momentarily stunned by his sudden outburst. Did I mention greeting gifts? By now, the assembled peak masters and elders had come to understand clearly. Liangyuan was doing this on purpose. But since the words had already been spoken, what else could they do? Helplessly, they all opened their treasuries. Among the dozen or so present, each offered a magical artifact or a spiritual object. Most of these artifacts were of the profound rank, with an occasional earth rank piece. These artifacts were no small fortune, not just for a junior, but even for an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Liangyuan muttered, "Oh, how embarrassing!" Yet his hands moved without pause, accepting everything without refusal. After stowing away all the artifacts, Liangyuan waved his hand in dismissal. All right, you may return now. I'll inform the Ritual Law Hall later. The apprenticeship ceremony will be held at Wanqing Peak the day after tomorrow. You needn't be so generous then, just casually bestow a few artifacts. As soon as these words left Liangyuan's mouth, all the elders turned their gazes toward him. What did he mean? Did he intend to fleece them again the day after tomorrow? Liangyuan met their stares without flinching. Why are you all looking at me like that? Dear fellow disciples, you wouldn't want the Holy Land's disciples to think you're stingy during the ceremony, would you? Liangyuan knew that every single one of these old fellows was dripping with wealth. This pittance meant nothing to them, and he wasn't about to let slip such a golden opportunity to shear the sheep. The others also caught his implication. Today's bestowals were witnessed only by Liangyuan. If he denied it all during the ceremony, they could only stare helplessly. Though these items were trivial to them, being outwitted by Liangyuan twice in a row left a bitter taste. With darkened faces they took their leave. After seeing them off, Liangyuan returned to Wanqing Hall only to find Qianqiu still kneeling there holding the Wanqing scripture and reading intently. Liangyuan waved his hand, and a gentle surge of spiritual energy lifted her to her feet. Silly girl, I never told you to keep kneeling. Why didn't you get up and stretch while I was gone? Qianqiu said nothing but at the words. Silly girl. Her heart stirred once more. She lowered her head, the corners of her lips curving upward slightly. Liangyuan reached out to the system with his mind. Little system, if I bestow the Taishan Wanqing scripture on Qianqiu again, will I get a return? The system emitted a cold mechanical tone. Ding. Items that have already been returned via the system will not trigger a critical hit when bestowed again. Little host trying to exploit my bug again, are you? Liangyuan clicked his tongue in regret. He looked at Qianqiu, who kept her head down, exuding a cautious demeanor. He felt it necessary to correct her sense of inferiority. After all, you are destined to become a female emperor. Thinking about the ceremony the day after tomorrow, he made up his mind. Just then Qianqiu below spoke hesitantly. Master, the Wanqing scripture says to cultivate this scripture one must first forget all emotions. What does that mean? Liangyuan answered casually. It means to forget the one you love most. Upon hearing this, Qianqiu suddenly looked up at him, despair flickering in her eyes. Is there no other way? Sure there is. Huh? Before Qianqiu could fully release the sorrow in her heart, Liangyuan's. Sure there is. Abruptly choked it back. Liangyuan waved his hand dismissively. Cultivating the Wanqing scripture differs from other techniques. Ordinary methods only enhance cultivation, but this scripture benefits both cultivation base and spiritual sense. Moreover, as you deepen your understanding of forgetting emotions, the scripture circulation speed increases. There are 3 paths to the Tao of forgetting emotions: severing emotions to enter the Tao, using emotions to conquer emotions, and killing to still emotions. After explaining the pros and cons of these 3 methods to Qianqiu, he continued. The Tao of forgetting emotions has 3 stages. The first is controlling emotions, reining them in. These 3 methods are merely ways to achieve that control. The second is questioning emotions, constantly probing your own heart until you understand it thoroughly. The third is entering emotions, returning to simplicity, no longer suppressing feelings. Joy, anger, sorrow, laughter, mockery, rage, all follow the heart, achieving true nature and true feeling. With each stage mastered, the cultivation speed of the Wanqing scripture increases. At the stage of entering emotions, its speed rivals any other technique in the world. The Tao of forgetting emotions is in fact the Tao of sentience. Otherwise, if you forget all 7 emotions and 6 desires, you cease to be human. The Wanqing scripture is just the foundational volume. Once you reach the late Qi refining stage, I shall pass on to you the Taishan Wanqing scripture. These insights came to Liangyuan only after he himself obtained the Taishan Wanqing scripture. The deeper his understanding, the more he admired the founder of this art. After hearing Liangyuan's explanation, Qianqiu felt a wave of relief. She could choose to use emotion to quell emotion, so she wouldn't have to forget her master. How wonderful! Suddenly a thought struck her, and she blinked. Master, which stage have you reached? Liangyuan smiled faintly. I have naturally comprehended all 3. Sorry, I'm cheating. Admiration glittered in Qianqiu's eyes. Her master was truly incredible. Liangyuan basked in her gaze. Go rest early. Recharge your energy tomorrow. The day after, during the apprenticeship ceremony before the entire Holy Land, I will awaken your spiritual root. Ah! Panic seized Qianqiu. Master, I can't. She was cut off by Liangyuan raising his hand. Leave everything to me. Don't worry. You may go. Yes, thank you, master. Watching Liangyuan's retreating figure, Liangyuan's eyes gleamed. His plan was to make her shine brilliantly at the ceremony. Only thus could he help her fully regain her confidence. The next day, Liangyuan chose to stay in the cultivation chamber, stabilizing his newly broken through cultivation. Little did he know the entire Taishan Holy Land, along with half of the eastern continent, was already in an uproar because of him. Shock! The inheritance of the Taishan Wanqing Dao reappears. Current peak master attains enlightenment overnight, stands as nascent soul. Extra. It turns out his simping was all for cultivation. Heavens! A 25-year-old nascent soul, or breaking the eastern continent's youngest nascent soul record. Within the 7 peaks of the Taishan sect, many inner and outer disciples gathered in small groups chattering. Jianging, have you heard? Our little grandmaster uncle actually became a nascent soul overnight. I've heard, but the rumor seems too fake, right? Yet just a few days ago, I saw him at Foundation establishment. How could he be nascent soul now? Besides, he was a total simp. He hadn't set foot in the cultivation chamber for 3 years because of that Mengyao. Ah, you don't get it. His devotion to Mengyao was actually a path to enlightenment. Enlightenment. Yes, the Taishan Wanqing Dao. 3 years of simping, enduring the world's ridicule. Then in one stroke severing his feelings, entering the Wanqing Dao, and becoming a nascent soul. Did you hear the thunderclap last night? That came from Wanqing Peak. Even now the trees struck by the tribulation lightning haven't been cleared. The crowd listened to Tan Zhengzi's words, marveling in astonishment. A sudden epiphany leading to nascent soul cultivation was a tale only heard from storytellers in the mortal world. None had expected such an extraordinary event to unfold before their very eyes. Regardless of Liangyuan's future achievements, this deed would surely be passed down through generations, enduring without end. As they spoke, a distant graceful figure suddenly drew everyone's attention. Is that Mengyao? Indeed, it's the woman the Grandmaster was once infatuated with. Earlier, when the Grandmaster declared severance from the Ming family, I thought it was merely a tactic to subdue Mengyao. Now it seems he has truly severed all ties. Well, this will be a spectacle indeed. The Grandmaster treated her so well before, yet she showed no gratitude and even cavorted with other men. Today's consequences are the fruit of yesterday's actions. Indeed, who would have thought the Grandmaster once fancied such a person? I recall now, news from the Jade Pool says she was expelled from the Holy Land due to her improper conduct. Serves her right. Such a heartless and ungrateful woman deserves this fate. Ah, she's heading toward the Forgetfulness Peak. Let's follow and see. These disciples spoke without concealment, every word reaching Mengyao's ears. In her former temper, she would have lashed back. But now she was utterly consumed by unease, unable to focus on anything else. How could this be? Was everything they said true? Had Liangyuan pursued me for so long merely to cultivate his art? Gazing at the path to Forgetfulness Peak, Mengyao hesitated. This stone path, which she had trodden countless times, now felt utterly foreign. In the past she had walked it with loathing. Now her heart was filled with trepidation. She had believed that all Liangyuan's actions and harsh words were merely to possess her body. She had come prepared this time. Before entering the supreme holy land, she had consoled herself that it would be like being bitten by a dog. But the turn of events had far exceeded her imagination. For the first time she felt fear. What if Liangyuan truly rejected her? Impossible. He loved her so deeply. He had even said he would give up his cultivation for her. This news must be a scheme to force her submission. Whether Mengyao truly believed this, or was deceiving herself, remained unclear. Her anxiety somewhat calmed, she stepped forward. Arriving at the mountain gate of Forgetfulness Peak, Mengyao produced a palm-sized token. This token, once gifted by Liangyuan, had marked her as the mistress of the peak. But his deep affection had only been met with Mengyao's escalating demands and betrayal. As she triggered the mountain's protective array, Liangyuan, meditating on the peak, sensed it, and snapped his eyes open. Counting the days, 3 remained until the Tinti deadline. Why had she come now? Had she settled the accounts? With this thought, Liangyuan left his cultivation chamber and entered the Forgetfulness Hall. Before long, Mengyao's figure appeared in the hall. Her eyes immediately fell upon Liangyuan seated at the head. He sat upon a gilded wooden throne, and with his recent breakthrough the aura of a nascent soul cultivator emanated subtly commanding respect without anger. Though clad in simple blue robes, his celestial demeanor was undeniable. Meng Yao felt as if Liangyuan might ascend to immortality at any moment. Her mind wandered. Why had she never noticed his striking handsomeness before? Perhaps giving herself to him wouldn't be a loss. Before she could speak, Liangyuan asked, coldly devoid of emotion, "Have you brought all the assets?" His opening words made Meng Yao's heart sink. But she forced a smile and stepped forward, speaking in a feigned light tone. "Why rush? I've come to show you a treasure." With that she gestured, and the hall's doors slammed shut. Biting her lower lip, she walked toward him step by step. With each step a garment fell away. By the time she reached Liangyuan, she was completely unclothed. Her feelings were a tangle of shyness, resentment, and perhaps anticipation. But Liangyuan's gaze was like that of a merchant appraising wares utterly devoid of desire. Seeing no sign of the lust she had expected, Meng Yao gritted her teeth and drew closer. "You win. Isn't this what you've always wanted? I'm giving it all to you." Liangyuan frowned slightly, releasing his nascent soul pressure, which sent Meng Yao flying backward. Bang! She crashed into a pillar, halting her flight, then slid down, sprawling on the floor. Ignoring the physical pain, her eyes widened in horror. Nascent soul pressure. The Holy Land disciples had spoken the truth. Everything Liangyuan had done was for cultivation. How could this be? Amid her humiliation, a pang of regret struck Meng Yao. Breaking through 2 realms in a single day, unprecedented in history. Had she stayed faithfully with Liangyuan, she would have shared in this glory. Her status as a Holy Land disciple would have remained, perhaps even elevating her to saintess. All of this could have been hers. But a single misstep had led to this. Liangyuan realized she still thought he would grovel at her feet. How audacious. Gazing at the disheveled Meng Yao, he said coldly, "Remember, you have 3 days left." With that he left without another glance. Seeing his indifference, Meng Yao panicked. Her earlier talk of returning everything was just to provoke him. Those resources had been used by her and the Ming family. How could she repay them? Liangyuan knew she couldn't, and never intended to reclaim them. It was merely a pretext to destroy the Ming family. As a Grandmaster of the Holy Land, he had to mind his reputation. In the path of righteousness, even arson and murder could be deemed virtuous if dressed in noble motives. Just as Liangyuan was about to leave, a dull thud of kowtowing echoed behind him, followed by Meng Yao's tearful voice. "Liangyuan, I admit my mistake. Please don't be like this. Can we go back to how we were?" Liangyuan paused slightly but didn't turn. "You don't realize your mistake. You only realize you're about to lose everything." With these words, Liangyuan's figure vanished from the grand hall, leaving only Meng Yao disheveled and naked, standing there in a daze. Meng Yao's mind echoed with Liangyuan's recent words. She casually grabbed a piece of clothing from her storage pouch, dressed, and stumbled out of the Forgetfulness Peak. At the foot of Forgetfulness Peak, many disciples had gathered, watching and waiting. They too were curious to see if their chief granduncle master had truly changed. Before long, they saw Meng Yao, her face etched with despair, moving like a walking corpse. Without a word, her demeanor told them everything. In the past, whenever Meng Yao entered or left Forgetfulness Peak, she had always done so with her nose in the air. Now her state was a stark contrast to her former self. The crowd erupted into chatter. "I never imagined these rumors were true. I used to look down on the granduncle master, but now I feel ashamed. Indeed, I thought he was just a useless man obsessed with women. Who would have guessed he endured 3 years of humiliation for a single moment of enlightenment? Being stared at with disdain for 3 years is no easy burden. And to have lost the legacy of Forgetfulness Peak on top of that. It's hard to imagine. If he hadn't managed to reverse the legacy, he would have been branded a love-struck fool for life. Such courage. Such resolve. Speaking of which, Meng Yao is utterly foolish. She had a winning hand and played it terribly. Well, it's a good thing she was stupid enough to get entangled with the Yi Fan. That's what allowed the granduncle master to sever his attachments completely. Every bite and sip is fated. Yi Fan." At the sound of that name, a spark of light returned to Meng Yao's hollow eyes. That's right. She wasn't at her wit's end yet. She still had Yi Fan. She remembered the night when Yi Fan had told her he had taken an extremely mysterious master. With his master he had learned far more than any disciple of a holy land. Perhaps there was still a chance. With that thought, Ming Yao abruptly turned to look back at Forgetfulness Peak, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. Liangyuan, just you wait. Today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold. She immediately changed her plans, heading straight for Yi Fan's residence instead of returning to the Ming family. Clearly Liangyuan was right. Ming Yao still hadn't recognized her own mistakes. The only reason she had admitted fault was that she knew she would lose everything if she didn't. Now that a new hope had emerged, her fleeting regret vanished completely. I was not wrong. It was Liangyuan who was wrong. Everything was forced upon me by him. I will make him pay. Little did she know Liangyuan, hidden in the shadows, had witnessed her every move. He sneered. A leopard cannot change its spots. Don't you agree, Elder Song? As Liangyuan's words faded, an old man with white hair and beard dressed as an elder appeared behind him. The little granduncle master is right. A woman like that deserves a good slap. Liangyuan added. Keep a close watch on Ming Yao for the next 3 days. Do not let her escape. And do not stop the investigation into Yi Fan. Simply report all information about him to me. Do not act rashly lest we alert the enemy. Though Elder Song was puzzled by Liangyuan's caution regarding Yi Fan, he did not ask further, and simply nodded in agreement. Liangyuan patted Elder Song on the shoulder. Tell Elder Wang and the others that I plan to develop Forgetfulness Peak vigorously in the future. Although you were borrowed from the sect leader, you are now half members of Forgetfulness Peak. He'll find a way to transfer you here permanently. There will be plenty of benefits for you in the future. Hearing this, Elder Song's eyes lit up. If Liangyuan had said this 10 days ago, he would have dismissed it with contempt. But Liangyuan was no longer the same man. He had ascended to the nascent soul realm in a single day, transforming from a despised sycophant into a prominent figure of the supreme holy land. His future prospects were immense. The elders Liangyuan had borrowed were mostly those of average talent or nearing the end of their lifespans. They had lost all hope in the path of cultivation. LV Qingmei had transferred them here, intending for them to spend their remaining years on Forgetfulness Peak. Unexpectedly, they had now encountered a second spring in their cultivation journey. For them, the nascent soul realm was the end, but for Liangyuan it was just the beginning. If Liangyuan achieved great success in his cultivation, even the scraps from his table would be enough to extend their lifespans or help them break through. With this in mind, Elder Song immediately declared his loyalty. From this day, 4 Song Retu will follow every command of Granduncle Master Guliang. Liangyuan turned and casually cast a probing spell named Song Retu. Devotion value 10. Cultivation nascent soul late stage spiritual roots wood and fire dual spiritual roots comprehension average fortune superior destiny late bloomer. Those with this destiny tread a mediocre path, in youth often experiencing sudden enlightenment and rapid progress when their lifespan is nearly exhausted. Summary: individuals with special destinies are never ordinary. They invariably leave a mark in the cultivation world. Liangyuan's lips twitched. What kind of person names themselves Song Retu? Nevertheless, this talent was worth cultivating. He could serve as a guardian for future disciples. His original intention had been to keep these elders as errand runners, as he couldn't handle everything himself as the Peak's master. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a hidden gem. After encouraging Song Retu a bit more, and watching him leave, Liangyuan returned to Forgetfulness Peak to continue solidifying his cultivation. The next morning, as the sun rose higher, the mist that shrouded Forgetfulness Peak gradually dissipated, revealing its full form. From afar, it seemed to pierce the heavens. Up close, the air was thick with spiritual energy. At the mountain's base, well-informed disciples had already gathered in small groups. They knew that today their granduncle master would accept a new disciple. That phrasing sounded rather odd. So the idle disciples had chosen to come and witness the ceremony. They too were curious about what kind of disciple the granduncle master, who had ascended to the nascent soul realm in a single day, would take. Dong! Before long, the sound of a golden bell echoed throughout the supreme holy land. The protective formation of Forgetfulness Peak was immediately deactivated, and the mountain gates swung open. The disciples at the foot of the mountain streamed in. Countless disciples within the supreme holy land looked up. They knew that the bell's toll signified the arrival of a new personal disciple, and everyone was welcome to attend the ceremony. Some ignored it, focusing on their cultivation. However, a large number of disciples, upon realizing the bell came from Forgetfulness Peak, chose to attend. After all, Liangyuan was currently the talk of the town, and anything related to him was a hot topic. The masters of the other 6 peaks also stirred at the sound. Soon Forgetfulness Peak was buzzing with activity, with thousands gathered in one place. The sun was high in the sky. On the Forgetting Emotions Peak, tens of thousands of disciples gathered. Among those coming and going were cultivators riding dragons, and cranes, many bearing the immortal aura of transcendence. Some disciples stood on the ground, others rested their hands behind their backs on ancient trees, while still others hovered midair on flying swords. Their postures and expressions varied. Yet all their gazes were fixed on a distant platform. On the platform, 7 cultivators of varying ages and gender sat in orderly rows. Each exuded a faint, imposing pressure, commanding respect without effort. The Supreme Forgetting Emotions Peak. The Supreme Undefeated Peak. The Supreme Golden Core Peak. The Supreme Infinite Peak. The Supreme Heavenly Mechanism Peak. The Supreme Liangyuan Peak. The Supreme Mysterious Capital Peak. All 7 peak masters of the Supreme Sect had arrived. Looking at the gathered disciples, Lu Qimei smiled lightly, and spoke to Liangyuan. I recall the last time the Forgetting Emotions Peak was this lively was when you first joined this peak, Master Uncle. Liangyuan sighed, with emotion. Indeed, it feels like just yesterday. 7 or 8 years have passed in the blink of an eye. A red-haired burly man from the Alchemy Peak rumbled. Just what kind of disciple did you take on, Master Uncle? Why all the secrecy? Why not bring him out to meet us beforehand? Liangyuan smiled faintly. The appointed hour hasn't arrived yet. Why the rush? Hearing his reply, the other peak masters ceased their inquiries and waited in silence. The disciples below, however, could not contain their restlessness. They gathered in small groups, all discussing the same subject, the protagonist of this apprenticeship ceremony. I didn't believe it when you said Master Uncle had reached the nascent soul stage in a single day, but now that I sense his nascent soul pressure, I'm completely convinced. I recall seeing Master Uncle just half a month ago. He's a completely different person now. Though his appearance was striking before, he always lacked a certain bearing. But look at him now. Every gesture and movement exudes an indescribable aura that inspires admiration. You're absolutely right. This aura is different from mere pressure. I can't quite define it. Yet even when Master Uncle does nothing, just standing there, he gives the impression of being no ordinary man. Perhaps this is his true self. Well said. After lying dormant for tens of thousands of years, the Forgetting Emotions Peak is truly about to rise. As they were talking, an untimely voice suddenly interjected. Don't be so optimistic. It's still too early to speak of a rise. The group turned their heads in unison. Upon seeing the speaker wore the attire of an elite disciple, they quickly approached and asked, Senior brother, why do you say that? The elite disciple, eager to display his knowledge, replied, over the years, the Forgetting Emotions Peak has not been without prodigies of exceptional talent. But no matter what, they all stalled at the nascent soul great perfection stage, unable to advance to the divinity transformation stage. Generation after generation, it seemed like a curse. If Master Uncle Liang can break this curse, then the Forgetting Emotions Peak will truly rise. An older disciple, recalling the rumors of the Forgetting Emotions Peak after hearing the elite disciple's words, exclaimed in surprise, Ah, that's true. What? How can this be? Is there any explanation? The older disciple shook his head and turned his gaze to the elite disciple. Senior brother, do you know the reason? The elite disciple shook his head. I only know it has something to do with the demon race. The disciples exchanged bewildered glances, none the wiser. One disciple changed the subject. These matters are too far from us. Let's focus on the present. I wonder which lucky soul will become the great disciple of the Forgetting Emotions Peak. Hearing this, envy flickered in everyone's eyes. Disciples of the sacred land were divided into 5 ranks: outer disciples, inner disciples, elite disciples, direct disciples, and holy sons. Outer disciples, needless to say, rarely received the true teachings of the sacred land. They could only seek divine abilities and techniques from the sutra library, and often took on sect tasks in exchange for cultivation resources. When outer disciples reached a certain level of cultivation, they could participate in the grand competition to become disciples under one of the 7 peaks, thus becoming inner disciples, and receiving a fixed monthly stipend. Yet even after joining up, peak cultivation still depended on oneself. If fortune smiled upon them, they might receive guidance from the peak master. If the peak master deemed a disciple worthy of shaping, they would be taken as a direct disciple personally taught. These were the direct disciples. However, between inner disciples and direct disciples existed a special group, the elite disciples. They were often far more powerful than inner disciples, but due to aptitude, temperament, or other reasons, they were unsuited to inherit the lineage. Thus, they were merely registered under a peak master enjoying relative freedom. Finally, there were the holy sons. The direct disciples of the 7 peaks would compete in a grand tournament to select the most outstanding individuals as candidates for the next generation sect leader of the supreme sacred land. These candidates were called holy sons or holy maidens. Only in this way could the sacred land endure through the ages. For outer disciples, climbing to the rank of direct disciple required surmounting countless obstacles. The fortunate soul taken as a disciple by Liangyuan had become a direct disciple in one leap, naturally arousing envy. Moreover, as the great disciple of the forgetting emotions peak, they had a high probability of inheriting the peak in the future. It could be called a meteoric rise. They yearned to see what extraordinary talent this lucky one possessed. Amidst the gaze of the multitude, the sacred land's ritual elder counted on his fingers, dividing the auspicious moment. Sensing the time had come, he drew a deep breath and declared in a resonant voice, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Present the ancestral portrait." His voice thundered like heavenly thunder, echoing across the forgetting emotions peak, lingering without cease. The murmurs in the field ceased in that instant. Under the watchful eyes of all, Lu Qingmei raised her hand, and a massive portrait 1 zhang square hung suspended in the air. The portrait depicted a Taoist with white eyebrows and a white beard, holding a whisk, riding a green ox backward, his expression carefree and lifelike. Behind him 30,000 zhang, a purple qi, streamed from the east, a testament to his vast divine powers. Liangyuan had seen this portrait before, but at the time, his memories had not awakened, so he thought nothing of it. Now, however, it seemed so familiar. Taishan Lao Jun. Before Liangyuan could ponder further, the ritual elder's voice interrupted. "Where is Qianqiu?" At the sound of her name, Qianqiu, standing among the crowd, took several deep breaths, suppressing her nervousness, and step by step made her way to the platform. Initially, the crowd paid her no mind. It was only when Qianqiu stood before the ancestral portrait that they truly noticed her. The reason was simple. At that moment, both her appearance and everything else about her were too ordinary. Someone spoke with disappointment. "I thought Master Uncle was taking on some prodigy. This appearance, this aura. I'm not impressed." Indeed, for a cultivator, her looks are even worse than an ordinary mortal's. It's rather... Wait. What cultivator? She's an ordinary mortal. Oh, I think I've seen her somewhere. I remember now. She's a menial worker in our sacred land. Her name should be Qianqiu. She used to have a scar on her forehead, but it seems Master Uncle healed it. A menial worker. I was a menial disciple too, and I remember Qianqiu. If I'm not mistaken, she has no spiritual root and cannot cultivate right. What? No spiritual root? At these words, the crowd erupted in uproar. Ah! How could Senior Uncle accept an ordinary mortal, devoid of spiritual roots, as his disciple? This will sever the legacy of Wanqing Peak. No, it's unjust. I possess spiritual roots and am also a menial servant. Why won't he accept me? I for one believe Senior Uncle must have profound reasoning behind this decision. Let us observe further. Observe what? The sect spirit stone test never errs. No spiritual roots means no spiritual roots. In a century hell be nothing but dust. How could such a person become a direct disciple? I refuse to accept it. Nor do I. We demand fairness. Why accept a mortal as disciple? Refuse. Refuse. That first dissent rose in scattered murmurs. Soon nearly half the disciples raised their voices in unison. Most of those causing the commotion were newly initiated outer disciples and menial servants, still lacking both cultivation attainment and mental fortitude. Their resentment stemmed not from principle, but from envy. If they could not attain it, neither should anyone else. They were all menial servants, so why should she ascend so suddenly? It harmed no one, yet benefited none. yet the bitterness within them tasted sweet. Others possessed no independent judgment at all, merely drifting with the tide. Seeing others shout, he shouted too. Qianqiu kept her head bowed, silent. Her lips clenched so tightly blood welled forth. She feared no shame. Long before, when the scar on her forehead had been visible, she had endured far crueler words. Years of hardship had forged her resilience. What truly terrified her was disgracing Liangyuan because of her own unworthiness. Nas, the disciples' unified cries echoed through the hall. Lu Qingmei, seated upon the dais, subtly shifted her expression. Extending her divine sense, she probed Qianqiu's body with meticulous care, and confirmed no spiritual root existed within her. In withdrawing her divine sense, Lu Qingmei furrowed her delicate brows, and turned her gaze toward Liangyuan, silently demanding an explanation. Noticing Lu Qingmei's expression, the other 6 peak masters inferred the result, and likewise turned their collective gaze upon Liangyuan, awaiting his response. The sacred land imposed no rule forbidding the acceptance of mortals as disciples, because no rational cultivator would ever choose one utterly devoid of spiritual roots. Clearly Liangyuan was no such fool. And under the weight of countless watching eyes, he offered a faint serene smile. Rose approached Qianqiu, gently placed a hand upon her shoulder, and whispered softly in. "Lift your head. Do not fear, I am here." Hearing Liangyuan's gentle voice, and feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, the tension and trepidation coiling within Qianqiu dissolved entirely. Slowly she raised her head, meeting Liangyuan's kind, benevolent gaze. In her eyes, once clouded with doubt, now burned with quiet resolve. And Liangyuan nodded inwardly. Qianqiu's peerless Tao heart had just taken its first breath. Having reassured Qianqiu, Liangyuan turned his gaze downward upon the agitating disciples, his eyes instantly turning glacial in. "The next who speaks shall have their cultivation stripped and be banished from the sacred land." His voice, though soft, resonated with cultivated force, crystal clear in every ear. In silence fell upon the hall like a shroud, absolute, suffocating, total. Under Liangyuan's nascent soul aura, those who had stirred unrest lacked even the courage to meet his gaze, let alone dare reply. They suddenly grasped the chasm between the mortal realm and the cultivation world. Such tactics might sway crowds in the mundane world, but before absolute power such defiance invited only calamity. The senior disciples, however, had anticipated precisely this outcome, and remained impassive, detached observers. Nan's calm was restored. Liangyuan swept his gaze across the assembly, and declared aloud in, "There exists a rare type of spiritual root, called the concealed root. Neither the spirit stone nor divine sense can detect it. Many bear it unknowingly throughout their entire lives, dying without ever realizing its presence. Yet some, by extraordinary fortune, awaken it, stepping onto the path of cultivation. Take Elder Qianyun of the Tai sacred land. After accidentally consuming a spirit artifact, he awakened dual wind and thunder roots within himself. In 5 centuries, he rose from a wandering cultivator to become a revered elder of the sacred land. And Qianqiu possesses precisely such a concealed root." At these words, comprehension dawned across the disciples' faces. Now it made sense. No wonder the spirit stone revealed nothing. The 6 peak masters exchanged knowing glances. Of course. How could Liangyuan, whose bearing exuded celestial grace, possibly select an ordinary mortal? They were astonished. Concealed roots were exceedingly rare. Yet another question lingered unspoken. If even divine sense cannot perceive it, how did he discern it? None dared voice it. Not the disciples, and certainly not those who had just incited chaos, who now couldn't even lift their eyes toward Liangyuan. At Lu Qingmei's level of cultivation, however, one truth ran deep. In the cultivation world, even among intimates, probing too deeply was the gravest taboo. Thus no one sought clarification. Behind Liangyuan, Qianqiu's eyes shone brighter still. Instinctively she straightened her spine, as if drawing strength from the very marrow of her bones. "And so, I do possess a spiritual root." Liangyuan continued, voice resonant in, "Now I shall awaken Qianqiu's spiritual root, here before you all." At this declaration interest surged, not only among the disciples below, but even among the 6 peak masters above. Concealed roots were already extraordinary, yet witnessing their awakening was rarer still. And even these 6 masters had never beheld such a spectacle. Liangyuan turned to Qianqiu. "Sit cross-legged, empty your mind." Qianqiu trembled with equal parts elation and anxiety. Words rose to her lips then faltered, until finally she simply nodded firm and resolute. Activating a spiritual root carried risk, if disturbed mid-process, but Gu Liangyuan remained utterly unruffled. And with 6 peak masters standing guard, this hall was safer than any secluded cultivation chamber. Once Qianqiu settled into position, Gu Liangyuan flicked his sleeve. A sound-dampening formation bloomed around them, sealing out all noise. He then withdrew the 10,000-year Zhu fruit required for root awakening in. Here, consume this fruit. Thank you, master. Qianqiu accepted the fruit. Na chime rang in Gu Liangyuan's mind system. Alert master bestowed 10,000-year Zhu fruit upon disciple. Triggered tenfold return protocol. Reward granted Peach of Immortality. Peach of Immortality grants 2 millennia of extended life, regardless of cultivation level, regardless of spiritual foundation, even to an ordinary mortal. In reading the description of this immortal artifact, Gu Liangyuan nearly betrayed his composure, his face flushed with suppressed exhilaration. In the cultivation world, longevity artifacts were the rarest of all spirit treasures. Countless cultivators perished mere steps away from breakthrough, their lifespans exhausted. Perhaps only 30 or 50 additional years would suffice to transcend the threshold, defy fate, and seize immortality. And thus longevity-enhancing artifacts and pills remain perpetually scarce, perpetually coveted. Gu Liangyuan knew well that the most revered longevity artifact in cultivation history, the legendary purple ginseng sovereign, granted but 800 years. Yet this peach conferred 2,000. And should it ever surface, legions of ancient elders teetering on death's brink would rise in frenzy. The entire eastern continent would erupt in chaos. And such an artifact was beyond priceless. And Gu Liangyuan drew 2 slow deep breaths, mastering his inner tempest, then fixed his gaze once more upon Qianqiu. Qianqiu had already swallowed the Zhu fruit. A torrent of potent spiritual energy now coalesced within her dantian. And Gu Liangyuan immediately extended his divine sense, guiding that surging energy along her meridians toward the slumbering concealed root. Qianqiu, if pain arises, call my name. And she murmured a soft obedient. Mm. And within her dantian, under Gu Liangyuan's guidance, and the swelling tide of qi, a faint crimson silhouette, the nascent form of her spiritual root, began to shimmer into being. Having never practiced cultivation, Qianqiu felt only searing agony, as the spiritual energy rushed violently through her untrained meridians. And she turned to Gu Liangyuan, voice trembling in. Master, I hurt. Oh. And Gu Liangyuan replied calmly, his control over the energies flow unwavering. And when he did not pause, she called again, softer, pleading in. Master, I hurt. And still his hands did not falter. Master. And he lifted his gaze, and smiled warm and knowing in. I told you to call me when it hurt, but I never said I'd stop. N. Perhaps calling my name eases the pain even just a little. I'm about to intensify the flow, endure it. Qianqiu, in that logic, was strangely impeccable. As Gu Liangyuan exerted his power, the faintly visible spiritual root within Qianqiu instantly solidified. The thunder and fire energies of heaven and earth stirred in response, converging into a massive red cocoon of light that firmly protected Qianqiu. Witnessing this, Gu Liangyuan withdrew his divine sense with satisfaction and waited silently nearby. The gazes of everyone present were fixed upon that cocoon of light, not daring to blink for fear of missing something. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 10 minutes passed swiftly. Just as the crowd grew impatient, the cocoon of light shattered with a roar, revealing Qianqiu's figure. Qianqiu had now directly broken through to the 3rd layer of qi refining. Though still clad in coarse cloth, her appearance and aura had undergone a earth-shattering transformation. First was her height, which had surged from just over 1.6 meters to 1.75 meters. She stood tall and proud, exuding an air of independence. Next was her skin. The previous dark complexion had vanished entirely, replaced by skin as fair and rosy as a newborn's. Her long black hair was casually tied up, lustrous and smooth, no longer showing any signs of dryness. Her eyes held the clarity of autumn water, and her brows arched like willow leaves. A red mole at the corner of her eye added a touch of allure. Her brows, as delicate as willow leaves, were free of any stray hairs, more vivid than the green of distant mountains. Without any makeup, she possessed a natural lotus-like beauty. Without rouge her lips were more vibrant than cinnabar. What a beauty beloved by heaven and earth, shaped by 3,000 years of fortune. Everyone present, regardless of gender, was utterly captivated, completely forgetting the spiritual root issue they were supposed to focus on. Sensing the gazes upon her, Qianqiu experienced the true meaning of confidence for the first time. She quickly stepped forward to Gu Liangyuan, blinking her seemingly eloquent eyes. "Master, do I look beautiful now?" Gu Liangyuan gave an affirmative answer. "Beautiful." Qianqiu smiled, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, as she faced the morning sun, resembling a celestial goddess. Gu Liangyuan's single word of approval brought Qianqiu more joy than the awakening of her own spiritual root. Hearing their exchange, several elders on the seats came back to their senses. Qingmei rose and clapped her hands. Leaving aside her aptitude, Qianqiu's appearance alone would make her famous across Dongzhou if seen by outsiders. People say beautiful women are like celestial maidens. Pausing, Qingmei looked around and declared loudly, "In my view, it's not that Qianqiu resembles a celestial maiden, but that celestial maidens resemble Qianqiu." "Well said." Qingmei's words drew rounds of applause from the audience, who clearly agreed wholeheartedly. Qingmei pressed her palm down to quiet the crowd, then looked at Qianqiu. "If I'm not mistaken, you have awakened a mutated thunder spiritual root." Qianqiu did not answer immediately, but looked to Gu Liangyuan first. Only after he nodded did she reply. "Sect leader, my spiritual root is indeed a thunder spiritual root. But for some unknown reason, though I have only one spiritual root, I can still wield the power of a fire spiritual root." Before Qingmei could respond, Wang Yin, the red-haired burly peak master of the alchemy peak, spoke up. Looking at Qianqiu with a complex expression, he said, "Your situation, though rare, is documented. My master had the same condition, which falls under the category of a mutated heavenly spiritual root. The thunder spiritual root evolved from the fire spiritual root. Because they share the same origin, this effect is possible." Hearing Elder Wang Yin mention his master, the peak master seemed to glimpse once more that majestic figure who single-handedly overwhelmed the old monsters of Dongzhou. That venerable one was only a step away from becoming an immortal. Did this mean that Qianqiu could achieve such greatness in the future? The peak masters looked at Qianqiu, then at Gu Liangyuan, their hearts filled with envy and resentment. How could they not have encountered such a gifted disciple? Wang Yin in particular felt an urge to snatch her away. She was the perfect heir to his master's legacy. Thinking that Qianqiu had once been a menial laborer in the Holy Land only deepened his regret. Why hadn't he noticed her before? 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, but they ultimately soured into a single bitter remark. "Uncle Gu Liang is truly fortunate." Gu Liangyuan, somewhat guessing Wang Yin's thoughts, waved his hand magnanimously. "No matter. I can lend Qianqiu to you later. Once she inherits the legacy, you can return her." Wang Yin's mouth twitched. What a clever scheme. Train your disciple for free indeed. As if, listening to their discussion, Qianqiu's smile never faded. She could bring honor to her master now. How wonderful. Gu Liangyuan, watching her unending smile, knew her confidence had been fully established in that moment. Excellent, a promising future. The disciples below, snapping out of their awe at Qianqiu's beauty upon hearing the peak master's conversation, were once again stunned by her talent. A heavenly spiritual root, and a mutated one at that. Just moments ago, she was an ordinary mortal, and now she had transformed into a peerless prodigy who outshone all. The vicissitudes of life are truly something to ponder. Some female disciples, who had previously felt envy and jealousy, found those feelings dissipating. They might envy someone slightly better than themselves. But Qianqiu, in both looks and talent, utterly surpassed them, crushing any will to compare. All that remained was a sense of inferiority. Among them, some who had once bullied Qianqiu now felt fear, and hid within the crowd, dreading being noticed. The more perceptive disciples sensed that the forgetfulness peak was about to rise. First, Gu Liangyuan reached the nascent soul stage in a single day. Now Qianqiu awakened her spiritual root. This was a clear sign of great prosperity. The myriad expressions of the crowd could not all be described. Qingmei flicked her sleeve and returned to her seat. "The apprenticeship ceremony isn't over yet. Continue." Hearing this, the ceremonial elder quickly stepped forward to resume hosting. "Uncle Gu Liang, please return to your seat. The ceremony isn't finished." The apprenticeship ceremony continued. After Qianqiu paid respects to the ancestors, she knelt before Gu Liangyuan and kowtowed 3 times. Once Gu Liangyuan drank the apprenticeship tea, the ritual was complete. As Qianqiu rose, Gu Liangyuan touched his storage ring, and 7 magical artifacts appeared before him, including the autumn water sword. Gu Liangyuan waved his hand, sending a gentle surge of spiritual power that delivered the artifacts to Qianqiu. Without changing his expression, he spoke earnestly. These artifacts were obtained by me in my early years. Today I gift them to you. I hope you will cultivate diligently and not disappoint my high hopes. Though Qianqiu could not appraise treasures, the envious glint in the disciple's eyes told her these artifacts were extraordinary. Especially the autumn water sword. She had witnessed the sect leader gift it to her master as a supreme divine weapon. Yet her master had given it to her without reservation. Moved once more, Qianqiu said, Master, put them away. Qianqiu nodded heavily. The scene of master and disciple was one of deep affection, while the other peak masters looked on with dark expressions. Weren't these the gifts you asked from us just 2 days ago? How dare you claim they were yours from long ago? Giving our gifts to your disciple right in front of us, have you no shame? Gu Liangyuan paid them no mind. Claim they're yours. See if they respond to you. Ding. Host bestowed upon disciple the supreme great earth tier magical artifact autumn water sword, triggering a 5,000-fold return. Return reward. Ding. Host bestowed upon the disciple the supreme earth tier magical artifact autumn water sword, triggering a 5,000-fold return. Reward mid-grade spiritual treasure earth 9 sword. The 12 earth swords can be separated or combined. When united, they form a top-grade spiritual treasure second only to immortal artifacts. Separated into 12, they can execute the Ziwu sword formation unmatched in slaughter. The 12 swords correspond to the 12 earthly branches. Earth 9 corresponds to Shen metal, perfectly matching the Gung metal sword art. As Gu Liangyuan read the description of the Earth 9 sword, delight mingled with silent curses. Isn't this exactly the same tactic as a certain company in his past life? Releasing a series set, tempting one to collect them all. If one hasn't obtained any piece from the set, it's bearable. But once one acquires one or more pieces, the desire to collect amplifies, infinitely compelling one to spend recklessly. Little system, do you think this trick will hook me? Humph. Well, congratulations, you guessed right. Gu Liangyuan resolved in his heart to bestow more swords upon his disciple in the future, aiming to gather all 12 earth swords. The system's chime continued. Ding. Host bestowed upon the disciple the earth tier magical artifact purple gold ring, triggering an 80-fold return. Reward earth tier magical artifact purple cloud ring. Ding. Host bestowed upon the disciple the earth tier magical artifact auspicious cloud umbrella, triggering a 20-fold return. Reward earth tier magical artifact green silk umbrella. Ding. Host bestowed upon the disciple the earth tier magical artifact. The remaining 6 artifacts also triggered disciple bestial returns, but the multipliers were modest. The highest yielded only a heaven tier artifact, and that artifact turned out to be a bellyband. To Gu Liangyuan, these items were better than nothing. He stored them in the system space, planning to bestow useful ones later, or trade them for other treasures, hoping to trigger high multiplier returns another day. Seeing Qianqiu carefully cradling these treasures, Gu Liangyuan slapped his forehead. He had forgotten to give her a storage pouch. Gazing at the spatial ring on his finger, Gu Liangyuan willed it off, and handed it to Qianqiu along with the spirit stones and talismans inside. This master forgot. From now on, this storage ring is yours. Use it to store spiritual items. Qianqiu didn't grasp the significance of a spatial ring. She only knew her master cared for her in every way. Moved to tears, she refused to embarrass him in public, suppressing her emotions. Thank you, master. Ding. Host bestowed the heaven tier magical artifact spatial ring, triggering a 5,000-fold return. Reward mustard seed bracelet. Mustard seed bracelet, a mid-grade spiritual treasure containing a vast storage space capable of holding 18 majestic mountains. Ding. Host bestowed 5,000 high-grade spirit stones, triggering a 3-fold return. Reward 15,000 high-grade spirit stones. Ding. Host bestowed talismans. After a series of returns, Gu Liangyuan felt satisfied. Excluding the storage bracelet, his assets had nearly multiplied tenfold. Gu Liangyuan was content, but the disciples below watched him bestow treasure, After treasure, their faces twisting with envy, some even had bloodshot eyes. Even some elite and core disciples breathed heavily, their spiritual power wavering. Such outrageous generosity. Ordinary core formation elite disciples only had a few Earth-tier magical artifacts for self-defense. Earth-tier artifacts were kept as trump cards. As for heaven-tier artifacts, even nascent soul cultivators treated them as ultimate aces. And this was only because they were disciples of a holy land. Outside cultivators fared even worse. Yet Liangyuan, with a single gesture, bestowed several Earth-tier artifacts and 2 heaven-tier ones. Qianqiu might be exceptionally gifted, but she was only in the qi refining stage. Wasn't this doting too excessive? Not only the disciples, but even the other peak masters felt Liangyuan had gone too far. Such overindulgence was detrimental to a disciple. Yet, as it was a private matter of the forgetfulness peak, they refrained from commenting. But they didn't speak. Liangyuan remembered them. After Qianqiu stored away the artifacts, Liangyuan pointed to Lu Qingmei and introduced her. This is your senior sister Lu, master of the Wuji Peak, and also the sect leader of our supreme holy land. Qianqiu approached Lu Qingmei and bowed. Greetings, senior sister Lu. Lu Qingmei rose, casting a charming glare at Liangyuan, then reached out and produced a piece of light purple gauze. As the sect leader, I must have a gift for the new disciple. This purple cloud veil was mine in my early years. Though ungraded, it can conceal one's appearance, eluding even the divine sense of a spirit-severing cultivator. In the cultivation world, beauty can be a blessing, yet sometimes a curse. Now that I fear nothing, I gift this purple cloud veil to you, little sister. Qianqiu didn't accept immediately, but glanced at Liangyuan. Only after he nodded did she take it. Thank you, senior sister. Liangyuan introduced again. This is senior brother Li from the Heavenly Secrets Peak. Qianqiu paid her respects and received another artifact. Soon she met all 6 peak masters, acquiring 6 more artifacts. Witnessing this, the disciples below grew numb. Rough calculations suggested that Qianqiu's wealth now surpassed that of most nascent soul cultivators. Grandmaster, do you need more disciples? I want to take you as my master too. The apprenticeship ceremony concluded perfectly. The 6 peak masters and thousands of disciples took their leave. Liangyuan felt a pang of regret. According to Holy Land rules, such grandeur was reserved only for one's first disciple. Subsequent apprentices wouldn't receive the same treatment. Otherwise, fleecing them with each new disciple would quickly make him rich. When the last person left the forgetfulness peak, and its protective formation reactivated, Qianqiu, who had been suppressing her emotions, could no longer hold back. She threw herself into Liangyuan's arms. Master, meeting you is my greatest fortune. As she spoke, tears fell. At first in droplets, then in sobs. It was as if she wanted to release all the grievances of her past years, and the joy in her heart through this torrent of tears. Liangyuan looked at the devotion value of 100 above Qianqiu's head, gently stroked her hair and whispered, Cry it all out, and you'll feel better. Liangyuan held her, unaware how long she wept, until she suddenly went silent. He looked down to find that, overwhelmed by intense joy and sorrow, Qianqiu had fallen asleep. As if disturbed by his movement, Qianqiu rubbed her cheek against his chest, found a comfortable spot, and continued sleeping soundly. Occasionally she murmured, Master, why are you so good to me? I have spiritual roots now, I can cultivate too. Liangyuan smiled and shook his head, carrying her back to her bed. As the disciples departed, everything that happened on the Forgetfulness Peak spread swiftly throughout the entire Supreme Holy Land. From then on, Liangyuan's reputation as a great sycophant was completely shed, replaced by the title of the ultimate dotard. In a nameless cave, a youth with a refined countenance sat cross-legged, his palms and soles facing heavenward. The 5 types of spiritual energy, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, swirled around him. Though he was only at the initial stage of foundation establishment, the pressure he exuded rivaled that of a foundation establishment great perfection cultivator. This young man was none other than Meng Yao's beloved Yi Fan. As Yi Fan ceased his cultivation, his mana retracted inward, and his initial foundation establishment cultivation steadily declined, eventually settling at the level of a qi refining cultivator of the 8th or 9th layer. Concealing one's cultivation was the standard trait of a child of fortune. Stepping out of the cave, Yi Fan seemed to be speaking to himself, yet also addressing someone else. Master, with my current cultivation, what do you think are my chances of assassinating Liangyuan? As soon as Yifan finished speaking, the jade pendant on his chest trembled violently. From within emerged an old man dressed in white robes and white shoes with hair as white as snow. However, the old man's body was somewhat translucent, making it immediately apparent that he was in a primordial spirit state. The elder stroked his beard and chuckled lightly. Foolish child, you are far too impatient. That Liangyuan is merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. With your current abilities, you could indeed kill him. But this is only possible if he is alone, venturing out without any companions. Otherwise, any elder by his side could easily slay you. Yifan clenched his fists in frustration. Not only was my childhood sweetheart taken from me, but he also nearly beat me to death a few days ago. If I don't vent this anger, my heart will never find peace. The elder offered words of comfort. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. For now, the best course is to leave the eastern continent and seek the opportunities I've spoken of so that you may grow stronger. I also have grievances with the Supreme Sect. With my guidance, the day will come when you trample upon its 7 peaks. Yifan nodded emphatically. By the way, Master, isn't it the Supreme Sacred Land? Why do you call it the Supreme Sect? The elder squinted, gazing into the distance. This matter traces back to the Dragon Court's establishment. The elder paused mid-sentence, suddenly sensing something, and sharply turned his head. Who goes there? With a thunderous roar, the sound transformed into tangible sound waves hurtling towards an ancient tree hidden in the shadows. Boom! The sound waves collided with the tree, blasting apart a trunk so thick it would take 10 men to encircle it. Amidst the explosion, a figure flickered in midair. The next moment, the figure transformed into a streak of light, instantly vanishing into another ancient tree. Repeating the tactic, the figure darted between trees, covering 20 or 30 li in the blink of an eye. Just as the elder was about to give chase, a clear female voice rang out. Yifan, is that you? The elder's expression shifted several times before he finally transformed into a streak of light and retreated into the jade pendant. He left only a single warning. This place is not safe to linger, before falling completely silent. No sooner had the elder vanished into the pendant than Meng Yao's figure emerged from the forest. Upon seeing Yifan, she shed the distant demeanor she had shown Liangyuan and threw herself into Yifan's arms. Why, Yifan, I've finally found you! Held by Meng Yao, Yifan smoothly wrapped his arm around her waist. From the practiced motion, it was clear this was far from their first time. Yao, what's wrong? Sobbing, Meng Yao poured out all the grievances she had endured over the past few days to Yifan. Of course, she omitted the part where she had seduced Liangyuan, instead claiming that he had forced himself on her, and that her refusal had incurred his wrath, prompting him to threaten the Ming family's destruction. Upon hearing this, Yifan's first reaction was not anger but disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't Liangyuan just a good-for-nothing content to idle away his time? How could he possess such talent, achieving enlightenment overnight and reaching the nascent soul stage? Though he had been nearly beaten to death by the elders of the Forgetfulness Peak, he still held Liangyuan in contempt. He had always believed that had he been in Liangyuan's position, he would have done far better. But now things seemed different. Despite his reluctance, Yifan maintained his reason. He patted Meng Yao's shoulder. Yao, let's leave. We'll go away from the eastern continent. With my current cultivation, am no match for Liangyuan. But I promise you, in 50 years, no, in 10 years, I will bring you back and make Liangyuan pay the price he deserves. Meng Yao's expression shifted as she listened, then she feigned grievance. Of course, I want nothing more than to go with you, but what about my family? And Liangyuan has humiliated you and wronged me so deeply. I want rest easy unless he pays a price. Yifan, didn't you say you just found a powerful master? Why don't we find a way to ask your master to kill Liangyuan? That would solve everything, wouldn't it? Yifan's face showed hesitation as he explained to Meng Yao. My master's situation is special. He can't act lightly. Meng Yao retorted. What do you mean, act lightly? Our very lives are at stake now. If not now, then when? It's not what you think. As Yifan tried to explain himself to Meng Yao, the figure, who had been hiding in the shadows earlier, used the trees to flee through the forest, traveling swiftly until he arrived within the Supreme Sacred Land. At that moment, Liangyuan was strolling through the outer disciple quarters. Wherever he went, disciples bowed respectfully, addressing him as Grandmaster. Liangyuan nodded in acknowledgement, appearing approachable and gracious. He had come here to search for any overlooked disciples, hoping to find a suitable apprentice. The result, however, was clear. There was no one else fitting the role. Liangyuan felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed he would have to look for disciples from outside the sect. Just then Song Ritu appeared beside Liangyuan, in a flash, transmitting his voice through divine sense.
Grandmaster, I've finally found you. There's been a major discovery regarding Yifan.
Oh!
What discovery? The jade pendant Yifan wears around his neck contains the remnant soul of a powerful cultivator. From my estimation, this person was at least at the void refinement stage in life, and possibly even the unity stage. Moreover, this person once held a grudge against our sacred land.
Hearing Song Rentis' words, Liangyuan instead felt a sense of relief. It was the unknown that was most unsettling. Now that he knew Yifan's secret, he could relax. An old man in a jade pendant, huh? He, the villain, had stolen his childhood sweetheart and beaten him mercilessly. Then, guided by the old man in the pendant, Yifan would awaken some special constitution or something. Finally, after cultivating to greatness, he would kill him and win the Bodhi's heart. What a classic Lozerto hero trope. Liangyuan was at a loss for words. He simply turned to Song Ritu and said,
I've confirmed it. Yifan is what they call a child of fortune.
A child of fortune. Hearing this ancient title, Song Ritu was jolted. In the cultivation world, an ancient legend spoke of certain individuals blessed with extraordinary luck, favored by the heavenly Tao, who often achieved great things. Such a person was a child of fortune. However, while the child of fortune themselves were extraordinary, those close to them often suffered misfortune. The parents of a child of fortune were destined to die. The friends of a child of fortune always perished young. The Tao companions of a child of fortune were always stolen away. The sect of a child of fortune was bound for disaster. Later, a senior revealed the truth: the growth of a child of fortune was a process of plundering fortune. They plundered the fortune of their sect friends and family alike, using it all for themselves to ascend step by step and turn calamity into safety. Yet before the child of fortune rose to power, no one noticed, not even they themselves. Thus, to prevent this, the major sacred lands banded together and developed a method. This method was known as the art of fortune suppression. Some sacred lands used divine beasts to suppress their fortune, making them guardian beasts. Others used spiritual treasures, making them guardian treasures. Some employed spiritual objects, others formations. The methods varied. In this way, even if a child of fortune joined a sacred land, the sect's fortune would not be destabilized. Instead, they would gain an exceptionally talented disciple. Although Song Ritu was unaware of how Liangyuan had discerned that Yifan was a child of fortune, he knew from Gus' recent changes that his words were by no means groundless. A flicker of panic seized him. Legend had it that those who opposed the children of fortune meant no good end. Moreover, such a chosen one was notoriously difficult to kill. This was a dire predicament indeed. Liangyuan perceived Song Rentis' unease and cast him a glance.
Why panic?
He said.
Difficult to kill doesn't mean impossible. Come with me to Wuji Peak, and I shall summon reinforcements.
Song Rentis' eyes lit up.
Master Uncle, how brilliant!
Watching Liangyuan's retreating figure, he hurried after him, calling out,
Master Uncle, wait for me.
While Liangyuan methodically laid his plans, Yifan was still locked in a quarrel with Mingyao.
Yifan, how could you be like this now?
She exclaimed.
When we were young, you always promised me the best. Now I ask only that you kill someone for me, and you refuse. I don't care about the future. I want Liangyuan dead now.
Yifan wore a helpless expression. He too yearned for Liangyuan's demise, but at this moment it was beyond his power. Just then the elder within the jade pendant transmitted his voice to Yifan once more.
Yifan, stop dawdling. That man just now might be Liangyuan's spy. Flee at once.
Heeding his master's words, Yifan glanced at Mingyao and drew a deep breath.
Yao, trust me. One day I will make Liangyuan pay. For now, come with me, will you?
As Yifan reached out to take her hand, Mingyao instinctively stepped back, leaving his grasp empty. From Liangyuan's demeanor, Mingyao understood that he was now deadly serious. She had regarded Yifan as her last hope, never anticipating that he who had boasted just days ago about his powerful master would prove so utterly useless.
As for fleeing with Yi Fan, before meeting Gu Liangyuan, she might have agreed at once. But now, having grown accustomed to being faked and adored, she was loath to return to a life on the run. Yet it seemed she had no other choice. Contemplating her current wretched state against the glory she had known just days ago, at the Jade Pool Sacred Land a wave of sorrow washed over Mingyao. Regret surged within her once more. Perhaps she had truly been wrong. Had she not rekindled her old flame with Yi Fan, she would now be participating in the Sacred Maiden competition. Once again, she would be surrounded by admirers, the focus of countless eyes. No, I am not wrong. The fault lies with Gu Liangyuan. From beginning to end, I was merely a sacrifice for his cultivation. I am the victim. I must live. I cannot die. I will make Gu Liangyuan pay. As for my family, I will avenge them. With this resolve, Mingyao looked at the anxious Yi Fan and nodded firmly.
Fine, I'll go with you.
Overjoyed, Yi Fan was about to speak when the very heavens and earth shifted violently. Rolling black clouds blotted out the sun. A fierce gale howled, whipping up sand and stones. 8 beams of light shot up from 8 directions, forming a grand formation that trapped Yi Fan and Mingyao firmly within. A clear, resonant male voice echoed through the heavens and earth, seeming both near and far.
Where do you think you're going?
At the sound of this voice, Mingyao and Yi Fan's expressions changed drastically. Under their watchful gaze, Gu Liangyuan strode through the air, lotuses blooming beneath his feet with every step as he emerged from the void. Behind him, Qianqiu held an umbrella. The 2 elders Song Rentu and Wang Defa flanked him as guardians. 8 void refining cultivators and 20 spirit transformation cultivators entered the formation, sealing off the space entirely. This was the supreme trapping formation of the supreme sacred land, the 8 desolate demon sealing array. With 8 void refining cultivators at its core, even a Mahayanistic cultivator would be held captive for a time. To kill Yi Fan, the child of fortune, Gu Liangyuan had spared no expense. Yi Fan gazed at Gu Liangyuan, who seemed like an immortal descended to earth, a sense of disorientation washing over him. How had Gu Liangyuan changed so drastically in just a few days? When his eyes fell upon Qianqiu standing behind Gu Liangyuan, Yi Fan's pupils constricted sharply. How could such a breathtaking beauty exist in this world? He had always thought Mingyao's appearance was extraordinary, but compared to Qianqiu, it was like comparing mud to clouds. Rage consumed him. Why? Why did Gu Liangyuan have both an illustrious background and such a stunning companion? This was also Mingyao's first glimpse of Qianqiu, and she felt instantly inferior. She quickly recovered, irritated by her own momentary lack of confidence. She consoled herself, what good was a pretty face? In the world of cultivation, strength alone spoke volumes. Gu Liangyuan, indifferent to their inner turmoil, spoke coldly.
Mingyao, out of our past bond, I gave you more than one chance. But you not only failed to cherish them, you conspired with your paramour to murder me. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Without waiting for Mingyao's reply, Gu Liangyuan turned and instructed.
Esteemed elders, I leave the rest to you.
In unison they acknowledged and summoned their artifacts, launching an assault on the pair. The elements of metal with water and fire manifested together, while thunderous dragons roared amidst the black clouds. Yi Fan and Mingyao, merely sensing the might of the 28 attackers, were engulfed by a terrifying dread, frozen in place. They were utterly stunned. First, they hadn't expected Gu Liangyuan to be so decisive, attacking without giving them a chance to speak. Based on past experience, shouldn't the enemy taunt them thoroughly before striking? They were completely unprepared. Second, they hadn't anticipated Gu Liangyuan would mobilize such a formidable force against them. Though they couldn't discern the exact cultivation levels of the 20-odd figures on the field, they knew they were all above the nascent soul stage. Seriously, we're only at foundation establishment. You're overestimating us. Just as the combined attack was about to land on Yi Fan, an aged, weary sigh drifted through the air.
Enough, stop.
With those words, a tremendous surge of soul power erupted from the jade pendant on Yi Fan's chest, intercepting all the incoming attacks. Then a white-haired, white-bearded elder materialized out of thin air, shielding Yi Fan and Mingyao behind him. The elders of the supreme sacred land, sensing the pressure of a unity stage cultivator from the old man, grew instantly wary. Earlier, when Gu Liangyuan had insisted on mobilizing so many to kill a single Yi Fan, they had thought it excessive. Now they realized how fortunate it was that the junior master uncle had summoned so many. The life-or-death crisis lifted Yi Fan, and Ming Yao snapped back to their senses. A gust of wind swept by, and they felt a chill running down their spines. Only then did they realize their backs were drenched in cold sweat. The elder, having stabilized the situation, stroked his beard and began,
"I buy Toshing and you."
Before he could finish, Liangyuan cut him off.
"You say stop and we must. Who do you think you are?"
With that, Liangyuan bowed toward a patch of void.
"Senior sister son, I must trouble you to make a personal appearance."
As his words fell, the void tore open, and a woman leaning on a dragon-head staff emerged. Her face was lined with wrinkles, yet she possessed a head of lustrous black hair. She walked unsteadily through the void as if she might collapse at any moment. Upon emerging, the old woman fixed her gaze on Bai Tu Sheng, but spoke to Liangyuan.
"Earlier I thought my junior brother was overreacting by inviting me here. Now it seems I owe him thanks. 6,000 years ago, this Bai Tu Sheng killed my personal disciple. I beheaded him with a single strike. I thought he was truly dead, but I never expected a remnant of his soul to linger in this world. Today I have arrived at just the right moment."
Not only Liangyuan, but also the other elders, and even Yi Fan and Ming Yao were taken aback by this unexpected connection. This was a convergence of old grievances and new hatred. If Yi Fan and his master didn't die now, it would be an affront to reason itself. The moment this elderly woman appeared, Beidasheng's expression darkened. He had once imagined that he would meet his mortal enemy again. Yet in his imagination, it would be many years later, when he led the invincible Yi Fan to point his sword at the supreme sacred land. He never expected it to be like this. He was already at his last gasp, and his previous demeanor was entirely a bluff. He had planned to use the moment of intimidating everyone to flee with Yi Fan. Now, escaping seemed difficult. He glanced at the bewildered Ming Yao, resentment festering within him. It was all her fault. Incapable of achieving anything, yet adept at ruining everything. While Beidasheng frantically pondered a countermeasure, Elder Sun across from him would not give him a chance to escape. Elder Sun lightly traced a line in the void with her staff, and a pitch-black sword aura capable of shattering everything materialized out of thin air. The surrounding space, influenced by this sword aura, began to collapse and reconstruct incessantly. Using a staff as a sword, her sword intent reached the heavens. Clearly, Elder Sun's sword intent had reached the pinnacle of mastery. As soon as this sword aura appeared, it shot straight towards Beidasheng. It seemed to drift leisurely, yet it arrived in the blink of an eye. Sensing this sword aura, Beidasheng was terrified out of his wits. 6,000 years ago, Elder Sun could have killed him. 6,000 years had passed, and Elder Sun had continued to improve, while he was merely a remnant soul. How could he fight? He didn't even have the will to resist. Picking a random direction, he directly dove into the ground, hoping to bypass the 8 Desolations demon ceiling formation. But as one of the supreme arts of the supreme sacred land, how could this formation be so simple? When Beidasheng penetrated 20 li into the earth, he encountered the light barrier of the 8 Desolations demon ceiling formation hidden. Startled, Beidasheng was about to change direction when he suddenly felt a chill at his back. He whirled around, and a supremely sharp sword aura passed precisely through his neck. An expression of disbelief frozen on his face, Beidasheng tried to speak, but though his mouth moved, no words came out. Then his primordial spirit turned to dust, and completely dissipated. Back on the surface, although the sword aura had penetrated 20 li into the earth, the ground remained perfectly intact. Having done all this, Elder Sun let out a long sigh. The grievances of 6,000 years are finally settled. But what use is it? My disciple will never come back to life. After speaking, Elder Sun looked at Liangyuan, junior brother Liang. I am tired. I will take my leave first. With that, without waiting for Liangyuan's reply, Elder Sun turned to leave. But Liangyuan quickly stopped her senior sister. Wait. Seeing Elder Sun's confusion, Liangyuan reached out and summoned the jade pendant from Yi Fan's chest. Elder Sun's expression shifted slightly as she looked at the pendant. What a cunning thief, you almost fooled me again. Elder Sun pointed a finger, and the jade pendant shattered into pieces. Accompanied by a wisp of green smoke, Beidasheng's nearly transparent primordial spirit once again appeared before everyone. Beidasheng was now filled with terror. How was this possible? He had even fooled Elder Sun. How did Liangyuan discover him? Unfortunately, Beidashing was destined never to know the answer. With a flick of her sleeve, Elder Sun dispersed Beidashing's primordial spirit into the void once more. Only after using a detection artifact to confirm there was no trace of Beidashing did Gu Liangyuan finally feel at ease. Having learned her lesson, Elder Sun also used her divine sense to search every corner within the 8 Desolations demon ceiling formation. Only after confirming there was no trace of Beidashing's aura did she smile and shake her head, looking around. I am truly old and useless. The future of the Supreme Sacred Land must rely on you young ones. Elder Sun's words were fine for Gu Liangyuan, but on the scene, besides Gu Liangyuan and Qianqiu, the youngest person, Song Rentu, was already over 1,000 years old. Being called a young one was truly unfamiliar. Yet in the presence of Elder Sun, a supreme elder with a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, being called young didn't seem inappropriate. After Gu Liangyuan and the others exchanged a few more pleasantries with Elder Sun, their gazes fell upon Yifan and Mingyao. Yifan stared blankly at the jade pendant lying on the ground. Half a month ago, he had been humiliated by Gu Liangyuan. At the height of his despair, he discovered that his jade pendant held a hidden world containing the remnant soul of a supreme expert. Guided by Beidashing, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had thought that from then on he would rise. Gu Liangyuan, the Supreme Sacred Land, all would be trampled under his feet in the future. But before he could savor his triumph for even a few days, the master he had regarded as his hope had died at Gu Liangyuan's hands. How could this be? He found this outcome difficult to accept. Mingyao looked at Gu Liangyuan, who seemed like a celestial being, then at the crestfallen Yifan beside him. Perhaps she had truly made a mistake. But before she could ponder further, she saw Gu Liangyuan walking towards her step by step. Seeing the long blade in Gu Liangyuan's hand, she suddenly realized that she no longer held any value in his eyes. She was truly going to die. Fear gripped her. All her former pride vanished. With a thud, she fell to her knees, dragging herself forward a few steps. Feeling the killing intent radiating from Gu Liangyuan, her body began to tremble, and her voice quivered. Gu Liangyuan, don't kill me. I'll do anything. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. If you don't want to see me, I'll leave immediately, and never appear before you again. Gu Liangyuan looked at Mingyao, whose face was drained of all color from fear, and suddenly grinned. Don't be silly. My great blade never kills women. Mingyao, who had been trembling like a leaf, suddenly brightened at Gu Liangyuan's words, and looked up sharply. Really? Gu Liangyuan nodded. Really? You may go. The 2 elders behind Gu Liangyuan, Song Rentu and Wang Defa, both frowned at his actions. What was going on? Hadn't the uncle master stopped being a doormat? Even at this point, he was letting her go. The other elders exchanged glances, their faces showing confusion. Mingyao, however, felt an immense relief. Without even glancing at Yifan beside her, she scrambled and crawled out of the formation. With the crisis of life and death resolved, anger began to surge within her again. Gu Liangyuan, do you think you'll be grateful just because you spared my life? Dream on. Just you wait. Once my cultivation is complete, I'll make you pay. As she was lost in this fantasy, she suddenly felt a chill in her abdomen. Looking down, she saw a blade tip protruding from her dantian. She stopped in her tracks, and slowly turned her head. She saw Gu Liangyuan holding a short blade which had pierced through her dantian from behind. Gu Liangyuan abruptly withdrew the blade, and blood began to flow slowly from Mingyao's abdomen. She desperately tried to cover the wound with her hands, but could not stem the flow of blood. Her vision gradually grew hazy. Her body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground. Just before her consciousness faded completely, she heard Gu Liangyuan's indifferent voice, my great blade doesn't kill women, but I have a small knife. Amen. Yang Tianzuan. Well done, well done. Gazing at Mingyao lying in a pool of blood, Song Rentu and Wang Defa both wore satisfied smiles on their faces. How satisfying. Gu Liangyuan used his detection technique on Mingyao's corpse once more. Finding no trace of her information, he flicked his finger, conjuring a ball of flame that reduced the body to ashes, and even evaporated the blood. Only then did he turn to look at Qianqiu. I tell you, the cultivation world is far more treacherous than within the sacred grounds. Cultivators have countless methods to preserve their lives. To avoid future retaliation once a conflict arises, with others you must show no mercy, and leave them no chance to recover. Grinding bones to dust is merely the basics. In time your master will teach you a technique specifically targeting the primordial spirit. Only when the physical body is shattered, and the soul is utterly destroyed can one find peace. Qianqiu nodded firmly. Master's words, Qianqiu will hold them dear in my heart forever. Gu Liangyuan smiled faintly, a teachable pupil. The elders listened to Gu Liangyuan's words with peculiar expressions. Isn't this a bit too cautious? Yet recalling how Bai Tusheng had nearly faked his death just moments ago, they found some truth in his words. They resolved in their hearts to do the same in future battles. After instructing Qianqiu, Gu Liangyuan's gaze shifted to Yi Fan. True to his nature as the chosen one, Yi Fan quickly recovered from the shock of his master's death. His eyes locked onto Gu Liangyuan. Aren't you just relying on your higher cultivation and status using others to kill me? What kind of skill is that? If you have the guts, suppress your cultivation to my level and fight me fair and square. If I still lose to you, then he'll be truly convinced. Gu Liangyuan looked at the jumping Yi Fan as if watching a clown. Suppress cultivation and fight you. Why not just ask me to tie myself up and fight you instead? Not much to look at, but full of wishful thinking. Gu Liangyuan waved his hand at Yi Fan impatiently. Even if I gave you 10 years, a waste remains a waste. You may leave. I won't kill you. Huh? Yi Fan jerked his head up, disbelief flashing in his eyes. But then he realized Ming Yao's death had just occurred. Gu Liangyuan's words held no credibility. Yet his next sentence made Yi Fan hesitate. I swear by the honor of the sacred grounds, granduncle, that I won't kill you this time. But the next time we meet will be the day of your death. You may go. Yi Fan glanced at Gu Liangyuan, then at the motionless elders around him, and tentatively took 2 steps back. Seeing no one stop him, he turned and fled. Just then Gu Liangyuan's voice rang out again. Yi Fan. Hearing his name, Yi Fan instinctively turned his head. Gu Liangyuan grinned. We meet again. Slash. A flying sword pierced through Yi Fan's Dantian, blood splattering 3 feet. Detection, corpse disposal, cremation, all in one smooth motion. Gu Liangyuan let out a long breath, feeling relieved. With the knot in his heart untied, he turned to the elder Song, and one behind him. Leave the Ming family matter to you. Handle it cleanly. The two cupped their hands and said in unison, we will not fail the granduncle's trust. After arranging the aftermath, Gu Liangyuan exchanged pleasantries with the other elders, and returned together to the supreme sacred ground. News of Ming Yao's death caused little stir in the supreme sacred ground. Given Gu Liangyuan's recent behavior, the disciples felt it was only to be expected. Gu Liangyuan had shed his reputation as a hopeless simp. The next day, in the Hall of Forgetfulness, Gu Liangyuan and Qianqiu sat cross-legged facing each other. Gu Liangyuan spoke. This method of using emotion to counter emotion tempers the heart with the poison of love. Through the ordeal of love's poison you can face your true self. When this love no longer disturbs your thoughts, you have succeeded in controlling your emotions. By then your cultivation speed will increase tenfold or more. Qianqiu blinked. Master, how long does it usually take for someone to succeed in controlling their emotions? Gu Liangyuan pondered briefly. This depends not on talent, but purely on insight. If one has extraordinary insight like your master here, who achieves sudden enlightenment, it's possible to directly enter the realm of immersion. Qianqiu's face showed some frustration. It seems my insight isn't great. I thought I had an epiphany before, but I only reached the 2nd level of self-questioning, not the 3rd, like you, master. Huh? Gu Liangyuan, hearing this, quickly used his divine sense to probe her dantian. He found that the circulation speed of her internal spiritual energy had indeed increased several times, a clear sign of reaching the 2nd level. He suddenly recalled that Qianqiu's insight was once in a millennium. What was difficult for others to grasp came naturally to her. But this makes me, as her master, feel a distinct lack of accomplishment. Controlling emotions in a single day, only 3 people in the history of the Forgetfulness Peak had achieved it, including himself, who had cheated. Seeing Qianqiu's dejected expression, Gu Liangyuan chose not to tell her the truth, but instead offered comfort. Compared to your spiritual root, your insight is indeed not exceptional. But diligence can compensate for lack of talent. With hard work you will eventually reach the realm of immersion one day. Qianqiu nodded firmly. Qianqiu will work hard. Gu Liangyuan then asked, "Do you have any questions about the 2 Xian-grade spells I taught you before?" Qianqiu shook her head, "No questions. It's just that my cultivation is too low now. I feel like I understand them, but can't actually use them." Gu Liangyuan kept his expression unchanged, striving to maintain his image as a strict master, but was inwardly startled. He recalled that in his own qi condensation early stage, even yellow-grade spells took months to comprehend. You at the early qi condensation stage, just setting foot in the cultivation world, can already comprehend Xian-grade spells. I haven't even started teaching yet. Can't I have some teaching experience? Wait. Qi condensation 4th layer. Mid-qi condensation. No, it's only been 2 days since the apprenticeship ceremony, and you've broken through another realm. Even with the residual spiritual energy from the vermilion fruit, this is too fast. Seeing Gu Liangyuan silent, Qianqiu tentatively spoke, "Master, are you disappointed in Qianqiu?" Gu Liangyuan smiled, "How could that be? I was just thinking. I didn't consider it well before. The spells I gave you were too highable." With that, Gu Liangyuan flicked his finger, sending 3 streams of light into Qianqiu's brow. "These are 3 yellow-grade spells just right for you now." Ding. Host bestowed the yellow-grade spell Thunder Flash, triggering a 5,000-fold return. Return reward: Heavenly Thunder Escape. Heavenly Thunder Escape, a top-grade minor divine ability named for its movement like thunder, when mastered an unparalleled choice for fleeing and preserving life. Note those with a lightning spiritual root, or using it during thunderstorms, will receive a significant boost. Ding. Host bestowed the yellow-grade spell Flame Control Art, triggering a 200-fold return. Return reward: Earth-grade spell Earth Burst Technique. Ding. Host bestowed the yellow-grade spell Azure Light Sword Art, triggering a 50-fold return. Return reward: Xian-grade spell Lightning 5-Whip Combo. Gu Liangyuan hadn't expected even yellow-grade spells to trigger a 1,000-fold return. He was just in need of an escape technique, and Heavenly Thunder Escape came at the perfect time. After Qianqiu expressed her gratitude, Gu Liangyuan asked a few more questions, and found that she grasped everything instantly, needing no instruction from him. So Gu Liangyuan took the opportunity to pass on the Supreme Forgetfulness Sutra to Qianqiu, letting her cultivate on her own. While delighted by Qianqiu's excellence, Gu Liangyuan also felt a hint of frustration and pressure. He had once thought the nascent soul realm was respectable enough, but at this rate Qianqiu would eventually catch up to him. A disciple surpassing the master, where would his dignity go? As Gu Liangyuan pondered this, the system notification sounded again in his mind. Ding. A system task has been issued. Please check it. Gu Liangyuan moved his divine sense and opened the system task. Host is required to accept a second disciple who meets the conditions. System reward: Supreme Insight Cultivation Return function activated. Supreme Insight. Once acquired, the host's insight will be the greatest in the mortal world. Cultivation return: every time the host's disciple breaks through a major realm, the host will break through a minor realm. Seeing these 2 rewards, Gu Liangyuan's eyes lit up. Especially the last one. In the cultivation world, each major realm has 9 layers. Since the first 3 layers differ little, they are collectively called the early stage. The 4th to 6th layers also have little difference, called the mid stage, while the 7th to 9th layers are the late stage. For instance, Qianqiu at qi condensation 4th layer can be called mid-qi condensation. A disciple breaking through a major realm and oneself breaking through a minor realm, it seems insignificant. But Gu Liangyuan thought it all depends on having many disciples. If he took 10 disciples, each cultivating from the qi condensation realm to the nascent soul realm, that would be 30 minor realms. That would directly propel him to the unity realm. What about 20 disciples? Ascending to immortality on the spot would be no fantasy. Within the sacred land there were no seasons, for every season was a spring. Gu Liangyuan stood atop the mountain peak, his hands clasped behind his back. Dressed in a crimson robe, Qianqiu, who already bore the nascent aura of a female emperor, stood behind Gu Liangyuan. Together they gazed at the surging sea of clouds in the distance, letting the fierce wind billow their sleeves. At this moment a month had already passed since Yifan's death. During this period Gu Liangyuan had bestowed upon Qianqiu various treasures and spiritual artifacts many times. Unfortunately, the returns were merely several times or dozens of times the original value. Although nothing of exceptionally high value was returned, it allowed Gu Liangyuan's wealth to multiply several times over. Since the returned items could not be bestowed again, Liangyuan sold them, or exchanged them, for other spiritual treasures, then bestowed them once more to trigger the return effect. As a result, his wealth naturally skyrocketed. Although he was only at the nascent soul stage, his fortune far surpassed that of ordinary void refining cultivators. Even Qianqia's spiritual possessions were more abundant than those of typical nascent soul cultivators. Qianqiu did not disappoint Liangyuan. With her terrifying talent and the support of countless heavenly treasures, her cultivation base steadily advanced. Within a month, she had already reached the great perfection of qi refining. She was merely one step away from successfully establishing her foundation. In truth, this was the result of Liangyuan forcibly suppressing her progress under the pretext of stabilizing her foundation. Otherwise, Qianqiu could have established her foundation 5 days earlier. The reason Liangyuan had her suppress her cultivation was twofold. On one hand, it was indeed beneficial for Qianqiu, on the other, his cultivation return function had yet to be activated. If Qianqiu broke through now, wouldn't he lose a whole realm's worth of cultivation for nothing? The master and disciple stood in the wind for a long time. Qianqiu turned to Liangyuan and asked, "Master, how much longer must I suppress my cultivation?" Liangyuan slowly turned around. "At least until after the disciple recruitment ceremony." Qianqiu nodded gently. Liangyuan looked at Qianqiu as if recalling something. He flicked his finger, and a stream of light shot into Qianqia's brow. Qianqiu sensed the information within her brow and found it filled with texts on military strategy such as The Art of War by Sun Tzu, The 36 Stratagems, and Giguzi. This puzzled Qianqiu. "Master, what is this? You've been a bit restless lately. Since there's no rush to break through in cultivation, you can read these books in your spare time. They will benefit you greatly in the future." Qianqiu blinked. Though she didn't know how these military texts would help her, she knew her master would never harm her. So she nodded lightly. "I understand." Seeing Qianqia's obedience, Liangyuan couldn't resist ruffling her hair. Qianqiu looked up, feeling her master's warm hand stroking her head, and chuckled foolishly. Ding. Host has bestowed many military texts triggering an 8000-fold return. Return reward: the Primordial Chess Classic. The Primordial Chess Classic, the foremost chess manual in the world. He who masters this classic shall be unrivaled in the way of chess. Liangyuan listened to the system prompt and raised an eyebrow slightly. "Am a cultivator, what use is a chess manual to me? An 8000-fold return yields this. No, an 8000-fold return must have a trick to it." Liangyuan casually claimed the reward, and a vast surge of information flooded into his sea of consciousness. Yet no matter how carefully Liangyuan probed the contents of this ancient chess classic, he could discern nothing extraordinary. However, a half-ripe fruit materialized within his sea of consciousness. This fruit was not corporeal, it seemed to be a manifestation of some rule. After studying it for a while, and finding no answers, Liangyuan decided to ignore it. Liangyuan once again felt the importance of insight. The disciple recruitment ceremony was about to begin, and he hoped to find a suitable disciple. Just as Liangyuan was thinking this, Song Ritu hurried over from afar. Sensing the arrival of an outsider, Qianqiu, who had been acting like a well-behaved girl, immediately assumed an aloof expression. Over the years, she had endured too much humiliation and scheming, which had instilled in her a natural wariness and distance from strangers. Thus, aside from Liangyuan, she kept everyone at arm's length. Despite her cold demeanor, Qianqiu did not neglect her courtesies. She bowed slightly to Song Rentu. "Senior brother Song." Elder Song returned the greeting. "Junior sister Qian." Song Rentu, who had previously been at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, had now advanced to the 9th level. Naturally, this progress was greatly aided by Liangyuan's guidance and cultivation. Song Rentu himself had never expected that his cultivation, stagnant for over a century, would break through with just a little guidance from Liangyuan. To repay Liangyuan's kindness, Song Rentu had come to regard forgotten Emotion Peak as his home. He handled all the miscellaneous affairs on the peak. After exchanging greetings, Song Rentu turned to Liangyuan. "Uncle Master, the head elder invites you to discuss matters." Liangyuan was somewhat surprised. "Oh, do you know what it's about?" Song Rentu shook his head. "I don't know either. I suppose it must be related to the upcoming disciple recruitment ceremony."
I understand.
Gu Liangyuan turned back to instruct Qianqiu on some cultivation matters, then immediately soared into the air. With a thunderous crack in the blink of an eye, Gu Liangyuan's figure appeared dozens of miles away. The technique Gu Liangyuan used was none other than the top-grade minor divine ability Heavenly Thunder Escape. Witnessing Gu Liangyuan's formidable display, Sangre too sincerely remarked,
"Little Uncle Master's skills are truly becoming more profound."
Qianqiu gazed at Gu Liangyuan's retreating figure, her eyes filled with admiration. One day she too would become as strong as her master. At this moment Gu Liangyuan was naturally unaware of their thoughts. With a few flashes of his figure, he arrived at the foot of Wuji Peak. Led by a disciple guarding the mountain, he entered the Wuji Hall, and smoothly met with Lu Qingmei. Without unnecessary pleasantries, Lu Qingmei got straight to the point.
"I invited you here, Uncle Master, to discuss the disciple recruitment ceremony in 3 days, as well as the upcoming dragon-supporting war."
Dragon-supporting war. Hearing these familiar words, Gu Liangyuan delved into his memory to retrieve relevant information. Although the Eastern continent was vast and expansive, it housed 4 sacred lands, 72 major sects, and hundreds of minor sects. This led to fierce competition for resources and relentless conflict. Yet the Eastern continent bordered the Raksha Sea, beyond which lay the territory of the demon race. If internal strife erupted in the Eastern continent, the demons would seize the opportunity to invade, pillaging and committing every atrocity. Eventually, led by the supreme sacred land, the major sects united and devised a relatively peaceful solution. That solution was the dragon-supporting war. The mortal realm contained countless kingdoms. During the dragon-supporting war, each sacred land and major sect would select a kingdom to support, engaging in territorial disputes. With a 20-year term, once the period ended, whichever sect supported kingdom controlled the most territory would own all resources in that region for the next 3,000 years. To prevent the conflict from escalating, the sacred lands imposed requirements on the candidates for the dragon-supporting war. Age and talent were unrestricted, but cultivators at the nascent soul stage or above were forbidden from participating. If any sect violated this rule, the other 3 sacred lands and 72 major sects would unite to annihilate them. Thus, this was not only a territorial war, but also a showcase of the comprehensive strength of each sect's disciples. Gu Liangyuan understood. No wonder the sacred lands were recruiting disciples early. Counting the time, there were only 3 years left until the next dragon-supporting war. Observing Gu Liangyuan's contemplative expression, Lu Qingmei had a fair idea of what was on his mind. She continued,
"The act of supporting a dragon throne is not as simple as the world imagines. It was only after I became the sect leader that I learned the intricacies involved."
Gu Liangyuan was slightly taken aback.
"I am all ears,"
Lu Qingmei went on.
"Aside from the struggle over territory and resources, the most crucial aspect is the contest for fortune. The mightier the dragon throne we support, the more our supreme sacred land benefits. Moreover, the disciples participating in this struggle for fortune will reap a bountiful harvest of qi, making their future cultivation path exceedingly smooth. As for the specific arrangements, I am not at liberty to elaborate to you, Uncle Master, for now. With this grand ceremony of mountain opening, I hope you will take on more disciples to nurture. It would also be prudent to introduce some inner disciples to the Forgetfulness Peak in preparation for the Dragon Throne contest 3 years hence."
Gu Liangyuan naturally had no objections. He had long desired more disciples, and this aligned perfectly with his own philosophy. As for inner disciples, he had amassed enough resources from his fortuitous gains to nurture them without any issue. And the Dragon Throne contest was still 3 years away, no need to rush. Leaving the Supreme Peak, Gu Liangyuan headed straight for the scripture repository. With his authority as a granduncle, he could freely copy any techniques and spells within the repository. This was also because the highest grade techniques in the repository were only at the heaven tier. With the disciple recruiting ceremony imminent, Gu Liangyuan had no idea what spiritual root his next apprentice would possess, so he prepared a variety to be safe. Having done all this, Gu Liangyuan returned to Forgetfulness Peak to go into seclusion, quietly awaiting the day the mountain gates would open. Morning dew glistened under the sun, and daylight gave way to darkness. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On that day, at the foot of the supreme sacred land, the crowd buzzed with activity. An immense throng stretching for dozens of miles filled every major and minor path. The crowd consisted of men and women old and young, with the majority being youths. The older individuals were either there out of curiosity, or as elders accompanying the younger ones. In the eastern continent, a sacred land held absolute authority. Figures like Jiangyu and Tanjingji, who held no prominent status within the supreme sacred land, were treated as honored guests by cultivation families whenever they went out. Take Gu Liangyuan for instance. Despite his modest cultivation level, his title as granduncle alone, merely showing favor to the Ming family, led countless families to curry favor with them. Otherwise, how could the Ming family have risen to become a major clan in just a few years? Yet because of a single whim from Gu Liangyuan, the Ming family was now a thing of the past. If a family had a member who joined a sacred land, even as an outer disciple, it ensured centuries of peace for the clan. Becoming an inner disciple could elevate the entire family to new heights. Not to mention the sacred land possessed the finest cultivation resources. Thus youths of suitable age flocked to the sacred land with fervor. However, these young men and women appeared to be divided into distinct groups, each clustering separately with clear boundaries. One group consisted mostly of rogue cultivators.
What luck! I thought the sacred land's recruitment ceremony was 3 years away, and I'd be too old. I never expected it to be brought forward. Same here. A few days ago, I almost joined a minor sect. As soon as I heard about the sacred land's recruitment, I rushed over to try my luck.
Someone curled their lip in disdain.
You need to have the talent to join a sacred land. Have some self-awareness. You never know, I might have some hidden talent that hasn't been detected yet.
Not far away, a group of clan disciples gathered, sneering at the rogue cultivator's words.
These riffraff think they can join the sacred land. I've already been tested at home. I have a dual spiritual root. Entering the sacred land is a certainty. What do they have to compete with me? Exactly. We have our own testing stones at home. Retesting here is just a formality. What can they possibly offer? Don't be too sure. There are quite a few clan disciples here. The competition might be fierce. Don't say that, you're making me nervous. Damn it. I just found some confidence from those riffraff, and now you've made me anxious too.
Another faction consisted of ordinary mortals, those with no prior knowledge of cultivation. They didn't understand what it meant to join a sacred land, only that passing the test would allow them to become cultivators free from want and blessed with wealth and status. On a distant mountain peak, the 7 peak masters gathered, pointing and commenting on the crowd below.
Wanyan spoke up. I think that Likid is promising, a middle-grade fire spiritual root perfect for our alchemy peak's legacy. If he passes the heart-questioning trial, don't you dare steal him from me.
Li Buzheng, the peak master of the Heavenly Secrets Peak, flicked his whisk.
You may want him, but he might not choose you. I see no issue with him joining our Heavenly Secrets Peak.
Wanyan grew agitated.
You lousy fortune teller. Are you deliberately opposing me?
Wang Wudi, the peak master of the undefeated peak, spoke coldly.
Who gets to take him, as a disciple depends on skill. If he's willing to bow to me, I won't yield him to you.
Wanyan rolled up his sleeves.
My temper's flaring. Damn it, let's settle this with a fight. Winner takes all.
At their level, they could see through everyone's spiritual roots at a glance, without testing stones, unless hidden by magical artifacts. What remained elusive were the intangible qualities of comprehension and mental state. Hence this preemptive squabbling ensued. Lu Qimei massaged her forehead.
Stop arguing. Not everyone has arrived yet. There might be even more talented individuals appearing. Look at little Uncle Master, he remains composed and unruffled. And here you are at your age still bickering and threatening violence.
The peak masters glanced at Gu Liangyuan, who was calmly observing the scene below, and snorted in unison, ending their quarrel. In Gu Liangyuan's eyes, the hundreds of thousands of people below transformed into a sea of system panels. The dense array dazzled him. As his gaze swept halfway, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, a golden legend. Name Emotion. Devotion value 100, ultimate devoted dog. Cultivation Chi refinement layer 8. Spiritual roots gold fire water triple spiritual root. Comprehension unparalleled through the ages and active. Talent activation method break through the tribulation of love achieve great enlightenment. Fortune smooth path of Tao. Destiny sovereign of one Tao. Summary an unparalleled ultimate devoted dog trapped by love and unable to attain enlightenment. Once he breaks through the barrier of love, his comprehension will activate, granting him the ability to establish an entirely new cultivation system. Liangyuan was astounded. What absurd stats. A triple spiritual root seemed decent on the surface, but evaluating a person's spiritual roots required more than just quantity. It also depended on their interactions. Mutually reinforcing spiritual roots were optimal, while conflicting ones were inferior. For instance, a triple root combination of gold, water, and wood was favorable. Gold generates water, and water generates wood. By absorbing the world's gold energy, one could stimulate water and wood energy. With a suitable technique, cultivation speed wouldn't lag far behind a dual spiritual root. But Mo Chen's roots were gold, fire, and water. Fire overcomes gold, water overcomes fire. This combination would make cultivation far slower than an average triple root, a very poor set. In the past, Qianqiu had become a golden tier due to her overall traits. Yet Mo Chen with such inferior talent could achieve the golden legend status solely through comprehension. And he was a maxed out devoted dog. Hee, little apprentice, where do you think you're running? Just as Liangyuan was about to retract his gaze and send someone to inquire about Mo Chen's information, his eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse of a purple light that flashed before him. Purple. Name Song Sinner. Passion value 90. Cultivation mortal. Root waterwood. Comprehension celestial qualities not activated. Physique glazed celestial body not activated. Activation method glazed celestial crystal. Summary: in her past life, she was a celestial being. At the moment of her death, she expended her last consciousness to implant a fragment of her soul into a mortal female fetus. Unfortunately, due to some unforeseen circumstances, during reincarnation her past memories were temporarily sealed. After refining the glazed celestial crystal, she would be able to activate the glazed celestial body and fully awaken her past memories. Liangyuan looked at this system panel deep in thought. So the purple panel corresponds to a special physique. In the world of cultivation, people often use root attributes as a standard to test talent. This is not incorrect, but there exists a very small portion of individuals in this world who do not fall within this testing range. This group of people possesses special physiques. Like the Taotai physique, which can devour worldly spiritual objects to enhance one's cultivation. Even with a mixed 5-element root, as long as the amount consumed is sufficient, one can still significantly accelerate their cultivation speed. Similarly, there is the barbarian elephant physique, which possesses immense strength by nature. Even with poor root attributes, one can still pursue the path of physical cultivation. Of course, if one's root is also strong, then the two can complement each other perfectly. According to Liangyuan's knowledge, the cultivation world has ranked the known special physiques totaling 168. And this glazed celestial body is among the top 10. The reason for its high ranking is that this physique can change the host's root attributes, and even their comprehension, as one's cultivation increases. No matter the initial talent, it will ultimately evolve into the physique best suited for ascension, flawless in every way, just like glazed glass. To call it defying the heavens would not be an exaggeration. Liangyuan originally thought that it would be a success to collect even one disciple at this grand ceremony, but unexpectedly, he could take in two. Filled with joy, he turned slightly to see another golden light reflecting not far from Song Sinner. Another expert? Name Zongyang. Passion value 0. Falls in love with anyone he meets, ultimately only loving himself. Cultivation 3rd layer of Qi refining. Root gold, wood, fire, earth. Comprehension once in a millennium. Physique war god body not activated. Fortune infinite plunder can steal the luck of enemies to enhance oneself. Fate child of world-class luck. Stronger with setbacks, the greater the blow received, the stronger the next explosion will be. Unbeaten in 100 battles in every set competition, he will definitely take first place. Dumbing aura once he becomes an enemy, one's intelligence will unconsciously decrease. Provocation physique, wherever he goes he will inevitably attract mockery from others. Fortune and disaster coexist. After every great calamity, opportunities will inevitably arise. Peach blossoms everywhere. Wherever he goes he will surely attract the attention of beautiful women. Summary: the previous Yi Fan could only be considered a child of luck at the East Continent level without being killed by the host. The highest he could achieve was merely undefeated in the East Continent. Whereas Zhang Yang is a child of luck at the world level. Once he grows strong he will be invincible in this realm. His Gu Liangyuan gazed at Zhang Yang's numerous fate attributes, unable to suppress a gasp. A child of luck, terrifying indeed. With these fate attributes, who could compete with him? If he could take him as a disciple, that would be wonderful, but his passion value clearly does not meet the requirements. Gu Liangyuan suddenly understood why in this grand disciple selection ceremony he encountered two suitable disciples. It turns out there is a child of luck present. Gu Liangyuan's intuition told him that Imochen and Song Xianer must be closely related to Zhang Yang. With this in mind, he immediately instructed Song Ritu behind him.
Go find out more about those individuals.
Seeing the direction Gu Liangyuan pointed, Song Ritu nodded and slowly vanished into the void. Gu Liangyuan's actions immediately drew the attention of the other peak masters present, who then began to meticulously probe the root attributes of the three with their divine senses. After the probing, several of them frowned. One had 3 roots, another had 4, and only the girl with 2 roots was somewhat acceptable. Wan Yin asked,
Little Uncle Master, are you interested in these 3?
Gu Liangyuan smiled lightly.
A bit of interest, let's see how it goes.
What do you want to compete with me, your Uncle Master?
Wan Yin disdainfully curled his lips.
Just them 3, is it worth my competition? The others also appeared disinterested, with some even advising Gu Liangyuan to be cautious in choosing disciples. To this Gu Liangyuan merely smiled and said nothing. Only LV Qingmei looked at Gu Liangyuan thoughtfully. She knew that he had once taken an extraordinary person like Qianqiu at first glance. Surely these 3 must have their peculiarities. However, no matter how she probed, she could not discern any signs of the extraordinary. Before long, Song Ritu returned.
Reporting to Uncle Master, I have found out the situation of these 3. It turns out there is an interesting story among them. Gu Liangyuan, upon hearing this, inwardly thought it was indeed the case, lightly hummed in agreement, signaling Song Ritu to continue. Under our supreme holy land there is a subsidiary sect called Xianjian sect. The daughter of the Xianjian sect master is named Lu Shuang, and she is extraordinarily beautiful. 18 years ago, Zhang Yang's father was also a generation's prodigy. During an expedition, he saved the life of the Xianjian sect master, but as a result his dantian was destroyed, and he could no longer cultivate. Upon hearing this, Gu Liangyuan interrupted.
Thus the Xianjian sect master, out of guilt, and to make amends for Zhang Yang's father, made an agreement that if their future offspring were both boys, they would be sworn brothers, and if one was male, and the other female, they would become husband and wife.
Song Ritu gave a thumbs up.
Uncle Master, your calculations are impeccable, not a word is wrong. Gu Liangyuan could only helplessly complain. He had grown tired of reading such marriage plotlines in novels during his past life. Could there be a bit of originality? Gu Liangyuan waved his hand.
All right, start from where Lu Shuang was unwilling to fulfill the marriage contract.
Song Rentis' admiration for him grew even stronger.
Indeed, as Uncle Master predicted, Lu Shuang is unwilling to become a partner with someone who has mixed root attributes. However, under pressure from her father, she found herself in a difficult position. At this moment, Imochen appeared. Speaking of Imochen, he is truly infatuated. He and Lu Shuang are cousins, and he has loved her deeply since childhood. At the age of 5, while playing with a group of children in the frigid winter, Lu Shuang's shoe fell into the river. Without a moment's hesitation, he jumped in, nearly freezing to death. At 13, after just starting to practice cultivation, when Lu Shuang expressed her admiration for men who slay demons, Imochen stubbornly crossed the Rakshasa Sea alone to kill a demon, only to be found by his family barely clinging to life. At 14, Lu Shuang got into trouble by releasing a great demon suppressed by the sect. Imochen took the blame upon himself and endured 3 years of volcanic fire poison for Lu Shuang. There are many similar incidents, but I want to elaborate further. This time, seeing Zhang Yang pestering Lu Shuang, Imochen naturally was unwilling, so he chased after him, vowing to kill Zhang Yang and relieve Lu Shuang's worries.
The sudden commotion from Gu Liangyuan startled the group, but they quickly regained their composure. Indeed, the principle of supreme forgetfulness of emotions precisely seeks disciples burdened with deep emotional attachments. Reflecting on Imochen's current predicament, it bore a striking resemblance to that of the younger junior uncle back then. The difference was that the younger junior uncle had pined for Meng Yao for only 3 years, while Imochen had directly devoted himself to unrequited love for 18 years. Even more impressive, If the younger junior uncle achieved such prowess in just 3 years, wouldn't Imochen become even more formidable once he attained enlightenment? This logic seemed flawless. Song Rentu was less optimistic.
Uncle Master, this sword sect is our affiliated sect. Asking them for a disciple of average talent shouldn't be a problem.
But this Imochen is so deeply infatuated with Lu Shuang he might be unwilling to leave the sword sect.
Before Liangyuan could speak, Wan Yin beside him suddenly widened his eyes.
How dare he be peaky when a holy land wants to accept him? He's rebelling.
Liangyuan raised his hand.
Leave this to me, I have my ways. Old Song continue. What about that Song Sinner? What's her story? Song Rentu said.
That Song Sinner is just a flamboyant maidservant. Apart from her exceptional appearance, there's nothing special about her. From my observations, Zhang Yang likely knows about his maidservant's talent, which is why he keeps her by his side. However, I checked, and it seems Song Sinner hasn't registered for this disciple recruitment ceremony.
Upon hearing this, the 7 peak masters in the hall felt a surge of displeasure towards Zhang Yang. They were all ancient beings, who had lived for millennia, appearing boisterous on the surface, but deeply versed in the intricacies of human scheming. They saw through Zhang Yang's intentions at a glance. Since his maidservant possessed this talent, why hadn't he allowed her to cultivate in earlier years? And why hadn't he taken the opportunity to send her into the Holy Land? Wasn't it because he feared his own lack of talent? Once Song Sinner began cultivating, he, as the young master, would be unable to control her. Or perhaps it was for the sake of his own pitiful self-esteem. Liangyuan also pieced it together. Song Sinner's devotion was directed at Zhang Yang, while Imochen's devotion was for Lu Shuang. Taking Imochen, Zhang Yang's enemy, as a disciple, and also taking away the maidservant Zhang Yang, was unwilling to let go of. From this perspective, he had no choice but to stand on the opposite side of Zhang Yang. However, thinking about Zhang Yang's series of destinies, Liangyuan felt a twinge of apprehension. With so many destinies stacked together, could I possibly kill him? Otherwise, once he matures, wouldn't I become the monster he needs to defeat?
System, do you think I can kill Zhang Yang? Ding, it's impossible for the host to kill him alone. Similar to killing Yi Fan, there might be an opportunity. Also, as the luck child's fortune is plundered, and the host's fortune increases, the host's probability of killing him will also increase. How do I check his luck value? Ding, the host can click on the luck section for detailed information.
Liangyuan looked at Zhang Yang again, and successfully located the luck column. With a thought, the detailed description popped up named Zhang Yang. Luck talent infinite plunder. Current total luck 800,000. Kill probability 5%. Note, the lower a luck child's luck value, the easier they are to kill. When a luck child's luck becomes negative, they can be killed with 100% certainty. After reading this, Liangyuan felt greatly reassured. Regardless, as long as there was a way to kill him, that was sufficient. Perhaps Zhang Yang wouldn't hold a grudge against Liangyuan for this, but Liangyuan's lifelong creed was never to gamble on the other party's conscience. The initiative must remain in his own hands. Having done all this, Liangyuan glanced around again. Confirming there were no other suitable disciples, he suddenly had a thought, and looked at Lu Qingmei beside him.
Qingmei, you said the other holy lands are also recruiting disciples today, right?
Lu Qingmei felt a daze at this long unheard address. Since her master's lifespan had run out, no one had called her that for centuries. Although she felt the address was a bit too intimate considering Liangyuan's seniority, it didn't seem inappropriate. However, she had no time to dwell on the form of address. Hearing Liangyuan's subsequent words, her heart suddenly jolted. From Liangyuan's tone, it seemed he intended to snatch disciples from other holy lands. Seeing the faint eager glint in the eyes of the other peak masters, Lu Qingmei resolutely refused.
Absolutely not. The matter of supporting the Dragon Court is of utmost importance. If we try to steal disciples, we will definitely be jointly targeted by the other 3 holy lands. This wouldn't strengthen the holy land, it would harm it.
Liangyuan clicked his tongue in regret. The light in the eyes of the other peak masters also dimmed. Indeed, if other holy lands came to Mount Taihang's gates to snatch disciples, they wouldn't stand idly by either. What a pity. Seeing this, Lu Qingmei breathed a sigh of relief, while shooting Liangyuan a reproachful glare. This younger junior uncle was truly a handful. The conversation among the group on the peak did not affect the ongoing disciple recruitment ceremony below. The outer disciples had already brought forth the testing stone, and the line of waiting disciples began testing one by one. But Liangyuan had lost the patience to wait any longer. His mind was solely focused on completing the system quest to unlock the supreme enlightenment and cultivation reversal functions. So he called out to Lu Qingmei,
"He'll be taking Imo-chan and Song Xian away."
With that, before anyone could respond, Liangyuan's form transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished. The group, seeing Liangyuan's hasty departure, said nothing more, simply attributing it to his impatience. In their view, selecting a disciple required not just examining their spiritual root, but also their character, perseverance, and comprehension. They could discern the spiritual root, but other aspects could only be revealed through the sex tests, hence their desire to wait until the end. However, Liangyuan, who was cheating with the system, didn't have this worry. A single scan revealed everything clearly, so naturally, he didn't want to wait any longer. Moreover, the two disciples chosen by Liangyuan were in their estimation nowhere near top tier. Naturally, they had no desire to compete for them. Beneath the mountain gate of Taishanxingdi, Imo-chan, clad in black, stood upon a slab of green stone, his unblinking gaze fixed on Zhang Yang. In the crowd, his cold expression made others unwilling to approach. Sensing the murderous intent in Imo-chan's eyes, Zhang Yang dared not linger. He shoved through the throng with Song Xian, desperate to put distance between them and Imo-chan. Song Xian was bewildered, trailing closely behind Zhang Yang. Suddenly an overwhelming pressure descended. The once-packed crowd, sensing that pressure, involuntarily stepped back, clearing a space. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Liangyuan, in white, descended slowly from the air, a faint Tao aura surrounding him. Every gesture and step displayed the bearing of a superior being. At the sight of Liangyuan's looks and bearing, the surrounding noise immediately fell silent. Women in the crowd, from the eldest to those barely walking, felt their hearts brighten at once. Like quenching a fever with ice, everyone's mood lightened. A village woman cried aloud in awe,
"My heavens, how can such a handsome youth exist in this world?"
A worldly noble maiden stared at Liangyuan transfixed.
"Men of the world are coarse, only this gentleman holds my heart."
A cultivator, with a woman's appearance, murmured,
"If only I had been born 18 years earlier, then to share a night with such a man, even if the Tao were not attained, life would not be in vain."
As for the men, they not only felt no courage to compete, but lacked even the nerve to harbor envy. Such a man seemed not of the mortal realm, but an immortal descended to the world. Since obtaining his ethereal banished immortal bearing, Liangyuan had grown accustomed to such looks. He strode towards Song Xian. The crowd obliged parting to form a narrow path, and allowing him to pass. Soon he stood before Song Xian, who cowered behind Zhang Yang, bewildered. Liangyuan offered a kindly smile.
"Miss, I am Liangyuan, senior granduncle of Taishanxingdi, and peak lord of Wanqing Feng. I wish to take you as my disciple. How do you feel about that?"
The moment Liangyuan spoke before Song Xian could reply, the scions of cultivation families in the crowd erupted in excited chatter.
"Is this the famed Liangyuan who attained nascent soul in a single day? I have long heard Wanqing Feng's lord is like an immortal. Seeing him today, he truly is extraordinary. To enter his discipleship would be a single step to the heavens, instantly becoming a personally inducted disciple. Beyond being a personal disciple, the Wanqing line holds high seniority. To join him would place one on the same generation as a Xingdi elder. Ordinary disciples would have to address you as Shirshu. Not only that, I hear Liangyuan dotes on his disciples. He once took an immortal disciple and lavished heavenly-grade artifacts upon them without restraint. My goodness, what a fortunate girl."
Song Xian listened to the whispers, and looked at Liangyuan, feeling as though it were all unreal. She glanced at Zhang Yang, whose face had turned unpleasant, and hesitantly addressed Liangyuan.
"Senior, perhaps you have the wrong person. I am very untalented."
Liangyuan did not answer directly, but asked,
"Why do you say that?"
Song Xian replied naturally,
"The young master told me, so he said, he would seek a spiritual object to help awaken my talent in the future."
Feigning puzzlement, Liangyuan said,
"How could that be? I perceive you possess twin water with spirit roots. Though not as rare as a heavenly root, such talent would still rank above average even within Taishanxingdi." "Ah."
Hearing Liangyuan's words, and glancing at Zhang Yang's even darker expression, Song Xian felt her head swim. How could this be? Liangyuan resumed.
"So will you now accept me as your master?"
Song Xian felt dizzy. Deep within, a voice urged her to seize this opportunity. Yet having grown up as a servant of the Zhang household, she was used to asking her master's permission for everything. Instinctively she looked to Zhang Yang, as if seeking his opinion. The onlookers were baffled.
What? The shunned senior granduncle is taking you as a disciple, and you still hesitate. You ask someone else's opinion.
Twin spirit roots are not especially rare in the Xingdi. On what grounds do you hesitate? Only because Gu Liangyuan is patient. A master with less temper would have already left with a flick of his sleeve. Gu Liangyuan knew that Song Xian'er's hesitation came from her past life memories, not yet awakening, which left her infatuated with Zhang Yang and obedient to his words. He was not flustered. The Wanqing Dao specializes in curing lovesick sycophancy. My disciple shall heed only me. Once I find the Lioli immortal crystal and her past memories awaken, she will cut off her attachments in an instant and set foot upon the Dao. Zhang Yang felt awkward with all eyes fixed upon him. Though his spirit root was poor, he thought himself exceptional. Seeing someone about to take his maid, and yet being disregarded as her young master, he felt stifled and agreed. He had planned to tell Song Xian'er she lacked cultivation talent, then produce some spiritual trinket to fake an awakening of her roots, thereby leading her onto the path of cultivation. That way he would bind her heart utterly, and make her devoted to him. To that end, he had spent a great sum on a spirit treasure that concealed true talent, hanging it on Song Xian'er so others would not see through her. He had not expected the Xingdi to be so crawling with hidden masters. Before his scheme could be set in motion, someone had already seen through Song Xian'er's talent. Inwardly, he certainly did not want Song Xian'er to leave him now. But faced with Gu Liangyuan's warning gaze, and that faint pervasive pressure, he chose to submit. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. Wait, this humiliation today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. The vicious light in Zhang Yang's eyes flashed and vanished. He then feigned generosity towards Song Xian'er and said,
Xian'er, perhaps I was short-sighted before and failed to see your talent. That master is far superior to me. If you have talent, that is a blessing. Hurry and accept him as your master. Who knows what the future holds? I may yet need you to protect me.
Although the vicious glint in Zhang Yang's eyes was fleeting, Gu Liangyuan's keen perception caught it. He had not expected the child of destiny to be so petty, resentful merely because someone took a disciple. Yet on reflection, it made some sense. In the novels of his past life, there were often plots where the destined one's sister or lover was taken as a disciple by a great power, inciting the destined one's furious cultivation and later mockery of that great being. Some even went so far as to destroy the other sect. So training a disciple is a crime in the eyes of you children of destiny, is it? But at this moment Gu Liangyuan had no time to waste with Zhang Yang. His top priority was to complete the system task and take on a disciple as soon as possible. Yet to Gu Liangyuan's surprise, even after Zhang Yang's words, Song Xian'er still looked reluctant to part.
Young master, I cannot bear to leave you.
Zhang Yang felt a hint of comfort upon hearing this, and also feigned reluctance.
I cannot bear to leave you either, but I am now in danger myself, let alone protecting you. To be accepted into a sacred land is your blessing. I promise you, once I achieve success in cultivation, I will surely come to see you.
Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Song Xian'er glanced at Gu Liangyuan, then suddenly brightened with an idea.
Immortal master, could you also take the young master into the sacred land?
Zhang Yang's eyes also lit up as he looked hopefully at Gu Liangyuan. Before Gu Liangyuan could speak, perhaps due to Zhang Yang's vexing aura, the onlookers could not stand it and began to jeer.
Do you think the sacred land is your home to enter as you please? His spiritual energy appears impure. He likely has a mixed spiritual root, barely fit even for a menial role. This girl is too ungrateful, making demands before even becoming a disciple. Exactly, you master and servant think too highly of yourselves.
Hearing this, Gu Liangyuan felt a surge of anger. But then the Supreme Forgetfulness Sutra began to circulate on its own, instantly clearing his mind. Gu Liangyuan snapped back to reality, inwardly relieved he had narrowly avoided the protagonist's wisdom-draining aura. Song Xian'er's current state was due to her unawakened memories, not her true nature. No anger, no anger. Without boasting, the current Song Xian'er was far less clingy than I was in my bootlicking days. But bringing the chosen one into the sacred land, perhaps it is not impossible. Under my watch I would have more room to maneuver. With this thought, Gu Liangyuan said to Song Xian'er,
Every country has its laws,
and every family has its rules. Even as the granduncle of the sacred land, I cannot disregard its rules. This Liangyuan has a mixed spiritual root of metal with fire and earth. His talent is too poor to enter my forgetfulness peak. Seeing disappointment in Song Xianer's eyes, Liangyuan shifted his tone. However, I can arrange for him to work as a menial servant in the chores department. Zhang Yang, are you willing? Zhang Yang felt a pang of resentment. Did spiritual roots truly determine everything in the world of cultivation? His maidservant could become a direct disciple while he could only be a menial servant. Zhang Yang wanted to refuse, but glancing at Imochen in the distance, he nodded wisely. There were pursuers behind. Survival came first. Surrounded by mocking gazes, he resolved in his heart, just wait. Even as a menial disciple, I will rise above the rest. My fate is mine to command, not heaven's. Seeing Zhang Yang nod, Song Xianer had no more qualms, and immediately performed a kowtow to Liangyuan. Greetings, master. Liangyuan flicked his sleeve, and a gentle surge of magical energy lifted Song Xianer. Good disciple, rise. Ding, congratulations, system task completed. Supreme comprehension and cultivation return function have been granted. Liangyuan casually clicked to accept, feeling only a slight tremor in his mind before nothing else. Yet when he opened his eyes to the world again, everything before him seemed to radiate a mysterious aura. Falling petals, chirping birds. It seemed all things followed some pattern, as if enlightenment could be achieved with a single thought. So this is supreme comprehension. Truly remarkable. System between my comprehension now and the awakened Imochen, who is superior. Ding, supreme comprehension is the pinnacle of the world. In terms of comprehension, no one in heaven or earth can rival the host. Satisfied? System products are always top-notch. Regaining his composure, Liangyuan pointed at Zhang Yang and said to the outer disciple maintaining order. You heard my words, take him to report to Steward Wang. Disciple obeys. After arranging everything, Liangyuan turned to Imochen, who was frowning nearby. Young one, are you willing to become my disciple? Imochen felt a surge of joy. He had come merely to watch the show, thinking it would be harder to kill Zhang Yang now that he had entered the sacred land, but now he had the chance to join too. Yet he then thought of Lu Shuang at the sword sect. If he joined the sacred land, wouldn't he be far from his cousin Lu Shuang? One was a bright path of cultivation, the other his beloved woman. How to choose? Was there even a choice? Of course, choose the woman. For my cousin Lu Shuang, I would give my life, let alone cultivation. Thus Imochen resolutely refused. Thank you for the kind offer, senior, but I have already joined the profound sword sect. In life, I am its soul, in death its ghost. Even if you are a peak master of the sacred land, you cannot shake my loyalty to the profound sword sect. The surrounding crowd felt a newfound awe for Imochen. What a loyal Imochen! They asked themselves. They could not refuse the chance to join a sacred land for the sake of a sect. Though some thought Imochen foolish, no one mocked a man of loyalty. Liangyuan was speechless. Are you really showing off your loyalty now? You don't want to leave the profound sword sect? You're just coveting Lu Shuang's beauty. How low? Liangyuan added. The profound sword sect is a subsidiary of my supreme sacred land, often sending outer disciples here. This is not betrayal. In the future, when you achieve success, you can repay the profound sword sect, can't you? The listeners found this reasonable, and turned their gaze back to Imochen. Imochen shook his head again. To be honest, senior, the profound sword sect is not only where I was born and raised, but also holds my beloved. Oh! The onlookers showed keen interest. Gossip. Liangyuan was exasperated. The sacred land is full of fine women. If you become my disciple, you can choose any you like. Why cling to one to the end? Imochen shook his head once more and replied firmly. Lust is a blade that scrapes the bones. Spending all day with women only disturbs my state of mind. All I seek is to grow old with one person. The women nearby were moved by his willingness to give up joining the sacred land for his beloved. Meanwhile, the men beat their chests in regret, thinking Imochen truly foolish. Liangyuan looked at Imochen and nodded. I respect your choice. With that, he turned to Song Rentu, who had appeared unnoticed behind him. Invite the daughter of the profound sword sect's leader to the sacred land as a guest, and have her reside on Wuji Peak. Song Rentu smirked slyly and nodded in acknowledgement. Imochen's heart sank. Wuji Peak. Wasn't that the peak where his cousin's beloved resided? If his cousin stayed with that man, disaster would strike. With this thought, he shouted at Liangyuan's retreating figure.
Wait!
Liangyuan turned in confusion.
What is it?
Without a word, Imochen dropped to his knees.
I am willing to become your disciple, senior.
Oh!
Weren't you the ghost of the profound sword sect? It's the same if I'm buried there after death. And you're beloved in the profound sword sect. I must become stronger to protect my beloved.
Liangyuan waved his hand.
Lust is a blade that scrapes the bones. The sacred land has too many women, your mind will be disturbed.
Imochen met Liangyuan's gaze with determination.
Lust is a blade that scrapes the bones, but I, Imochen, am famously hard-boned. Senior, I can do it.
Liangyuan patted Imochen on the shoulder.
What I admire is a person with backbone. I accept you as my disciple.
Imochen breathed a sigh of relief and bowed respectfully.
Thank you, master. Ding, congratulations to the host for accepting 3 disciples. You have begun to show the appearance of a renowned master. The path of a Master Series quest has been issued. Gather 8 direct disciples. System reward 3 10,000-fold critical hit cards. 10,000-fold critical hit card upon use, it will 100% activate a 10,000-fold critical hit. Accept 50 inner disciples. System reward 1 Enlightenment Tower. Enlightenment Tower, an immortal artifact containing 9 levels of space, each corresponding to the 9 mortal realms. Accordingly, the flow of time within is faster than the outside world, and it also possesses the ability to aid enlightenment.
Upon detecting the new system notification, Liangyuan's eyes lit up. A guaranteed 10,000-fold critical hit was truly heaven-defying. If he could find a few immortal artifacts and trigger a critical hit with the system, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in this cultivation world? And that Enlightenment Tower was an unparalleled tool for nurturing disciples. If he threw all his disciples inside, wouldn't his own cultivation skyrocket?
System, these inner disciples don't have to be sycophants, do they? Ding, for the host to accept inner disciples, there are no restrictions on talent or other aspects. Correspondingly, inner disciples will not have the function of returning cultivation.
Inner disciples were not considered true disciples. If they had to be classified, they could be considered apprentices. They were students in Liangyuan's large classes, unqualified to call him master, and could only address him as teacher. Only those accepted as direct disciples were considered true apprentices. Liangyuan stroked his chin. Finding 50 inner disciples wasn't difficult. But for the future of the emotion for getting peaked, the aptitude of the inner disciples couldn't be too poor. He had to choose carefully. He first thought of Zhongyang, but immediately dismissed the idea. A dog that can't be tamed will eventually bite its master. Seeing Imochen and Song Xian are looking at him expectantly, Liangyuan instructed Song Rentu.
Old Song, take them back to the emotion for getting peaked first. I'll go find some more inner disciples. Yes.
After Song Rentu left, Liangyuan returned to the mountain peak. Standing high and looking far, he took in the talents of everyone below. Name: Han Feiyu. Devotion value 20. Cultivation mortal. Spiritual root wood fire earth triple spiritual root. Comprehension 1 in 10,000. Fortune smooth sailing after hardship. The path to success is always filled with trials. Talent perseverance growing stronger with adversity. Peerless intelligence. Summary: a diligent type who, relying on an unyielding spirit and unmatched intellect, might very well make a name for themselves in the cultivation world. Liangyuan nodded. This one is good. Although his spiritual root was weak, his comprehension was excellent, and he had peerless intelligence. He might be useful for supporting the dragon throne. Accepted. Name: Go Deju. Cultivation mortal. Devotion value 90. Cultivation mortal. Spiritual root wind fire with triple spiritual root. Comprehension 1 in 10,000. Fortune steady and stable. Fortune has no major ups or downs, relatively stable. Talent seeking victory through stability. Timid yet meticulous. Peerless intelligence. Summary: a practitioner of the way of caution, abiding by the principle of winning through caution, preferring to flee rather than fight. With such an attitude, he is destined to laugh last. Although he has the bearing of a protagonist, his foundation is insufficient. A pity. Liangyuan nodded. This one is also good. Accepted. Name. Liangyuan looked at them one by one. Among hundreds of thousands of people, he carefully selected and ultimately chose only 28. For the remaining 22, Liangyuan planned to search the outer sect. If he still couldn't find enough, he would lower his standards to make up the numbers. The disciple recruitment ceremony below continued. Half a day later, everyone present had finished testing. Of the 200,000 who came, less than 10,000 possessed spiritual roots. This was only because many already knew they had spiritual roots and dared to come to the Holy Land. In the mortal world, it would be difficult to find even a few with spiritual roots within an entire small country. These 10,000 disciples with spiritual roots then proceeded through the subsequent tests of comprehension and temperament. Each test eliminated a large number of disciples. After 2 tests, less than 3,000 people remained. The 20 Liangyuan had chosen were all among them. Next, it was the peak masters' turn to step forward and select disciples one by one. However, there were 7 peak masters, and only 2 disciples, with heavenly spiritual roots on the field, who didn't want the best. Consequently, the several peak masters argued so fiercely that they nearly came to blows. Liangyuan, however, showed no intention of competing, merely watching the spectacle from the sidelines. A mere heavenly spiritual root didn't even meet the system's requirements for accepting disciples, let alone the fact that neither of them were sycophants. The disciples waiting below watched this scene, their envy palpable. They were begging to be accepted into a peak, not even daring to hope for direct discipleship. Just becoming an inner disciple would be a stroke of incredible luck. Yet these two, before them, were being fought over by a group of great powers. Comparing people really infuriates others. In the end, unable to resolve the dispute, Liangyuan personally stepped in to mediate.
Enough, you are all beings who could be called ancestors in the Eastern continent. Making such a fuss over taking a disciple is utterly improper.
After the crowd stopped arguing, Liangyuan looked at the 2 somewhat overwhelmed disciples with heavenly spiritual roots.
The peak masters' quarrel stems from their love of talent. Since they cannot decide, the choice is yours. Which peak master do you wish to take as your teacher?
The man and woman listened to Liangyuan's words, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Then, as if by unspoken agreement, they both looked towards Liangyuan, who was yawning on the side. In terms of cultivation, Liangyuan might be temporarily inferior to the other peak masters, but he was still more than capable of teaching them. Moreover, he was someone who had reached the nascent soul stage. In a single day, perhaps with another moment of enlightenment, he would surpass them all. Most importantly, Liangyuan's reputation as a doting master was thunderously famous. He truly gave away heavenly-grade artifacts and miraculous pills. Following the gaze of the other 6 peak masters, including Liangyuan, also looked towards Liangyuan. Trouble. Could it be that the disciple they were about to get would become their junior sister? Feeling everyone's gaze, Liangyuan forcefully stifled the yawn that was halfway out. He carefully examined both of their attribute panels again. After confirming that neither was suitable in any way, he slowly shook his head.
You 2 are not suited for my legacy. If you wish to take me as your master, I can only accept you as inner disciples.
When Liangyuan said this, not only the 2 disciples, but even the other peak masters couldn't understand. What? You look down on a heavenly spiritual root. A heavenly spiritual root referred to a cultivator with a single spiritual root, further graded as low, middle, high, and supreme based on purity. Even a low-grade heavenly spiritual root could potentially become a holy son or holy daughter of a holy land. It could be said that if a disciple with a heavenly spiritual root made their intentions known, all 4 holy lands would be theirs for the choosing. Uncle Master, aren't you being too picky? The male disciple, hearing Liangyuan's words, looked somewhat disappointed. Then his gaze swept across the several peak masters before finally settling beside Wan Yin. The female disciple, however, did not choose another master immediately. Instead, she asked Liangyuan with a hint of unwillingness.
I know that Senior has an eldest disciple who has a supreme grade heavenly spiritual root. I believe that my high-grade heavenly spiritual root is not far behind hers. I want to ask Senior, where exactly am I unsuitable? I wish to ask Senior, in what way am I unsuitable?
Hearing the woman's question before him, Liangyuan said nothing more, merely shaking his head with a smile. Unsuitable in what way? Though her spiritual root was fine, her comprehension was mediocre, her fortune ordinary, and she lacked even a destined fate. She was unsuitable in every regard. Xianqiu was not only endowed with an ultimate celestial spiritual root, but also possessed unparalleled comprehension, immense fortune, and the destined fate of a female emperor. How could you compare? Of course Liangyuan kept these words to himself. It was only natural for a young person to have a hint of pride. There was no need to suppress it too harshly. Yet Liangyuan's actions seemed to have wounded her fragile sense of self-esteem. Clenching her fists, she declared with feigned bravado,
"My name is Jean Zhonger. One day you will regret your decision."
With that she turned to Lu Qimei and said,
"I am willing to accept you as my master."
Lu Qimei smiled and encouraged Jean Zhonger.
"Ambitious. Under my guidance, you will surely surpass your senior uncle Qianqiu one day. Then let him regret his choice."
Like Liangyuan, she believed a touch of pride in the young was not a bad thing. Jean Zhonger nodded emphatically, wholeheartedly agreeing. Liangyuan thought it beneficial to give her some motivation for cultivation, so he remarked in turn,
"Very well, I await the day you make me regret it."
Both Liangyuan and Lu Qimei had spoken these words in the spirit of teasing their junior. Yet they were deeply etched into Jean Zhonger's mind. Little did she know from this day forward Qianqiu would become her everlasting nightmare. Countless fortuitous encounters and endless days and nights of effort would reveal that no matter what she did she could never surpass Qianqiu, the gap only widening. Of course, that was a story for another time. With the two celestial spiritual root disciples each having taken a master, the other peak lords had little left to contend for. Each selected 1 or 2 disciples to join the inner sect. Liangyuan successfully took those 28 inner disciples under his wing. This move once again drew the attention of the peak lords and elders present. In their eyes, the disciples chosen by Liangyuan were far from exceptional. Lu Qimei even worried that the forgotten love peak might struggle to thrive, and wished to personally select a few more for him, but Liangyuan refused. Recalling Liangyuan's remarkable ability to discern talent, as seen with Qianqiu, Lu Qimei could only relent, hoping this was another result of his mastery in recognizing people. The grand disciple recruiting ceremony began with great fanfare and ended the same way. Those who entered the sect were elated. Those who failed departed in dejection. Perhaps those who left might carve out their own paths and encounter other opportunities even without joining a sacred land. But all of that was now irrelevant to the supreme sacred land. The bustling mountain gate returned to its usual silence. Liangyuan led the group of inner disciples back to the forgotten love peak. After giving a few instructions to the inner disciples, he handed them over to Song Ritu for guidance. For Song Ren, to a nascent soul late-stage cultivator teaching these disciples the fundamentals of cultivation, was more than sufficient. With everything settled, Liangyuan's mind relaxed somewhat. Suddenly a mountain breeze swept by, stirring the sleeves of his robe. Feeling the caress of the evening wind against his cheeks, and the slight movement of his hair, Liangyuan's thoughts drifted far away. Was it that I happened to arrive here, and the breeze just chanced to blow, causing this event to occur? Or would this breeze still have blown even without me? If the former, what force orchestrated all of this? Is it because of me that all the beauty of this world unfolds before my eyes? Or am I but a part of this very beauty? The realm of self. The realm of no self. What distinguishes the two? Can all of this be traced? If so, what governs it all? Is it the result of the Taoist operation? Liangyuan sank into deep contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, as he pondered, the Tao aura around him gradually intensified, seeming to merge subtly with nature itself. Had the other peak lords witnessed Liangyuan in this state, they would surely have been filled with envy. For the state he was in was none other than the state of sudden enlightenment, the dream of every cultivator under heaven. In this state, a cultivator's cultivation base would rapidly ascend. All previous perplexities would be resolved in that very moment. It was less enlightenment, and more the heavenly Tao directly imparting its teachings to the cultivator. In days of old, immortal achieved sudden enlightenment, stood up to cultivate, and created the path of body refinement, becoming the sovereign of that path. A tribulation transcendence cultivator nearing the end of their lifespan attained enlightenment in an instant, and ascended to immortality on the spot. A mortal martial artist upon sudden enlightenment created a great divine ability. This was a state sought after by countless great cultivators. Yet Liangyuan achieved sudden enlightenment merely from the brush of a breeze. Within his mind a fierce battle of thoughts raged. As the Tao aura upon him increased, his cultivation base climbed steadily. Does the world continue to turn without me, or does it exist only because I am here? A quarter of an hour. Half an hour. Nearly an hour passed, and Liangyuan remained rooted to the spot. Suddenly the chirp of a bird reached his ears. Then moonlight spilled over him, and the scent of grass and trees filled his nostrils. His sealed senses gradually opened. Liangyuan abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at the picturesque scenery before him, and a realization dawned. What is there to call self or no self? Heaven and earth coexist with me. I am one with all things. With this clarity of thought, Liangyuan felt that the once sluggish spiritual energy of heaven and earth had become vibrant and active. Liangyuan had a premonition that in this state, if he cultivated, his speed would be more than 10 times faster than before. Cultivate. At the thought of cultivation, Liangyuan quickly examined his dantian internally. To his astonishment, his cultivation base had unknowingly reached the 4th level of the nascent soul stage.
Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving sudden enlightenment, receiving the blessing of the heavenly Tao, and obtaining the heavenly gifted Tao body.
Only then did Liangyuan realize he had just experienced sudden enlightenment. Just from a passing breeze, and he achieved sudden enlightenment. Supreme comprehension, how terrifying it is.
Open the system panel.
Host Liangyuan. Spiritual root void spiritual root. Comprehension supreme. Physique heavenly gifted Tao body. Cultivation nascent soul 4th layer. Identity Lord of Forgotten Love Peak Supreme Sacred Land. Cultivation Art Supreme Forgotten Love Sutra. Divine Abilities Gum Gold Sword Art 9 Dragons Blazing Palm Heavenly Thunder Escape. Items Earth 9 Sword Mustard Seed Bracelet Longevity Peach. Disciples Qianqiu Song Sinner Emotion.
Heavenly gifted Tao body. Those with this physique are naturally close to the Tao, learning all Tao techniques and divine abilities with ease. They also possess a natural affinity for spiritual energy, are blessed by the heavenly Tao in fortune, and encounter few calamities.
Liangyuan was overjoyed. With a single moment of enlightenment, not only had his cultivation increased, but he had also gained a special physique. What a delightful turn of events. Still, the items and divine abilities sections looked rather sparse. It seemed he needed to work harder at teaching his disciples. Fortunately, there were 2 fresh disciples waiting for his instruction. Disciples, your master is coming. Liangyuan arrived at the Hall of Oblivion only to find Imo Chen and Song Xian'er already waiting for him inside. Upon seeing Liangyuan enter the hall, the 2 bowed, respectfully addressing him as
Master.
Liangyuan nodded in acknowledgement, then raised a finger and pointed, sending 2 streams of light into their sea of consciousness. As the 2 looked on in astonishment, Liangyuan slowly spoke.
This is the foundation of our Wanqing Peak, the supreme oblivion scripture.
Song Xian'er, who had never been exposed to cultivation, stared at the text, finding it as incomprehensible as a celestial tome, and nodded in a daze. Imo Chen, however, upon reading the 8 bold characters,
to cultivate this scripture, one must first forget all emotions.
His expression shifted dramatically. He glanced around, locked onto the main gate, and with swift footwork bolted out of the hall. His demeanor suggested he intended to flee. Liangyuan, unruffled, said calmly,
Go ahead. I'll make the decision and pair Long Chen with Lu Shuang as Tao companions. Guess if Long Chen dares to defy my orders as his granduncle.
Imo Chen, already outside the hall, abruptly halted in his tracks. His face contorted through a series of emotions before he turned back, his expression full of righteous indignation.
Master, what are you saying? I am utterly devoted to you. How could I possibly leave? I only feared someone might be eavesdropping outside the door while you were imparting the teachings, so I went to check. I never imagined you would think so poorly of me.
What a picture of righteous indignation Imo Chen presented. If I hadn't called you back, you'd have been halfway down the mountain by now. Drawing aggro. Liangyuan understood well that the art of discipline required a balance of pressure and release. Pushing too hard at once would only backfire. Even knowing Imo Chen was putting on an act, he didn't expose him. Instead, he continued,
The cultivation of the supreme oblivion scripture progresses through 3 stages. The first is severing emotions.
As Liangyuan spoke, Song Xian'er's expression also shifted noticeably. Clearly she too thought of Zhang Yang. But Liangyuan did not pause.
In this stage, under the influence of the oblivion scripture, your mind will become exceptionally clear, aiding you in severing your emotions. Once you pass the severing emotion stage, you will enter the realm of self-inquiry. At that time you will break free from the web of emotions and ask your heart, do you truly love her? If your love is genuine, you can still continue to love. Do you believe your love for Lu Shuang is not deep enough? If you are confident in the depth of your love, why fear a temporary severance of emotions?
Gu Liangyuan's words were not deceptive. Take Qiuqian for instance. Though he had entered the realm of self-inquiry, his devotion value remained at 100. Yet Gu Liangyuan knew this outcome stemmed from his genuine kindness toward Qiuqian. As for these two, one was blocked from cultivation by the one she loved. Though Song Xian'er now seemed dazed once her past life memories awakened, she would likely resent Zhang Yang. And Imochen, a pure sycophant, who would give his life for the woman he loved while she amused herself at his expense and loved another. If after breaking through the emotional barrier, he still returned to her, he would truly be a fool. Seeing Gu Liangyuan question his love for Lu Shuang, Imochen immediately retorted,
My love for her is deeper than you can imagine.
Gu Liangyuan seized the opportunity.
In that case, I will now guide you into the Oblivion Scripture.
Imochen snorted coldly and immediately sat cross-legged. Song Xian'er hesitated for a moment, then imitated Imochen's posture and sat down as well. Gu Liangyuan then channeled his spiritual power, guiding the qi along the path of the Oblivion Scripture, completing a full cycle within their bodies. After the circulation, Imochen felt his mind become clear and serene, realizing that the supreme Oblivion Scripture was far superior to any technique he had practiced before. It not only cultivated spiritual energy, but also honed the divine sense, truly remarkable. As for Song Xian'er, radiance flickered around her, and she directly entered the first layer of qi refining. Seeing both had begun cultivating the Oblivion Scripture, Gu Liangyuan felt satisfied. The Oblivion Scripture clears the mind, and with his assistance, it would surely cure Imochen of his sycophantic tendencies. Yes, sycophancy is a disease. It needed to be cured. Just then Gu Liangyuan felt an inexplicable surge of power flood into his dantian, causing his aura to swell. Nascent Soul 5th Layer, achieved. Gu Liangyuan was delighted, an unexpected bonus. So the transition from mortal to qi refining also counted as a breakthrough in cultivation. The two disciples below, due to the vast disparity in power, could not detect Gu Liangyuan's increase in cultivation. They only felt that the Tao aura emanating from him seemed even more profound. Seeing his two disciples looking at him, Gu Liangyuan reached out and produced two heaven-grade sword-shaped artifacts.
When your senior sister first joined, I gifted her a top-grade heaven-grade artifact. Though you joined later, you should not be lacking. These two swords, one is Remnant Blood, the other Clear Wind, are both top-grade heaven-grade artifacts. Choose for yourselves.
Imochen and Song Xian'er were both stunned. Though Song Xian'er had not cultivated before, she had traveled far and wide with Zhang Yang and had some knowledge of the cultivator's world. She might not understand the value of the Oblivion Scripture, but she knew the basics of the cultivation realm. A top-grade heaven-grade artifact. Even nascent soul elders regarded such treasures as priceless. She had heard that in one place, a heaven-grade artifact's appearance led to the deaths of 7 nascent soul cultivators in battle. In the end, a divine transformation powerhouse had to personally intervene to claim it. And Gu Liangyuan was giving away such a precious item so freely. Imochen understood even more deeply than Song Xian'er. As a disciple of the mystic sword sect, his world revolved around Lu Shuang and the art of the sword. He knew the names and legends of famous swords like the back of his hand. Before meeting Gu Liangyuan, aside from winning Lu Shuang's heart, his greatest wish was to possess an earth-grade sword artifact. Yet now, having just taken Gu Liangyuan as his master, he was gifted a heaven-grade artifact exceeding his wildest dreams. He suddenly felt that this master was truly worth having. But why did his master hold such prejudice against his cousin? If only he could bring his cousin to also become his master's disciple, he would have no regrets in this life.
What are you standing there for? If you don't take them, he'll put them away.
Hearing Gu Liangyuan's words, the two snapped back to reality. Imochen stepped forward first and grasped Remnant Blood. Song Xian'er followed suit, taking hold of Clear Wind.
Ding. Host bestows a top-grade heaven-grade artifact, triggering a 5,000-fold return. Return reward Earth Sword 12. Ding. Host bestows a top-grade heaven-grade artifact, triggering a 5,000-fold return. Return reward Earth Sword 3.
Gu Liangyuan's eyes lit up. acquiring 2 of the 12 Earth swords at once, not bad at all. But Liangyuan's generosity did not end there. He reached out again, and a host of artifacts materialized before the two. Flying treasures, spatial artifacts, auxiliary tools, all were present. For a moment, the Hall of Oblivion was bathed in dazzling radiance, leaving the two dazzled.
Offensive artifacts alone are not enough. Your master has some auxiliary artifacts here. He'll bestow them upon you as well.
Clutching their top-grade, heaven-grade artifacts, and gazing at the array of earth and Xian-grade treasures before them, the two felt as if they were in a dream. Especially for Imochen, recalling how fiercely he had fought for a yellow-rank magical tool before, yet now it was effortlessly within reach. The stark contrast made it feel utterly unreal. At that moment, the forgetting passion scripture within his body suddenly stirred, restoring clarity to Imochen's spiritual altar. It turned out that none of this was an illusion. Taking a deep breath, Imochen looked at Liangyuan before him, his eyes filled with newfound respect.
Thank you, master.
With that, he waved his hand to gather the items. Seeing Song Xianer still at a loss, Imochen helped her store the treasures that Liangyuan had gifted into the storage magical artifact. Although she accepted the storage ring handed by Imochen, her mind remained dazed. Mimicking Imochen, she bowed and said,
Thank you, master. Thank you, junior brother. Ding the host has bestowed a Earth-rank magical tool.
Liangyuan's bestowal of these spiritual treasures triggered a series of returns. Unfortunately, most of the returns were sky-rank magical tools. Just as Liangyuan was feeling disappointed, the final system notification brightened his eyes.
Ding the host has bestowed a flying vessel, triggering an 8th ascendfold return. Return reward: Xuanlong Jade Chariot. Xuanlong Jade Chariot, a superior grade flying spiritual treasure crafted entirely of spiritual jade, pulled by 2 white dragon-shaped puppets at the front. With sufficient spirit stones, it can travel 80,000 li in a day.
Inscribed with a defensive array, it can withstand damage from nascent soul cultivators without a scratch.
Watching the system's description, Liangyuan could hardly conceal his excitement.
From Liangyuan's understanding, the speed of nascent soul cultivators only rivals the speed of sound, and even surpassing that is limited. With the use of Thunder Flash, he could achieve this speed briefly. Upon entering the refining void stage, his speed would increase by 1 to 2 times. Beyond that, unless one possesses special techniques, speed gains are hard to come by. What increases is merely the duration of flight. This Xuanlong Jade Chariot, traveling 80,000 li a day, is several times faster than the speed of sound. It is truly a lethal and swift escape tool. Most importantly, it looks magnificent. The 2 true dragon puppets are exquisitely lifelike. If I don't say otherwise, who would know they are fake? For now, he lacks no magical tools, but Liangyuan's goal remains incomplete, as his own divine abilities are still insufficient. With this in mind, Liangyuan reached out and took out several spells, bestowing them upon the two.
These are chosen by me for you, spells suitable for you, ranging from yellow rank to sky rank. It is not that I do not wish to grant you divine abilities, but your current strength cannot wield them. Once you break through to the foundation establishment stage, I will grant each of you a minor divine ability. Though the two had prepared their hearts after Liangyuan's previous bestowals, seeing the array of spells floating before them left them both shocked and deeply moved. How could such a selfless master exist in this world? Holding thick volumes in their hands, they knelt together and bowed. Thank you, master. Cheer rise.
Liangyuan was unaware of Imochen's emotions. Surprisingly, after his series of actions, Song Xianer's infatuation with Zhang Yang decreased from 90 to 85.
Ding, congratulations to the host for bestowing a sky rank spell, Fa Xiang Shu, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Return reward: Fa Tian Xiang D. Ding, congratulations to the host for bestowing a sky rank spell, San Long Ho, triggering a 7,000-fold return. Return reward: Hung Zi Ju. Ding, congratulations to the host for bestowing an earth rank spell, Duan Jin Jian Fa, triggering a 200-fold return. Return reward: Xian Jin Jian Shu. Ding, congratulations to the host for bestowing.
The system notification sounded continuously, yet no return surpassed the first 3. Even so, it exceeded Liangyuan's expectations. He never imagined triggering returns of 10,000 and 7,000 folds, both from sky rank spells, surely extraordinary. He clicked to view the detailed description of the return reward: name Fa Tian Xiang D, level supreme, great divine ability, minimum cultivation, nascent soul function, manipulates magical power to enlarge the user's body immensely theoretically. As long as magical power suffices, the body can grow infinitely. With the bonus growth, the user's strength also increases correspondingly. However, magical power consumption rises exponentially. Liangyuan's heart skipped several beats upon reading this. Truly a supreme divine ability. With this power in hand, battling beyond one's level would be trivial. He imagined the day when his strength was sufficient, standing beneath the azure sky and treading in the netherworld. What a magnificent aura that would be.
System, can Fation D be used partially? Don't misunderstand, I'm just thinking that if my fist suddenly enlarges during combat, wouldn't that catch the opponent off guard?
System. After a moment of silence, a mechanical prompt sounded.
Yes.
Liangyuan laughed. He. Excellent. Next. Name Hung Zi Ju level Great Divine Ability Cultivation Requirement. Refine a wisp of Xian Huang Qi function. A cold snort expels Xian Huang Qi through the nostrils, sounding like a resonant bell that shakes the soul. Those struck by Xian Huang Qi suffer severe spiritual damage. At worst, their soul is shattered. Liangyuan frowned. These divine abilities were excellent, but the requirement of a wisp of Xian Huang Qi was troublesome. It was not easy to find. He realized he must be more diligent in the future, and the glazed immortal crystal was urgently needed.
Open the description for Xian Jian Shu. Name Xian Jian Shu level Supreme Sky rank spell cultivation requirement sufficient magical power alone function. The sister art of the Gung Jin sword technique. Xian Jin represents in emphasizing subtlety, ruthlessness, and ferocity. Gung Jin represents yang, embodying grand and sweeping movements. Combined, they form the Gung Xian sword, a unity of yin and yang, melding hardness and softness, rivaling ordinary minor divine abilities without losing any edge. With the sword intense blessing, its power is even greater. Liangyuan was satisfied. Previously, he felt the Gung Jin sword technique was somewhat lacking, but now he was content. Through these three disciples, he suddenly realized that the probability of returns was higher when bestowing items upon new disciples. Determined, he resolved to test this rule when taking on another disciple. Watching the two disciples below with moved expressions, Liangyuan was about to say some encouraging words, when his heavenly bestowed Dao body sensitively perceived a faint lightning intent emerging from the world. Liangyuan immediately understood Qianqiu could no longer suppress his cultivation. The foundation establishment tribulation was imminent. Liangyuan expanded his spiritual sense, and found that its range had increased from 80 li to 150 li, almost doubling compared to his first nascent soul breakthrough. With his powerful spiritual sense, Liangyuan quickly detected Qianqiu speeding towards the tribulation forest. With a thought, he grasped Mo Chun and Song Xianer and rushed towards Qianqiu. Your senior sister is about to undergo the Foundation Establishment tribulation. I will take you to meet her.
Amidst the whirlwind of movement, everyone arrived within the tribulation forest. Around the forest, scattered disciples sat cross-legged. Liangyuan swept his gaze across them, noting that most were at the great perfection of Qi refining, on the verge of undergoing the first ninefold heavenly tribulation. There were also a few disciples at the great perfection of Foundation Establishment, preparing for the second ninefold heavenly tribulation. These individuals were clearly on the brink of breakthrough, accumulating their own tribulation crossing experience by observing others. As the disciples watched Qianqiu step into the thunder tribulation, they were first stunned by her beauty, then saw a man resembling an immortal appear out of thin air. Although some disciples had never seen Liangyuan before, they recognized him by his unparalleled celestial-like features, unmatched in the sacred land. They immediately stepped forward to bow, calling out,
"Greetings, Grandmaster."
Seeing the two disciples behind Liangyuan, they also addressed them as
Master.
This was the first time the pair had been addressed in such a manner, and those who called them so were cultivators of higher cultivation. While this secretly delighted them, it also left them somewhat at a loss. Liangyuan flicked his sleeve, and a gentle surge of mana lifted everyone up.
No need for such formalities, simply observe the ceremony together. Yes, Grandmaster.
Seeing that Liangyuan was approachable, the disciples breathed a sigh of relief and gathered around the edge of the tribulation forest to watch Qianqiu's Foundation Establishment tribulation. The previous Grand Disciple recruitment ceremony had caused quite a stir, and they all knew that Qianqiu had joined the Forgetfulness Peak a month ago. Yet in just 1 month, she had advanced from an ordinary mortal to the great perfection of Qi refining. Even with a supreme spiritual root, this was too fast. Under everyone's gaze, thunderclouds gathered in the sky in an instant. Accompanied by fierce winds, they stretched for 3 to 4 li, a grand and formidable sight. In the blink of an eye, flashes of light flickered within the thunderclouds, as if thunderbolts were brewing within. Below the clouds, Qianqiu sensed the impending tribulation. She turned to look at Liangyuan and smiled radiantly without a trace of tension. Rumble. The heavenly thunder crashed down. Qianqiu neither dodged nor avoided relying on her thunder spirit root. She directly absorbed the thunderbolt, nourishing herself. Then came the second, third, fourth. 6 heavenly thunders fell in succession, each absorbed by Qianqiu. By the 7th thunderbolt, she could barely hold on, so she summoned a small cyan pagoda and suspended it above her head. This pagoda was the earth-grade artifact, the cyan gold pagoda gifted by Liangyuan. Suspended above her head, strands of cyan energy cascaded down, shielding her entire body. Crackle. The last 3 thunderbolts struck the pagoda in succession, causing arcs of electricity to dance and sparks to fly. Yet Qianqiu, sheltered beneath the pagoda, remained completely unaffected. The 9-fold heavenly tribulation had passed. Torrents of dense spiritual energy surged toward Qianqiu. In no time her aura surged. Foundation establishment achieved. Watching Qianqiu's tribulation crossing, the onlooking disciples were dumbfounded. Your effortless approach makes me feel like I could do it too. I came to learn the experience of crossing tribulations, but with you doing it like this, how am I supposed to learn? Learn to absorb heavenly thunder. Learn to use an earth-grade artifact. One can't handle it physically, the other can't afford it financially. Am filled with resentment. Why is the gap between people so vast? Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the disciples, Qianqiu walked up to Liangyuan.
Master, did Qianqiu disappoint you?
Liangyuan's face turned stern.
Still not disappointing me. Have you forgotten how I taught you? If you can solve a problem with a magical artifact, never use your cultivation. You had to show off. If you had summoned the cyan gold pagoda earlier, you could have crossed it easily. You insisted on absorbing the heavenly thunder. Your meridians must be somewhat damaged, right? This makes your master worry, you know.
Qianqiu protested weakly.
Master, if you keep this up, you'll spoil me.
Liangyuan waved his hand grandly and declared.
If I don't spoil my disciple, who will? By the way, these are your new junior siblings I've taken in. Get to know each other.
The 3 met one another. Liangyuan then offered them a few words of encouragement, and the group returned to the Forgetfulness Peak, leaving the disciples standing in the wind, utterly bewildered. For others, crossing tribulations, being scorched, is the least of it, the worst are struck to ashes. Your disciple crossed a tribulation with just some meridian damage, and you're still angry. If you weren't right there, this injury would have healed before they even returned to Forgetfulness Peak. Is it really necessary? Spoiling a disciple like this is very bad. Because I've never experienced it. Boo-hoo, since Qianqiu's tribulation crossing the development of Forgetfulness Peak has also been on track. In the following days, Liangyuan wandered around the sacred land, and took on over 10 more inner disciples, leaving only 8 more to complete the task of 50 inner disciples. With the increase in inner disciples, the once quiet Forgetfulness Peak grew lively. Emotion and Song Xian'er's cultivation also steadily improved. However, Song Xian'er kept wanting to visit Zhang Yang in the miscellaneous affairs quarters, and Emotion always had the urge to sneak out to see Lu Shuang, which greatly annoyed Liangyuan. Additionally, Liangyuan had instructed Song Ritu to inquire carefully about the whereabouts of the glazed immortal crystal and the primordial yellow qi, but there had been no news these past few days. During this time, Liangyuan had bestowed several magical artifacts upon his 3 disciples, yet he had not triggered the 100-fold return even once. One day, as Liangyuan sat cross-legged, he let out a long breath of turbid qi and slowly opened his eyes. He opened the system panel. Host Liangyuan, spiritual root, void spirit root, comprehension, supreme physique, heaven bestowed, Tao body, cultivation, nascent soul, 6th heaven, identity, master of Forgetfulness Peak, supreme sacred land, technique, supreme forgetfulness, scripture, spells and arts, Gingshin sword art, 9 dragons, leaving fire palm, heavenly thunder, escape, dharma, heaven and earth, hum, character art. Items: earth 9, earth 3, earth 12, mustard seed bracelet, twin dragon, jade carriage, longevity, peach. Disciples: Qianqiu, Song Xian'er, Emotion. Due to Qianqiu's breakthrough yesterday, Liangyuan's cultivation naturally reached the nascent soul 6th heaven, just one step away from the late nascent soul stage. It had been merely a month since Liangyuan crossed his nascent soul tribulation. A month for other nascent soul cultivators was merely the duration of a short seclusion or the time to refine a single pill. Liangyuan's cultivation speed could only be described as worthy of someone with a cheat. Calming his thoughts, Liangyuan had just stepped out of the main hall when Elder Wang Defa rushed over.
Grandmaster, disaster has struck. That Lu Shuang, under the pretext of visiting junior brother Immochen, has already arrived at the sacred land. Junior brother Immochen happily went to meet her, but waited endlessly for Lu Shuang. Later he discovered that Lu Shuang's visit was a pretense. She actually wanted to take the opportunity to meet Long Chen, the senior disciple of the Wuji Peak. Junior brother Immochen somehow learned that Lu Shuang was clinging to Long Chen at the Wuji Peak. Jealousy flared within him, and he insisted on having a man-to-man battle with Long Chen. Long Chen refused, so Immochen blockaded the entrance of Wuji Peak, forcing Long Chen to come out. The enforcement disciples wanted to drive him away, but out of respect for you, they couldn't act directly. The area around the Wuji Peak's mountain gate is now packed with onlookers. Grandmaster, you must go and put a stop to this quickly.
Liangyuan cursed upon hearing this.
This hopeless simp, he really hasn't changed his ways.
Liangyuan arrived at the gates of Wuji Peak, and sure enough, he saw countless disciples gathered around. In the midst of the crowd, Immochen was shouting curses at the mountain gate.
Long Chen, if you're a man, come out and face me in a battle between men. What's the matter, are you scared?
Liangyuan's face darkened, and he gave Immochen a flick on the forehead.
Scared my foot. That guy is at the latest stage core formation realm, head beat your gallbladder out.
Immochen whipped his head around ready to get angry, but when he saw it was Liangyuan, he immediately deflated.
Master, you're here.
Seeing Liangyuan's arrival, the disciples saluted in unison.
Greetings, Grandmaster Uncle.
Liangyuan waved his sleeve, and an overwhelming pressure scattered the crowd.
All of you disperse. Haven't you seen a simp before?
Hearing Liangyuan's words, the disciples suddenly recalled his own simping behavior from the past and realized, good heavens, so simping is a necessary path in the legacy of the Forgetfulness Peak. Once the onlookers had dispersed, Liangyuan used a probing technique on Immochen. He discovered that after days of cultivation, the infatuation value, which had barely dropped to 99, had been pushed back up to 100 by Lu Shuang's antics.
Fine, fine, so this is how you want to play it.
Liangyuan looked at the still fuming Immochen with a sense of disappointment.
Don't you think you're acting like a clown? Lu Shuang doesn't love you at all. Can't you see that?
Immochen stiffened his neck, looking defiant.
Impossible. If cousin Lu Shuang didn't love me, why would she travel such a long distance to see me?
Liangyuan gave him another flick on the forehead.
Anyone with eyes can see that Lu Shuang just wanted to see Long Chen and used you as an excuse to sneak into the sacred ground. Only you, this clown, can't see it.
Immochen fell silent, but Liangyuan could see the defiance on his face.
Defiant are you? It'll make you submit today,
Liangyuan said, leading Immochen straight into the gates of Wuji Peak. The disciples guarding the gate naturally dared not stop Liangyuan. Once inside the gates, they hadn't gone far before they spotted Long Chen, his face cold and aloof, and Lu Shuang desperately trying to squeeze closer to him. Liangyuan was no stranger to Long Chen. He was the one with the golden panel Liangyuan had probed earlier. Unfortunately, Long Chen had already become a disciple of Lu Qingmei, and was no simp. Liangyuan casually threw a probing technique at Lu Shuang. After scanning her system panel, his expression turned odd. Her talents were mediocre, but her infatuation value had reached 100. Clearly that infatuation value was directed at Long Chen. Indeed, simping is a cycle. While Liangyuan was probing Immochen, seeing the two so close together, could no longer contain himself, and suddenly bellowed.
Long Chen, let go of my cousin.
Immochen's shout startled not only Long Chen and Lu Shuang, but also left Liangyuan dumbfounded. Seriously, which eye of yours saw Long Chen grabbing Lu Shuang? It's clearly Lu Shuang forcing herself onto Long Chen. When Lu Shuang saw Immochen, the disgust in her eyes was unmistakable.
Immochen, why are you yelling at senior brother Long Chen?
Immochen stepped forward, shot a wary glance at Long Chen, and forcibly separated them. Then with a simpering look, he turned to Lu Shuang.
Cousin, I was just afraid you'd be bullied. You said you wanted to see me, and here I am. Now let me take you for a stroll around the sacred ground.
Lu Shuang sidestepped Imochen, moved back to Long Chen's side, and tried to take his arm, but Long Chen dodged her. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Shuang's face, but she quickly recovered, flashing Long Chen a radiant smile, before turning to snap at Imochen.
I have senior brother Long Chen to accompany me. That's enough. You can go wherever you please. Junior sister Lu Shuang. Enough.
Imochen tried to say more, but Liangyuan cut him off mercilessly. Liangyuan understood now. Lu Shuang was a pure double standard. Her attitude toward Long Chen was completely different from her treatment of Imochen. She was just like Mei Yangyang. Still, at least she made her disgust for Imochen clear without stringing him along. If anyone was to blame, it was Imochen himself for being so spineless. Even after all this, you still shamelessly throw yourself at her. You may not care about face, but I do. As your master, you've made me lose all my dignity. Long Chen, spotting Liangyuan, quickly stepped forward to bow.
Long Chen greets Grandmaster Uncle.
Lu Shuang, who had been entirely focused on Long Chen, only then noticed Liangyuan at the sound of the shout. Gazing at Liangyuan's jade-like features and celestial aura, she felt her soul waver. How could there be a man in this world even more handsome than senior brother Long Chen? Liangyuan ignored Lu Shuang's stare and waved at Imochen.
Imochen, come here.
Imochen obediently walked to his side. Liangyuan pulled Mizuri-chan close and looked at Lu Shuang.
Lu Shuang, do you like him?
Lu Shuang snapped back to reality at being addressed. Though handsome men abound, my heart belongs only to senior brother Long Chen. Hearing Liangyuan's question, she answered firmly and decisively.
No, I don't.
Liangyuan turned to Imochen.
Now you should see clearly.
Imochen grew anxious.
Cousin, how can you not like me? If you didn't like me, why would you come to find me?
Lu Shuang gazed affectionately at Long Chen.
I came for senior brother Long Chen. Using you was just an excuse to enter the sacred ground.
Hearing this, Long Chen put even more distance between them.
Junior sister Lu, please show some respect.
Just as Liangyuan expected Imochen to be furious at the answer, Imochen merely said lightly.
Really? I don't believe it.
Liangyuan rubbed his forehead. Lying to yourself, are you? Kid, you're invincible. Lu Shuang frowned. In the past, she would have lost patience with Imochen by now. But seeing Liangyuan beside Imochen and recalling the rumors about the forgetfulness peak, she vaguely guessed Liangyuan's intentions. So she forced herself to be patient and replied.
Then what will it take for you to believe? Unless you show me proof that you don't love me.
What kind of logic is that? Not loving you requires proof. Lu Shuang's brows knitted tightly. As her gaze slid toward Long Chen, she suddenly rose and planted a kiss on his cheek. Then she lowered her head and said in a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum.
The one I've always loved in my heart is senior brother Long Chen. Do you believe me now?
Long Chen's brows furrowed sharply. He hadn't expected Lu Shuang's sudden attack. Just as he was about to shake his sleeve and leave, he caught Liangyuan's warning gaze and felt the faint pressure in the air, so he forced himself to stop. After warning Long Chen, Liangyuan looked at Imochen, who had his head down, and patted his shoulder.
Now do you believe? Listen to your master. Cultivate the way of forgetfulness well. Once you're strong, everything will come to you.
Imochen suddenly looked up, confusion in his eyes.
Master, when cousin kissed Long Chen, I felt a faint thrill inside. What's that about?
Liangyuan. A bizarre fetish has been awakened. Looking at Imochen's infatuation value still stuck at 100, Liangyuan could only say, kid, you really are invincible. A cuckold complex, combined with a sycophantic devotion, this combination of traits was already at its peak. Liangyuan shook his head. Were it not for the condition that activating Machen's transcendent insight required him to break through the barrier of worldly affection, Liangyuan would have seriously considered guiding him down the path of conquering emotion with emotion itself. Lu Shuang was momentarily stunned by Imochen's words. So this tenacious glue-like presence truly intended to stick to her, did it? She took a deep breath, steadied her emotions, and addressed Imochen once more.
Imochen, tell me, what exactly do you find appealing about me? I'll change it if that's what it takes.
Imochen pondered earnestly.
I'm not entirely sure, but the more my junior sister scolds me, the deeper my affection grows.
Lu Shuang fell utterly speechless. and shot him a colossal exasperated glare. Imochen meanwhile wore an expression of pure unadulterated delight.
Yes, exactly this feeling.
Upon witnessing Imochen's demeanor, Liangyuan Gu's brow darkened with visible frustration. A flawless sycophant, truly terrifying in his devotion. Even the supreme scripture of forgetting emotion could not save him. Legend held that the peak of forgetting emotion once possessed a rare elixir capable of instantly awakening a lovesick soul to clarity, if only its formula had not been lost to time.
Ding. Detected host's intent. System quest activated. Assist any disciple in severing emotional attachment. Reward formula for the Supreme Elixir of Forgetting Emotion. Supreme Elixir of Forgetting Emotion, an auxiliary pill facilitating emotional severance. Upon ingestion, the cultivator attains instantaneous detachment from sentiment.
Hearing the system's chime, Liangyuan Gu arched a thoughtful brow. This quest arrived at precisely the right moment. Though Imochen's sycophantic addiction proved difficult to cure, there remained Song Xian'er. Assisting her in severing attachment would yield the elixir, which could then be administered to Imochen, thereby unlocking his supreme insight. Perfect. With that thought, Liangyuan Gu stepped forward and firmly grasped Imochen, who stood slack-jawed and besotted.
Enough. Cease embarrassing me. Return with me to the peak of forgetting emotion.
Though Imochen lingered wistfully toward Lu Shuang, he dared not defy Liangyuan Gu's command. With tender, lingering eyes, he murmured,
"Cousin, I shall visit you again. Cough, cough."
Before he could finish, Liangyuan Gu whisked him away, gale-force winds rushing into his throat, triggering an involuntary fit of coughing. Watching Imochen depart, Lu Shuang breathed a profound sigh of relief. Exhaling softly, she turned to Long Chen beside her, her voice once again gentle.
"Senior brother Long, you heard everything I said just now. That is my true heart's confession, yet I never found the chance to speak it aloud to you. I, Long Chen, devote myself solely to the Tao. Romantic entanglements hold no place in my path. I urge you, junior sister Lu, to preserve your dignity."
With those words, Long Chen cast not another glance her way, and strode off without hesitation. Lu Shuang felt no anger, only rapt fascination as she gazed upon Long Chen's retreating figure.
Truly worthy of being senior brother Long, even his anger radiates charisma. Senior brother Long, wait for me.
Liangyuan Gu guided Machen through a series of rapid flickering movements. Within moments, they stood atop the peak of forgetting emotion. Coincidentally, the moment their feet touched the summit, they spotted Song Xian'er seated alone on a distant crag, lost in quiet reverie. Liangyuan Gu casually cast a divination technique. Name Song Xian'er. Emotional attachment level 80. Cultivation realm chi refinement 2nd layer. Spiritual root water wood. Insight potential celestial genius dormant. Physique lapis lazuli immortal body dormant. Awakening method lapis lazuli spirit crystal. Seeing that Song Xian'er's emotional attachment level had already dropped by 10 points, Liangyuan Gu's earlier sense of frustration, stemming from Imochen's stubborn devotion, was gently soothed. So the supreme scripture of forgetting emotion still held efficacy. Dismissing Imochen, Liangyuan Gu quietly approached Song Xian'er and stood beside her, gazing together into the undulating sea of clouds stretching across the horizon. After a long silence, Liangyuan Gu spoke softly.
"Xian'er, what troubles you?"
Only then did Song Xian'er sense his presence. She rose instinctively to bow, but Liangyuan Gu gently pressed her back down.
"Speak freely, child. Tell your master, perhaps I may aid you."
Song Xian'er sighed wistfully.
"Master, why do I feel that young Master Zhang has changed?"
Liangyuan Gu knew well that the young Master Zhang she referred to was none other than Zhang Yang.
"Why do you say so?"
Song Xian'er sighed again.
"Today I went to see him. Seeing how pitifully he labored as a menial servant, I prepared some cultivation resources to offer him. Yet to my astonishment, he refused. Not only that, but rebuked me harshly."
Liangyuan Gu paused thoughtfully.
"Was anyone else present when you offered him the gifts?"
Song Xian'er looked faintly surprised.
"Master, how did you know?"
Liangyuan Gu smiled faintly.
"Because though Zhang Yang possesses modest talent, he clings fiercely to appearances. Your gesture, though kind, reminded him only of your former role, as his maid forever beneath him in status. Now you stand as my disciple, radiant and esteemed, while he toils daily under menial duties." Such stark contrast, amplified by witnesses, wounded his fragile pride, provoking this reaction. "Ah, He used to be different.
Liangyuan Gu's expression grew stern as he interrupted.
Zhang Yang remains unchanged, but you are no longer that maid. You are now my disciple Song Xianer. By seniority, he ought to address you as junior aunt. Calling you young mistress undermines my dignity.
Song Xianer hastily rose, flustered and uneasy.
Master, I didn't think it through. I'm sorry.
Liangyuan Gu waved dismissively.
Let it pass this once. Continue. Yes, thank you, master.
She gathered her thoughts and continued.
Zhang Yang wasn't like this before. How was he then?
Song Xianer searched her memory deeply, then sighed defeated.
I don't know.
Liangyuan Gu stepped closer and gently stroked Song Xianer's hair. She instinctively recoiled, then still allowing his large warm hand to glide softly through her tresses.
Xianer, do you simply fail to consider, or do you refuse to confront, why Zhang Yang concealed your innate talent from you even knowing its worth?
Song Xianer fell silent. Liangyuan Gu withdrew his hand, clasped his arms behind his back, and gazed into the distance.
Because he sought to control you, to bind you wholly to his will. Because at his core, he is selfish and self-serving. That in itself is not unforgivable, yet he cloaked his motives in lofty virtue, making you believe every act he performed was done solely for your sake. He has not changed, you have. Your station has shifted, your perspective has transformed. It is this shift, not his nature, that makes him seem altered. Do you understand?
Song Xianer stood pensively. The number above her head flickered downward by 3 points, settling at 77. Liangyuan Gu inwardly approved, truly promising. Xianer, far more receptive than that sycophantic emotion. Still, a level of 77 remained formidable. Liangyuan Gu had observed that typical Dao companions registered around 50, while scores exceeding 80 signified unconditional life-surrendering devotion. Song Xianer hesitated, stammering.
But...
She yearned to defend Zhang Yang, yet found herself utterly at a loss for words. As they conversed, Song Rento rushed up the slope, shouting from afar.
Junior aunt, I've uncovered the information.
Gu Liangyuan's face brightened with joy.
Is there a lead on the Liuli Xianjing?
Song Rento excitedly nodded.
I spent a large sum to have a senior brother from Tianji Peak calculate, and the location points directly east. So I followed this clue and found out that at the end of this month, the Gathering Treasure Pavilion in the Ghost City branch will hold an auction. Although the specific auction list has not been leaked, the highlight is a top-quality spiritual treasure, which many major cultivators are already eager to bid on. I thought with such a grand auction, there should be a chance for the Liuli Xianjing to appear. Perhaps there will even be some mysterious aura.
Upon hearing this, Gu Liangyuan lightly slapped his forehead.
I forgot to have someone from Tianji Peak do a divination earlier.
He waved his hand, and a heavenly tier magic weapon floated in front of Song Rento.
You have done a good job, this is your reward.
Song Rento looked at the heavenly tier magic weapon, his mouth almost stretching to his ears.
Thank you, Uncle Master.
Gu Liangyuan patted Song Rento's shoulder.
From now on, do your best for me, and you won't be shortchanged. Later, tell Wang Detha to select some disciples himself. Before I return, gather 50 inner disciples. Got it, Uncle Master, just leave it to me.
After Song Rento left, Song Xianer blinked her big sparkling eyes.
Master, what is the Liuli Xianjing? Why does it sound so familiar?
Gu Liangyuan smiled slightly. You possess the Liuli Xian body, but it has not yet been awakened.
The condition for awakening it is the Liuli Xianjing.
Song Xianer knew that Gu Liangyuan had been inquiring about the Liuli Xianjing during this time. From the fragments of information, she also guessed that the Liuli Xianjing was extremely precious. She also realized that Gu Liangyuan was very concerned about it. However, she did not expect that Gu Liangyuan was doing this for her. Although she had no concept of the Liuli Xian body, it did not prevent her from feeling touched. Her master thought of everything for her. Throughout her life, it seemed she had never encountered anyone who treated her this well. Looking at Gu Liangyuan, whose face resembled a jade crown, she suddenly felt a trace of inexplicable affection. Gu Liangyuan, unaware of her thoughts, calculated that there were less than 2 weeks until the auction began. However, Ghost City was still 80,000 miles away, and he needed to prepare quickly. As for how to travel, of course, it would be with the twin dragon jade carriage. Having just acquired such a flashy mode of transport, How could he not take it out for a spin? As for the teleportation array, he wouldn't use that. In the next 2 days, Liangyuan began a frenzied process of teaching disciples and reclaiming treasures, causing his wealth to skyrocket. Until his wealth reached 2 million top-quality spirit stones, the system suddenly showed a 0.1x return, scaring Liangyuan so much that he quickly stopped this practice. If there were a few consecutive 0.1x returns, his assets would sharply decline. After using it for such a long time, he had roughly grasped the system's rules. Besides the initial high returns upon accepting disciples, it seemed that the less he gave out regularly, the higher the return rate. Conversely, the more he gave, the lower the return rate. Liangyuan lamented this, and resolved not to give rewards indiscriminately in the future, aiming to give only quality gifts. With 2 million in hand, Liangyuan also greeted LV Qingmei and borrowed 2 old monsters of the same generation as him. LV Qingmei was somewhat speechless about Liangyuan borrowing the elders. Since Liangyuan's nascent soul, he had only gone out of the mountain gate twice, each time calling for the Grand Elder. She was initially worried that if Liangyuan achieved enlightenment and became a nascent soul, he might grow arrogant. Now it seemed that Liangyuan's caution exceeded her expectations. Regarding his 3 disciples, Liangyuan initially only intended to take Song Xianer, but then thought it would be a good opportunity for Mo Chen to distance himself from Lu Shuang for a while, and diligently cultivate the Forgetting Emotion Sutra. Then, bringing all 3 disciples along, leaving one behind, would not make sense. It was also a good opportunity for Qian Qiu to see the world. Thus, he decided to take them all. On this day the sun shone brightly, and the sky was clear. A gentle breeze blew, rustling the leaves on the 7 peaks, creating a very pleasant atmosphere. Within the 7 peaks, elders and disciples were constantly coming and going. A young man in white robes surrounded by sword energy flew by on his sword. An old drunkard rode an upside-down gourd, speeding past in the air. There were those riding dragon elephants and celestial cranes, some singing loudly, some gracefully waving their sleeves. It was a scene of a grand celestial sect filled with auspicious signs. Just then 2 loud dragon roars echoed from the Forgetting Emotion peak. Everyone's movements paused simultaneously, as they looked up only to see 2 fierce white dragons, one in front and one behind, soaring into the sky from the Forgetting Emotion peak. The wind from the tiger, the clouds from the dragon. Where the white dragons went, clouds began to gather. Amid the vast white clouds, a white jade carriage appeared, flickering in and out of sight. On the carriage there were mysterious patterns, radiant with colors exuding an aura of immortality. Amidst the astonished gasps of the crowd, the 2 white dragons suddenly straightened their bodies, and with the sound of their tails whipping through the air, they transformed into a streak of light and dashed forward, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. It wasn't until the streak of light vanished for a long time that an elder finally regained his senses.
My goodness, if this old man is not mistaken, that is a fine spiritual treasure. Someone chimed in.
And not of low grade. Judging by the aura, it is much stronger than our sect master's phoenix carriage.
Knowing that the master uncle is generous with his disciples, I previously thought he was saving up, but now it seems that Forgetting Emotion peak indeed has some treasures. You say that, but several thousand years ago, Forgetting Emotion peak was still our sect's #1 peak. Even if it fell on hard times, it should have some assets left. When Song Ritu was sent over, I was still gloating, thinking he would definitely have no future. Now it seems that the fool was actually me. Yes, exactly,
the elder beside him affirmed. If the elders reacted this way, the crowd of disciples erupted in waves of astonished exclamations. Inside the jade carriage, Liangyuan observed everything, feeling satisfied. This was exactly the feeling he wanted. Though the outside was racing through the air, the carriage was as steady as a mountain, with not even a hint of shaking. The 2 grand elders borrowed by Liangyuan sat facing him, looking around with envy.
Junior brother, I didn't expect that Forgetting Emotion peak still had such a treasure. The previous peak masters must have hidden it well, not leaking a word. Clearly they also believe this is a spiritual treasure left behind by Forgetting Emotion peak. Liangyuan was happy to hear this and said,
A dead camel is bigger than a horse. Why don't you 2 come to my Forgetting Emotion peak?
It'll double the monthly salary that Qingmei gives you.
The 2 men smiled at Liangyuan's words and fell silent. Liangyuan thought it was a pity. If he could dig these 2 over, his sense of security would definitely be maximized. But there was no rush, they were borrowed now, and they wouldn't be able to run away eventually. Return? Why should I return something I borrowed based on my ability? Did Liu Bei return Jingzhou? Did Zhuge Liang return the arrows borrowed with straw boats? He didn't even return the east wind he borrowed. In the eastern continent 300 miles east of the Tai Chi sacred land there lies a small border city nestled against a mountain peak. Although this city is not large, it is bustling with cultivators coming and going with no trace of mortals. Suddenly 2 high-pitched dragon roars echoed from outside the city gate, causing a stir among the crowd. Under everyone's gaze the double dragon jade palanquin descended from the heavens and hovered just outside the city gates.
What the heck? A double dragon palanquin, which Holy Lord is making an appearance. Even Holy Lords don't get this kind of treatment. It must be some big shot from the central region. After all, those are true dragons, legendary beasts that are destined to achieve immortality when they mature. It seems this auction has indeed attracted quite a few bigwigs. The palanquin door has opened, someone is coming out.
The palanquin came to a stop, and the 2 supreme elders inside suddenly vanished without a trace. Liangyuan understood that this was because his 2 senior brothers did not wish to appear before others, so they concealed themselves in the shadows. Not saying much, he opened the palanquin door and led his 3 disciples Qianqiu and Santu out. Liangyuan took the lead with Qianqiu and Song Xianer standing to either side, while Imochen stood nearby holding his sword and wearing a cold expression. As long as he did not come into contact with Li Shuang, he appeared to be quite a normal person. Seeing their appearance, the crowd stirred again.
Well, I thought it was some old monster coming out, but it turns out to be a young gentleman accompanied by 2 beauties. You can't say that just because he looks young. Do you know how many years he has actually lived? What this friend says makes sense. Just looking at that young man's aura and the faint celestial energy surrounding him, one can tell he is extraordinary. From my estimation, this senior must be close to achieving immortality. That can't be true. Why not? Although I am only in the nascent soul stage, with my divine eyes, I can see through illusions even in the void refinement realm.
Yet with the person before me I cannot discern anything. Just think about it, if he is not an immortal, how much different can he be? Liangyuan listened to their discussions, with a smile, shook his head, waved his sleeve to store the double dragon jade palanquin, and then led his 3 disciples into the city of Yu. Liangyuan knew in his heart that the reason they could not see through his cultivation was due to his possession of a system. However, this was also good, as it kept others from seeing his true strength. As the 4 of them entered Yu City, due to the remarkable appearances of Liangyuan and Qianqiu, they inevitably attracted attention wherever they went. Liangyuan did not wish to be Loki, but he also did not like to be overly ostentatious. Now that such a commotion had been stirred up when Song Xianer awakened her glass fairy body in the future with her innate celestial aura, it would be impossible for them to go out without being surrounded. In desperation, he had Qianqiu wear a veil, and the 4 of them continued on their way. Indeed, after Qianqiu donned the veil, although some people glanced over frequently, it did not cause a stir. However, what Liangyuan did not notice was that on a nearby building there stood a young man in a red robe by the window observing everything. After finishing his tea, the young man turned to the empty space behind him and said,
"Old one, this person must be Liangyuan, who has been making waves in the Tai Chi sacred land, right?"
After the young man finished speaking, the space twisted, and an old man with gray hair appeared beside him.
"Indeed, Holy Son, this youth is Liangyuan."
The young man narrowed his eyes slightly.
"The resurgence of the Wuqing Peak inheritance. Do you think this matter is true or false?"
The old man shook his head.
"According to reports from our spies, while the truth of the Wuqing Peak inheritance is uncertain, the fact that Liangyuan has entered the nascent soul stage, and that the top-tier spirit root disciple is indeed true. According to the latest news, the disciple named Qianqiu has already broken through to Foundation establishment a few days ago. If this pace continues, it's not impossible for them to reach the later stage of Golden Court during the Fulong Court. The idea of entering the nascent soul stage in a day sounds mystical, but it's not something that has never been done before. But with the great fortune locked in, Wuqing Peak is destined to be unable to produce a transformation god."
Yet as he laughed, his gaze turned fierce.
"But I will never allow anything beyond expectations to happen. The Tai Chi sacred land can forever only exist beneath the Tai Chi sacred land. Golden Core late stage. That would require her to have that opportunity. Turn around and tell the 18 bandits of Qingmong Mountain to keep Gu Liangyuan and the others trapped in Yu City for good. I'm sure Lu Qingmei, who has lost two great talents, will be quite pleased.
The old man hesitated.
Holy Sun, with the Fulong court approaching, we should avoid any further conflict with the Tai Chi sacred land.
The young man waved his hand.
Precisely because the Fulong court is approaching, that woman Lu Qingmei, even if she guesses it was us, as long as there is no evidence, she will not easily stir up trouble. Make sure to handle this cleanly, and don't let those old geezers at Tianchi figure it out.
The old man hesitated for a moment before nodding firmly.
I will follow the young master's orders.
The young man nodded and suddenly thought of something, speaking again.
They can take whatever other treasures Gu Liangyuan has, but make sure to keep that double dragon palanquin for me. Understood.
The young man before him was none other than the holy son of the Tai Chi sacred land, the son of the Tai Chi holy lord Diyun. As the old man vanished into thin air again, Diyun looked at the already distant Gu Liangyuan.
A mere nascent soul dares to venture into the territory of the Tai Chi sacred land alone, he will ultimately pay the price for his arrogance.
Inside Yu City, a still-paved road runs through the main city, lined with various shops on either side. There are alchemy shops, herbal stores, and refining places aplenty. With a day remaining until the auction begins, Gu Liangyuan was not in a hurry, and simply strolled around with his disciples. Song Xian'o looked around, curiously fascinated by everything. Although she had traveled with Zhang Yang in the mortal realm for several years, this was her first time seeing a city composed of cultivators. Xianqiu maintained her usual distant demeanor, closely following behind Gu Liangyuan. And Imochen? Where did Imochen go? Gu Liangyuan turned around, and saw that Imochen had disappeared. Looking around, he found Imochen surrounded by a crowd, seemingly caught up in some commotion. The three of them approached, and in the open space among the crowd stood a well-mannered, exceptionally handsome young man, cupping his fists as he addressed everyone.
Fellow cultivators, I am the Deputy Master of Hongdon Palace from the Northern Continent. Hearing about the grand auction here, I came via the teleportation array. However, during the transportation process, there was a slight spatial fluctuation, causing me to lose my storage ring. Thus, I am compelled to seek assistance from all of you fellow cultivators. Whoever can lend me a top-grade spirit stone to use the teleportation array once I return to Hongdon Palace, I will surely repay you 100-fold.
Gu Liangyuan raised an eyebrow. Has the scam from the mortal realm extended into the realm of cultivation? Yet, this swindler really has crafted a convincing tale. Though the northern continent was far from the eastern continent, as the master of a peak, Gu Liangyuan knew something of the news from the northern continent. There was indeed a sect called the Red Cloud Palace. The reason Gu Liangyuan remembered the Red Cloud Palace was because their cultivation methods were particularly peculiar. The disciples of the Red Cloud Palace often held themselves to high moral standards and enjoyed helping others. At first people were puzzled, but later a wise man revealed the secret. The Red Cloud Palace acted this way because of their special method of borrowing fortune. When you were in danger, if they lent you a hand, a portion of your fortune would also be shared with them. Yet this bit of fortune was nothing compared to the grace of saving a life, so even after learning of their fortune-borrowing method, the Red Cloud Palace's reputation remained favorable. Someone might ask, would the borrowed fortune ever be returned? As the saying goes, since they borrowed it by their own ability, why should they return it? The fraud Sir before them posed as the young palace lord of the Red Cloud Palace, and relying on the palace's good name, he might indeed fool some people. But to the young palace lord's disappointment, after waiting for a long while, none of the cultivators made a move. A single top-grade spirit stone might be nothing to Gu Liangyuan, but to an ordinary cultivator one top-grade stone was worth 100,000 low-grade ones, enough to buy a profound ranked artifact. Even ordinary nascent soul cultivators, to save a single top-grade spirit stone, would not bear to take a teleportation array, and would instead travel by foot. Moreover, the man before them was only at the foundation establishment stage. Claiming to be the young lord of the Red Cloud Palace was hardly convincing. Just as the crowd was hesitating, a young man in black robes stepped forward to face the young palace lord. He reached out and produced a top-grade spirit stone, handing it over.
Fellow Taoist, I believe you. My name is Imochen, a disciple of the Supreme Holy Land. Take this stone for now. When you return to the Red Cloud Palace, you can send someone to repay me.
The young palace lord took the stone moved with gratitude. He firmly grasped Imo Chen's hand, and their eyes met.
Brother Imo, fellow Taoist.
After a long moment, the young palace lord released his hand, and sighed with emotion.
There are still good people in this world. Brother Imo, I consider you a friend for life. Brother Imo, wait peacefully in the supreme holy land. One day I will repay you 1,000 times. No. One day I will bring 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to find you, Brother Imo.
Imo Chen nodded solemnly.
I trust you.
Amid the crowd's murmurs, the young palace lord left, looking back every few steps. After he was gone, a group of cultivators spoke to Imo Chen.
Fellow Taoist, I think that top-grade stone of yours is a lost cause. Indeed, I've traveled the mortal world and seen similar tricks many times. You are still young, fellow Taoist. Exactly. If that man ever comes to find you, he'll chop off my head and let you kick it around.
Imo Chen listened to their comments, but did not argue, only chuckling to himself. Liangyuan walked up and smacked Imo Chen on the back of the head, making him yelp.
Imo Chen, I never noticed before, but you have such a kind side. I only gave you 10 top-grade spirit stones for this trip. Weren't you planning to use them to buy a gift for Lu Shuang?
Imo Chen did not reply, just grinning foolishly. Seeing Liangyuan raise his hand to strike again, he pulled the master to a secluded corner with Qian and Song following closely. After checking that no one was around, Imo Chen spoke mysteriously to Liangyuan.
Everyone thinks he's a fraud, but I am certain he was telling the truth.
Song Xianer asked in confusion.
Why?
Imo Chen grinned, producing a pitch-black storage ring in his hand.
Because I really did pick up an ownerless storage ring.
Liangyuan. A bit of conscience, but not much. Qian Qiu and Song Xianer also wore strange expressions. Well, our honest-looking third junior brother. Imo Chen continued.
As expected of the young palace lord of the Red Cloud Palace, there are a full 100,000 top-grade spirit stones in his storage ring. Originally, I only wanted to buy a flying sword for Cousin Lu, but now...
Qian Qiu and Song Xianer let out a disgusted and stepped back half a pace. Here we go again. Can't go 3 sentences without mentioning Lu Shuang. Imo Chen was lost in fantasies of the future when Liangyuan, recalling the rumors about the Red Cloud Palace, frowned and casually cast a detection spell on Imo Chen. He found that Imo Chen's once bright and auspicious fortune trait had dimmed somewhat. Liangyuan reached out and took the storage ring from Imo Chen's hand. Imo Chen panicked.
Master, you can't do this. At least leave me half.
Liangyuan did not reply, instead probing the ring with his spiritual sense. He discovered that aside from spirit stones, there was not a single artifact inside. Liangyuan's face darkened, and he flicked Imo Chen on the forehead again.
You're still laughing. Your fortune has been stolen, and you don't even know it. Huh?
Not only Imo Chen was stunned, even Song Xianer and Qian Qiu looked bewildered. So Liangyuan explained the rumors about the Red Cloud Palace to them, and finally added,
if you think carefully, there are many inconsistencies. A spatial ring is bound by spiritual sense. Even with spatial fluctuations, the chance of the spiritual sense being erased is very slim. Secondly, whose storage ring doesn't have a pile of artifacts and miscellaneous items. His ring had nothing but spirit stones. That's abnormal.
Imo Chen scratched his head.
That's not right, Master. If he wanted to give it to me, why didn't he just toss it? Why did he have to stand there and say his ring was lost?
Liangyuan pondered briefly.
In my opinion, this peculiar fortune-borrowing method must have its limitations. The reason he waited was probably due to some restriction. Or perhaps seeing that you have good fortune, he wanted to drain you multiple times.
Imo Chen looked lost.
Is my fortune really that good?
Liangyuan did not answer, instead scanning the crowd for the young palace lord. With so many powerful cultivators in Yu City, Liangyuan dared not casually release his spiritual sense. But relying only on his eyes, how could he find anyone in the vast sea of people? Liangyuan irritably flicked Imo Chen on the head again.
Greed for small gains leads to great losses. The cultivation world is not like the Holy Land. It's full of schemes and traps. You must be cautious at every turn. Although this loss of fortune won't affect you much, we can't just let it slide. After the auction, I'll make sure he pays. All 3 of you must remember this lesson. When in doubt, be cautious. That's never wrong.
Liangyuan said this to his 3 disciples, and also to himself. He thought that he himself had not been cautious enough. If he had used a detection spell earlier to examine the young palace lord, none of this would have happened. The 4 wandered for a while longer, and Liangyuan, having learned his lesson, kept his detection spell active. From chi refining to tribulation transcendence, nothing was hidden from his spell. But to his disappointment, he did not see a golden panel. As the sky darkened and he thought of the next day's auction, Liangyuan lost interest in strolling and led his disciples back to the inn. Yet what Liangyuan had not anticipated was that this auction had attracted so many cultivators that after searching through dozens of inns, no rooms remained. With their current cultivation levels, Qianqiu and the others could manage without sleep for a short while, but the days spent on the jade carriage had drained them completely. Not to mention, after the auction, they still had the journey back. Without a good night's rest, it would be truly unbearable. Just as Liangyuan was about to resort to his wealth, he finally found a vacant room at the very last inn. The innkeeper's assistant chattered unenthusiastically.
Arriving early is not as good as arriving at the right time. Honored guests, you've come at just the right moment. To be honest, honored guests, because of the auction, not a single room has been available in the entire Dark City for 3 days. Even with money, you couldn't buy one. Even the caves within 100 li have been fully occupied by wandering cultivators.
Imochen wondered.
As far as I know, one needs to verify assets to enter the auction. How do those wandering cultivators qualify?
The assistant was quite talkative.
They naturally don't qualify to enter the auction. Most wandering cultivators just want to take advantage of the crowd to set up stalls and sell their own items. With all this coming and going, naturally everything is full. The room we have left was reserved by someone earlier, but they had urgent business, and it became available.
Imochen looked at Liangyuan.
Master, what do we do now?
Liangyuan didn't reply. He turned to glance at Qianqiu and Song Xianer, who were yawning behind him, and casually tossed a medium-grade spirit stone to the assistant.
1 night stay. Keep the extra as a tip.
The assistant caught the stone and gave an awkward smile.
Honored guest, this isn't enough. It'll cost at least 3.
Seeing Liangyuan's brow furrow, the assistant quickly explained.
Our inn's rooms are equipped with protective arrays and spirit-gathering formations, and a nascent soul cultivator personally stands guard. Both comfort and safety are top-notch. Moreover, with all the inns in Dark City fully booked, 3 spirit stones is already a fair price.
Liangyuan tossed over 2 more high-grade spirit stones. The assistant beamed with joy, bent over, and extolled the inn's virtues before turning to prepare the room. Imochen scratched his head.
Master, there are 4 of us. How do we share one room?
Liangyuan gave him another flick on the forehead.
You're a grown man, you can make do anywhere for a night. The room is for your 2 senior sisters. With my cultivation, I can go without sleep for 100 years without issue. Find your own way, meet here tomorrow morning.
Imochen rubbed his head, looking aggrieved.
Master, if you keep flicking me like this, it'll end up dull.
Seeing Liangyuan raise his hand again, Imochen dodged slightly and dashed out.
I'm off.
Watching Imochen's retreating figure, Liangyuan moved his divine sense, and a white jade talisman shot out, landing in Imochen's arms.
Dark City is crowded and full of prying eyes. This jade contains a full force strike from me. If you encounter danger, crush it. Understood, Master. Ding. Host bestows a nascent soul level full force strike, triggering an 8th sandfold return. Reward pseudo-immortal strike. Pseudo-immortal strike invincible beneath the immortal realm.
Gazing at the jade pearl radiating immense pressure in the system space, Liangyuan was overjoyed. This was the charm of the return system. One never knew when a formidable treasure would manifest. With the pseudo-immortal strike in hand, Liangyuan felt his confidence bolstered even further. Just then the assistant returned.
Honored guest, the room is ready. Please follow me.
Liangyuan waved at Qianqiu and the others.
Go on.
But to Liangyuan's surprise, neither Qianqiu nor Song Xianer moved. Qianqiu bit her lip and then spoke.
It is the disciple who serves the master, not the other way around. If the master endures the biting wind outside, how could we sisters sleep peacefully inside?
Song Xianer echoed.
Master treats us like his own children. If we let master stay outside, we would rather not sleep.
Liangyuan was somewhat moved.
You have kind hearts, it's not in vain that I cherish you. But at my level of cultivation, a sleepless night means nothing. Go and rest.
Hearing Liangyuan's words, Song Xian'er hesitated, but seeing Qianqiu unmoved, she stayed put. Just then Qianqiu instructed the assistant.
Bring more bedding. My junior sister and I will sleep on the floor.
The assistant looked at the trio of master and disciples, and sighed with emotion.
In the treacherous world of cultivation, it's rare to see master and disciples with such deep bonds as you honored guests.
Then turning to Liangyuan, he said,
Rest assured, honored guest. The room is spacious enough, and there's plenty of bedding for everyone.
Liangyuan considered it, and didn't refuse.
Very well, go prepare it. Right away.
Liangyuan looked at Qianqiu and the others.
Let's go.
With that he led the way, and the two followed behind. Yet Liangyuan didn't notice the flicker of cunning in Qianqiu's eyes behind his back. Master, it's all thanks to the art of war you taught me. The art of war says when a ruler loves his people, he becomes vulnerable to their demands. It means that if a ruler is overly devoted to his people, they will burden him. One can exploit such a person through moral coercion. That was exactly the strategy she used on Liangyuan. Qianqiu's devotion to Liangyuan had always been unwavering. Before, her inferiority about her appearance and status kept her from getting close to him. After months of cultivation, though she still felt a sense of inferiority around Liangyuan, it had greatly diminished. Now with this heaven-sent opportunity, she naturally wanted to be closer to her master. Meanwhile, Song Xian'er, with the lowest cultivation and her body at its limit, was already drowsy, thinking only of a good sleep, and not much else. When the three entered the room, the assistant soon brought the bedding. The moment the door closed, and the defensive array activated, Qianqiu removed her veil, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty. The entire room seemed to brighten. Then rolling up her sleeves, she fetched a wooden basin, and brought it to Liangyuan's bedside. Unlike before when Qianqiu had to chop wood and boil water for even a bit of warmth, now a mere point of her finger heated the water. Liangyuan, seated cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at Qianqiu kneeling below. Qianqiu lifted her gaze slightly. Her lips were naturally vivid without rouge, her brows elegantly shaped without pencil. Her bright eyes shimmered with a liquid light. She parted her lips gently, her breath fragrant as orchid.
Master, your boundless grace to me, Qianqiu, I will never forget. But for now my abilities are meager. All I can do is help you with your shoulders and wash your feet. Please do not disdain me, master.
Liangyuan pinched Qianqiu's cheek.
Silly girl, your diligent cultivation is the best repayment to your master.
Though he said that he placed his feet into the basin. Qianqiu chuckled and began her work. Meanwhile, Song Xian'er, seeing this, was initially at a loss. Then snapping to, she came behind Liangyuan and massaged his shoulders. Liangyuan relaxed his body, withdrawing his spiritual energy, until he felt like a mere mortal. Once he had been just a weary office worker in a 996 grind, now he was the granduncle of a sacred land. In a daze it all felt like a dream. Slowly Liangyuan lay back on Song Xian'er's lap, drifting into a deep sleep and a dream. Yet the Tao aura around him, instead of fading, grew intensely rich with his slumber, enveloping the entire room in a mysterious state. If a great master were present, they would instantly recognize that Liangyuan was undergoing another enlightenment. It seemed he was comprehending the Tao within his dreams. Qianqiu and Song Xian'er, being of low cultivation, could not perceive the Tao resonance. They merely felt that the aura emanating from Liangyuan was irresistibly endearing. Hearing Liangyuan's faint snoring, Qianqiu carefully wrapped his feet with fire qi, and after the moisture evaporated, she gently placed them on the bed. Then she gave Song Xian'er a look, and Song Xian'er immediately understood. She too carefully laid Liangyuan's upper body onto the bed. Having done all this, Qianqiu let out a soft sigh. Gazing at the sleeping Liangyuan, she suddenly had a thought, casually set up a soundproofing array, and looked solemnly at Song Xian'er.
At the master's level, a mere moment of meditation suffices for rest. Today the master suddenly fell into deep sleep. I suspect something is amiss. Perhaps it is a deviation in his cultivation. Ah!
Song Xian'er exclaimed, visibly anxious.
The two uncles are nowhere to be found. What should we do?
Qianqiu raised a hand to calm Song Xian'er.
Though my cultivation is not strong as your senior sister, I understand the ways of cultivation better than you.
After a moment's pause, Qianqiu added,
Let's do this. You sleep on the floor tonight, and he'll stay by the master's side to watch over him. If anything happens, they'll know at once. Song Xian'er, too troubled to think much, looked at Gu Liangyuan with worried eyes. In that case, it'll have to trouble you, sister. After Qianqiu nodded, Song Xian'er began to tidy her bed. She happened to glance at the bed, only to see the bed curtains slowly descending, gradually shrouding the wooden bed. And as the curtains fell, a grand soundproofing array enveloped the entire bed. Just as the curtains were about to close, Song Xian'er caught a glimpse of Qianqiu inside through the gap. There Qianqiu had already shed her outer robe, clad only in undergarments, and was slowly lying down beside Gu Liangyuan. Only then did Song Xian'er realize the truth. What cultivation deviation! I actually believe that. I saw you as a sister, but you want to be my master's wife. My heart was with you, but you played me for a fool. Fine, fine. Song Xian'er, for some reason imagining Qianqiu sharing a pillow with Gu Liangyuan, felt a vague discomfort in her heart. But she had no time to dwell on it. The day's exhaustion hit her as she tried to lie down, and a wave of drowsiness overcame her, so she fell into a deep sleep. Inside the bed curtains, Qianqiu lay on her side, resting her head on her fair, delicate arm, gazing at Gu Liangyuan in a daze. She looked at his chiseled brows, his high-bridged nose, and his sharply defined lips. At that moment, she felt her heart pounding wildly. No matter how she tried to circulate the Forgetfulness Sutra, she could not calm it. After nearly half an hour of deep breathing, she finally steadied her heartbeat. Then she carefully lifted Gu Liangyuan's arm, and slowly nestled her head into his embrace. Feeling the warmth radiating from him, Qianqiu's face flushed crimson once more. Being held by the master felt so wonderful. She intended to stop there and fall asleep. But her mind kept conjuring Gu Liangyuan's face, and even with some drowsiness, she could not sleep. She felt an itch in her heart, like a cat's claw scratching such a golden opportunity, and she would be doing herself a disservice not to act. But if the master woke up, would he blame her? And would he distance himself from her? Qianqiu dared not turn over for fear of waking Gu Liangyuan. Otherwise she would have been tossing and turning by now. After a long internal struggle, inhaling the refreshing scent emanating from Gu Liangyuan, Qianqiu could no longer resist. She slowly sat up, supporting herself with one hand on the bedboard, while the other held back her hair to avoid brushing it against Gu Liangyuan and waking him. Then she gently leaned down, pressing her crimson lips lightly against his, before quickly rising and lying back flat. Though Qianqiu's eyes were tightly shut as if asleep, the two blushes on her cheeks, the slight upward curve of her lips, and the rapid rise and fall of her chest betrayed her inner turmoil. She smacked her lips, savoring the taste. Sweet. Wonderful. Having done this, it seemed she had used up all her courage. There was still desire, but no more daring. After calming her emotions, she lay in the warm embrace of her master, and fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, Gu Liangyuan was unaware of all this. He was undergoing a cycle of 100 lifetimes. In the first, he was a golden carp in a fish pond, free and carefree, ignorant of sorrow, but met an undeserved fate, caught by a great fisherman. In the second, he became the fisherman, living by catching fish and trading them for wine, a contented life, but was wrongfully convicted by the yamen and met his end. In the third, he became a county magistrate, benefiting the region and gaining fame, but was beheaded by treacherous officials due to taking the wrong side in court. In the fourth, he became an emperor of the mortal realm, diligent and devoted, favoring virtuous ministers and distancing himself from petty men, but accidentally perished from the shockwaves of a battle between two foundation establishment cultivators. In the fifth, he was a rogue cultivator embarking on the path of cultivation, but died during an expedition into a secret realm. The 6th, 7th, 8th. All the way to the 99th reincarnation. Throughout these lives, Gu Liangyuan had been a mighty heretic, a righteous leader transformed into a demon, become an immortal, and cultivated as a fiend. Yet no matter how hard he tried, there was always someone who could bring about his death. In the final lifetime, Gu Liangyuan once again became a golden carp, swimming through rivers, lakes, and seas. Seeing the fisherman's net approaching once more, Gu Liangyuan felt that he faced not a net, but the very laws of heaven. No matter which direction he swam, he could not escape its reach. Suddenly Gu Liangyuan had an epiphany. All beings are fish, and heaven's law is the net. No matter how great one's powers, none can escape the inescapable net. Ding. Congratulations, host, for comprehending a great divine ability. Please name it.
The sudden system notification jolted Liangyuan from his enlightened state. Hearing the system's words, he answered without hesitation.
Name it Heaven's Net.
Name Heaven's Net. Great divine ability. Cultivation requirement: comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Function using the laws of heaven and earth. It forms a great net that renders the target powerless and with no escape. A supreme binding divine ability. Note: as the user's comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth increases, the power of Heaven's Net also grows. Reading the system's description, Liangyuan furrowed his brow. As far as he knew, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth was something only possible at the nascent soul stage. Had he comprehended an ability beyond his cultivation level? Supreme enlightenment was indeed extraordinary. Nascent soul stage. He was already at the 6th level of nascent soul, and only 4 small realms away from breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Theoretically, if all 3 of his disciples broke through to the core formation stage, he could directly advance 5 small realms, reaching the 2nd level of nascent soul. It didn't seem that difficult. As long as Imochen and Song Xian'er's talents were awakened, their cultivation would progress quickly. He just needed to be mindful of the strange curse on the forgetfulness peak. Calming his thoughts, Liangyuan suddenly felt something pressing against his body. Slowly opening his eyes, what greeted his sight was an expanse of fair skin. As he slowly opened his eyes, the first thing that met Liangyuan's gaze was an expanse of snow-white skin. Immediately after, he felt his cheek covered by something soft, making it a little hard for him to breathe. Just as Liangyuan was about to move, Qianqiu, who was lying on top of him, seemed to sense it and rolled off to the side, shifting into a sidling position. Lost in some sweet dream, a faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Liangyuan was stunned. What was happening? But the current scene left him no time to ponder. Gently moving aside the leg Qianqiu had draped over him, he flickered and vanished out the door. Seeing the sky outside already tinged with the pale light of dawn, Liangyuan called for a waiter, ordered a pot of spirit tea, and sat by the window gazing into the distance as the sun rose, a scene of tranquil contentment. As the sun climbed higher, the doors on the 2nd floor opened one by one, and guests filed out. Before long, Qianqiu and the other woman, now washed and dressed, emerged from their room. Song Xian'er was still yawning, but her complexion was much better than the day before. Qianqiu, burdened by guilt, kept her head turned away, silent. She appeared aloof, but it was merely a mask for her unease. She dared not meet Liangyuan's eyes. She felt as if she had been bewitched last night, so audacious had she been. She had even dreamed such a shameful dream. Now thinking back, she knew she would never muster such courage again. Guilt-ridden, she kept stealing glances at Liangyuan, fearing he might be angry. But Liangyuan acted as if nothing had happened, merely asking the 2 women,
"How did you rest last night?" "Master, I have rested enough." "Good, sit down. Once Matcha arrives, we'll head to the auction together."
The 2 women sat across from Liangyuan. Qianqiu, with a guilty conscience, kept her head down, sipping her tea. Song Xian'er's gaze flickered between Liangyuan and Qianqiu, as if trying to discern something. For a moment, the atmosphere at the table grew strangely tense. But this tension didn't last long before Machen entered the inn. Judging by his spirited demeanor, he had rested well. The master and his 3 disciples gathered and set off for the Jubao Pavilion auction. After verifying their assets, they not only entered smoothly, but were also given a VIP box on the 2nd floor. The auction hall was circular, with seats arranged in tiers rising from low to high, encircling an open circular stage at the center. As all the cultivators entered, the resonant sound of a golden bell suddenly rang out, instantly silencing the noisy hall. Then a voluptuous female cultivator, her proud chest held high, walked to the center of the circular stage. She spoke slowly, her voice dignified and ethereal, carrying throughout the venue.
"Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Rian, the chief auctioneer of Jubao Pavilion. I will be fully in charge of today's auction proceedings."
Seeing no reaction from the cultivators below, Lu Rian said,
"It seems that all fellow cultivators and seniors have their minds on the items up for bid. Without further ado, let us get straight to the point. As the news you've received suggests, this auction does indeed feature a top-grade spiritual treasure as the grand finale." This announcement immediately stirred a commotion in the crowd. Clearly most people were here for that top-grade spiritual treasure. But Liangyuan was not among them.
While Lu Ruyan continued speaking, Liangyuan in the private box used a detection technique to examine the crowd one by one. To his surprise, he discovered that nascent soul cultivators rarely seen before numbered in the hundreds here. There were also many in the soul formation and unity realms. Some cultivators were even more formidable. When Liangyuan glanced at them, for a moment too long they sensed it, and looked back at him. Just as Liangyuan was about to withdraw his gaze, after his survey a purple panel caught his attention. Named Yuan. Devotion value 10. A negative devotion value means he is incapable of forming emotional attachments to anyone. Spiritual root extreme fire spiritual root. Cultivation 6th layer of core formation. Comprehension once in a century. Physique possesses the three-legged golden crow bloodline. Summary holy son of Tai sacred ground, one of the peerless prodigies of this era. As Liangyuan probed, Yun seemed to sense it too, turning his head to meet Liangyuan's gaze for a brief moment. Although Yun showed no hostility, Liangyuan felt an inexplicable discomfort from the aura surrounding him. Thinking of the historical conflicts between Tai sacred ground and Taishang sacred ground, Liangyuan grew wary. Yuo was Tai's territory, it was wise to be cautious. As Liangyuan finished his inspection, Lu Ruyan on stage had also concluded her opening remarks, and began with the first item. As the first lot of this auction, it will not disappoint. With that she produced a fist-sized transparent orb in her hand. Inside, a faint wisp of mysterious yellow gas was sealed.
This first item is the profound yellow chi. As everyone knows, although this chi is useless for cultivation, it can corrupt one's divine soul. Even a great cultivator at the Unity realm would suffer soul damage if contaminated. If you add a wisp to your magical treasure, it becomes an extraordinary weapon. The starting bid for the profound yellow chi is 10,000 high-grade spirit stones.
Listening to the introduction, Liangyuan raised an eyebrow. Truly you find something without seeking it. He hadn't expected to find a gain with the very first item. So he immediately bid.
50,000.
Someone countered.
60,000. I bid 80,000.
After a series of bids, the price stagnated at 180,000. Liangyuan made a final bid of 200,000, sealing the deal. After the first round, the atmosphere heated up, and bidding for subsequent items proceeded in an orderly fashion. During this time, Liangyuan made several moves purchasing suitable items. He had spent nearly half of his 2 million high-grade spirit stones. By the time the 20th item came up, the glazed immortal crystal finally appeared.
Next up is a piece of glazed immortal crystal. Legend has it that this crystal is the mysterious stone for awakening the glazed immortal body. How it was formed remains unknown, but most believe it to be an extraterrestrial object not native to this realm. Of course, the glazed immortal body has not appeared in tens of thousands of years, so this function can be ignored. But its other use should interest all seniors here.
At this point, Lu Ruyan paused slightly, noticing that everyone's attention had been drawn, and then spoke again.
The purpose of this is to purify the spiritual root. For ordinary spiritual roots, a slight enhancement is of little consequence. However, if your disciple possesses a low-grade heavenly spiritual root, using this elixirs will purify it to a mid-grade heavenly spiritual root. As for high-grade heavenly spiritual roots, there is even a chance to elevate them to top-grade heavenly spiritual roots.
Hearing this, the interest of the powerful figures below was piqued. For cultivators who had undergone the transformation stage, the disadvantages of their spiritual roots could be compensated from other aspects. If the enhancement to the spiritual root is not significant, it holds little value. However, they had disciples and juniors. Though it was of no use to them, it was beneficial for the juniors just starting on the path of cultivation. Lu Ruyan smiled slightly.
The starting bid for the elixirs is 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. Immediately after her words, someone called out a price: 400,000, 450,000, 500,000. And so it went until an old monster from the void refinement stage bid 1 million top-grade spirit stones, at which point the others hesitated and chose to withdraw.
After all, their main purpose for being here was still to acquire the high-grade spiritual treasures. The expenditure on elixirs was too much and not worth it.
1 million once. 1 million twice. 1 million.
Just as Lu Ruyan was about to bring down the hammer, Liangyuan's calm voice interrupted.
1,100,000.
Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with joy. She had initially thought the Liuli Xianjing would reach at most 80,000 top-grade spirit stones. She never expected it to break the million mark. The elder who had first bid felt a flicker of malice in his eyes. With a thought, he immediately sent a message to Gu Liangyuan. Esteemed friend, I am Ziguang Shangren of the Golden Armor sect, and I urgently need this item. I hope you will show mercy. The mental message transmitted within the mental range could only be heard by the two of them. Gu Liangyuan in the private room snorted coldly. What do you mean by this? Threatening me? In my life, the last thing I fear is comparisons of status. Old man, listen well. I am the son of the Tai Saint Master, the holy son of the Tai Holy Land. I didn't pressure you with my status, instead you try to play the status game with me. Now I clearly tell you I want the Liuli Xianjing. If you dare to raise your bid again, I will annihilate your entire family. As he spoke, Gu Liangyuan activated his empty spiritual root, revealing a flaming aura and a faint golden crow phantom. This was indeed the effect of the empty spiritual root, which could manifest the aura and functions of any spiritual root. The old monster from the void refinement stage initially doubted Gu Liangyuan's words. However, upon sensing the aura of the top-grade fire spiritual root and the golden crow phantom emanating from him, he felt stifled yet dared not act recklessly. The news of the holy son of the Tai Holy Land possessing a top-grade fire spiritual root was almost common knowledge. This place was also the domain of the Tai Holy Land. Encountering Emperor Yun here was to be expected. Thus he completely believed Gu Liangyuan's words. After all, in his view, a top-grade fire spiritual root could not be faked. Though he could not show his dissatisfaction on the surface, the old monster, from the void refinement stage, was already harboring resentment in his heart. Do you really think that the identity of a holy son makes you invincible in the world? I don't believe you can live outside the Tai Holy Land forever. A living holy son is a holy son, but a dead one is not. Gu Liangyuan was naturally unaware of this person's psychological activities. Seeing that he had been intimidated, he felt pleased. After all, the Tai Holy Land had been at odds with the Taishang Holy Land. Gu Liangyuan felt no guilt in doing this. Finally, after 3 calls of the hammer, Gu Liangyuan secured the Liuli Xianjing for 1,100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Song Xianer knew that this Liuli Xianjing was bought for her, and with tears in her eyes, she looked at Gu Liangyuan with deep gratitude. At that moment, she was at a loss for words to express her feelings. She had already taken a step into the world of cultivation, and she had a clear understanding of what 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones meant. 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones could buy a low-grade spiritual treasure. That was something a transformation stage cultivator would willingly risk their life for. Moreover, before setting off, her master had casually mentioned that all his wealth amounted to 2,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. For her sake, her master was willing to part with half of his fortune. She couldn't help but think back to when she almost rejected Gu Liangyuan for Zhang Yang. She wished she could go back in time and give herself 2 slaps. How heartbroken her master must have been when she rejected him so vehemently. At this moment, Gu Liangyuan had lost all interest in the auction, as the items that came after were increasingly expensive, and he had no more resources to spare. All his thoughts were on the to-be-obtained Liuli Xianjing, and the Xianyuan Ichi body, completely oblivious to the fact that Song Xianer's affection value had already dropped to 65. Seeing that the auction would last a while longer, Gu Liangyuan did not wait any longer. He opened the secret door behind the private room and took Qianqiu and the others directly to the trading room. With one hand delivering money and the other receiving goods, Gu Liangyuan took the treasure and left the auction house without any delay, returning to the inn. Looking at his 3 disciples, Gu Liangyuan flipped his hand, and 3 treasures floated in front of him. In front of Song Xianer was the Liuli Xianjing, in front of Qianqiu was a gilded hairpin, and in front of him O Chen was a golden pellet. Seeing the 3 of them looking somewhat at a loss, Gu Liangyuan smiled and said, "This Liuli Xianjing is for you, Xianer, to awaken your physique. You take it first, and when we return to Wangqing Peak, I will help you awaken it." Song Xianer looked at Gu Liangyuan's face. Though she had 1,000 thoughts and myriad words she wanted to say, they turned into a simple at her lips. Gu Liangyuan continued, "Qianqiu, this hairpin is for you. Although you already have the Qiushui sword once it is summoned, it will reveal itself to the world. This sword is easy to conceal, and can serve as a trump card while traversing the world of cultivation.
Xianqiu took the gilded hairpin and fused it with magic, and it transformed into a short sword.
This short sword was indeed a top-grade heavenly weapon. Xianqiu could no longer remember how many times her master had bestowed treasures upon her, but she did not take it for granted. Instead, with each treasure received, she felt the weight of her responsibilities increase. However, she was not good with words, and simply kept this gratitude firmly in her heart.
Thank you, master.
Liangyuan nodded in response, and then looked at Imochen.
Take this sword pellet. I see you have a keen interest in swordsmanship, so focus on sword cultivation in the future. This sword pellet nurtures a sword chi within you, honing it day and night. It will also increase in power as your cultivation increases, serving as a means of survival. Imochen, remember this well. You probably won't remember it.
At this moment, Imochen also had red-rimmed eyes. Liangyuan had bought a total of 4 items, and he had not expected that 3 of them were meant for them. Such a master where could one find in the world? But speaking of which, I must show filial piety to my master. It would be impossible not to flatter Lu Shuang.
Ding. Congratulations, host, for bestowing the sword pellet, triggering a 2,000 times return reward returned.
Ding. Congratulations to the host for bestowing the sword pill, triggering a 2,000-fold return. Reward returned, the great perfection of Howren sword intention. Howren sword intention. I cultivate my Howren chi, nurturing a Howren sword intention in my chest, which can unleash a tremendous strike at a critical moment. On ordinary days, the Howren sword intention enhances my sword techniques as well. Ding. Congratulations to the host for bestowing a top-grade heavenly artifact, the sword within the hairpin, triggering a 3,000-fold return. Reward returned, a medium-grade spirit treasure, the Earth First Water Sword. Ding. Congratulations to the host for bestowing the special item glazed immortal crystal, triggering an 8,000-fold return. Reward returned, a Tao Enlightenment tea tree seedling. Looking at these 3 returned rewards, Liangyuan felt excited, while further solidifying his thoughts. It seems that this disciple return truly favors quality over quantity. After completing the bestowal to his disciples, Liangyuan stayed at the inn for half a day, thoroughly refining the Xian Wang Qi before taking his 3 disciples back onto the Shuanglong Jade carriage. The 2 supreme elders had also appeared inside the Jade carriage at some point. Once ready, amid the envious gazes of the gathered cultivators below, the carriage soared into the air, embarking on its return journey. Inside the Jade carriage, Liangyuan looked at the 2 silent supreme elders across from him, and directly tossed over a probe named Wu Jianao cultivation peak of refining void spiritual root dual wood, and fire spiritual roots comprehension of laws pure yang law aptitude rare, in 100 years, fortune average physique small Vajra body, not activated activation method cultivating body refining technique summary possesses excellent body refining talent, but has strayed from the path, obsessed with refining chi, resulting in his body refining talent not being activated, leading to a bottleneck in cultivation with his lifespan about to run out. Namely, Dao cultivation half-step integration spiritual root superior fire spiritual root comprehension of laws law of T aptitude mediocre fortune stagnation summary a half-step integration realm, who failed the tribulation, and bears heavenly Dao scars, unable to advance in cultivation. Once healed, his cultivation will advance smoothly. Liangyuan gazed at the attributes of the 2, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes. Heaven is aiding me. The cultivation problem faced by Wu Jiangtao is easily resolved, while the Daoyu's issue could have posed a challenge in the past, but now. The Tao Enlightenment tea not only assists in understanding the Tao, but also has the greatest effect in healing Tao injuries. In this way, the 2 would not resist his arrangements. As for Liu Qimei, that will be discussed later. Feeling Liangyuan's fervent gaze, the expressions of the 2 became somewhat awkward.
Junior brother, what are you?
Hearing their inquiries, Liangyuan came back to his senses, and spoke.
Senior brothers, if I say I can help you advance your cultivation, would you be willing to join my Wanqing Peak?
The 2 first frowned, then exchanged glances, each seeing disbelief in the other's eyes. Wu Jiandao smiled at Liangyuan.
Junior brother, I am limited by my aptitude. To reach this point is my limit. To think of breaking through.
Wu Jiandao shook his head.
A dreamer's fantasy.
Although he did not explicitly refuse, his words were already filled with the meaning of rejection. Clearly, he did not believe that Liangyuan could truly help him advance further. Li Daoyu beside him also shook his head, and smiled, looking out at the turbulent sea of clouds without speaking. Gu Liangyuan remained unfazed, slowly saying,
"Although Dao injuries are difficult to treat, they are not hard for me."
Upon hearing this, Li Daoyu suddenly turned his head.
"You can see the injuries on me."
Gu Liangyuan did not respond but looked at Wu Jiantao and spoke again.
"It is not that your aptitude is limited, but that you have not fully harnessed your potential."
Wu Jiantao furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend Gu Liangyuan's meaning. However, as he pondered over this sentence, he felt a stirring in his mind, as if a fog was beginning to clear. He had a premonition that as long as he pierced through this veil, he would undoubtedly gain much. Thus he perked up and listened intently for Gu Liangyuan's next words. But at that moment Gu Liangyuan smiled slightly, withdrew, and imitated Li Daoyu's earlier pose, looking out the window and remaining silent. This left the two supreme elders quite anxious. Wu Jiantao could not hold back and said,
"Junior brother, please speak plainly. If you can truly help me advance further, I would not hesitate to join Wanqing Peak."
Li Daoyu, on the other hand, was more contemplative, slightly furrowing his brow.
"It would be the same wherever I go. However, I am different from brother. We entered the supreme holy land halfway, while I grew up in Wujifeng. It would be difficult to explain my sudden departure to the sect leader."
Gu Liangyuan turned his head.
"I was waiting for you to say that. There is no need to worry about Liu Qimei, I will handle that myself."
Li Daoyu's final bit of concern was also put to rest as he looked at Gu Liangyuan.
"Then please, junior brother, tell us about your methods."
Gu Liangyuan smiled, confidently flipped his hand, and a small seedling appeared in his palm. The seedling was entirely emerald green, enveloped in rich Dao essence, exuding a refreshing fragrance. The two opposite could feel their minds clear just from the aroma, as if they had caught a glimpse of the Dao. Li Daoyu suddenly stood up, exclaiming,
"The Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree."
Hearing Li Daoyu's words, Wu Jiantao beside him also displayed surprise. The Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree is a legendary spiritual object. In the entire Eastern continent, there has only been one documented, and it is controlled by several major hidden families, rarely flowing into the outside world. Even the Supreme Holy Land can only obtain 3 to 5 leaves each year, and many covet it. For it to fall into Li Daoyu's hands is exceedingly rare. For hundreds of years, he had only gathered 10 leaves. Li Daoyu had calculated that to completely heal his Dao injuries, he needed at least 1 or 2 leaves, and even if his lifespan were exhausted, he would be far from gathering enough. He had almost given up hope, but unexpectedly Gu Liangyuan had one in his possession. Gu Liangyuan slowly spoke.
"Indeed, this tree is the Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree. Can this item heal my Dao injuries, senior brother?"
Li Daoyu's eyes were fixed on the Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree, almost unable to look away. Hearing Gu Liangyuan's words, he nodded excitedly.
"That's enough. 1 or 2 leaves will do."
Looking at Li Daoyu's demeanor, Gu Liangyuan stepped forward and presented the Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree to him. Li Daoyu was slightly taken aback.
"What is junior brother doing?"
Gu Liangyuan replied.
"From now on, the Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree will be entrusted to senior brother's care.
When the tea tree matures during the harvest each year, senior brother can keep half a tael for himself as monthly remuneration." Li Daoyu did not take it immediately but looked at Gu Liangyuan with piercing eyes.
"Are you not afraid that I will run away with this Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree?"
Gu Liangyuan looked at Li Daoyu with a serious expression.
"I trust you, senior brother."
Li Daoyu suddenly laughed heartily.
"It seems I must go to Wanqing Peak after all."
As he spoke, he stored the Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree away. Gu Liangyuan also smiled. The Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree produces 2 pounds each year. Investing half a tael annually to secure a promising half-step integration cultivator is quite worth it. Most importantly, Li Daoyu happens to comprehend the law of tea, making him perfectly suited for planting and nurturing it. As for why, he was not afraid of Li Daoyu running away. The items awarded by the system are directly marked with one's imprint, which cannot be removed. Even at the ends of the earth, as long as one wishes to find it, it is but a thought away. After a long moment, their laughter subsided. Gu Liangyuan turned to Wu Jiantao, who seemed to have something on his mind.
"Senior brother, this issue is quite simple, actually. It's that your path of cultivation has been misguided." "Misguided?"
Wu Jiantao's face showed bewilderment. Gu Liangyuan nodded.
"Indeed, senior brother. You possess the minor Vajra physique, which ranks among the top 50 special constitutions. If you had pursued the path of body cultivation, you would surely have achieved great things. Not necessarily attaining immortality through the flesh, but the void refinement realm would certainly not have been your final destination. In truth, the minor Vajra physique is not difficult to discover. One need only cultivate a body refining technique to realize it. What puzzles me is, senior brother, haven't you noticed all these years?
Listening to Liangyuan's words, Wu Jiangtao felt as if a great bell were tolling within his mind. All the confusion of the past suddenly became crystal clear. His heart surged with excitement. The passion that had long faded was reignited in that moment. He had thought his path was at an end, but it turned out it was only just beginning. Seeing Wu Jiangtao's reaction, Li Dao knew Liangyuan had guessed correctly. He was also curious. The minor Vajra physique was hardly a rare or hidden constitution. How had Wu Jiangtao missed it? Meeting the curious gazes of Liangyuan and Li Dao, Wu Jiangtao couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. He stammered out the reason.
In my youth, I was a romantic scholar. Though I noticed I was quite strong, I held no fondness for those brawny body cultivators. I found them utterly crude and vulgar. I feared I would become like them, so I kept my distance from body refining techniques and never practiced a single one. Later, I simply thought my strength was due to my spiritual root. It never occurred to me to consider a special constitution. Who would have thought it was because of this?
The two listened to Wu Jiangtao's tale, finding it both amusing and poignant. All those years, even a little practice of a body refining technique would have activated his special constitution. Yet fate was so capricious, he had never cultivated a single one. But upon reflection, it seemed natural. Before the system of body cultivation existed in the cultivation world, how many sacred physiques for the body had been lost to the river of time? It was a matter of information disparity. Wu Jiangtao slowly rose, his expression solemn. He performed a half-disciple bow to Liangyuan.
Junior brother, you have been a teacher to me with a single word. Please accept my bow.
Liangyuan stepped aside, while quickly supporting Wu Jiangtao.
From now on we are family. There's no need for such formality, senior brother.
Hearing Liangyuan's words, Wu Jiangtao and Li Dao exchanged glances, then bowed together.
We pay homage to the Peak Lord.
Liangyuan's grin was harder to suppress than a chattering machine gun.
For all family, no need for empty rituals.
His three disciples looked on at their master with utmost admiration. Even the Supreme Elder needed his master's guidance. As the group enjoyed their harmony, the jade carriage suddenly jolted violently, as if striking something, halting its advance. The occupants inside tensed. Looking out the window, they saw 18 cultivators of varying ages and genders surrounding the carriage. Liangyuan used his detection technique and found that among the 14 were at the peak of nascent soul, 3 at the early stage of divinity transformation, and 1 at the middle stage. The 18 bandits of Qingmeng Mountain. Liangyuan frowned at the information on the panel. He had heard of the 18 bandits of Qingmeng Mountain. It was said they were originally 18 rogue cultivators who had occupied the mountain, making a living by robbery in the Qingmeng Mountain region. Later they swore brotherhood. Taking advantage of Qingmeng Mountain's location at the intersection of 4 major powers, Yaoqi Holy Land, Tai Holy Land, Golden Armor Sect, and Hannin Sect, they engaged in murder, arson, and plunder, stopping at nothing. When any power sent troops, they would flee into the territory of another. The major powers, already at odds, were reluctant to let other forces enter their domains, so several campaigns ended in failure. Since the bandits avoided harming disciples of the Holy Lands or major sects, they were left alone. Unexpectedly, in just a few centuries, the 18 bandits had grown strong enough to form their own faction. Navigating between the major powers and building from scratch, they were indeed somewhat capable. Liangyuan said to his 3 disciples,
"Stay inside the carriage."
In a flash, he appeared outside. Surveying the 18 bandits of Qingmeng Mountain, he was about to speak when one of them, a childlike nascent soul cultivator, glared fiercely and produced a pair of tiger-head shoes as a magical artifact. The shoes grew larger as they flew hurtling toward Liangyuan. Unfazed, Liangyuan raised his hand, summoning the Earth 9 Shin gold sword. With a crisp ring of the sword, a flash of cold light sliced through the air, cutting the tiger-head shoes in two. But before Liangyuan could relax, thick black smoke erupted from the severed halves, surging toward him. As Liangyuan prepared another move, Li Daoyu and Wu Jiangdao appeared. With a casual gesture, the black smoke dissipated completely. Seeing this, the bandit leader's expression shifted dramatically. He shouted,
"This one's tough. Scatter."
But before he could finish, Li Daoyu transformed into 20 figures, blocking all escape routes. Wu Jiangdao stood guard beside Liangyuan. Feeling the oppressive aura from the two, the bandit leader dared not move, staring grimly at Liangyuan. The other 17 bandits also wore grim expressions. Their intelligence had suggested Liangyuan was merely at the nascent soul stage. Yet to be safe, all 18 brothers had come out. They had thought that even if Liangyuan brought divinity transformation elders, they could handle it. But they never expected this sly fox to bring 2 void refinement ancients just for an auction. And from the looks of it, they were at the peak of void refinement. Not bad, friend. You sure live cautiously. Liangyuan twirled his sword lazily, stepping through the void until he stood before the bandit leader. Before Liangyuan could speak, the bandit leader began.
"Fellow Taoist I am."
But Liangyuan cut him off with a swing of his sword.
"Did I give you permission to speak?"
Seeing the fierce sword aura speeding toward him, the bandit leader's eyes darkened. As he prepared to dodge, Li Daoyu's voice rang out.
"Move and you die."
As he spoke, the overwhelming pressure of a half-step unity cultivator bore down, freezing the bandit leader in place. The sword aura grazed his cheek, slicing off one of his ears. Blood gushed forth, spattering across the sky. The bandit leader was a tough man. Though his ear was severed, he didn't even blink. He looked at Liangyuan.
"Fellow Taoist, my brother struck you, and you've taken my ear. Are we even now?"
Liangyuan didn't reply. Instead, he swung his sword again at the bandit leader.
"It seems you still haven't learned your lesson."
The bandit leader's pupils constricted slightly. He wanted to dodge, but met Li Daoyu's warning gaze. This filled him with extreme frustration, yet he dared not evade, allowing the sword aura to slice off his other ear. Seeing this, the remaining 17 bandits dared not move a muscle. How could Liangyuan act so unpredictably? The Sacred Land disciples they had encountered before were always hypocritically righteous. They had clashed with Sacred Land disciples before, but those disciples were always arrogant and would never call upon their protectors unless absolutely necessary. Because of this, they had often escaped from the protectors. But Liangyuan summoned his protector right from the start. How were they supposed to play this game? Seeing the silence around him, Liangyuan chuckled softly and spoke slowly to the bandit leader.
"I know of a punishment in this world called the Soul Lamp."
Hearing the name,
"Soul Lamp,"
confusion flickered across their faces. Liangyuan's smile deepened.
"The method is simple. Extract a cultivator's soul, twist it into a wick, then burn it day and night with nether fire. Place it in a lantern and it shines brilliantly. Those subjected to this punishment can only watch their soul dissipate, living in constant terror. The most exquisite part is that when the soul lamp burns too fiercely, the soul inside screams in agony."
As he spoke, Liangyuan's face showed a look of enjoyment.
"That sound is the most beautiful music in the world."
Just then a gentle breeze blew, causing everyone present to shudder. The 18 bandits stared at Liangyuan's handsome face, feeling as if they were facing something utterly terrifying, their hearts tightening. Wait, wasn't Liangyuan from a sacred land? How could his methods be more brutal than those of demonic cults? Not just the bandits, but even Li Daoyu and Wu Jiangdao felt a chill in their hearts as they imagined the scene of lighting the soul lamp. Liangyuan stepped forward, closing in on the bandit leader, and traced the Xinjin sword across his neck.
"There's an old saying in Zhonghua, a wise man submits to circumstances. I believe the various instruments of torture before you will surely loosen your tongue. Tell me who sent you."
Feeling the chill of the Xinjin sword, the bandit leader swallowed involuntarily, but still insisted stubbornly.
"I don't know what you're talking about."
Liangyuan suddenly smiled.
"You don't want to talk, do you?"
Without waiting for a reply, he instructed Wu Jiangtao.
"Later interrogate them separately. The first one to speak gets to live. The remaining 17 will all have their souls lit."
Before Liangyuan could finish, the bandit leader quickly interrupted.
"Wait, he'll talk."
He knew his 18 brothers too well. They were all gathered for profit. When faced with life and death, none could hold out. Rather than that, it was better to speak directly.
"It was Di Yun from the Tai Sacred Land who ordered us to kill you. We brothers were just following orders for money."
Di Yun. Liangyuan recalled the purple panel he had encountered in the auction house a few days ago. Fine, fine, fine. So this was the game. Liangyuan questioned the bandit leader again.
After the deed, where were you supposed to meet?
The bandit leader's heart skipped a beat.
What do you plan to do?
Liangyuan didn't answer. Instead, he twirled the Shinjin sword in his hand.
I told you to speak.
Before he could finish, the bandit leader blurted out.
After it's done, we were to find him in U City.
Having said this, he looked visibly shaken. Liangyuan paused his sword swing for a moment, then slashed fiercely. The sword aura shot through the air, cutting into the bandit leader's chest, blood gushing forth, and bones faintly visible.
I hate it when people interrupt me.
Feeling the pain in his chest, the bandit leader was on the verge of tears. Boss, please stop messing with me. Having obtained the information he wanted, Liangyuan looked around and spoke slowly.
You wanted to kill me. That is a blood feud. But I, Liangyuan, am broad-minded and prefer to convince through virtue.
As Liangyuan said this, the bandit leader's mouth twitched. Convince through virtue. How did I lose both my ears then? Just as he was thinking this, he felt a chill at his neck. Liangyuan's Shinjin sword was once again pressed against his throat.
What? It seems you don't quite approve of my virtue.
The bandit leader shook his head repeatedly, then thought better of it, and nodded hastily.
I approve, absolutely approve.
Liangyuan was satisfied and continued.
Adhering to the principle of convincing through virtue, it'll give you a chance today. All of you will attack together. If you can defeat me, you live. If you can't, you die by my sword. What do you all think?
The bandit leader's eyes lit up.
Are you serious?
Liangyuan glanced at him.
If you don't believe me, your head will prove my resolve.
The bandit leader shrank his neck and fell silent. They were like fish on a chopping board. What right did they have to negotiate with Liangyuan? Liangyuan tilted his neck. Having received so many rewards from the system these past days, he wanted to test his own combat strength. With his two senior brothers by his side, and a pseudo-immortal strike in hand, he was confident there would be no accidents. It was worth a try. As for the people before him, Liangyuan had no intention of letting them go. Defeating him meant death, failing to defeat him also meant death. The only difference was whether they died by his hand or Li Daoyu's. Li Daoyu and Wu Jiantao had already understood Liangyuan's style when he killed Yi Fan last time. Without needing a signal, they grasped his intention. Li Daoyu reached out and produced a formation disc. Tossing it into the air, the disc expanded with the wind, growing to the size of a millstone in an instant. From the formation disc, beams of light descended, enveloping an area of nearly 100 li within the grand array. Fish couldn't swim through, birds couldn't fly past, completely cutting off any chance of escape. Wu Jianao also soared into the air, watching from above to prevent any unexpected incidents. Liangyuan felt satisfied and stood within the encirclement of the 18 bandits, his sword resting on his back. The 18 bandits exchanged glances. With centuries of tacit understanding, a single look conveyed their mutual intent. They could see that Liangyuan had no intention of sparing them, but this wasn't a hopeless situation. Capture the chieftain first. If they could seize Liangyuan, they could use him as leverage to survive. A limping old man with a crutch was the first to move. With a wave of his hand, a palm-sized black banner appeared. Shaking it once, it grew to the height of a man. He swung it fiercely, and the banner rolled up, a plume of black smoke surging straight toward Liangyuan. Countless souls flickered within the black smoke, accompanied by wails and howls reaching out with claws toward Liangyuan. Liangyuan instantly recognized the man's technique. This cultivator, at the peak of the nascent soul stage, was using the heretical treasure, the 10,000 souls banner. It required living souls to refine. The more souls it absorbed, the stronger it became, unleashing greater power. It could erode one's soul and dissolve one's body, truly formidable. But unfortunately, he was up against Liangyuan, who possessed the humming art. Liangyuan snorted coldly, 2 streams of yellow smoke shooting from his nostrils straight toward the black smoke. The moment the black smoke touched the yellow, it dissolved instantly. Not until the black smoke had completely dissipated did the yellow smoke, its momentum undiminished, fly directly toward the lame cultivator. Unable to dodge in time, the lame cultivator was struck squarely. Before the lame cultivator could even let out a scream, yellow smoke poured from his 7 orifices, and his soul was scattered to the winds.
12th brother!
A cry of grief rang out, but it was to no avail. Moments later the yellow smoke vanished, and the lame cultivator devoid of all life plummeted straight toward the ground. All this, though slow to describe, happened in merely 5 or 6 breaths. The remaining 17 cultivators now looked at Liangyuan with profound gravity in their eyes. A single snort, and a nascent soul-peak cultivator was slain. Such means were unheard of. Inside the dual dragon carriage, not far away, the 3 disciples pressed against the window, taking in the scene with sparkling eyes. Truly worthy of their master, fighting above his level was as simple as eating and drinking. Before Liangyuan could make another move, the cultivator, who looked like a child, and who had struck first, began to act again. Forming hand seals, he spat out a rattle drum that floated before his chest. Boom, boom, boom. With each shake of the drum, waves of sound surged directly toward Liangyuan. The remaining 16 also moved in unison. A body cultivator let out a great roar, his form expanding and muscles bulging, as he stamped through the void, shattering it like a thunderclap. Leveraging the recoil, he charged straight at Liangyuan. Another cultivator summoned a flying sword, forming hand seals to multiply it into thousands, raining down from the void like a storm of arrows. One cultivator cradled a gourd, releasing tens of thousands of spirit insects that converged into a dark cloud, seeking to engulf Liangyuan. 13 nascent soul-peak cultivators unleashed their arts, and in an instant fierce gales howled, and killing intent blazed. A trident gleamed brightly. A ring-pommel sword shone with brilliance. Clubs, seals, and long spears, a giant net cast to trap Liangyuan. Meanwhile, 3 divine transformation cultivators watched menacingly, forming a triangular encirclement around Liangyuan, waiting for their moment to strike. The bandit leader cackled eerily, his face drenched in blood, making him look especially ferocious. Liangyuan shouted, "Well met!" As he spoke, he executed the Gingshin sword technique combined with thunder flash. Amid such dense attacks, he dodged left and right, evading nearly all of them. But a net cast down from above left him no room to escape. Judging by its power, it should be a heaven-grade artifact. Liangyuan waved his hand and unleashed the Gingshin sword directly. In a flash, a golden light filled the heavens and earth, vying to outshine the sun itself. Empowered by the gung metal sword intent and the shin metal sword, that single stroke cleaved the net in 2. The rain of swords in the sky scattered as a result. Dozens of spiritual treasures were also sent flying backward by the residual sword energy. Just as Liangyuan conceived a counterattack, before he could move, he heard a sound of something breaking through the air behind him. With a step of the thunder step to dodge, the body cultivator's fist grazed past Liangyuan's back with a roaring whoosh. Even from the mere brush of the fist wind, the clothes on Liangyuan's back split inch by inch, turning to dust. Without time to consider his garments, Liangyuan spun, abruptly swinging the Earth 9 shin metal sword in his hand straight for the body cultivator's neck. Seeing this, the body cultivator's eyes hardened, as he brought his palms together in a fierce clap. Slap. The sound of his hands meeting echoed loudly. The nascent soul-peak body cultivator had actually managed to clamp down on Liangyuan's sword. The other bandits, sensing an opportunity, quickly formed hand seals, hurling all manner of spiritual treasures at Liangyuan without restraint. Not a trace of panic showed in Liangyuan's eyes. His supreme comprehension granted him extraordinary calm. Unable to withdraw his right sword, he suddenly raised his left hand high. Roar. 5 resounding dragon cries rang out as 5 fire dragons appeared behind Liangyuan. Before the body cultivator before him could react, Liangyuan's left palm slammed toward his chest, mounting the azure dragons to display his might. The 5 fire dragons followed Liangyuan's movement, charging together at the body cultivator's chest. Bang! Unable to dodge, the body cultivator was struck squarely. Crackling and popping. A sound like exploding firecrackers rang out as the body cultivator shuddered violently, and then collapsed into a heap of pulp. Bone-shattered, heart burst. One more of the 18 bandits of Qingmong Mountain had fallen. But this delay allowed the others' attacks to arrive. Nearly all of them attacked except for the bandit leader. Gazing at the overwhelming tide of magical treasures and divine abilities, Liangyuan suddenly burst into laughter. Uttering the word, "Bro!" his form expanded inch by inch. Bang! Unable to withstand the growth of his physique, his clothes exploded, leaving only a few tattered rags barely covering him. With his increase in size, Liangyuan's cultivation also rose. In the blink of an eye he reached divine transformation peak, his body as massive as a mountain. His head vanished into the azure clouds, his feet planted in the long river. Muscles bulged across his form, and as his sinews and bones chimed, faint thunderous roars of tigers and leopards echoed from within. His outstretched arms spanned several miles. Before such a giant the 18 bandits of Qingmeng Mountain were like ants. What Liangyuan employed was none other than the supreme divine ability, Heaven and Earth Avatar. Looking up at Liangyuan, who now resembled a mountain, the remaining 16 bandits all stared, wide-eyed disbelief flashing in their gazes. What kind of divine ability was this? Wu Jiangtao and Li Daoyu were also filled with shock. A figure like a mountain standing before them, the awe it inspired was beyond words. Even though Liangyuan's displayed pressure was only at divine transformation peak, it made even them two void refinement peak cultivators tremble inwardly. Inside the dual dragon carriage, Song Xian'er and Qianqiu, overcome with astonishment, had their mouths slightly agape. Is this Master? Then their gazes slid down from Liangyuan's head past his majestic chest muscles, past the undulating APAC abs, past his flat lower abdomen, and saw. No, I'm feeling dizzy. What's wrong with me? My heart is racing. A flush crept onto both women's faces. Imochen also clicked his tongue in wonder.
If I had Master's imposing figure, why would I worry about cousin Lu Xuan not yielding?
The two women shot Imochen a disdainful glare, forcefully suppressing the stirrings in their hearts, and continued to watch the battle. They saw the sky-obscuring array of divine abilities and magical treasures already striking Liangyuan's body. Crackling and popping streams of light flashed amid a shower of sparks, accompanied by the clang of metal striking metal. When the light faded, Liangyuan, besieged by 12 nascent soul peak and 3 divine transformation cultivators, stood completely unharmed. Feeling the power coursing through him, at this moment Liangyuan's heart swelled with boundless pride. Gazing into the distance, the mountain seemed to lie beneath his feet. But the rapidly draining spiritual energy within him pulled him back to reality. He knew that with his 9-fold golden core foundation, he could maintain this state for only 3 minutes at most. But dealing with them 3 minutes were enough. He reached out, and the Shin metal sword grew with the wind in an instant, becoming 100 zhang tall. The ability to change size at will. This was the fundamental difference between a spiritual treasure and a mere artifact. Liangyuan grasped it with one hand, and with his sword intent his aura surged even further. Sensing Liangyuan's overwhelming presence, the 18 bandits of Qingmeng Mountain all changed expression drastically, their will to fight collapsing as they fled in panic. Watching the 16 bandits scrambling frantically below, Liangyuan suddenly let out a cold snort. The sound rumbled like thunder exploding across the sky. Under the enhancement of the humming art, the primordial yellow qi overflowed, shaking the souls of the 16 bandits, and causing their movements to halt in unison. Seizing that moment of pause, Liangyuan raised the Shinjin sword, and spoke, his voice vast and ethereal, a trace of noble spirit as swift wind for 1,000 miles. As he spoke, he swept the Shinjin sword in an arc, unleashing a sword aura that stretched for dozens of miles. Like a stretch of the Milky Way, it spanned between heaven and earth. Accompanied by a resplendent noble aura, it sliced horizontally toward the 16 bandits. They struggled to break free from the restraint of the humming art, attempting to conjure defenses. Yet the sword aura, seeming both distant and near, arrived in the blink of an eye. As the sword aura raged, cries of agony rang out. For nascent soul and 12 golden core cultivators were beheaded in a single strike. Even their souls were directly annihilated by the righteous sword aura. The sword aura, its momentum undiminished, continued until it struck Li Daoyu's formation disc, forcibly tearing a gap in the trapping formation before gradually dissipating into the void. Liangyuan pointed a finger, and several streams of true fire incinerated the corpses of the 18 bandits to ashes. He then cast a detection spell to confirm that all traces of the Qingmeng Mountain 18 bandits had vanished from the world. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a gale that scattered their ashes completely, finally putting his mind at ease. Having done all this, Liangyuan sensed that only a third of his spiritual energy remained. He immediately withdrew his divine power, and returned to his normal size. Just as he was about to proceed, a gentle breeze suddenly blew, and he felt a chill below his waist. In the nick of time, with lightning speed, Liangyuan retrieved a white robe from his ring, and wrapped himself tightly, ensuring no indecent exposure. Letting out a light sigh, Liangyuan looked toward the direction of the twin dragon chariot. Imochen was gazing at him with undisguised admiration. Meanwhile, Qianqiu and Song Xian'er stood with their rosy lips slightly parted, their faces frozen in shock. Liangyuan's face flushed with embarrassment, and he cleared his throat twice to mask his discomfort. He resolved inwardly to find a robe that could adjust its size at will. Fortunately, there were no outsiders this time, or he would have lost all face. Then Liangyuan clasped his hands toward Li Daoyu and said, "Senior brotherly, I just couldn't hold back and ended up breaking your trapping formation." Li Daoyu, still immersed in the spectacle of Liangyuan's earlier strike, snapped back to reality upon hearing his words, and burst into hearty laughter. "It's nothing precious, you broke it well. This trapping formation of mine could hold even someone at the early void refining stage for a while. Yet you at the nascent soul stage could shatter it with a single sword strike. Truly extraordinary." Wu Jiangtao, standing by, clapped in agreement. "I've seen geniuses fight above their level and kill across realms. But to leap across major boundaries and slaughter enemies like dogs, that I have never heard of. Today I've truly witnessed something new." Hearing their heartfelt compliments, Liangyuan smiled faintly. "You two flatter me. I'll still need your help for what comes next." The two exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding his meaning. Liangyuan stepped onto the void, hands clasped behind his back, gazing toward his city. "A gentleman does not let grievances fester overnight. Since Diyun has wronged me, so how can I let him live?" Li Daoyu and Wu Jiangtao looked at each other, a flicker of shock in their eyes. "You intend to kill Diyun?" Though the Tai sacred ground and the Taishang sacred ground were at odds, no one had ever dared to think of killing Diyun. The reason was simple: fear. Heaven's Tao was impartial. The higher one's cultivation, the harder it was to bear offspring. Back then, the Tai sacred lord had expended countless heavenly treasures and spent over 800 years to successfully conceive Diyun. He coddled the boy as if afraid he might break if held too tightly, or melt if kept in his mouth. If Diyun were truly killed, the Tai sacred lord would go mad. He would not hesitate to ignite a war between sacred grounds. Liangyuan's face showed confusion. "The purple light ascetic of the golden armor sect killed Diyun. What does that have to do with me, Liangyuan?" The two understood Liangyuan intended to use a borrowed knife. Looking at his confident expression, 8 words flashed through their minds: audacious and ambition, meticulous in execution. After their initial shock, they thought of the ancient enmity between the Tai and Taishang sacred grounds, and the image of the Tai sacred lord flying into a rage, and a thrill of excitement stirred within them. This plan was feasible. A long-dormant fire of passion reignited. "You're so wicked, I love it." Seeing their reactions, Liangyuan knew he had secured their cooperation. He reached out, and 2 orbs appeared in his hand. These are called Azure Chaos Orbs. They have no other function but to shield against heavenly providence. "Many saw me leave this time, but aside from Qing Mei, no one knows you two were also in the chariot. So you are the perfect candidates for this mission." Later, we'll split up. They'll return to the Forgetfulness Peak openly with Qianqiu and the others. You two take these orbs. Liangyuan gave further instructions, and though the specifics were unclear, the 2 listeners' eyes gleamed with understanding. "All right, let's do it this way." After a few more words of advice, Liangyuan boarded the chariot with his 3 disciples, and made a conspicuous journey back to the Forgetfulness Peak. Wu and Li transformed into streaks of light, and sped toward the Golden Armor sect. Inside the chariot, the 2 women, still recalling their master's imposing figure, kept their heads lowered, unable to meet his gaze. Imochen, however, asked curiously, "Master, where have the 2 senior uncles gone?" Liangyuan smiled. "They had matters to attend to and left first." "Oh!" Imochen didn't dwell on the matter. His mind was wholly occupied with thoughts of his cousin. After being away so long, he would finally see her again. "This time the gifts I bought will surely delight her." Seeing Imochen's infatuated expression, Liangyuan could roughly guess his thoughts. Unlike his usual frustration and Imochen's lack of ambition, Liangyuan remained remarkably calm this time. "Just wait. Once you take the forgetfulness pill, let's see how you grovel." Along the way, Liangyuan deliberately flew low, returning to the Forgetfulness Peak under the gaze of countless cultivators. After sending Qianqiu and Imochen into seclusion, he led Song Xian'er into the Forgetfulness Hall. He casually activated the defensive formation, then had Song Xian'er take out the glazed immortal crystal and sit cross-legged. Xian'er, calm your mind and focus. I will help you refine the crystal. It might hurt a little. Bear with it. Song Xian'er nodded solemnly. Master, go ahead. Xian'er is not afraid of pain. Hold on, your master is here. Inside the hall, Liangyuan and Song Xian'er sat facing each other. The glazed immortal crystal hovered above her head, emitting a faint ethereal glow. Under the infusion of Liangyuan's mana, the crystal began to spin gently. Streams of immortal energy cascaded down, entering through the Baihui acupoint on her crown, and flowing along her meridians into her dantian. At first, it was tolerable, but as time passed, Song Xian'er felt a growing distension in her meridians. The immortal energy scoured through them, bringing a pain, like being sliced by knives. Just as she was about to succumb, Liangyuan's gentle mana coursed through her meridians, instantly alleviating the agony. But soon the pain returned, and he intervened again. This cycle repeated dozens of times, until the fist-sized crystal was reduced to the size of a melon seed. With a final wisp of immortal energy entering her body, Song Xian'er shuddered and her aura surged upward. Qi refining layer 3, Qi refining layer 4, Qi refining layer 5. Song Xian'er's cultivation base surged all the way to the great perfection of Qi refining. At that moment the heavens and earth shifted violently. Boundless thunderclouds swiftly converged above the forgetfulness peak. Seeing that Song Xian'er was about to ascend further, Liangyuan roared sternly.
Xian'er, suppress your cultivation.
Only then did Song Xian'er realize that her current state was unsuitable for tribulation transcendence. Thus, she hastily suppressed her cultivation. Great perfection of Qi refining layer 9, Qi refining layer 8. After suppressing it to Qi refining layer 8, the rolling calamity clouds atop forgetfulness peak dissipated. Suddenly immortal energy surged once more from Song Xian'er's dantian, causing her aura to ascend step by step. Qi refining layer 9, great perfection of Qi refining. Rumble. The clouds that had just dispersed gathered again. The faint sound of thunder rumbled in the distance. Song Xian'er suppressed her cultivation once more, bringing it down to Qi refining layer 9. As Song Xian'er's cultivation was suppressed, the calamity clouds in the sky hesitated for a moment, almost as if endowed with sentience, before choosing to dissipate. At that very moment, Song Xian'er's cultivation surged again. Fortunately, this time Song Xian'er quickly suppressed it, and her cultivation ultimately settled at the great perfection of Qi refining, merely half a step away from foundation establishment. With the increase in her cultivation, Song Xian'er's appearance also began to transform. Although she had not been unattractive before, her face had been dotted with faint spots and a few scattered moles. Now, however, her face was free of any impurity, her skin as smooth as congealed fat, so delicate it seemed it might break at a touch. A faint immortal aura emanated from her entire being. She slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze revealing a detachment that saw through all things. If Qianqia's external demeanor was that of a lofty queen, Song Xian'er at this moment was like a deity from the highest heavens gazing down upon the mortal world. Of course, this was only their external bearing. Before Liangyuan, they were a completely different sight. Song Xian'er glanced around and immediately spotted Liangyuan, whose face was full of concern. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, the detachment in her eyes vanished, and she called out sweetly, "Master." She was originally the legitimate daughter of the Shen family from the upper realm, who during a succession struggle was harmed by a concubine's daughter named Lu Rian. Only a wisp of her soul had managed to escape, leading to her current predicament. Before the glazed immortal body was activated, although Song Xian'er's past life memories were sealed, she possessed a faint awareness. She had witnessed all the experiences of this life. Faced with Zhang Yang's deception, which had delayed her cultivation, she gnashed her teeth in fury. Yet with her memories sealed, she could only watch as a bystander, feeling willing but powerless. Later, she became Liangyuan's disciple. Her heart was conflicted. On one hand, she wished to embark on the path of cultivation as soon as possible. On the other hand, she had once been a great power in the upper realm, while Liangyuan was merely at the nascent soul stage. How could he be worthy of being her master? Yet as time passed, her thoughts began to change. Initially, seeing Liangyuan bestow spiritual treasures upon her without reservation made her feel he was a competent master. Then Liangyuan bestowed upon her the supreme forgetfulness scroll, leaving her in awe. Such a supreme technique was beyond even her reach in the upper realm. This cast a veil of mystery over Gu Liangyuan in her eyes. Later, when Gu Liangyuan identified her physique, with a single word it filled her with ecstatic joy. Subsequently, seeing Gu Liangyuan sell spiritual treasures, and use most of his wealth to purchase the glazed immortal crystal for her, she fully acknowledged him as her master in the depths of her heart. In her past life, she had shattered the 9 heavens entirely on her own. In that great family, she had never experienced paternal love or care. In this life, Gu Liangyuan had filled that void. At that time, she resolved that once her memories fused with her true self, she would surely help Gu Liangyuan stand at the very pinnacle of this world. Until just now, when she saw Gu Liangyuan use the heaven and earth Dharma form, a supreme divine ability she had never witnessed before. This suddenly made her realize that Gu Liangyuan lacked neither divine abilities nor treasures, and there seemed little she could do to help him. Instead, it was she who in her current state needed Gu Liangyuan's help in every aspect. Gu Liangyuan looked at Song Xian'er and responded gently.
Master is here. Ding, congratulations to the host for helping a disciple break free from the addiction of being a devoted admirer. The recipe for the supreme forgetfulness pill has been granted.
Gu Liangyuan's mind stirred, and he casually cast an appraisal spell on Song Xian'er named Song Xian'er Infatuation Value 0 Cultivation Great Perfection of Qi Refining Spirit Root Water, and with Comprehension Immortal Aptitude Physique Glazed Immortal Body. Gu Liangyuan felt relieved the infatuation value had finally returned to 0. But before a smile could grace his lips, he saw the infatuation value, which had been 0, begin to climb rapidly. 10, 20, 30. It only stopped after reaching 80. Gu Liangyuan was initially startled, but when he saw the look of affection in Song Xian'er's eyes, as she gazed at him, his heart suddenly sank. Oh no, it's directed at me now. What Gu Liangyuan did not know was that due to the fusion of her past and present life souls, Song Xian'er's emotions towards him had also merged and amplified, resulting in this effect. A myriad of thoughts raced through Song Xian'er's mind. After exchanging glances with Gu Liangyuan for a moment, as if she had made a certain decision, she parted her crimson lips and spoke in a voice as melodious as an oriole's.
Master, do you know? I was actually an immortal from the heavens.
The matters of her past life were Song Xian'er's greatest secret and the guarantee of her rise. Logically, she should have buried it deep in her heart. Yet she did not wish to hide it from Gu Liangyuan. To her surprise, Gu Liangyuan appeared very calm.
I know. No matter what, you are my disciple, aren't you?
Song Xian'er was momentarily stunned, then looked up at Gu Liangyuan and revealed a heartfelt smile.
Yes, I am your disciple.
Gu Liangyuan reached out and gently tousled Song Xian'er's hair. Song Xian'er narrowed her eyes, looking very much at ease. Song Xian'er did not ask Gu Liangyuan how he knew. Just as her master said, no matter what, knowing that she was his disciple was enough. Gu Liangyuan also did not press her about her past life. If she wanted to talk about it, she would naturally do so. After a moment of tender silence between master and disciple, Song Xian'er's expression suddenly turned serious.
By the way, master, my death in my past life was inextricably linked to someone named Lu Ruyan. I don't want to involve you in my affairs, master, but it seems you are already involved. That auctioneer was also named Lu Ruyan, and coincidentally she produced the glazed immortal crystal. I can't help but suspect she came for me. I urge you to be cautious, master.
Hearing this, Gu Liangyuan recalled the system interface for Lu Ruyan. All her other data was unremarkable, but the final summary included a line suspected to be an avatar of another. At first, Gu Liangyuan thought it was merely a tactic of the auction house, but now, the name Lu Ruyan was indeed tied to a great karmic consequence. This instilled a renewed sense of crisis in Gu Liangyuan, who had just gained a sense of security from his pseudo-immortal strike. His disciples' talents were becoming increasingly formidable, but the enemies they made were equally powerful. This puts considerable pressure on me as their master. Gu Liangyuan simply said he understood and instructed Song Xian'er to go into seclusion to stabilize her cultivation, preparing to attempt foundation establishment on another day. After Song Xian'er left, Gu Liangyuan easily gathered all the spiritual herbs needed for the supreme forgetfulness pill. Afterwards, he prepared items like a cauldron and alchemy techniques found in Mo Chen and bestowed them upon him.
Ding, the host has bestowed an Earth-Raid Alchemy Cauldron triggering a 1,000-fold return. Return reward Black Gold Coiled Dragon Furnace. Ding, the host has bestowed Basic Alchemy Techniques triggering a 500-fold return. Return reward Alchemy Proficiency Minor Achievement. Having obtained what he needed, Liangyuan immersed himself in the alchemy chamber and began his grand endeavor of pill refining. While Liangyuan was refining the forgetfulness pill in his alchemy chamber, let us set that aside for now. Wu Jiangao and Li Daoyu first went to the Golden Armor sect to find Ziguang Shengren. Then, using a recording stone, they captured many images of Ziguang Shengren speaking. Immediately after, they found a nearby teleportation array and rushed to Yucheng City. Since Diyun had not deliberately concealed himself, the two found him near a tea house without much trouble. Looking around, besides the nascent soul-level elder before Diyun, there was only one deity transformation mid-stage protector hidden in the shadows. The two still remembered Liangyuan's words from yesterday. Both Diyun and the Supreme Holy Lord have pride in their bones. Within the territory of the Supreme Holy Land, they think no danger will occur, so the guard force they bring will certainly not be large. Now it seemed exactly as junior brother Gu had said. While marveling at Liangyuan's foresight, the two silently lurked according to plan, waiting for the right moment, ready to strike a fatal blow at any time. At that moment, Diyun was sitting opposite the nascent soul-level elder, discussing something, completely unaware of Wu and Li in the shadows. The nascent soul elder frowned slightly.
Why hasn't the 18 bandits made a move yet? Nothing unexpected has happened, has it?
Diyun unhurriedly finished the tea in his cup before speaking.
Elder Wang, do not be impatient. Qingmong Mountain is not close to here. A delay is normal. Besides, no matter who lives or dies, it cannot escape my calculations.
Oh! Elder Wang sensed that Diyun had hidden meaning in his words and asked,
Holy Son, what do you mean by that?
Diyun poured himself another cup of tea and gently blew on the floating foam.
The 18 bandits have been able to dominate Qingmong Mountain for so long solely because of its unique geographical location. It serves as a buffer zone at the intersection of the four major powers. As far as I know, although the Supreme Holy Land is on good terms with the Yaoqi Holy Land, it has a serious conflict with the Han God sect. With Qingmong Mountain as a buffer, before if the 18 bandits of Qingmong Mountain are annihilated with a little provocation, the Han God sect and the Supreme Holy Land will inevitably clash over the ownership of Qingmong Mountain.
Saying this, Diyun stood up, teacup in hand, and looked up at the sky with great confidence.
My plan is a chain of schemes. If the 18 bandits can kill Liangyuan, that is best. If not, they can still cause endless turmoil in the Supreme Holy Land.
Hearing this, Elder Wang's eyes lit up, and he stood up, giving Diyun a thumbs up.
A brilliant plan, Holy Son.
Then, thinking of something, he spoke with concern.
However, if the 18 bandits of Qingmong Mountain are defeated, will they expose us?
Diyun seemed unconcerned.
If Liangyuan dies, no one will know this was my arrangement. If he doesn't die, even if the Supreme Holy Land knows I was behind it, they won't take excessive action since no one was killed or injured.
Elder Wang was still worried.
But as far as I know, this Liangyuan is not easy to deal with. I'm afraid he won't swallow this insult and will bypass the Supreme Holy Land to take private revenge on the Holy Son.
Diyun sneered disdainfully, placing his teacup heavily on the wooden table. Then he spread his arms, puffed out his chest, and raised his head, his wide sleeves hanging to his knees.
I am the young lord and holy son of the Tai Holy Land. My status is the highest in the Eastern continent. Not to mention that this is the territory of the Tai Holy Land.
Saying this, Diyun paused briefly. Then his aura swelled, exuding a domineering spirit that looked down upon the world.
Who dares to kill me? Even if you gave Liangyuan 8 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. Ah!
Halfway through his speech, Diyun's triumphant voice suddenly turned into a wail. Elder Wang stared intently, and saw a blood-stained sword tip glistening with cold light protruding from the position of Diyun's dantian. Diyun was only at the 6th layer of the core formation stage. How could he withstand a premeditated strike from a deity transformation peak expert? Before Elder Wang could react, the flying sword that pierced Diyun's dantian suddenly ignited, burning Diyun along with it. At that moment, Diyun only had time for the 3 words Liangyuan to flash through his mind, before he completely lost consciousness. His body then turned entirely to ashes. One moment, he was exuding pride and vigor. The next, his soul was scattered.
Whether Di Yun regretted provoking Gu Liangyuan at the moment of his death is unknown. But Elder Wang before Di Yun felt a jolt in his heart. Clearly he too guessed that this was Gu Liangyuan's doing. He had thought Gu Liangyuan might retaliate, but he never expected it to come so quickly, and so fiercely. One strike, and Di Yun was dead, leaving no room for compromise. Killing the Holy Son of Tai within the territory of the Tai Holy Land. This Gu Liangyuan was truly lawless. But before he could make a move, he suddenly felt a chill on his brow. He reached out, and touched it, seeing a streak of crimson on his fingers. A gentle breeze blew, entering through his forehead, and exiting through the back of his head. Only then did he suddenly realize that his brow had been pierced. When he became aware of this, his consciousness blurred, and he crashed to the ground. In his dying moments, he vaguely saw the head of Di Yun's protector. Only after the three were dead did the figures of Wu Jiantao and Li Daoyu appear. Burning the bodies, crushing the bones, scattering the ashes. After completing the signature moves of the Forgetfulness Peak, the two took out another recording stone and tossed it nearby. Then, they gathered the personal belongings of the three and headed straight for the Golden Armor sect. Taking the personal items of the three to the Golden Armor sect was of course to frame them. But these were merely supplementary. The most crucial evidence was that recording stone. A recording stone is an auxiliary magical artifact in the cultivation world with no other function than to record scenes at the time, often used to document technique inheritances. What was recorded in this recording stone was the entire process of Ziguang Shangren murdering the Holy Son of Tai. Using a recording stone to record the recording within the recording stone, consider it video editing. The people of this world only knew of cultivation. How could they have seen such methods? In his past life, as a member of a video editing channel, Gu Liangyuan was skilled at taking things out of context and fabricating stories from nothing, all basic operations. Gu Liangyuan believed that with his superior video editing skills from his past life, along with a spiritual treasure that shielded the secrets of heaven, deceiving the Tai Holy Land would be effortless. Even if they didn't fall for the trap, they would absolutely never be able to trace it. At the moment of Di Yun's death, hundreds of miles away, in the Tai Holy Land, a voice filled with weeping and lamentation came from the main hall.
My son! Who harmed my son's life?
As the words ended, a middle-aged man clad in a python robe suddenly shot into the sky. Holding Di Yun's extinguished soul lamp, he pointed a finger, and a wisp of green smoke drifted from the wick heading straight towards Yucheng City. Seeing this, the middle-aged man, his hair bristling with rage, followed closely behind. A few days later, a rumor spread through the cultivation world. The Holy Son of the Tai Holy Land, Di Yun, had a verbal altercation with Ziguang Shangren of the Golden Armor sect at an auction in Yucheng City. Ziguang Shangren bore a grudge and secretly murdered Di Yun. The Supreme Holy Lord flew into a rage, leading a force of 500 nascent soul cultivators and 18 deity transformation cultivators personally to attack the Golden Armor sect, completely leveling it, leaving not a single survivor. Boom! A violent explosion echoed across Wanqing Peak, causing the entire mountain to tremble.
Cough, cough, cough.
Amidst a fit of harsh coughing, Gu Liangyuan emerged from the alchemy chamber shrouded in billowing smoke. With a wave of his hand, he moved his void spirit root, transforming it into a wind spirit root. 2 gusts of long wind blew out from his sleeves, dispersing the thick smoke caused by the furnace explosion. Recalling the recent furnace blast, Gu Liangyuan felt a lingering fear. With his modestly accomplished alchemy skills, he had successfully refined 20 pills in the first 2 batches. But during the 3rd batch he added just a bit too much forgetgrass, which directly triggered an explosion. The blast's power rivaled the full force strike of a nascent soul cultivator at the peak. They say alchemists are well regarded, but this was the first time he'd heard it was such a dangerous trade. Truly the saying held, you only see the thief enjoying his spoils, never the beatings he endures. The explosion from the alchemy chamber quickly drew the attention of others. In an instant, inner disciples, over a dozen elders, and the 3 disciples of Qianqiu all gathered there. Qianqiu and Song Xian'er approached from both sides, asking with concern,
Master, are you all right?
Gu Liangyuan shook his head, indicating he was unharmed. Gazing at the assembled crowd, Gu Liangyuan had a sudden inspiration. He took out the basic alchemy manual, recorded his own alchemy steps, and handed it to Song Ritu. Song Ritu was puzzled.
Uncle Master, this is.
Gu Liangyuan pointed at the alchemy chamber reduced to rubble.
From that chamber do you gain no insight?
Song Ritu shook his head in confusion, and the faces of the watching disciples also showed bewilderment. Gu Liangyuan looked around and spoke slowly.
Refining a good pill is hard, but isn't ruining one simple. When I was refining just now, the spiritual energy and divine sense I used were only at the foundation establishment level. At that level I could create such power. Isn't that more convenient than divine abilities?
As the disciples listened to Gu Liangyuan's words, the more astute among them began to grasp his meaning. Gu Liangyuan nodded.
You think rightly. Alchemy is a discipline, and so is furnace explosion. Imagine on a battlefield if you suddenly hurled a furnace about to explode, what devastating power would that unleash? Of course, achieving such force is also inseparable from the furnace and precious herbs I used. First, study the alchemy manual. In a few days it'll take you to Dan Peak to exchange alchemy knowledge with those senior brothers. I seek nothing else. With your foundation establishment cultivation, if you can deliver a strike at a low cost rivaling a golden core cultivator, then you'll have succeeded.
Though Gu Liangyuan's voice was not loud, it resonated like a great bell in everyone's minds. The disciples present all had some awareness of furnace explosions. It happened by chance when alchemy failed. People usually avoided it, forming a fixed mindset that furnace explosions were always a bad thing. Hearing Gu Liangyuan's words, they suddenly saw the light. So furnace explosions could be used this way. Not only the equally stunned elders, but even Song Xian'er, a reincarnated immortal, had her beautiful eyes flickering with inner turmoil. Truly worthy of being master with such an unbridled mind. The principle was the same. The stronger the pill being refined, the greater the explosion's power. Even immortal pills could cause a furnace blast. Having experienced war firsthand, she could vividly imagine the devastation if such a furnace were thrown into a battlefield. Song Ritu was so excited that his hand stroking his beard trembled.
Uncle Master, this act pioneers a new path in alchemy. I have a feeling that once this method emerges, alchemists who are weak in combat will surely rise. Please, Uncle Master, name this method.
Gu Liangyuan pondered for a moment, then declared.
In that case, let it be called Bombdan from now on.
Song Ritu nodded.
Jot on, that's fitting.
Gu Liangyuan said.
Follow me, Bombdan.
Song Ritu repeated.
Jot on. Uncle Master, your accent is a bit strong. I ain't got no accent either.
They argued for a while, neither convincing the other. In the end, Song Ritu led the inner disciples away, bustling with excitement. Watching the retreating figures of the inner disciples, a system prompt sounded in Gu Liangyuan's mind.
Ding, mission to teach 50 inner disciples completed. Enlightenment Tower has been granted. Note, any divine abilities or spells comprehended by personal disciples within the Enlightenment Tower will still be returned to the host.
With his first immortal artifact in hand, Gu Liangyuan was naturally delighted. But he had no time to examine it closely, as he had more important matters to attend to. Eyeing Imochen nearby, Gu Liangyuan let out a sinister chuckle. Seeing this, Imochen's heart skipped a beat. He turned to flee, but Gu Liangyuan grabbed him, and without explanation forced 3 forgetfulness pills into his mouth. Fearing the dosage might be insufficient for Imochen's condition, he fed him 3 more. Done, Gu Liangyuan released him. Imochen sprang backward, coughing twice, but bringing up nothing.
Cough. Master. Cough, what did you feed me?
Gu Liangyuan scrutinized Imochen, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Had he not seen the infatuation value reset to 0, and the eternal solitude enlightenment activated, he might have thought the forgetfulness pills had failed. When Qianqiu and the others activated their talents, there were bursts of light and ethereal mists. Why was there no phenomenon with him? Gu Liangyuan was about to speak when a mountain wind blew, and a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Imochen suddenly looked up, watching raindrops hit the ground, his eyes narrowing as if in realization. His entire body was suddenly enveloped in a Dao aura, with the Dao intent clinging to him. Gu Liangyuan's heart leaped with joy. Had the enlightenment started to take effect? Just as he was about to protect Imochen, the Dao aura brushed against him, sparking a sudden insight. He stood frozen, staring into the distance, lost in thought. It seemed he too had entered a state of enlightenment. As the Dao aura from Gu Liangyuan and Imochen spread, it also enveloped Qianqiu and Song Xian'er. For ordinary cultivators, this Dao aura would have no effect. But Song Xianer and Qianqiu possessed enlightenment talents, one rare in a millennium, the other of an immortal's caliber. Though far less extraordinary than Gu Liangyuan and Imochen, they were still exceptional among mortals. Touched by the Tao aura, they too entered a state of enlightenment. In that moment, nearly half of Wanqing Peak was shrouded in dense Tao aura. Below the peak, Lu Qingmei rode a gentle breeze ascending from the mountain's base. A female disciple followed closely beside her. It was Chu Xingyue, who had delivered a sword to Gu Liangyuan before. Her brow slightly furrowed, she said angrily,
"Uncle Master's actions grow more excessive. It was tolerable when he extorted some artifacts from us before. But now he's come directly to Wuji Peak to poach people."
Lu Qingmei shook her head with a smile.
"Being able to recruit them to his peak is also a skill. Since they all wish to go to Wanqing Peak, I cannot force them to stay."
Her tone shifted.
"But if he doesn't give me an explanation for this, it won't do."
She stopped mid-sentence, sensing the Tao aura on Wanqing Peak, and looked up sharply. "This is enlightenment? All four master and disciples comprehending together. Am I mad, or has the world gone mad?" There is no need to elaborate on Gu Liangyuan's extraordinary insight. I can understand the talent of a 1,000-year-old supreme spiritual root, and I can also accept that Song Xianer with her dual spiritual roots possesses higher insight. But how could Imochen, who clearly has the talent of inferior 3 spiritual roots, achieve enlightenment? Moreover, the Tao aura surrounding Imochen is second only to Gu Liangyuan, and is even stronger than that of Qianqiu and Song Xianer. Gu Liang's ability to teach disciples is truly remarkable. Chu Xingyue, seeing Lu Qingmei's reaction, was somewhat puzzled.
"Master, what happened?"
Chu Xingyu's words pulled Lu Qingmei back from her shock. From foundation establishment to tribulation transcendence, enlightenment is something that is sought after but rarely attained. But enlightenment comes quickly, and goes just as fast. Once someone interrupts, it can cause several people to exit their state of enlightenment. Now that the Fulong court is approaching, the stronger the disciples on the Forgotten Emotion Peak, the more beneficial it will be for the Supreme Holy Land. We cannot allow anyone to disturb them. With this in mind, Lu Qingmei grabbed Chu Xingyue, and in a few flashes, they arrived at the peak of the Forgotten Emotion Peak. Looking at the 4 masters and disciples not far away, who had indeed entered a state of enlightenment, Lu Qingmei immediately spoke to the bewildered Chu Xingyue.
"The 4 of them have all fallen into a state of enlightenment. No one knows how long this will take. It could be quick, just half an hour, or it might take years. I will guard them, while you quickly inform Song Retu to activate the great formation of the Forgotten Emotion Peak, keeping the other disciples away from this place. They must not disturb them."
Upon hearing this, Chu Xingyu's confusion faded, replaced by shock. "I can understand enlightenment, I have seen it before. But what is this about the 4 of them achieving enlightenment together?" She had heard that tens of thousands of years ago, the 15th Patriarch of the Supreme along with the then Yaoqi Holy Master and the Du Holy Master achieved enlightenment together by the shores of the Rakshasa Sea, a tale celebrated throughout the cultivation world. It was said to be an unprecedented wonder. Now she actually witnessed 4 people achieving enlightenment simultaneously, and they were all masters and disciples. If she hadn't received this information from Lu Qingmei, she would have doubted the authenticity of the event. Chu Xingyue shook her head, casting aside her chaotic thoughts, nodded in response to Lu Qingmei's words, and headed straight for the Elder Hall of the Forgotten Emotion Peak. Upon receiving the news, Song Retu naturally did not dare to be careless. He activated the protective mountain formation, leaving Elder Wang Defa to stabilize the disciples. He then called upon Elders Li Daoyu and Wu Jiangtao, leading a group of elders directly to the location of the 4's enlightenment to provide protection. At the peak of the Forgotten Emotion Peak, Lu Qingmei stood with her hands behind her back, her sleeves flowing gracefully. Over 20 elders stood behind her together, gazing from afar at the 4, who were lost in their state of understanding. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Song Xianer slowly opened her eyes and murmured,
"When the earth's energy rises, it becomes clouds. When the heaven's energy descends, it becomes rain. The changes between clouds and rain are in fact the result of the fusion of heaven and earth."
As she spoke, she reached out and pointed, and the fine rain before her suddenly vaporized, transforming into a mass of clouds. With a casual wave, the clouds dispersed and turned back into rainwater, falling to the ground and merging into the soil.
"But how can one control the clouds and rain according to their own desires when it rains here and is sunny elsewhere?"
She extended her delicate jade fingers, feeling the moist breeze passing through her fingertips, and suddenly her eyes brightened.
It's the wind! The wind arrives from nowhere. The slight force generated by a butterfly flapping its wings can potentially create a hurricane miles away. If I comprehend the Tao within this, does it mean that I only need a little bit of method to raise a towering storm? The wind aids the rain's force, and the clouds borrow the wind's strength.
With this in mind, Song Xian'er closed her eyes, levitating in the air, carefully sensing the direction of the wind's movement. After a long time, she opened her eyes with a smile.
Is this the trajectory of the wind's movement?
Song Xian'er in her colorful dress stood gracefully in midair. She called out a single word.
Wind.
In an instant, a long wind stretched 80 miles, blowing towards the west of forgotten emotion. Then she called out another word.
Rain.
Countless dark clouds suddenly gathered, and in an instant a torrential downpour fell. After doing all this, the spiritual energy within Song Xian'er was completely drained, plummeting to the ground. At a critical moment, Lu Qingmai's figure flickered, catching Song Xian'er in midair. To avoid disturbing the remaining three, Lu Qingmai carried Song Xian'er to the elders. With Chu Xingyu support after feeding Song Xian'er a recovery pill, Lu Qingmai sighed.
To summon wind and rain, what a divine power! I did not expect my junior sister's insight to be so remarkable, actually deriving a small divine power. To exhibit such might at the foundation establishment stage, if she achieves the transformation stage with just a thought, a storm could rage for 3,000 miles. What tremendous power that would be!
Song Xian'er swallowed the recovery pill, and a hint of color returned to her pale face.
It's just a mere auxiliary divine power, it's nothing significant.
With the memories of her past life, she possesses many divine powers. Such minor auxiliary divine powers really mean nothing to her, they are just better than nothing. Listening to Song Xian'er's words, Lu Qingmai's praise was suddenly stifled. The conversation turned absurd. How could something be called merely a small divine power? The 7 peaks of the Supreme combined have only 76 small divine powers. This is after accumulating for tens of thousands of years, leading to such depth. How can a small divine power sound so worthless when it comes from your mouth? Are all the people of the Forgotten Emotion Peak so extraordinary? As the two spoke, more unusual phenomena occurred in the arena. The attention of the crowd was drawn back to Qianqiu. At this moment, Qianqiu tilted her head, letting the rain soak her cheeks. Her divine sense extended, feeling an ant struggling in a small puddle. She also sensed that the small grass, which had been bent, had raised its head again under the rain's nourishment. She felt the sorrow of the spider weaving its web. She also sensed the snail hatching, taking advantage of the moisture to begin its journey. She pondered the way of heaven is selfless, nourishing all things. Clearly all beings experienced this rain together, yet their feelings of joy and anger differed. All beings may feel joy or anger because of this rain. However, the changes of clouds and rain will never alter according to the will of beings. Thunder and rain are all blessings from the sovereign. This is the way of heaven. This is my way. With this thought, Qianqiu's aura surged. Her cultivation advanced from foundation establishment, first layer, to the 4th layer, and an imperial heart was already gestating. Standing with her hands behind her back, she faintly exuded a trace of imperial dragon aura. A generation's female emperor was about to rise. The elders could not perceive this trace of imperial aura, but Lu Qingmai, who had indirectly or directly participated in the 3 Fulong Court battles, keenly sensed it. Looking at Qianqiu, thinking about the Fulong Court 3 years later, and then glancing at Gu Liangyuan, Lu Qingmai felt that her little junior uncle was playing a very big game. Lu Qingmai reflected on the earlier question, are all the people of the Forgotten Emotion Peak so extraordinary? Now she had a definite answer, yes, the people of the Forgotten Emotion Peak are truly remarkable. Gu Liangyuan had naturally taken in a female emperor due to serendipity, without thinking that far ahead. However, Lu Qingmai's imagination could not be contained. Qianqiu collected his thoughts, glanced at Gu Liangyuan and Ma Chen, who were still in a state of enlightenment, and silently departed, arriving beside Lu Qingmai.
Qianqiu pays respects to senior sister.
Lu Qingmai stepped forward, grasped Qianqiu's hand, and patted it gently.
Junior sister Qian truly brings honor to Uncle Guliang. In merely 2 months since you became his disciple, you've risen from immortal to the 4th level of foundation establishment.
Qianqiu smiled.
It's all thanks to my master's excellent teaching.
Lu Qingmai acknowledged this.
Indeed, little uncle has a remarkable way with disciples.
Seeing Liangyuan and Machen still immersed in enlightenment, the group began to chat idly, their conversation naturally centering on the two still in that state. Li Dalyu sighed.
Of the four who entered enlightenment, one comprehended a minor divine ability, another broke through 3 realms consecutively. It's unimaginable what Machen and junior brother Guliang, who have spent the longest time, will gain.
Lu Qingmei spoke with a tone half joking, half regretful.
When little uncle took Machen as his disciple, I worried for him. How could a talent with 3 spiritual roots uphold the legacy of the forgotten emotion peak? Now it seems I was short-sighted. Such extraordinary comprehension. Little uncle's judgment remains as sharp as ever. It's a pity he's not a disciple of my Wuji peak.
The other elders offered a few perfunctory laughs, but did not respond. At that moment Lu Qingmei, struck by a thought, turned her gaze to Song Xian'er and probed with her divine sense. Under the divine sense of an early-stage body integration cultivator, the scene within Song Xian'er's dantian was laid bare. Seeing the spiritual root as crystalline as glass, and recalling Liangyuan's recent inquiries about the glass celestial crystal, Lu Qingmei's gaze sharpened as she enunciated each word.
Glass celestial body.
At Lu Qingmei's declaration, aside from Chu Xingyu's disbelief, the other elders showed little reaction. Clearly they had long known of Song Xian'er's constitution. Lu Qingmei had to admit she felt a pang of envy. Liangyuan's 3 disciples, Qianqiu, with an extreme-grade heavenly spirit root, Song Xian'er, with a topped-in constitution, the glass celestial body. Even Machen, whom she had dismissed, possessed unparalleled comprehension. If only these disciples were mine. Wait. Glass celestial crystal auction, golden armor, Sec Diyun's death. She connected these clues, casting a profound glance at Wu Jiantao and Li Dalyu, a chill of fear rising within her. Lawless and audacious to the extreme. Though Lu Qingmei guessed that Diyun's death was undoubtedly linked to Liangyuan, she had no intention of inquiring. Better to bury this matter in the heart forever. After waiting another half-day, as the rain was about to cease, Machen, who had remained motionless, suddenly burst into laughter.
Ha ha, I've seen the truth. From the moment rain is born, its fate is sealed. It is destined to return to the earth, just like a human life. All beings are rain, and I am one of them. Yet some raindrops fall into waters, merging into rivers. These raindrops are like cultivators blessed with spiritual roots. Because they have spiritual roots, they are fated to achieve immortality. All beings share the same origin, they need not be inferior to others.
At this, Machen became ecstatic. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Machen slammed his right palm into his abdomen. With a splatter of blood, he spat crimson into the air. Upon closer inspection, within the blood was a small root-like object. This was none other than Moken's spiritual root. He had crippled his own root. Machen had gone mad. This thought flashed through everyone's mind. Others gain divine abilities, or boost their cultivation from enlightenment. You, on the other hand, have crippled yourself. Without a spiritual root, how will you cultivate? Though Machen had destroyed his spiritual root, his eyes shone even brighter.
The human body inherently possesses the 5 elements, with the organs functioning in harmony. Why rely on a spiritual root?
With this thought, he activated the Supreme Forgetfulness scripture once more. As usual, it drew spiritual energy into his meridians. The energy following its path to the dantian should have entered smoothly and been absorbed by the spiritual root. But now the dantian was empty, unable to contain the energy. Yet the next moment Machen willed the energy to take a sharp turn into his spleen and stomach. The spleen associated with earth plays a harmonizing role among the 5 elements. But the spleen and stomach were delicate, needing nourishment, and could not withstand such a fierce surge of energy. As the energy entered his spleen, Machen felt a pain, like a knife cutting through him. Though his forehead was covered in cold sweat, he forced a smile on his pale face. He guided the energy from his spleen to his lungs. The spleen is earth, the lungs are metal, earth generates metal. Then through the kidneys, the liver, and the heart, it returned to the spleen. The 5 elements cycled endlessly, renewing. After completing one cycle, Moken's entire body trembled, rising from the mortal state, after crippling his root, to the first layer of chi refinement. This method works.
My path is complete.
Machen laughed heartily, walking steadily through the muddy path toward Lu Qingmei and the others. Though he staggered, his steps were resolute. Lu Qingmei's eyes widened in shock. The 2 supreme elders, Li and Wu, stared with bulging eyes. The other elders gasped in unison. Even Song Xian'er with her celestial insight narrowed her eyes, and wore a grave expression. Taking a deep breath, Song Xian'er uttered 8 words, forging a new path unparalleled through the ages. Even with her celestial knowledge, she had never seen a figure like Machen. Such figures exist only in legends. Though he was only at the first layer of qi refinement, it was enough to prove that the cultivation path he had forged was viable. This step was a groundbreaking one. If Machen succeeded in his cultivation, he would be like the progenitor of body cultivators, becoming a patriarch of a new lineage revered for generations in the cultivation world. Lu Qingmai's mind raced with thoughts. Among Liangyuan's 3 disciples, she had deemed Machen the least talented. Now it was quite the opposite. A patriarch of a lineage, what a concept. For prodigies like Qianqiu and Song Xian'er, future achievements would be praised as so-and-so from the supreme sacred land has attained great success. But Machen, if he could cultivate his self-created path to the spirit refinement realm, would not only be renowned across the eastern continent, but throughout the entire cultivation world. By then, when others spoke of the supreme sacred land, they would say is that the supreme sacred land where Machen resides. If he truly achieved such cultivation, the supreme sacred land could flourish for 100,000 years. As Machen approached, the crowd hurried to surround him, eager to ask countless questions, but at a loss for words. Just then Liangyuan, who had lingered the longest in the Dao resonance, suddenly surged in aura. He opened his eyes wide, laughing before speaking. "Ha ha, I've seen the truth." Hearing Liangyuan's words, the group, still reeling from Machen's shock, found their excitement stirred once more. You too. Machen had comprehended a new path. What earth-shattering insight would Liangyuan, who had spent even longer in enlightenment, unveil? Please, no more enlightenment. Truly am afraid. Liangyuan gazed into the heavens, his eyes flickering with light. Suddenly he uttered 6 words. Wind is formless, water is imageless. Rumble. The moment these 6 words were spoken, thunder roared across the sky and earth. It seemed as though the heavenly Tao itself sought to prevent Liangyuan from speaking further. The lightning's glare cast his visage in alternating light and shadow. Yet Liangyuan did not cease his words. Instead, he channeled his mana and bellowed. Cold becomes ice, heat becomes vapor, rising as clouds, falling as rain. His voice rang out like a bronze bell, echoing through the heavens, as if contending with the celestial thunder. With each word, the Tao aura around him surged to greater heights. At a critical threshold, it underwent a qualitative transformation, giving birth to a mysterious order. Ordinary elders failed to comprehend it, but Lu Qingmei and the 2 supreme elders Wu and Li saw it clearly. This was a law that only nascent soul cultivators were qualified to comprehend. Ancient sages had long concluded that cultivation consisted of 3 steps. The first step from qi refining to nascent soul involved strengthening one's body and divine sense. The second step from nascent soul to unity required the soul to grow powerful enough to perceive the laws of heaven and borrow their power. After tempering through the void refining stage, one would fully comprehend the laws, merging soul and body into one, the unity stage. The great ascension and tribulation transcendence stages were a different matter entirely. To advance to void refining, one must comprehend a law at the nascent soul stage. Yet throughout history, countless prodigies had stalled at nascent soul, unable to grasp the laws. There were also rare geniuses who comprehended laws early in the nascent soul stage. Lu Qingmei was such a peerless talent, but she had never heard of anyone comprehending laws at the core formation stage. Judging by Liangyuan's manifestation, it was the water law, one of the most difficult to comprehend. Most importantly, this law seemed merely incidental. What Liangyuan truly comprehended was far more terrifying. Song Xian'er watched the gathering thunderclouds and the faint aura of annihilation between heaven and earth. After a moment of thought, her expression stiffened. She pulled the nearest person, Qianqiu, and retreated sharply, withdraw 10 li. Though puzzled, the crowd retreated in unison. No sooner had they finished than a divine thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel descended from the flashing cloud, striking directly at Liangyuan. Liangyuan activated his thunder flash, dodging with ease. His gaze was resolute, and his spiritual platform pulsed wildly. In his sea of consciousness, a mass of water materialized in the void. Placed in a cup, it took the shape of the cup. Placed in a kettle, it took the shape of the kettle. Suddenly the water vaporized into mist. The mist condensed, forming the image of Qianqiu. With a thought, the water solidified into substance. Upon closer inspection, it was lifelike with flowing eyes and a vivid expression. It was identical to Qianqiu. Liangyuan laughed heartily, striding through the air. Amidst the rolling thunder and drenching rain, he walked alone undeterred. Formless and imageless, thus infinitely mutable. I am like water, adept at merging with all things and embracing transformation. Today I create a technique, all-encompassing imagelessness. Boom. With these words, Liangyuan stepped forward before the crowd. He transformed into rain falling with the drops. As the rain he became near the ground, a flash of light turned him into grass rooting into the soil. A gentle breeze swept by, and he shifted with the wind, becoming a breeze himself, drifting lazily. When the breeze struck a cliff, Liangyuan landed and transformed back into Qianqiu's form, smiling radiantly. With another step, he changed into Song Xian'er's likeness. Another step, and he became an azure dragon soaring into the sky with scales and claws aloft. Suddenly a tiger's roar echoed. Before the crowd, the dragon morphed into a striped tiger, crouching and growling. The tiger's eyes bulged as if ready to devour. With a leap it turned into an eagle. Then a hound, a wildcat, a spirit beast. In a flurry of motion, he transformed 18 times in a single breath. The crowd was aghast. What divine ability was this? Transformation arts were not unheard of, but they were mere illusions. Those with higher cultivation could see through them at a glance. Yet Liangyuan's technique was clearly no illusion. It was true transformation. It even altered the very essence of life. Song Xian'er spoke solemnly. A forbidden art. Forbidden art. Most faces showed confusion, but Lu Qingmei and the two supreme elders gasped in unison. Chu Xingyue, puzzled, asked, Master, what is a forbidden art? Lu Qingmei gazed at the swelling thunderclouds in the distance, her face etched with worry. A forbidden art is a legendary technique that defies the heavens. It is not tolerated by the heavenly Tao. Ancient predecessors said it violates the celestial order. Thus its appearance always triggers a lightning tribulation. If one survives, they remain unscathed; if not, they perish body and soul. Chu Xingyue's eyes widened. Isn't that more powerful than a great divine ability? Lu Qingmei shook her head. At the level of great divine abilities and forbidden arts, there is no distinction of strength. What matters is the user and the effect they can achieve. In fact, our supreme heavenly secrets peak also possesses a forbidden art, borrowing fate from heaven. It uses one's lifespan to query the heavenly Tao and glimpse a corner of the future. In combat, it's inferior even to minor divine abilities. But can you say it's useless? Chu Xingyue pondered, as the elders nodded repeatedly. Recalling their initial reluctance to be transferred to the forgetfulness peak, they had been discontent. Though their treatment remained unchanged following Liangyuan, once seen as a sycophant, had sullied their reputations. Now they felt grateful. Since Liangyuan's awakening, he had reached core formation in a single day and accepted a disciple with a supreme grade heavenly root. Now Master and 3 disciples were comprehending Tao together. Imochen had founded his own lineage, and Liangyuan had grasped a forbidden art. Any one of these achievements would shake the cultivation world. With this momentum, the forgetfulness peak would soon reclaim its former glory as a supreme peak. And as its first elders, they would be hailed as great contributors. Yet it was too early to celebrate. The crucial matter now was for Liangyuan to survive this tribulation. Li Daoyou, seeing Lu Qingmei's worry, comforted her. Rest assured, sect master. This forbidden tribulation is merely akin to the 4-9 tribulation of the nascent soul stage. It cannot harm junior brother Guliang. Lu Qingmei, having experienced intense emotional fluctuations today, had completely forgotten her original purpose. This was also why the Wuji Peak did not lack a few supreme elders. But hearing Li Daoyou's words, she frowned. You with your honest face and big eyes, Li Daoyou. How long have you been at Forgetfulness Peak, and you've already learned their ways? Earlier Song Xian'er had dismissed a minor divine ability as nothing disturbing her peace. Now you say it's merely comparable to the nascent soul tribulation, unsettling me further. Liangyuan had only just reached core formation. How could he withstand the nascent soul tribulation? Lu Qingmei's gaze swept over and landed on Liangyuan, who had unleashed his full cultivation to face the heavenly thunder. Wait. This is core formation 6th layer. With his system, no one could discern his true cultivation. Only when Liangyuan revealed it did Lu Qingmei notice. She glanced at Li Daoyou, who wore a faint smile, took a deep breath, and said no more. Liangyuan, you're a ruthless one. You hide deeper than anyone. Liangyuan was unaware of the crowd's thoughts gazing at the thunderclouds, as the heavenly tribulation prepared to strike once more. With a wave of his hand, the earthly 9-shin metal sword appeared firmly in his grasp. As boundless mana surged into the blade, the shin metal sword radiated blazing light. Liangyuan gripped the shin metal sword, unleashing the Gung Xian sword intent in a torrent. With a sweep of his hand, a streak of sword energy transformed into a rainbow, carrying the force to shatter the void, soaring upward toward the tribulation clouds. This technique was none other than the minor divine ability Gung Xian 1/. This strike was inherently a killing divine ability amplified by Liangyuan's sword intent, and his vast mana far surpassing peers of the same rank. With one blow, it could slay a nascent soul cultivator. The surrounding elders merely feeling the residual waves of the sword intent sensed their skin stinging with pain. Xianqiu and the other two, after just a few seconds of gazing at the sword energy, felt their eyes scorched by its power. Thus the crowd retreated once more, maintaining a safe distance from Liangyuan. Crackling sounds erupted as the sword energy collided with the heavenly thunder within the tribulation clouds. Struck by the heavenly thunder, the radiance of the sword energy dimmed by 3 parts. Yet its momentum did not wane. Amidst the endless thunder's obstruction, it pressed forward inch by inch. At last, in the instant before the sword energy was completely consumed, it burst through the tribulation clouds, cleaving them in two and revealing the azure sky beyond. Clouds surged like a spring, then scattered like crashing waves. In the blink of an eye, the dark clouds receded, unveiling a clear sky for 10,000 miles. This was the Gung Xian 1/, breaking the tribulation clouds. From then on, the world knew his name. Feeling the spiritual energy rapidly replenishing in his dantian, Liangyuan's face broke into a satisfied smile. If he exerted his full strength, he could unleash 2 such attacks. It was sufficient to slay ordinary cultivators at the first or second layer of nascent soul. Though inferior to the heaven and earth grand form, it still allowed him to fight above his level. Yet it was regrettable that Mo Chen's rebirth had not led to a breakthrough in his own cultivation. A pity, such a fine opportunity to exploit the system. If it could have refunded cultivation, allowing Mo Chen to train to core formation, then discard his cultivation, and start anew, his own power would have soared. A pity, a pity. Ding. Congratulations, host, for self-enlightening the forbidden art all-encompassing formlessness. Name: all-encompassing formlessness. Rank: forbidden art. Effects: 1. In a single thought, transform into all things mimicking the traits of the transformed object. If transformed into a beast, it could also unleash the beast's innate divine ability. 2. It could deceive the heavenly Tao, thus evading the 3 calamities. Evade the 3 calamities. Liangyuan pondered, recalling an ancient text mentioning that during the tribulation transcendence stage, the 3 calamities would descend. Those who passed would ascend to immortality. Those who failed would turn to ashes. He never imagined that all-encompassing formlessness could have such a use, coupled with the ability to simulate a beast's innate divine power. He could only say, worthy of me to have realized such a forbidden art. Withdrawing his aura, Liangyuan finally took a moment to look around. He turned to Lu Qingmei and the others. Qingmei, why are you here? After many such addresses from Liangyuan, Lu Qingmei had grown somewhat accustomed to the name. Qingmei. She looked him over, then glanced at Mo Chen. Uncle, may I discuss something with you? What is it? Could you give me Mo Chen? I'll trade you 2 no 3 disciples for him. Liangyuan nodded. Fine, I want Long Chen. Long Chen. Lu Qingmei stepped back, warily eyeing Liangyuan. Uncle, are you joking? Liangyuan smiled. Weren't you the one joking first? Lu Qingmei shot Liangyuan a charming glare, then suddenly thought of something and said, on the 5th day of the 5th month, all the sacred landlords and sect leaders will gather at our supreme sacred land to discuss the matter of supporting the dragon throne. As per tradition, after the discussions, there may be a friendly martial meeting among core disciples called the 10,000 Sects Assembly. Liangyuan's expression remained unchanged. And then? Lu Qingmei scrutinized his face, seeking any clue. Was the martial meeting the point? The key was that the Supreme Sacred Land's Lord would also attend. You've just killed his son, and you're not even the least bit flustered. Seeing Liangyuan's unperturbed demeanor, Lu Qingmei continued.
With all these sects coming, we need to manage their every need, and we're short on hands lately. The outer disciples we took in recently also need to go to ancient Pine Ridge to contract spirit beasts. So I was thinking of troubling you, little uncle, to lead these disciples to ancient Pine Ridge. Return after the 10,000 sects assembly is over.
By now Liangyuan understood. Lu Qingmei was trying to get him to lie low. The vast forgetfulness sect could surely spare an elder to guide them. Liangyuan hadn't expected Lu Qingmei to deduce the truth about Di Yun's death from mere clues. But one needed evidence for such things. Lying low now would only seem like a guilty conscience. Ancient Pine Ridge was only half a day's journey from the supreme sacred land, so he could go, and even secure some spirit beasts for Qianqiu and the others. But he had to return before the 10,000 sects assembly, as such a grand event might offer him a chance to recruit suitable disciples. With this in mind, Liangyuan said to Lu Qingmei,
All right, leave this to me. You'll have it done before the 10,000 sects assembly.
Lu Qingmei gave Liangyuan a deep look. Seeing his calm gaze, she even began to doubt her own suspicions. Liangyuan feigned confusion.
Qingmei, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something else?
Lu Qingmei shook her head, dismissing her thoughts.
No, uncle, arrange it as you see fit.
Lu Qingmei departed, leaving with her doubts. Whether Liangyuan had truly killed Di Yun, the truth would not be known until later. After seeing Lu Qingmei off, Liangyuan offered a few words of encouragement to the elders, then dismissed the crowd and deactivated the protective formation of Forgetfulness Peak. Leading his 3 disciples, Qianqiu, Xian'er, and Mo Chen, he entered the Forgetfulness Hall. Inside, the 4 sat around a tea table with Liangyuan and Mo Chen across from each other. Qianqiu and Xian'er stood behind Liangyuan, one pouring tea, the other holding a cup. Liangyuan studied Mo Chen, noticing a profound change in him. Seated cross-legged, Mo Chen was enveloped in a faint aura of Tao, his gaze resolute like a devoted seeker of truth. Recalling Mo Chen's former sycophantic behavior, Liangyuan tentatively asked,
Chen, do you still love Lu Shuang?
Mo Chen slowly shook his head.
Master, that's all in the past. Before, I was indeed too fixated on romantic attachments. Now, with a sudden enlightenment, I have seen through it all. In fact, I have you to thank for this, master. But I do not hate junior sister Lu Shuang. I only blame myself for being blinded by love. Women only slow down my sword-drawing speed.
Liangyuan breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have pulled this devoted fool back. Just as he was about to praise Mo Chen, the latter changed his tone.
Women only slow down my sword-drawing speed. But men do not.
What the hell? Liangyuan was shocked.
Big fool, what are you planning?
Mo Chen continued.
So from now on, I will seek out many Tao companions to discuss the Tao, enriching myself to journey further on this unknown path.
Liangyuan's face darkened, and he gave Mo Chen a flick on the forehead.
There are 2 types of people I hate most in this life. One is those who speak with pauses. What's the other? Those who speak with pauses and then ask me, Master, I'm sorry. Stop hitting. Ah.
What? After the playful scuffle, Liangyuan grasped Mo Chen's wrist, carefully sensing the changes within his body. Though he had never witnessed such a cultivation method, his unparalleled comprehension easily unraveled its underlying principles. By correlating the 5 viscera with the 5 elements, this cultivation method effectively transformed an ordinary mortal into a balanced 5-element spiritual root bearer. The 5-element spiritual root was often criticized not because it lacked power. On the contrary, at the same cultivation level, a 5-element spiritual root bearer's combat prowess invariably surpassed others. The greatest flaw of the 5-element spiritual root was its cultivation speed. A single-element spiritual root cultivator needed only to absorb 1 type of spiritual energy, while a 5-element bearer had to absorb 5 types. Consequently, their cultivation speed was 5 times slower than ordinary cultivators. The path of cultivation did not solely pursue combat power. Ultimately, the goal was immortality. Your 5-element spiritual root might grant formidable combat strength, enabling you to fight 1 realm above your own. But could you overcome 2? With equal cultivation resources, a 5-element bearer would still be at the chi refining stage, while a single-element bearer near the golden core realm. As time passed, the gap would only widen, making comparison meaningless. Most crucially, successful cultivation with a 5-element spiritual root required perfect balance among the 5 elements. Dividing the spiritual root into 10 parts, each element must occupy exactly 2 parts. Yet most 5-element spiritual roots were imbalanced. The probability of encountering a balanced 5-element spiritual root was scarcely higher than finding a single element one. Coupled with the resources and time required for 5-element cultivation being 5 times greater than for singlement, it was gradually abandoned. Having understood the principles, Liangyuan looked at Imochen and said,
"Fortunately, your master has some reserves. Even with a 5-element spiritual root, I can push your cultivation to the great perfection of qi refining. But since you lack a spiritual root, how to achieve foundation establishment or form a golden core will be a path you must forge alone."
At the mention of cultivation, Imochen's demeanor turned serious, a stark contrast to his earlier playfulness with Liangyuan. He nodded solemnly.
"I, Imochen, will never bring shame to my master's name."
Name: Imochen. Devotion value 20. Cultivation qi refining layer 1. Spiritual root none. Comprehension unparalleled through the ages. Fortune smooth path ahead. Fate a sovereign of the Tao. Summary: having overcome emotional tribulations and discerned his own path, he will advance slowly before forming his golden core. Once he achieves golden core and clarifies his way forward, his cultivation will progress by leaps and bounds. Gazing at the new system panel, Liangyuan patted Imochen's shoulder.
"Have you thought of a name for this cultivation method of yours?"
Imochen looked into the distance beyond the door, a smile curling at his lips.
"Mortal method. Mortal method, an excellent name. Your master looks forward to the day you achieve nascent soul and are honored as a Tao sovereign."
The sun rose and set. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Many events occurred during this time. First, Song Xianer successfully crossed her foundation establishment tribulation, advancing directly to foundation establishment layer 2. Liangyuan's cultivation also grew, reaching nascent soul 7th heaven, formally entering the late nascent soul stage. He carefully studied the water law within his body, fully understanding its functions. Simply put, laws were an advanced version of spiritual energy. Beyond that lay the origin. Origin was the foundation of the heavenly Taoist operation. Laws were its governing principles, and spiritual energy was the extension of those laws. Whether in combat or cultivation, they possess boundless utility. Although Liangyuan's current strength limited his ability to fully utilize the law, it sufficed for executing techniques like Heaven and Earth Net. Regarding the placement of the Enlightenment Tower, Liangyuan initially wanted to set it anywhere, but Li Daoyu informed him that the protective array of Wanqing Peak was connected to the Earth's veins with buildings as supplements. The layout was fixed and could not be altered casually. To add a major structure, he needed to invite an elder from Tianji Peak to select a site. The Supreme Holy Land comprised 7 peaks and 2 mountains. The 7 peaks needed no introduction. The 2 mountains were Liang Mountain, where outer disciples resided, and Huilong Mountain, home to the Tribulation Forest. The 9 peaks corresponded to the Big Dipper's 9 stars. The 7 peaks were the 7 main stars, and the 2 mountains were the left and right assistants, harmonizing heaven and earth in a peerless array. Legend held that when fully activated, the array could withstand a blow from an immortal. The array of each peak alone could block cultivators below the Mahayana stage. Liangyuan summoned an elder from Tianji Peak, and the site was quickly selected. However, erecting the tower required an auspicious date, the 4th day of the next month. Left with no choice, Liangyuan temporarily shelved his plans. The reason Liangyuan was so eager to establish the Enlightenment Tower was that he had run out of resources. He wanted Qianqiu and the others to enter the tower, and in turn receive some elixirs and treasures as returns. Having nothing suitable to reward his disciples was a dire predicament. A single auction had depleted most of Liangyuan's wealth. What remained were only techniques and artifacts below the celestial tier. Having refrained from teaching for so many days, Liangyuan felt that his next instruction would trigger a high multiplier return, so he was reluctant to settle for trivial items. At the summit of Wanqing Peak, Liangyuan sat on a green stone, rubbing his chin.
"Where can I acquire some high-grade items? Speaking of which, I still lack body cultivation techniques. Combining the heaven and earth manifestation with body cultivation would yield a power boost far beyond mere addition. I still haven't found a size-changing treasure robe. And the earth sword set is incomplete. Should I borrow from Chimei again? That might not be appropriate.
As Liangyuan pondered, he suddenly sensed something unusual at the foot of Wenqing Peak. Extending his divine sense, he saw Zhongyang, the child of fortune, lurking furtively outside the mountain gate, as if waiting for something. Liangyuan's eyes lit up.
System, are you certain that the child of fortune cannot die before his fortune value is exhausted?
The system gave an affirmative answer.
Yes, host.
Liangyuan smiled.
Then I can rest assured.
System. Unable to kill Zhongyang, shouldn't you be distressed? Why are you relieved? With a thought, Liangyuan enveloped the entire Wenqing Peak with his divine sense. Through telepathic transmission, Song Ritu hurried over.
Uncle Master, you called for me. Old Song, do you have any urgent matters at hand? Nothing major. With the growing number of disciples on Wenqing Peak, I was planning to contact various sects and learn from the other 6 peaks to set up a mission board or something similar. We take a 10% cut and assign tasks to the disciples. This hones their abilities while generating some income.
Liangyuan nodded.
That's a good idea. Delegate it to Old Wang first. I have a task for you.
Song Ritu asked in confusion.
What task?
Liangyuan pointed at Zhongyang at the foot of the mountain.
Later arrange for some people to humiliate this Zhongyang, beat him mercilessly. Rest assured, no matter who strikes, he definitely won't die. Just drive him away as best you can. If there's a cliff, make him jump. If there's a death trap, force him into it.
Though Song Ritu found the order baffling, he nodded and agreed. Watching Song Rintu's retreating figure, Liangyuan let out a sinister chuckle. The opportunities to reward his disciples, here they come. Liangyuan clearly recalled that Zhongyang's system panel contained a fortune-tied fate entry. In every life-threatening situation, there would inevitably be a chance encounter with fortune. What if there was no life-threatening situation? Naturally, one would create it. Heh. This wasn't a child of fortune, this was a veritable fortune ATM. Thinking of Zhongyang's world-class fortune, as a child of destiny, Liangyuan couldn't help but feel excited. If he were to bestow these fortunes upon his disciples, what heaven-defying rewards would he receive in return? With this thought, Liangyuan suddenly soared into the air. Activating the water law, he gathered the surrounding clouds, which transformed into white mist firmly supporting him. Looking down, he saw Zhongyang waiting for a long time before the gate of Wenqing Peak, yet no one came in or out. After a moment's hesitation, Zhongyang stepped forward and asked the gatekeeping disciples.
Senior brothers, I wish to see Song Xianer. May I trouble you?
Before he could finish, the gatekeeper Zhen Fenglu suddenly roared.
How dare you? You, a mere menial disciple, dare to call Martial Uncle Song by her name?
As he spoke, his foundation establishment pressure was fully revealed, forcing Zhongyang to retreat repeatedly. A fierce glint flashed in Zhongyang's eyes, and he instinctively wanted to lose his temper. But looking at his menial disciple robes, he clenched his fists. Damn snobs. Just wait, once I see Xianer, it'll make you pay. Upon joining the sacred land, he had thought he would soar to greatness. But to his surprise, the daily trivialities consumed almost all his time, leaving him with little rest, let alone cultivation. After these many days, he had come to understand just how formidable Liangyuan's status was in the sacred land. The more he learned, the more infuriated he became. With a single word, Liangyuan could have made him an outer disciple, or even an inner one. Yet he deliberately assigned him the identity of a menial disciple. Wasn't that pure humiliation? Helpless, he had to seek out Song Xianer, hoping to use her position to pull some strings and get him promoted to inner disciple. He had completely forgotten how he had righteously refused her resources before. In his view, Song Xianer should always listen to him. Even if he angered her, she shouldn't hold a grudge. If he got angry, Song Xianer should reflect deeply. Taking a few deep breaths, Zhongyang suppressed his emotions and spoke to the gatekeeping disciples again.
Senior brothers, I wish to request an audience with Martial Uncle Song. Please, would you kindly pass on the message?
The other gatekeeping disciple, Jia Jingjing, glared at Zhongyang.
You, a menial disciple, think you can just see Martial Uncle Song whenever you want?
Zhongyang's barely suppressed rage flared again, his expression almost slipping out of control.
My name is Zhongyang. If you senior brother pass on the message, Martial Uncle Song will surely come to see me.
Zhen Fenglu and Jia Jingjing glanced at Zhongyang without responding. The words contempt were practically written on their faces. In truth, since the two had been appointed by Song Ritu as gatekeeping disciples, aside from being a bit frivolous, their character and conduct were quite decent. After all, the gatekeeping disciples were the face of the peak. The reason they treated Zhongyang this way was entirely Song Renta's arrangement. After all, since they were about to make a move on Zhongyang, they needed a proper excuse, didn't they? Seeing their attitude, Zhongyang could no longer hold back. He suddenly gathered his spiritual power and shouted loudly,
"Song Xianer, I'm here!"
The sound waves spread, causing ripples in the nearby pond.
"Shut up!"
Zhen Fenglu and Jia Zhengjing's expressions changed simultaneously as they immediately stepped forward to restrain Zhongyang. Although the dozens of disciples on Wanqing Peak had soundproofing formations in their cultivation chambers, there was always a risk that a careless disciple might not activate theirs. If his shout disturbed their focus and affected their cultivation, it would be disastrous. Just as the two were about to make their move against Zhongyang, an ethereal voice sounded behind them.
"Release him!"
Turning around, they saw it was Song Xianer and quickly bowed.
"Jia Zhengjing Zhenfengliu pays respects to martial uncle."
Zhongyang gazed at Song Xianer, who was like a celestial maiden, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. Then he put on a delighted expression and hurried forward 2 steps.
"Xianer, I've finally seen you."
Song Xianer stepped back in disdain, putting distance between them.
"Zhongyang, this is the sacred land. You must abide by the rules."
Hearing her words, and seeing her slightly disgusted expression, Zhongyang's face changed.
"Song Xianer, what do you mean by this?"
As soon as Zhongyang said this, Zhen Fenglu behind him furrowed his brow. He raised his hand, and a long staff appeared. Without a word, he struck Zhongyang directly on the back of the head. Clang! Zhongyang stumbled and fell into the grass nearby. Zhen Fenglu looked down at the limp Zhongyang.
"Zhongyang, mind your status and your words."
This time Zhen Fenglu wasn't acting, he was genuinely angry. A mere menial disciple daring to boss around their Wanqing Peak's direct disciple, so lacking in propriety. Song Xianer watched all this without any intention of stopping it. Zhongyang lay in the grass, touched the blood on the back of his head, and struggled to stand. He didn't look at Zhen Fenglu, but fixed his gaze on Song Xianer.
"Song Xian."
Seeing Zhen Fenglu raise his staff again, Zhongyang suppressed his frustration and stopped himself from saying her full name.
"What exactly do you mean?" "What do I mean?"
Song Xianer sneered repeatedly, her gentle demeanor before Liangyuan completely gone. A murderous aura burst forth from her, stirring the clouds above. Although Song Xianer was only at the foundation establishment stage, with her past life memories awakened, her celestial aura was not to be underestimated. With a clang of the sword, the Qingfeng sword was in her hand.
"I clearly possess cultivation talent, yet you took advantage of my ignorance and deceived me into thinking I had no spiritual root hindering my cultivation. Even so, I still remembered our past and brought you cultivation resources only to be humiliated by you. I haven't killed you only out of gratitude for your father's past kindness to me. Today I came out to see you just to tell you that the Zhang family's kindness has been exhausted by you. From now on we have no connection whatsoever."
Inwardly grumbling, if it weren't for Master telling me he wanted to deal with you himself, I would have killed you 800 times by now. Seeing Song Xianer like this, Zhongyang felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. I came to you voluntarily. Shouldn't you be offering me a generous supply of cultivation resources? Zhongyang's core belief was you can come to me, and I can ignore you. But if I ignore you, you can't just stop coming to me. Even after Song Xianer exposed his scheming, he showed no sign of reflection. He only hated Liangyuan even more. All of this was Liangyuan's fault. If he hadn't taken Song Xianer as his disciple, none of these changes would have happened. He deserved to die. At this point, Song Xianer felt disgusted just speaking another word to Zhongyang. Now that everything was out in the open, this burden was finally lifted. She felt her forgetfulness sutra advancing further, bringing her closer to the state of pure emotion. She flicked her sleeve and turned to enter the mountain gate.
"Drive this man away, and from now on don't let him come within a step of Wanqing Peak."
Zhongyang wanted to say something more, but before he could speak, a crowd of people poured down from the peak. Among them were both elders and disciples. Without a word, they unleashed various attacks aimed directly at Zhongyang. Zhang Yang was terrified and turned to flee. Song Xian'er watched the scene somewhat puzzled. Was such a grand display necessary just to drive someone away? Feeling the Forgetfulness Sutra circulating more smoothly within her, Song Xian'er shook her head, dismissed the thought, and returned to consolidate her cultivation. He fled, they pursued, he couldn't escape even if he grew wings. Thus began Zhang Yang's journey of escape, while Liangyuan embarked on his treasure-hunting expedition. Observing the elders initiating their actions, Liangyuan sat upon the clouds, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on Zhang Yang below. At this moment Zhang Yang was merely at the 4th layer of qi refinement. An ordinary cultivator at the 4th layer of qi refinement would be annihilated by a single casual strike from a nascent soul, or even a foundation establishment elder. Liangyuan was eager to see how the child of fortune would survive the siege of numerous nascent soul and foundation establishment cultivators. Below, Zhang Yang, sensing trouble, immediately fled. However, his speed was no match for the attacks of nascent soul cultivators. Just as the attacks were about to land on Zhang Yang, Wanyan, the peak master of the alchemy peak, stepped through the void, his head lowered, as he walked seemingly lost in thought. With a single stride, he traversed several li, arriving precisely near Zhang Yang. Perceiving several attacks hurtling toward him, Wanyan raised his head and swept his wide sleeve. All those attacks dissipated into nothingness between heaven and earth. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Yang slapped his storage pouch, producing 2 divine movement talismans. He slapped them onto his feet, and his body transformed into a streak of azure light darting off in a random direction. Wanyan turned his head to glance at the departing Zhang Yang, then faced the assembly of elders.
What are you all up to? Never mind, it's not important. Is Uncle Master Guliang here? I have some thoughts on the pill explosion technique he mentioned last time, and wish to discuss it with him.
Song Rentu, watching Zhang Yang flee farther away, hastily bowed to Wanyan.
Peak Master Wan, we have urgent matters to attend to. Please return first. I will surely relay this to Junior Uncle Master later, and he will visit the Alchemy Peak to find you.
With that, without waiting for Wanyan's reply, he summoned the disciples to give chase to Zhang Yang. Wanyan reached out to stop him, his expression turning solemn, resembling a pedantic scholar.
This matter of the pill explosion technique on a small scale enhances the combat methods of your Forgetfulness Peak disciples. On a larger scale, it concerns all alchemy cultivators across the realm. What matter could be more important than this?
Song Rentu, upon hearing this, showed a troubled expression. Liangyuan within the clouds watched Zhang Yang about to escape the Taishan sacred ground and cursed inwardly that the child of fortune was indeed troublesome. Helpless, he descended from the clouds. Seeing Wanyan attempt to grab him, Liangyuan stepped back slightly, having no intention of entangling with him.
I have urgent matters now, and no time to study with you. If you insist on stopping me, I will entrust the pill explosion technique to someone else for research.
Wanyan immediately grew anxious upon hearing this.
Uncle Master, you can't do this. We had an agreement.
The reason he had painstakingly helped Liangyuan research the pill explosion technique was solely for fame. If the technique succeeded, future alchemy cultivators would inevitably mention him, who had helped perfect it. If Liangyuan passed it to someone else, he would have no connection to it. With anyone else he could argue. But Liangyuan's seniority was too high, and he couldn't resort to force. Seeing Liangyuan's firm stance, no matter how eager he was to discuss it, he had to let it go. As Liangyuan soared into the air, Wanyan shouted,
Uncle Master, remember to come back when you're done. It'll be waiting for you at Forgetfulness Peak. Understood.
With Wanyan no longer obstructing, the elders quickly resumed their pursuit of Zhang Yang. Learning from their previous mistake, they refrained from attacking recklessly, fearing further complications, and simply followed from a distance. The chase led them beyond the bounds of the Taishan sacred ground. Suddenly Zhang Yang, who had been speeding ahead, halted. Song Rentu extended his divine sense, and discovered a 10th sands hang cliff blocking Zhang Yang's path. The cliff face was steep, nearly vertical. With Zhang Yang's cultivation at the 4th layer of qi refinement, he could manage short-term sword flight, but he could never fly over such a sheer cliff. Song Rentu's heart filled with joy. Recalling Liangyuan's earlier instructions, he signaled the group to quickly surround Zhang Yang, forcing him to the edge of the cliff. Zhang Yang watched the encircling crowd, warily backing away step by step.
Song Xian'er only said to drive me away. What is the meaning of this?
Song Ritu let out a sinister cackle.
What do we mean? Isn't it obvious?
Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within them.
Fine, Song Sinner. Fine, forgetfulness peak. You want me dead by your hands. Dream on.
With these words, Zhang Yang leaped, plummeting straight down the Tenthasans hang cliff. As Zhang Yang fell, a voice echoed from the bottom of the cliff.
If I, Zhang Yang, am lucky enough to survive today, I will one day raise Forgetfulness Peak to the ground. Forgetfulness Peak. Peak. Peak.
Liangyuan, watching from the clouds, sensed his opportunity. He instantly activated his lightning flash, transforming into a bolt of electric light, and arriving at the base of the cliff. He extended his divine sense, surveying the entire cliff face. Following Zhang Yang's falling trajectory, he indeed discovered a mysterious cave dwelling halfway up the cliff. Overjoyed, Liangyuan waved his hand, using a surge of spiritual power to teleport Zhang Yang behind the group of elders. He also replenished Zhang Yang's nearly depleted spiritual energy, allowing him to continue his escape. Then, with another flicker of his form, he stepped into the cave. Zhang Yang, with his eyes tightly shut, felt his body plummeting, and was on the verge of utter despair when he suddenly felt a lightness. Opening his eyes, he found himself behind a group of elders. His depleted spiritual energy was fully restored in that instant. What was happening? Was he hallucinating? Pushing aside these thoughts, Zhang Yang sensed the abundant spiritual energy within him, and his will to survive was rekindled. Seeing the disciples and elders now aware of him, Zhang Yang once again produced divine movement talismans and fled in the opposite direction. Song Ritu led the group in a leisurely pursuit once more. He fled, they chased, he could not escape. Meanwhile, Liangyuan had already entered the cave. Extending his divine sense, he discovered a skeleton seated in meditation within the pitch-black cave. This skeleton had existed for an unknown number of years, its crossed legs having fused with the rock beneath it. Despite this, the skeleton still emitted a jade-like luster. Liangyuan cast a detection spell, but it could only gather information from the living and yielded nothing. Liangyuan looked around and found nothing else in the cave besides the skeleton. Frowning slightly, he carefully examined the skeleton with his divine sense, and finally noticed an anomaly on one of the arm bones. He reached out and pulled. The skeleton collapsed, and the arm bone was firmly grasped by Liangyuan. Focusing his gaze, he saw densely packed needle-tip-sized characters inscribed on the arm bone. Thanks to Liangyuan's heaven-bestowed Tao body and unparalleled comprehension, even though some characters were obscure, he read them without any difficulty. After reading, Liangyuan understood. The arm bone recorded a body-tempering cultivation method called the
Great Sun Incineration Heaven Art.
Named Great Sun Incineration Heaven Art. Grade 9 Revolutions Mystic Art Incomplete. Requirements: Fire Spiritual Root. Effect: draws solar true chi into the body to temper the physical form. The mystic art had 9 revolutions. First revolution: Chi Refinement, physical body comparable to a yellow grade artifact. Second revolution: Foundation Establishment, physical body comparable to a profound grade artifact. Third revolution: Core Formation, physical body comparable to an earth grade artifact. Fourth revolution: Nascent Soul, physical body comparable to a heaven grade artifact. Fifth revolution: Spirit Transformation, physical body comparable to a low grade spiritual treasure. Sixth revolution: Void Refinement, physical body comparable to a mid grade spiritual treasure. The last 3 revolutions were lost. If one could cultivate to perfection, the physical body would rival an immortal artifact, and the blood and chi energy would be like a great sun capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas with ease. Liangyuan raised an eyebrow slightly. This Great Sun Incineration Heaven Art was perfect for Qianqiu. He had been worrying about lacking a body-tempering technique, and now he had found one. It was a serendipitous accident. Having obtained the Great Sun Scorching Heaven technique de Reef in Tianju, he gathered up the pile of desiccated bones. Liangyuan probed the cave meticulously with his spiritual sense. After confirming nothing had been missed, he stepped outside and flicked his hand. 2 fiery dragons burst from his sleeves and streaked straight for the cavern. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the cave was torn apart, stones scattering in every direction. It became a great crater in the cliff face, devoid of any sign of the miraculous. Though Liangyuan had searched thoroughly, he could not be certain. No other opportunity remained. Thus he chose to destroy it. Whether it had been plundered clean or not, it was now indisputably ruined. Having finished, Liangyuan shot into the sky, melted into the clouds, and set off straight for Zhongyang.
Stop! Little thief, where are you running? Surrender at once.
Elder disciple shouted, trailing close behind Zhongyang. Whenever Zhongyang faltered, Song too would casually cast a fireball to prod him onward. So they pursued him for half a day, finally forcing him to a halt at the edge of a cliff. Zhongyang pressed against the cliff's rim, his heels already hanging free. He hunched slightly, gasping for breath. His eyes were red-rimmed and bloodshot. Since escaping the Taishang sanctuary, he had been on the run for nearly a day. His nerves were taut, and both body and mind teetered on the brink of collapse. He glanced at the bottomless chasm, and then at the press of elders bearing down on him, and an odd tragic grandeur swelled within him. He laughed out loud.
3 nascent souls, 12 foundation establishments. Zhongyang has managed to flee you for so long that alone suffices for me to hold my head high among my peers.
Song Rentis' mouth twitched. If they had not been holding back, any foundation establishment would have seized him. Their leniency had only inflated his confidence. After speaking, Zhongyang arched his body in a tie shape and let himself fall backward toward the cliff bottom.
Pray,
he called.
Pray that I die, otherwise your fate will be dire.
Observing from above, Liangyuan sprang into action the instant Zhongyang began to plummet. At the cliff's base, he found to his surprise a vast lake. Calculating the angle of Zhongyang's fall, he judged the youth should land within its waters. Yet when his spiritual sense swept the lake, no treasure or opportunity was detected. Curious, Liangyuan casually cast a detection spell toward the still falling Zhongyang. Name: Zhongyang. Infatuation 0. Cultivation refining chi level 4. Spiritual roots metal wood fire earth. Aptitude Ancien and Millennium. Physique Gentian saint, body dormant. Fortune trait infinite plunder, can siphon an enemy's fortune to bolster himself. Fortune point 7000000. Fate pattern world-class child of fortune. Traits grows braver with each setback, undefeated in countless skirmishes, intellect lowering aura, taunt prone constitution, blessings and curses intertwined, surrounded by romantic entanglements. Chance of death 15. That had only consumed 1,000,000 fortune points, far from exhausted. Watching Zhongyang fall, Liangyuan willed forth Zhou Tian Wuxiang. It condensed into a single hair and alighted onto Zhongyang. Zhongyang, oblivious to all this, plunged into the lake and was knocked unconscious by the impact. Even as he sank to the bottom, no anomaly occurred. Liangyuan's brow deepened. This was not right. After waiting a while, as Zhongyang began to rise, he could no longer restrain himself. Just as he was about to act, 2 overwhelming pressures swept across the sky. Liangyuan looked up to see 2 fusion stage masters locked in combat above. One exuded demonic chi, the other an immortal aura. Their gestures made the mountains tremble and hurled boulders through the air. Under Liangyuan's gaze, they both unleashed their supreme strikes. Then, they perished together, plummeting toward the cliff base. Really? That happened. It reminded him of those novels from a past life where 2 would die together, and the child of fortune would scoop up the spoils. It made sense. Boom. Boom. As the 2 heavy bodies struck, the unconscious Zhongyang was jolted awake. Liangyuan first cast a detection spell on the 2 to confirm they were truly dead, then waved and returned Zhongyang to the cliff top. Fearing Zhongyang might despair and shirk his duties, Liangyuan replenished his spiritual energy and thoughtfully supplied him with several divine strike talismans as incentive. From Zhongyang's point of view, he had simply fallen into the water and blacked out. When he opened his eyes, he saw the elders glaring at him from the cliff's edge. What was happening? Hadn't he just jumped? A hallucination. Seeing another fireball hurled at him, Zhongyang had no time to think and fled for his life. While running, Zhongyang noticed the strange his spiritual energy had been fully restored. Both times his chi had refilled seemed connected to plunging from a cliff. Could there be an inevitable link? Or did some hidden power slumber within him that only awakened at the brink of death? Spotting another cliff several dozen li away, Zhongyang affixed another divine stride talisman and sprinted toward it. He wanted to test this miraculous constitution of his. While Zhongyang fled, Liangyuan returned to the 2 corpses and examined them. His spiritual sense found nothing on them beyond their storage rings. After taking their storage rings, Liangyuan cremated the bodies completely in a single efficient process, and then relaxed. Holding the 2 heaven-ear storage rings, Liangyuan murmured, "Opportunities gifted by the child of fortune must be extraordinary. I hope these are not as meager as the Qingmong Mountain 18 bandits." Last time, he had not spared the storage sacks of the Qingmong Mountain brigands either, but wandering cultivators were always poor, though they lived by pillage. Their arts and treasures still required spirit stones to make use of. There was hardly any treasure. 18 people had yielded only 2 inferior heaven-ear artifacts, which had left Liangyuan uninspired. He probed the storage rings again, and his eyes brightened. First he sensed nearly 3 million top-grade spirit stones. Then 8 or 9 heaven-ear artifacts of varying kinds. To his delight, among them were 3 sets of female garment artifacts. Exactly 3, 1 for each of his disciples. But that was not all. The 2 storage rings also contained 2 low-grade spirit treasures, 1 mid-grade spirit treasure, 2 manuals, and a mysterious beast hide. Now he had truly struck it rich. Zhang Yang inwardly thought. "Fortune at last, sweet indeed, I paid with my life for this." Liangyuan, satisfied, transferred the haul into his jiezi bracelet. Before he could examine it closely, he sensed Zhang Yang's movement. Liangyuan triggered his thunderflash, and in a few flickers caught up to Zhang Yang. Not far ahead, another cliff rose into view. Unlike the previous 2 jumps, Zhang Yang hesitated not at all this time. When he reached the cliff's rim, he leaped decisively. To Liangyuan it seemed Zhang Yang was almost impatient. Had he become addicted to cliff jumping? Liangyuan took a step ahead of Zhang Yang and arrived at the bottom of the cliff. Gazing at a fragmentary scripture within the cave, he fell into deep contemplation. This remnant scroll was none other than the last 3 rotations of the Great Sun Annihilation art. So the treasures meant for the child of fortune all come in sets, do they? And beside the scripture lay a drop of true dragon blood. Through these opportunities, both the cultivation method and spiritual items had been perfectly arranged for Zhang Yang. But now they all fell into Liangyuan's hands without effort. After collecting these items, Liangyuan waved his sleeve once more and said, "Zhang Yang, back up." Then he investigated and destroyed the cave. Back on solid ground, Zhang Yang felt the abundant spiritual energy within him and burst into hearty laughter. After these experiments, he believed he had figured out his situation. It turned out he possessed a special constitution. Whenever he faced a life-or-death crisis, his spiritual energy would instantly be replenished to its peak. Moreover, it seemed as if some divine force protected him. No matter how many cliffs he jumped off, he never died. With this realization, Zhang Yang cast aside all restraint, madly circulated his mana, and fled once more. Whenever his energy was depleted, he would choose a cliff to jump from. And so 2 more days of pursuit passed. Liangyuan followed closely behind, intercepting every opportunity along the way. Each time he seized Zhang Yang's fortune, a portion of his luck was consumed. The first few times were acceptable, with gains not as grand as before but still decent. As Zhang Yang's fortune value dropped from 700,000 to 300,000, the opportunities he obtained grew less impressive. Once he only acquired a heaven-grade artifact. With each interception, Zhang Yang's fortune waned, while Liangyuan's waxed. Under this shifting balance, the probability of killing Zhang Yang rose to 70%. Yet at this critical juncture, Liangyuan grew reluctant to end him. What a marvelous treasure-hunting tool! Killing him would be far too wasteful. With this thought, Liangyuan inquired through divine sin system, can Zhang Yang's fortune be restored? Ding, Zhang Yang can replenish himself by plundering the fortune of others. With some nurturing, it will gradually return. Moreover, as Zhang Yang's cultivation advances, the opportunities he encounters will grow increasingly formidable. Liangyuan's eyes lit up. Leeks must be harvested in batches. Uprooting them entirely is no good habit. Besides, with just 1 child of fortune, if he could raise several, wouldn't he have endless treasures to bestow upon his disciples? Furthermore, if his disciples met with accidents, there would be a safety net. How? If poison, administer the same poison to the child of fortune, and let him seek the antidote. If cultivation went awry, inflict the same condition on the child of fortune, and rely on his luck to find the perfect solution. Perfect. But if the child of fortune grew too fast without proper oversight, it could backfire. Fortune comes with risk, and risk can lead to loss. With a flicker in his eyes, Liangyuan made up his mind. The child of fortune could be raised but only within his control. While suppressing these children of fortune, he would boost his own fortune, ensuring the probability of killing them never fell below 70%. Yet a 70% chance still carried significant risk. The child of fortune's cultivation must never exceed the core formation stage. Once detected, immediate execution. The child of fortune must never escape his surveillance. Once detected, immediate execution. The child of fortune must never obtain a great opportunity for a meteoric rise. Once detected, immediate execution. After careful deliberation ensuring no oversight, Liangyuan watched Zhang Yang prepare to jump off another cliff, and suddenly transmitted a message to Song Ren giving instructions. Whatever they discussed, Song Ren nodded repeatedly. Seeing Zhang Yang about to leap, Song Ren spoke slowly. Zhang Yang fleeing like this is no solution. How about this? I propose a wager. Do you dare accept? Zhang Yang paused his leap, and looked at Song Ren. To what wager? Song Ren smiled faintly. Didn't you come here seeking junior sister Song's help to gain more opportunities? Let's stake your life on this bet. Zhang Yang eyed him suspiciously. How do we bet? Aren't you proud of yourself? After we return, I won't trouble you. Instead, I'll help you become an outer disciple. Let's set a 1-year term. If you can successfully establish your foundation within a year, you live. If not, you'll have to take your own life. Do you dare accept? There it was. The classic trope of a child of fortune, a bet. Zhang Yang was tempted. He wasn't completely foolish. Others might have a dozen schemes, but he had 7 or 8. Maybe missing 1 or 2, but not many. He suspected Song Ren might renege, and asked, words are empty. How do I prove it? Song Ren faced Zhang Yang with a solemn expression, and swore to the heavens, I swear by the heavenly Tao, if I kill you within a year, may I ascend to immortality, and live forever. After making the oath, Song Ren looked expectantly at the sky. Sensing no response from the heavenly Tao, he sighed softly, and grinned at a livid Zhang Yang. Just kidding. I'll sign a heavenly contract with you. If either party breaks it, they'll be haunted by inner demons, and their cultivation will stagnate. Zhang Yang stared intently at Song Ren, and seeing no deceit, nodded. They smoothly signed the heavenly contract, and Song Ren kept his word, turning to leave with the elders. He walked away, as if he had made a resolute decision. Zhang Yang watched the elders depart, a fierce glint in his eyes. Just wait. A year is enough for me to grow. You will pay for your arrogance. Feeling the emptiness of his spiritual energy, Zhang Yang leaped again into the cliff's depths. His vision blurred, and when he came to, his spiritual energy was once again brimming. After replenishing, he swiftly headed back to the supreme sacred land. Thus Liangyuan reluctantly accepted another stroke of fortune. Gazing at the several storage rings in his hand, he felt content, reclined on a cloud bed, and leisurely returned to the supreme sacred land. As soon as Liangyuan returned to forgetting emotions peak, he was intercepted by Wan Yin, who had been waiting for some time. Seeing Wan Yin's alchemy obsession, Liangyuan reluctantly discussed it with him for half a day before sending him off. After Wan Yin left, Liangyuan retreated to his cultivation chamber to tally his gains. With a wave of his hand, various treasures materialized before him, bathing the chamber in a dazzling array of light. First, the highest grade item, a mid-grade spiritual treasure, was set aside. This was the highest grade treasure Liangyuan had obtained without system returns. Considering the tasks of the 8 core disciples, and the 300 million-fold return cards, he chose to keep it for now, preparing for the return cards. If something better came along in the future, he would replace it. The remaining items were 2 low-grade spiritual treasures from the storage rings. After binding them, Liangyuan opened the system description named Town of Mountains, and Rivers grade low-grade spiritual treasure, effect size, and will weight as desired. Heavy as mount type, pressing down, light as a feather upon the body. Name Blood Spine, sword grade low-grade spiritual treasure, effect forged from a great demon's spine. It can be nurtured within one's own spine, unmatched in slaughter. Notably, without a strong will, one could easily be corrupted in spirit by it. Liangyuan furrowed his brow slightly as he looked at the introduction of the Blood Spine sword. This artifact seems a bit peculiar. However, it shouldn't pose much of a problem, as a reincarnated immortal songsianer should be able to withstand this bit of malevolence. With a thought, one can become an immortal, or turn into a demon, serving as a trump card. After arranging the ownership of these two spiritual treasures, Liangyuan raised his hand again, and took out the mysterious beast's skin. After reading the above text, Liangyuan seemed to ponder. The beast's skin recorded a method for refining a left-hand spiritual treasure. Unfortunately, it is a fragment. This treasure is called the Five-Thief Banner, which absorbs the power of the five thieves from all beings, and allows it to grow continuously. The so-called five thieves are wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Humans have five thieves as well, which are joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, and desire. At a critical moment, when this banner is summoned, it can disrupt one's mind and confuse one's soul. Theoretically, as long as the power of the five thieves is sufficient, this banner can continue to grow, even rivaling immortal artifacts.
It's indeed a good artifact, but unfortunately it's incomplete. Later he'll reward it, and see if it can be completed.
After collecting the beast's skin, Liangyuan reached out toward a pile of spiritual items in front of him, and dozens of spiritual fruits appeared in his hand. Among these spiritual fruits, most can directly enhance cultivation, and their quality is not low. With these spiritual fruits in hand, they are enough for them to reach the golden core stage. After collecting the spiritual fruits, Liangyuan looked at the pile of heavenly grade artifacts, planned how to distribute them, and then collected those miscellaneous items as well. The training room, once filled with radiant treasure light, returned to its usual state. Opening the system panel, host Liangyuan spiritual root, void spiritual root, comprehension, supreme constitution, heavenly gifted Tao, body cultivation, nascent soul, 7th layer identity, master of the forgetting peak of the supreme holy land technique, supreme forgetting sutra, great sun, burning heaven, art, divine abilities, Shou Tian Wuxian Gung Xian, sword technique, 9 dragons, leading fire, palm, heavenly thunder, escape, law of heaven and earth, hum word technique. Items: earth 9, earth 3, earth 12, mustard seed bracelet, twin dragon, jade carriage, peach of immortality. Disciples: Qianqiu Song Xianer emotion, unfinished task.
8 great direct disciples.
Liangyuan exited the seclusion room and eagerly gathered his 3 disciples together.
Disciples, after cultivating for so long, you must have run out of rations in your storage rings, right?
Emotion was puzzled.
How could that be? The treasures bestowed by Master last time were more than enough.
Emochen's words were cut short as he met Liangyuan's unkind gaze, and he suddenly stopped, nodding seriously.
Right, we have run out of rations.
Liangyuan was satisfied. With a flip of his hand, 3 pieces of magical clothing appeared in his left hand.
These 3 are all high-grade heavenly artifacts. As long as you wear them, even with your current magical power, they can help you withstand a full-force strike from a peak golden core practitioner. As your strength increases, they will gradually demonstrate more of their capabilities. Today I will grant you these for self-defense.
As he spoke, Liangyuan waved his right hand, and the topmost red dress floated toward Qianqiu.
This dress is the autumn maple dress, named for its resemblance to fiery autumn leaves.
It is woven from the cold silk of the North Sea, and dyed with the fire maple trees from the southernmost lands, keeping warm in winter and cool in summer.
Especially this red color, it perfectly matches Qianqiu's temperament.
Qianqiu stepped forward and accepted it with both hands.
Thank you, Master.
Initially, Qianqiu silently remembered everything that Liangyuan had bestowed, thinking of repaying him in the future. However, as time passed, she realized that no matter what, she could never repay Liangyuan's kindness. Thus, she made a firm resolution in her heart that as long as Master spoke, everything she possessed would belong to him. Even her life, she would be willing to sacrifice. Embracing this thought, she accepted Liangyuan's gift with ease. Liangyuan smiled, and waved his hand again, and the pale blue flowing fairy dress landed in Song Xianer's hands.
This pale blue one is the Shuyun flowing fairy dress, named for its resemblance to flowing clouds. It avoids dust and water, fire, and wind with countless marvelous uses.
Song Xianer bowed respectfully.
Thank you, Master.
She then stroked the Shuyun flowing fairy dress with her hands, unable to put it down. In her previous life, let alone artifacts, she had owned quite a few immortal garments. The reason she was so delighted was solely because it was a gift from Liangyuan. As long as it was given by Master, I would love it. Then, under Emochen's expectant gaze, Liangyuan handed the last piece of magical clothing to Emochen.
This is yours.
Emochen was overjoyed, taking it from Liangyuan's hands, while expressing his gratitude.
Thank you, Master.
However, when he opened the magical clothing, the smile on his face instantly froze. He held up the pink dress, looking at Liangyuan in disbelief.
Master, did you make a mistake?
Liangyuan patted Imochen's shoulder.
Don't you think this dress suits your temperament?
Imochen decisively shook his head.
Not at all. Then there's nothing I can do. I only have these 3 pieces of magical clothing. If you don't want it, you can give it back to me.
As he spoke, Liangyuan reached out to snatch it. Imochen retreated slightly hurriedly, putting away the dress.
Having it is better than not having it. It would be great even to give it away.
Song Xian'er covered her mouth and chuckled.
Third junior brother, are you really not considering wearing it?
Imochen scoffed disdainfully.
I, Imochen, would rather starve to death than wear this dress.
The serious Qianqiu silently took out a recording stone documenting everything.
Ding, the host has granted the red maple dress triggering a 6,000-fold return reward. Return high-grade spiritual treasure dustless garment.
Named Dustless Garment, level high-grade spiritual treasure effect with unparalleled defense. It also possesses a remarkable appearance, with the ability to change size and form at will. With a thought, the host can transform this dustless garment into any form of clothing. A good artifact. It is exactly suitable for me. Liangyuan felt joy in his heart, though he showed no trace of it on his face. The system's voice continued.
Ding, the host has granted the Shuyun flowing fairy dress triggering a 3,000-fold return reward. Returned indestructible underwear.
Name indestructible underwear, level none, effect changes size, at will, never wears out. Liangyuan. 3,000-fold return, and this is what I get. Adhering to the mindset that not taking advantage is a loss, Liangyuan put it away.
Ding, the host has granted the pink dress triggering a 900-fold return reward. Returned lone moon earrings.
Name lone moon earrings, level low-grade spiritual treasure effect can clear the wearer's mind, preventing outside disturbances. Seeing it was an auxiliary spiritual treasure, Liangyuan did not dislike it, and casually put it away. That he could return 1 medium-grade spiritual treasure from these 3 pieces of magical clothing already met his goal. Everything else was pure profit. The next items are the real prizes. Looking at the autumn maple dress in his hands, Liangyuan smiled slightly at Qianqiu, who was always looking at him. With a flip of his hand, the great sun-burning heaven art appeared in his grasp. What mysterious techniques will the great sun-burning heaven art return, and what heavenly treasures will the 5-thief banner yield? Will the 10,000-fold return occur again? Awakened with slaps the table. To know what happens next, stay tuned for the next installment.
Sure, this technique is called the Great Sun Incinerating Heaven Art, a 9-turn mystic art for body refinement. This art perfectly aligns with your fire spiritual root. Today your master bestows it upon you. I hope you cultivate both body and technique, remaining invincible among your peers.
9-turn mystic art. Even though Qianqiu was accustomed to Liangyuan's generosity, he was still slightly awestruck. The 9-turn mystic art was a cultivation method that could lead one all the way to the tribulation transcendence. Within the entire supreme sacred land, there were merely 7 scrolls. It was these 7 scrolls that established the eternal legacy of the supreme sacred land. Any single scroll taken out would stir not only the eastern continent, but also the 3,000 islands of the North Sea, the 8,000 cities of the southern domain, and the 90,000-mile western desert. Even in the central continent, ancient monsters would vie for it. Moreover, what the master bestowed was a rare body refinement technique among the 9-turn mystic arts. Qianqiu had been in the cultivation world long enough and had interacted with personal disciples from other peaks. But those personal disciples, let alone the 9-turn mystic art, couldn't even glimpse the 7-turn or 6-turn versions. Only the chosen candidates for the next peak master and the master's most beloved disciples could obtain fragments of the 9-turn mystic art. Whether they received the complete inheritance was another matter. This comparison highlighted the master's affection for him. Although Song Xian'er was well-traveled, her shock was no less than Qianqiu's. Not shocked by the 9-turn mystic art, but by Liangyuan's magnanimity. In this realm, the 9-turn mystic art could be considered the pinnacle of the world. Though in the cultivation world the master-disciple bond was sometimes more reliable than that of father and son. In her past life, she had witnessed too many master-disciple pairs who turned against each other for profit. Moreover, masters often held back a few signature techniques when teaching disciples. But Liangyuan imparted everything without reservation. A selfless teacher like this was truly rare in the world. Choosing Liangyuan as her master was the most correct decision she had made in this life. If Liangyuan were to use a detection technique, he would surely find Song Xian'er's affection value slowly rising. Imochen watched this scene, his eyes suddenly growing vacant, as he murmured to himself.
Great sun incinerating. I think I have comprehended.
As he spoke, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth stirred, and strands of Tao principles surrounded Imochen. Seeing this, Liangyuan's heart skipped a beat. Don't come near me. I haven't finished bestowing my spiritual treasures yet. I don't want to comprehend now. He intended to evade, but it was too late. Contaminated by these Tao principles, his mind cleared, and he was forcibly pulled into a state of enlightenment. This time, although Qianqiu and Song Xianer were also touched by the Tao principles, they could not enter the enlightenment state. They noticed Liangyuan's anomaly, and quickly retreated to guard the two. Song Xianer marveled inwardly. She had seen people with powerful enlightenment, but those, like her master and junior brother, who achieved enlightenment as easily as drinking water or eating, were unheard of. Qianqiu, on the other hand, due to his limited understanding of the cultivation world, only felt that his master and junior brother's enlightenment was slightly stronger than ordinary people's, failing to grasp their extraordinary nature. After a long while, Imochen abruptly opened his eyes.
Heart fire generates spleen earth generates lung metal generates kidney water generates liver wood. Previously I thought of absorbing all 5 types of spiritual energy simultaneously to break through. Now it seems that was a mistake. Why must Qi refining only have 9 layers? I shall add the great perfection realm to form 10 layers of Qi refining. Starting from the heart, the first 2 layers refine heart fire, using fire energy to drive earth spiritual energy. The third and fourth layers refine spleen earth. By this logic, after 10 layers of Qi refining, the 5 energies are perfected and foundation establishment can be achieved. The more Imochen thought, the more feasible it seemed. The balanced 5-element spiritual energy within him was instantly disrupted as he controlled it all to surge toward his heart. Boom! As the spiritual energy entered his heart, Imochen's aura surged. Qi refining layer 2 achieved. With the burning of heart fire, earth energy stirred. Qi refining layer 3 achieved. Until Qi refining layer 5, Imochen's foundation was exhausted, and the enlightenment state dissipated. Just then Liangyuan slowly opened his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for self-comprehending a heaven-grade spell. Please name the spell. Incinerating heaven and boiling the sea.
Name: incinerating heaven and boiling the sea. Grade: heaven grade spell. Cultivation requirement: fire spiritual root. Effect: transform into a great sun, incinerating all things. Calming his mind, Liangyuan looked at the grinning Imochen, unsure whether to be pleased or worried. Worried because at least a spell was gained. Pleased because involuntarily falling into an enlightenment state was rather alarming. Although he could forcibly withdraw from enlightenment, if this happened during a battle, a moment of days could decide life and death. Too strong an enlightenment could also be a burden. Liangyuan calmed his emotions, glared at Imochen, and continued the bestowal.
Shior, quickly take it.
Qianqiu stepped forward and accepted the great sun incinerating heaven art. Just as he was about to express gratitude, Liangyuan raised a hand to stop him.
Don't thank me yet, I'm not done bestowing.
Saying this, he turned his hand over, and a drop of blood floated in his palm. The moment this blood appeared, a formidable pressure swept out. The chirping of birds and insects around them ceased instantly, as if in fear.
This blood is true dragon blood, a supreme elixir for body refinement. However, given your cultivation level, you cannot consume it directly. You can drop this blood into a wooden basin while bathing to enhance your physical strength.
Without waiting for Qianqiu's thanks, Liangyuan pointed a finger, and the heaven-grade spell he had just comprehended was imprinted into Qianqiu's mind.
This is the spell incinerating heaven and boiling the sea that your master just comprehended. It resonates with the great sun incinerating heaven art, perfectly complementing it. Additionally, here are 3 heaven-grade flying swords. I bestow them all upon you.
Qianqiu accepted them one by one.
Thank you, master. Ding! The host bestowed the 9-turnistic art, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Return reward: Sun Moon Glass Body.
Name: Sun Moon Glass Body. Grade: immortal art. Cultivation requirement: nascent soul cultivation. Effect: absorb the true fire of the sun by day, and the essence of the moon by night, refining day and night to achieve a glass body. When cultivated to its peak, it can withstand mid-grade immortal artifacts, and achieve rebirth from a single drop of blood. Rebirth from a single drop of blood. Seeing this, Liangyuan was startled. In the past, when killing, he had only been focused on grinding bones to ash, forgetting to completely evaporate the blood spilled on the ground. Still not cautious enough. He resolved in his heart that next time he acted he must not be so careless.
Ding, the host bestowed true dragon blood, triggering an 800-fold return. Return reward 800 drops of true dragon blood. Ding, the host bestowed incinerating heaven and boiling the sea, triggering a 3,000-fold return. Return reward fire law. Ding, the host bestowed 3 heaven-grade flying swords, triggering a 5,000-fold return. Return reward earth 2, earth 4, and earth 10 swords.
After bestowing upon Qianqiu, Liangyuan turned to Song Xianer. With a wave of his hand, he gave her the blood-rich sword, 3 heaven-grade flying swords, and the lone moon pendant. This was also the result of Liangyuan's careful consideration. Song Xianer, with her past life memories, was not lacking in techniques, but needed these spiritual treasures. As for the lone moon pendant, although it could not trigger a return, Liangyuan had no use for it, and it could suppress the evil aura of the blood-rich sword, so he bestowed it as well. Song Xianer also sensed Liangyuan's thoughtful intentions. Her face touched as she accepted them one by one.
Ding. Host bestows the low-grade spirit treasure blood spine sword, triggering 10,000-fold return. Return reward 9-kill sword.
Name 9-kill sword. Grade supreme immortal artifact. Effect condensed from the world's killing aura. The sword is nurtured within the Dantian. Unsheathed it must take a life. Within it are 9 layers of killing seals that require continuous nurturing to break. Breaking the first seal grants power comparable to a heaven-grade artifact. Breaking the second grants power comparable to a low-grade spirit treasure. Breaking the third grants power comparable to a mid-grade spirit treasure, and so on. Each broken seal amplifies its might, and only when all 9 seals are fully undone can the supreme immortal artifact unleash its complete power. It appeared, the 10,000-fold return. Gazing at the 9-kill sword's description, Liangyuan's heart surged with excitement. This sword was perfectly suited for him. Liangyuan had heard whispers of immortal artifacts. Though unmatched in power, they were not for everyone. Legend said only a tribulation transcendence cultivators, mana, could barely wield them. Without these seals, even if he received a supreme immortal artifact directly, his mana would be insufficient to activate it. He wondered if the seals were easy to refine. Lost in thought, Liangyuan heard the system's chime.
Ding. Host bestows 3 heaven-grade flying swords, triggering 5,000-fold return. Return reward earth 5 sword, earth 6 sword, earth 7 sword.
After rewarding Song Xianer, Liangyuan turned to Imochen. With a wave of his hand, he bestowed the 5 Thieves' Banner refinement method, the spirit treasure Jinshan, he 3 heaven-grade flying swords, and a pile of spiritual fruits. This was a deliberate choice given Imochen's current state. What he lacked most were spiritual items to boost his cultivation.
Ding. Host bestows the 5 Thieves' Banner refinement method incomplete, triggering 30-fold return. Return reward 5 Thieves' Banner refinement method complete. Ding. Host bestows the low-grade spirit treasure Jinshan, he triggering 10-fold return. Return reward 9 dragon seal. Ding. Host bestows a heaven-grade flying sword, triggering 5,000-fold return. Return reward earth 8 sword. Ding. Host bestows a heaven-grade flying sword, triggering 3-fold return. Return reward supreme heaven-grade flying sword. Ding. Host bestows a heaven-grade flying sword, triggering 2-fold return. Return reward supreme heaven-grade flying sword. Ding. Host bestows a millennium spiritual fruit, triggering 8-fold return.
Watching Imochen's return rewards, Liangyuan's face darkened. Imochen's luck was terrible. At least the Earth 8 sword was a consolation now. Liangyuan had 11 of the 12 Earth swords. Only one more was needed to assemble the set and forge an unparalleled sword formation. Unaware of Liangyuan's thoughts, Imochen clutched the spirit treasures, weeping with gratitude. Having bestowed all his current stock, Liangyuan still held 2 self-comprehended great divine abilities, which he decided to keep for the 10,000-fold return card. He would consider bestowing them later, if better options arose. After encouraging his 3 disciples, Liangyuan returned to his cultivation chamber with the return rewards. After carefully inventorying his gains, Liangyuan took out the spiritual fruits returned from rewarding Imochen, and 800 drops of true dragon blood. Thus began his first active cultivation since obtaining the system. 10 days later, Liangyuan exhaled a turbid breath and slowly opened his eyes.
Open system panel.
Host Liangyuan. Spirit root void spirit root. Comprehension supreme. Physique heaven blessed Tao body. Cultivation nascent soul 8th layer. Physical cultivation core formation 3rd layer. Laws water and fire. Identity lord of the forgetfulness peak supreme holy land. Technique supreme forgetfulness sutra sun moon crystal body. Divine abilities formless heaven and earth gung xian sword art 9 dragon blazing palm heavenly thunder escape heaven and earth manifestation hum word art. Items 9 kill sword enlightenment tower 11 earth swords twin dragon chariot 9 dragon seal nirvana bracelet longevity peach. Disciples Qianqiu song sinner emotion. Unfinished quest. 8 direct disciples. Liangyuan felt satisfied as he gazed at the increasingly detailed system panel. These 10 days had been immensely fruitful. First in cultivation after refining the spiritual fruits, he advanced from nascent soul 7th layer to 8th layer drawing closer to the spirit transformation realm. Second, the 9-kill sword, he had successfully refined 2 killing seals elevating it to a low-grade spirit treasure. Further refinement would require more time and effort. Additionally, his physical cultivation had reached core formation 3rd layer at the cost of 5 drops of true dragon blood. Though further physical advancement would demand more true dragon blood with 800 drops, Liangyuan believed he could push himself to the unity or even Mahayana stage. He had stopped improving because after reaching core formation the pace of physical enhancement had slowed. On the other hand, the time had come for his promise to Lu Qimei to lead the outer disciples to Withered Pine Ridge. Any elder could handle this, but Liangyuan insisted on going personally. Why? Because Zhang Yang had advanced to the outer sect and would join the Spirit Beast contract expedition. Liangyuan had planned this when he made Song Ratu bet with Zhang Yang. He intended to use this trip to find spirit pets for his disciples. What better method than letting the child of destiny lead the way? The next morning on an open ground in the Supreme Holy Land, thousands of outer disciples gathered. These youths chattered in small groups, curious about everything. Zhang Yang was among them. At the front, an outer sect elder in a black robe suddenly bellowed.
Silence!
His voice boomed like a great bell stinging the ears. Once the crowd quieted, the elder in black spoke.
In recent days you've learned the basics of alchemy, talisman crafting, and artifact forging. Yet for us cultivators there is something equally vital, the spirit beast. Combat-type spirit beasts can save your life in critical moments. Support-type spirit beasts can ease your cultivation journey. At the very least, as a mount, they can serve your spiritual energy. Today your granduncle Liang will lead you to Withered Pine Ridge to capture spirit beasts. Now let granduncle Liang teach you how to deal with spirit beasts.
With that, the elder bowed toward a space in the air.
Granduncle Liang, these disciples are in your hands.
As his words faded, Liangyuan's figure slowly materialized. He waved a hand.
And then you may go.
After the elder departed, Liangyuan turned to the disciples. The disciples shouted in unison.
Greetings, granduncle. Greetings, grandmaster.
Only after Liangyuan gave a slight nod did the disciples dare to rise. To them, Liangyuan was not a stranger. They had seen him during the grand disciple recruiting ceremony. His celestial bearing and legendary deeds left an indelible impression. Especially after they formally joined the Supreme Sacred Land, Liangyuan would stir up a commotion every few days. Just days ago, news spread that on the Forgetfulness Peak, he had led his 3 direct disciples into enlightenment. Though their cultivation was low, and they couldn't verify the truth, their gossipy hearts couldn't resist. They often debated the matter's authenticity when chatting with others. To them, every move of a grand figure like Liangyuan was fodder for conversation. Under the gaze of the assembled disciples, Liangyuan slowly spoke.
For this expedition, I am only responsible for protecting your safety, and will not restrict your actions. But there is one thing I must mention. When searching for spirit pets, if you encounter a beast of higher cultivation, raise your hands high and stretch your body as tall as possible. Then muster your spiritual power, and shout at it sternly. Remember, never show fear.
A disciple suddenly slapped his thigh in realization.
I understand, Grandmaster. You mean even if we're weak, we can scare the beast away with false bravado?
Liangyuan grinned.
Wrong. Following my method will let you die with more dignity.
The disciples looked at him with complex expressions. I almost believed it. In an instant, the five thief energies of joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure, and desire rose above the disciples' heads. Liangyuan subtly waved his hand, gathering these energies to him, and collecting them all. Those unaware of the method could not perceive these five thief energies. Thus no one noticed Liangyuan's small maneuver. Once the disciples' emotions settled, Liangyuan cleared his throat and turned serious.
That was just a little joke to ease your nerves.
Disciples, we weren't nervous before, but now you've made us tense.
When you truly encounter a powerful beast, just run as far as you can. Generally, if you haven't provoked it, it won't chase you once you leave its territory.
A disciple tentatively asked.
What if it keeps chasing?
Liangyuan.
Then I guessed wrong.
Disciples. Before they could react, Liangyuan waved his wide sleeve, summoning endless clouds. He lifted the disciples onto the sex-prepared flying boat.
Set off.
Liangyuan led the crowd, departing in grand style. In a nameless valley 50 miles from the supreme sacred land, a white-robed man holding a chest basket in his right hand and his left hand behind his back gazed at the speeding flying boat with a knowing smile.
10 days, finally you've left.
With a step his form grew ethereal. He reappeared 10 miles away. Each step seemed leisurely, but was swift, trailing the flying boat from afar. 300 miles west of U City lay a mountain range stretching nearly 10,000 miles. In areas bare of vegetation, fiery red rock layers were faintly visible. Upon closer inspection, they looked like solidified magma. This range was named Dinghua Mountain Range. Legend held it was once a massive volcanic cluster. A great eruption once affected half of the eastern continent. Later, the founder of the Tai sacred land chose this site, and the volcanoes never erupted again. On the tallest peak stood a magnificent palace. The palace plaque bore 3 ancient divine characters differing from mainstream script, but hinting at Sun Palace. Inside, Tai's sacred Lord D. Tian sat solemnly on his throne. Below, a tall woman with a generous bosom stood gracefully, a faint smile ever on her face. This woman was Lu Ruyan. D. Tian looked at Lu Ruyan.
Do you have proof that my son was killed by Liangyuan?
Lu Ruyan slowly shook her head.
No proof yet, but I'm certain Liangyuan possesses a treasure that blocks heavenly secrets. He might even carry relics of your son. Besides, Sacred Lord, you're already at odds with the supreme sacred land. With the dragon support ceremony imminent, whether it's a mistake or not, you lose nothing, right?
D. Tian stared deeply at this woman, sensing the faint unsettling aura on Lu Ruyan, and nodded lightly.
If what you say is true, I will keep my word and take Song Xiener's life. But all this awaits Li Xingyi's return.
Lu Ruyan bowed slightly.
Thank you, Senior.
The hall fell silent. Lu Ruyan gazed out the window, her eyes flickering. I thought my myriad avatars couldn't find your remnant soul across the myriad realms, but you've hidden in this one. Yet my true body finds it hard to enter here. The aura of a celestial might deceive for a time, but not forever. To make you vanish completely will take more effort. On Kusong Ridge the flying boat steadied. Liangyuan waved his hand, teleporting the disciples to the ground. He then said,
You're free to act now. You've all studied how to tame spirit beasts before coming, so no need for me to arrange anything. Just stay within a 50-mile radius.
As he spoke, Liangyuan glanced meaningfully at the downcast Zhang Yang. Taming spirit beasts was a common trope in novels from his past life. Elders usually confined disciples' range to prevent them from wandering far or deep. But the child of fortune often scoffed at elders' warnings, venturing deep to reap great rewards. A cliched plot. Zhang Yang, fearing Liangyuan's notice, kept his head low and didn't catch the elder's gaze. Liangyuan waved dismissively.
All right, disperse.
Suddenly he sensed something and spun around. In midair, 2 chess pieces, one black and one white, streaked like light, bearing the force of annihilation straight at him. Just as they were about to strike, Wu Jiangtao's form materialized. With a left-hand wave, he sent the pieces flying back. With his right hand, he formed a seal and pointed at a corner, shooting a beam that blasted the void into turmoil. The next moment, a white-robed man was hurled back, blood at the corner of his mouth. Sensing Wu Jiangtao's peak void refining cultivation, his face paled. According to scouts, the highest elder on Forgetfulness Peak was only at the peak nascent soul stage. Hadn't the peak's legacy been broken long ago? Where did this peak void refining powerhouse come from? This man was Li Xingyi, sent by Tai's sacred lord to assassinate Liangyuan, a mid-void refining cultivator. Seeing Wu Jiantao readying another strike, Liangyuan's mind raced, as he sought a way to break the deadlock. With Wu Jiantao present, killing Liangyuan was utterly impossible. The top priority was survival. When he spotted Zhang Yang among the crowd, his eyes lit up. He had been observing from the shadows, and noticed Liangyuan's gaze frequently drifting toward Zhang Yang. Li Xingyi deduced that Zhang Yang must be a junior Liangyuan highly valued. Though these thoughts seemed slow in description, they flashed through his mind in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Wu Jiantao's attack had already arrived. Li Xingyi frantically channeled his spiritual power, flickering out of the way of the strike, while firmly seizing control of Zhang Yang. Boom! Wu Jiantao's attack missed, crashing into the ground, and leaving a massive crater stirring up a cloud of dust. Years later, a torrential rain would fill the pit, forming a lake. Every time disciples passed this lake, the events of that day would be recounted, echoing through the ages. As the dust settled, Liangyuan's figure emerged. All other disciples were unharmed except for Zhang Yang, whom Li Xingyi held captive, as he slowly advanced toward Liangyuan. He stared at Liangyuan with a murderous glare.
"If you don't stop, we'll kill him."
With that, he reached out with his right hand and gripped Zhang Yang's neck. It seemed as if he would snap it in the next instant. Liangyuan's expression twisted with bemusement.
"Dude, with so many hostages to choose from, you had to pick Zhang Yang to threaten me. Don't flatter yourself. Do you really think you can kill the child of fortune?"
Name: Li Xingyi. Cultivation: void refinement 5th layer. Spirit roots: wind and fire dual spirit roots. Law of chess. Comprehension: peerless prodigy, unmatched in the way of chess, but mediocre in cultivation matters. Fortune: average. Summary: chess fanatic, loves chess as if it were life itself. He delights in gambling on chess with unparalleled integrity, always honoring his losses. Liangyuan's eyes lit up at the final summary. Wasn't this a gift of talent delivered right to him? Just then a system notification suddenly chimed.
Ding. Detecting the host's intent, the system mission is now issued. Mission details as follows. Mission name: develop the Forgetfulness Peak. Mission objective: gather 5 Supreme Elders with cultivation no lower than void refinement. Mission reward: upgrade the detection skill. Detection skill 2. 0. Not limited to humans, it can probe information on all things in the world, and will unlock the loyalty value attribute. Does the host accept?
Liangyuan looked at the system reward and felt a surge of delight. The 2.0 version of the detection skill would bring immense benefits, whether for seeking treasures or developing his forces. After casually accepting, Liangyuan waved his hand, teleporting the restless disciples to a safe location. Then, he walked step by step toward Li Xingyi. Wu Jiantao, seeing this, guarded Liangyuan with vigilance, fearing a sudden outburst from Li Xingyi. As Liangyuan pressed forward, Li Xingyi retreated.
"Don't come any closer. I'm warning you, he'll really do it. Stop right there, or it'll kill him."
Liangyuan remained unflustered, continuing forward.
"Go ahead, kill him. He'll really do it. Then do it."
Li Xingyi backed away several steps, and seeing Liangyuan unfazed, suddenly tightened his grip on Zhang Yang's neck. Under the pressure, Zhang Yang felt a wave of suffocation, his neck arching desperately in a futile attempt to breathe. As he did this, Li Xingyi carefully observed the shift in Liangyuan's expression. Seeing Liangyuan unmoved, he steeled himself to crush Zhang Yang and flee.
"Who dares to cause trouble in the supreme sacred land?"
Just then a crisp, cold female voice rang out from the sky. Liangyuan spread his hands, everything going as expected. It would be strange if Zhang Yang died so easily. Hearing the voice, Li Xingyi hadn't even reacted before he felt his hands grow lighter. When he came to his senses, Zhang Yang was no longer in his grasp. As he turned to flee, a chill touched his neck. Looking down, he saw a sword glowing with azure light pressed against his neck. Following the blade upward, he saw the one wielding it. The wielder was a strikingly beautiful woman. Though dressed in plain gray robes, they couldn't hide her graceful figure. Liangyuan looked at her with some confusion. He hadn't seen this person in the supreme sacred land before. He casually cast a detection skill named Lin Shuang. Cultivation Unity Initial Stage. Spirit Root: Supreme Ice Spirit Root. Law of Ice. Comprehension once in a century. Fortune excellent. Summary direct daughter of the Lin family of Zhongzhou, now the widow of the Jun family. A widow. From Zhongzhou. Gu Liangyuan looked at Lin Shuang, and she was sizing him up in return. What striking features and bearing. She had seen many peerless prodigies before, but none could surpass Gu Liangyuan in appearance and aura. Regardless of whether the rumor of the Forgetfulness Peak Legacy's revival was true, the Tao resonance he exuded was undeniable. With that thought, Lin Shuang parted her rosy lips and smiled before speaking.
They say Gu Liangyuan of the Eastern Continent is unmatched and looks like a banished immortal. Meeting you today, I see the reputation is well-deserved.
Gu Liangyuan asked.
May I ask who you are, madam? I am Lin Shuang, the matriarch of the Jun family. I came from Zhongzhou to the Supreme Sacred Land specifically for you fellow Taoist. The Supreme Forgetfulness Tao once shook the world. Hearing that the legacy had reappeared, I brought my son to see if he is fortunate enough to become your disciple. I first went to Forgetfulness Peak, where an elder told me you were at Kusong Ridge, so I followed. I happened upon this incident and took the chance to act.
With that, she sheathed her sword and pointed at Li Xingyi, sealing all his cultivation. Ignoring Li Xingyi's unease, she casually pushed him toward Gu Liangyuan.
His fate is yours to decide, fellow Taoist.
Gu Liangyuan took Li Xingyi.
I see. Thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist. However, my requirements for taking disciples may be quite strict. You'll need to see the child first before deciding.
Lin Shuang nodded with a smile.
Success or failure depends entirely on my son's destiny.
Wu Jiangtao, listening from behind Gu Liangyuan, suddenly spoke in surprise.
Are you Jun Aozi's mother?
Lin Shuang smiled bitterly at this.
I didn't expect my unworthy son to have such a reputation.
Gu Liangyuan looked at Wu Jiangtao with confusion.
Is he that famous? I've never heard of him.
Wu Jiangtao hesitated, glancing at Lin Shuang nearby, then subtly winked at Gu Liangyuan. Gu Liangyuan understood immediately. This wasn't something to discuss openly. Lin Shuang, however, spoke frankly.
There's nothing to hide. My son is the foremost among the 4 prodigal sons of Zhongzhou. His most notorious act was squandering 3 top-grade spirit stone mines for a courtesan.
The top-grade spirit stone mine. Not only was Gu Liangyuan surprised, but even Li Xingyi, who was in a perilous situation, was astonished. Spirit stones are naturally not created out of thin air. They are either buried deep underground or hidden within mountains formed from the accumulation of spiritual energy over countless years. A top-grade spirit stone mine, as the name suggests, is a mine that can produce top-grade spirit stones. There are only 4 such mines in the entire Eastern continent, each controlled by one of the 4 holy places. For the sake of a courtesan, he directly threw out 3 top-grade spirit stone mines. Child, you are invincible. Lin Shuang continued to win a smile from that enchanting woman. My son even sold the ancestral fairy artifact of our Jun family. 3 volumes of the 9 turns mystic art have also been stolen. As for the other properties and spiritual treasures, I can't even begin to estimate how many have been squandered. I only know that during last year's inventory the entire family's assets shrank by 1/5. Hiss. The sound of cold breaths was heard. This time it was not because of Jun Aozi's wastefulness, but due to the Jun family's foundation. With such reckless abandon, they still only shrank by 1/5. How wealthy must the Jun family be? Gu Liangyuan had been feeling smug about his own wealth, but now it seemed rather insignificant. The scale is small. When will my Wangqing Peak reach such heights? At that time, with a bunch of disciples relying on these resources, one would break through today, another tomorrow, and it wouldn't be long before they could become immortals. Similar to everyone's reaction, Lin Shuang had seen too much and had long since adapted. Looking at the disciples in the distance, Lin Shuang said to Gu Liangyuan, "It seems you still have matters to attend to, so I won't delay you here. After you return to Wangqing Peak, we can discuss further." With that, without waiting for Gu Liangyuan's reply, her figure vanished from sight. Like the wind that comes quickly, and the rain that departs gently. From her demeanor, it was evident that Lin Shuang was a decisive person in her daily life. Gu Liangyuan understood. It turns out Jun Aozi is also a big sycophant. The reason Lin Shuang wanted him to take her as a master was to help him break his sycophantic addiction. Has the news of my expertise in treating sycophants already spread to the central continent? Previously I sought disciples, but now they come knocking on my door. What a good omen. As he watched Lin Shuang leave, Liangyuan's gaze shifted back to the shaken Zhang Yang. Given Zhang Yang's property of intertwining fortune and misfortune, this disaster must come with an opportunity. Upon closer inspection, he indeed discovered a silk handkerchief, not far behind Zhang Yang. It was evident that this handkerchief had just been accidentally dropped by Lin Shuang during her actions. This handkerchief must be the opportunity. However, this opportunity clearly differs from previous ones. It seems this handkerchief is merely a precursor, the real fortune lies ahead. With a thought, Liangyuan put away the handkerchief. Regardless of whether he could trigger the hidden opportunity behind it, he was determined not to let Zhang Yang have it. Looking at the dazed outer disciples in the distance, Liangyuan addressed an empty space. Oldly, please help me keep an eye on these outer disciples, and also help me find a few young spirit beasts with good potential. As Liangyuan's words fell, the space twisted, and revealed Li Daoyu's figure. Yes. Li Xingyi glanced at Li Daoyu, then at Wu Jiantao, and finally focused on Liangyuan. You just live on who can outlive you. You truly value your life. Just to go out for a simple task, you bring along 2 peak refining void bodyguards. Previously, Li Xingyi was reflecting on his failure, pondering whether if he had been more careful and brought along a strong helper, the outcome would have been different. Now it seems even if a powerful expert like Emperor Tian personally intervened, Liangyuan would still escape unscathed. After arranging everything, Liangyuan looked at Li Xingyi. Before he could speak, he saw Li Xingyi snort coldly and turn his head. Kill me, if you must. I won't reveal any information to you. Liangyuan pondered. Your refusal to share information indicates that you did not come here of your own volition, but were sent by someone to kill me. Li Xingyi was slightly taken aback. Huh? Seeing Li Xingyi's expression, Liangyuan knew he had guessed correctly. He continued, let me take another guess. Since the person behind you does not want me to know his identity, it indicates that he is wary of something. Apart from my talent, the other concern must be the supreme holy land behind me. Moreover, if someone like you is willing to die for him, it means his identity must be extraordinary. He is likely a leading figure of a major power. I, Liangyuan, do not usually hold grudges against others, even the enemies I have made have been thoroughly crushed. The Tai Holy Land, Emperor Tian. After finishing, Liangyuan looked at Li Xingyi with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. This made Li Xingyi unable to hold his composure. No way, how did he guess that without me leaking any information? Wu Jiantao listened to Liangyuan's analysis, feeling a slight chill in his heart. No way, when I killed Emperor Yuan I was extremely clean, how could he possibly trace it back here? Seeing Wu Jiantao cast a questioning glance at him, Liangyuan shook his head slightly. Then he flipped his hand and took out a chessboard, placing it on the nearby bluestone. Looking at the dejected Li Xingyi, Liangyuan spoke calmly, let's have a game of chess. If I win, you will join my Wanqing Peak and be granted the position of Supreme Elder. A gamble in chess. Li Xingyi's spirits immediately lifted. What if you lose? If I lose, you can leave freely. A gentleman's word. Even 4 horses can't chase it. All right. Li Xingyi had not expected to find a way out of his predicament. While he had no confidence in other areas when it came to chess. In the Eastern continent, I am invincible. Li Xingyi played with black pieces, while Liangyuan played with white, and the two began their fierce battle on the bluestone. After 2.5 hours, Li Xingyi's forehead was covered in cold sweat. His hand holding the chess piece trembled slightly. In the Eastern continent, I have met my match. In Liangyuan's chess strategy, he saw the shadows of countless ancient sages. His proud chess skills felt like a goldfish facing a true dragon, a candle flame confronting the sun. The two were completely on different levels. Watching Liangyuan, who appeared calm and collected, Li Xingyi sighed and placed his piece in a doomed position. I lost. Liangyuan pointed, sending a part of the ancient chess manual into Li Xingyi's mind. Come back to Wanqing Peak with me. I look forward to the day you surpass me. Feeling the vast information in his mind, Li Xingyi's dim eyes gradually brightened. The many confusions he had regarding chess were suddenly clarified at this moment. For someone who loves chess as much as he does, this is truly a supreme treasure. If the situation were different, he would have immediately sat down to ponder it. Looking at Liangyuan, he felt as if he was gazing up at a giant on the path of chess. At this moment, he was fully convinced and solemnly bowed. You won. From now on there will be no more Liangyuan of the Tai Holy Land, only the elder of Wanqing Peak, the chess enthusiast. Chess enthusiast greetings to the Peak Master. He lost to Gu Liangyuan in chess, but Gu Liangyuan won him over in heart. Gu Liangyuan laughed heartily, and stepped forward to help the chess enthusiast up, no need for such formality. Old Wu released the restrictions on him. Although Wu Jiantao felt it was somewhat inappropriate, he still removed the seal at Gu Liangyuan's request. To his surprise, the unsealed chess enthusiast had no thoughts of escaping at all. He couldn't help but marvel that in the treacherous world of cultivation, people like the chess enthusiast who were willing to gamble and accept defeat were truly rare. Having become one of his own, Gu Liangyuan learned from the chess enthusiast why Emperor Tian was able to track him down. Lu Rian. He. Before long the disciples gathered once more. Perhaps because Zhang Yang had just used an opportunity, no significant fortune was encountered during the process of subduing the spirit beast. He merely found a wind-hound beast of decent aptitude which was of little consequence to Gu Liangyuan. The plan to use the favored son of fate to find spirit beasts for his disciples had thus been declared a failure. Fortunately, Li Dao had discovered 3 dragon cult cubs deep within Kusong Ridge. Spirit beasts were divided into 9 grades corresponding to the 9 realms of cultivation. The dragon cult was a 5th grade spirit beast. Upon reaching maturity, it could rival a deity transformation cultivator. What made it even more valuable was the trace of true dragon bloodline within it. With proper nurturing, it was not impossible for it to evolve into a 6th or 7th grade spirit beast. For his 3 disciples, this was more than sufficient. Thinking of Jun Aoji on the forgetting emotion peak, Gu Liangyuan had no other intentions. He led the disciples onto the flying ship heading straight for the Supreme Holy Land. They had arrived with great fanfare, but departed in haste. Back at the forgetting emotion peak, before Gu Liangyuan even stepped into the great hall, he heard desperate shouts.
Mother, let me go. I want to take a master. Help. Uncle Huang, save me. I don't want to apprentice, I want to see Xiao Hong.
Gu Liangyuan frowned slightly, and crossed the threshold in one step, only to see a handsome young man tied up and thrown onto the floor. Lin Shuang watched coldly, unmoved. Song Ritu stood by the side, repeatedly glancing toward the door awaiting Gu Liangyuan's arrival. Upon seeing Gu Liangyuan, he hastened over.
Uncle, you returned at last.
Gu Liangyuan ignored Song Ritu's words, and cast a probing spell on Jun Aoji. On the ground him a red panel. Named Jun Aoji. Infatuation value 10020. Cultivation Foundation Establishment First Heaven. Spirit root dual wind and fire roots. Comprehension once in 5 centuries. Bloodline demon god bloodline inactive. Fortune deep blessings. Destiny noble patron. Every major event brings a noble patron. Method to activate bloodline: a drop of demon god's blood. Summary: a peerless prodigy prone to straying where good and evil hang by a thread. Such a figure requires the host's guidance. Gu Liangyuan skimmed over the other entries, but paused at the infatuation value column. 120 points of infatuation.
System, what's going on? Ding Jun Aozi's infatuation value was already maxed out, and an additional 20 points were added due to a love curse.
My goodness. Gu Liangyuan watched Jun Aoji writhing on the ground, like a drug addict feeling a wave of emotion. To be a simp to such an extent was truly beyond compare.
Can the love curse be cured with the forgetfulness pill? Ding, the love curse is incurable. To break it, one must kill the caster.
Gu Liangyuan frowned slightly. This was indeed troublesome. Seeing his gaze lingering on Jun Aoji, Lin Shuang spoke up.
Taoist Gu Liang, is my son worthy of being your disciple?
Though her face betrayed no emotion, Lin Shuang's heart was tense. Before coming, she had thoroughly investigated Gu Liangyuan's background. She knew well the affairs of the forgetting emotion peak. First was Gu Liangyuan's talent, awakening to the Tao in a single moment and achieving nascent soul on the spot. Even with her vast experience, she had only heard of such feats in legends. Second, and most importantly, was his skill in teaching disciples. His first disciple, Qianqiu, a mere menial, had his talent discovered and achieved supreme grade spirit roots. In just 3 or 4 months, he reached foundation establishment. His second disciple, Song Xianer, a lovesick mate, had successfully forsaken love under Gu Liangyuan's tutelage, awakened the glass immortal body, and advanced by leaps and bounds to foundation establishment as well. His third disciple Imochen, a pitiful soul trapped by love, had unremarkable talent, and remained at the late chi refining stage after years at the profound sword sect. Yet under Liangyuan he not only severed his attachments, but also created his own Tao. Because Imochen's path ahead was still fraught with uncertainty, his fame remained low. But Lin Shuang knew clearly that once Imochen achieved deity transformation, he would be honored by the heavenly Tao as a venerable and indelible existence on the path to immortality. From this one could see Liangyuan's prowess in teaching. In truth, she could find other masters more suitable than him for mere instruction. What she valued most was his ability to help disciples sever their attachments. As the eldest son of the Jun family, Jun Aoji was destined in her plans to inherit the position of clan leader. But seeing her son in his current state, even she felt uncertain, let alone the clan elders. Thus Jun Aoji had to change. And the one most capable of effecting that change was Liangyuan. If even a simp like Imochen could transform, why couldn't her son? Of course, all of this hinged on Jun Aoji becoming Liangyuan's disciple. Meeting Lin Shuang's hopeful gaze, Liangyuan relaxed his brow and nodded slowly. I accept this disciple. Hearing this, Lin Shuang's anxious heart finally settled. Yet she showed no emotion on her face, merely smiling as she said, Then I entrust Aoji to you, Taoist. From now on you may scold or beat him as you see fit, and I will never interfere with your discipline. Before Liangyuan could respond, Jun Aoji, lying on the ground, immediately protested. Though his hands and feet were bound, he squirmed and crawled forward with effort. I won't take this guy as my master. Whoever wants to can, but I'm going to find my Xiaohong. Lin Shuang's face turned cold. How dare you? With a wave of her hand, Jun Aoji flipped in the air and knelt directly before Liangyuan. Lin Shuang spoke to Liangyuan with an apologetic tone. My son is unruly. For any offense, I apologize on his behalf. Liangyuan raised his hand. It's fine. His behavior stems partly from deep infatuation with the one he calls Xiaohong, and partly from a love curse placed upon him. Love curse. Lin Shuang murmured the words, confusion flickering in her eyes. Clearly she had never heard of such a thing. But she could guess it was nothing good. No wonder my son is so obsessed with that brothel woman. Someone has schemed against him. Very well, when I return I will surely kill. I'll discuss that later. Lin Shuang had harbored intentions to kill that brothel woman more than once, but Jun Aoji had said to her, if you dare kill Xiaohong, I'll never acknowledge you as my mother again. Those words had deeply wounded Lin Shuang, yet she dared not harm Xiaohong. In fact, she had secretly set people to protect her, fearing that any accident might turn mother and son into enemies. Lin Shuang looked at Liangyuan with anticipation. May I ask, Taoist, is this love curse curable? Liangyuan smiled faintly. Since I've recognized it, I naturally have a solution. Let's discuss this another time. Joy surged in Lin Shuang's heart. She had made the right choice in seeking Liangyuan. As expected of the forgetting emotion Tao, he saw the problem with Aoji at a glance. I also require you to find something for me. Oh, what treasure? Speak, and I will scour the entire cultivation world to find it for you. Liangyuan uttered 4 words softly. Demon God's blood. Lin Shuang laughed. I thought it was something rare. Though precious demon God's blood is not too uncommon. I'll have the clan elders deliver it to you another day. Liangyuan wore a faint smile on his face, but inwardly grumbled, if not for the system's reminder, I wouldn't even have heard of this demon God's blood. Yet it comes so easily from your lips. Such is the depth of a great clan. As she spoke, Lin Shuang reached for the storage pouch at her waist. Unfastening it, she handed it to Liangyuan. This is my son's apprenticeship gift. From now on, Aoji is entirely in your hands. An apprenticeship gift. Having taken so many disciples, this is the first time I've seen such a thing. Liangyuan chuckled as he put it away. You are most thoughtful fellow cultivator. Though he was curious about the nature of the apprenticeship gift, he refrained from inspecting it on the spot lest he appear overly opportunistic. Despite Liangyuan's inherently pragmatic nature, one must always put on a facade. Seeing that he had accepted the gift, Lin Shuang finally felt at ease. She then turned her gaze to Jun Aoji, who was struggling frantically, and barked sternly. Aoji, prostrate yourself and pay your respects to your master this instant. Though Lin Shuang's expression was severe, Jun Aoji showed no fear. He merely shouted,
I want to return to the central continent. I want to see Xiaohong.
Seeing this, a flicker of helplessness passed through Lin Shuang's eyes. Liangyuan now understood clearly that Lin Shuang had undoubtedly spoiled her son excessively. Thus, when she tried to assert her maternal authority, Jun Aoji felt not a shred of fear. Observing this, he waved his hand at Lin Shuang.
Madam, please take your leave. I have my own methods of discipline. I fear that if you remain here to watch, your heart would ache.
Hearing Liangyuan's words, a clear struggle flashed across Lin Shuang's face. On one hand, she wished for her son to succeed, on the other, she dreaded to see him suffer. Yet, meeting Liangyuan's resolute gaze, Lin Shuang seemed to make a decision. She turned her head away and said,
Then I shall entrust Aoji entirely to you, fellow cultivator. Farewell.
With that, she turned and left. Just as Lin Shuang was about to step out of the Hall of Forgetfulness, Liangyuan called out to her.
Madam, please wait. Will you not take this fellow cultivator lurking in the shadows with you?
Lin Shuang looked back, confusion in her eyes. A cough sounded from behind Jun Aoji. Then a gaunt, sallow-faced old man clad in hemp garments materialized before everyone. Seeing him, Lin Shuang exclaimed in surprise.
Old Huang, what are you doing here?
Jun Aoji, upon seeing this man, acted as if he had found his savior. He crawled to the old man's feet and pleaded.
Uncle Huang, save me. I don't want to take a master. I want to see Xiaohong Hua.
Old Huang cast a pitying glance at Jun Aoji, but made no move. Instead, he clasped his hands and bowed to Liangyuan.
Though my cultivation is mediocre, this concealment technique of mine once saved my life from a Mahayanistic cultivator. I never expected it to be seen through by you in a single glance today. Truly, a reputation well earned leaves no room for falsehood.
Liangyuan wore a faint smile, accepting old Huang's praise with composure. I wouldn't have wanted to discover you, but that glaring system panel of yours was simply too conspicuous. After speaking, old Huang turned to Jun Aoji.
Young master, I have done my best. Unfortunately, my skills were insufficient, and I was found out. From now on, you must fend for yourself.
Jun Aoji's face turned ashen, as if he had lost all hope. Overhearing their exchange, Lin Shuang glared at old Huang.
Did I not tell you to take a rest? Why have you followed us here? You spoil him too much. Half of Aozi's current behavior is your doing. I should never have made you his guardian.
Old Huang gave an embarrassed smile, but did not retort. Lin Shuang then turned to Liangyuan to introduce him.
This is my son's guardian, old Huang, a former general under his father's command. I did not even detect him hiding in the shadows. I apologize for any trouble he may have caused you.
Though she said this inwardly, she felt even more reassured about Liangyuan. Old Huang had been following them all along, and even she at the Unity Realm had failed to notice him. Yet Liangyuan had seen through him at a glance. Regardless of his cultivation level, such skill was not something an ordinary cultivator possessed. Aoji had indeed chosen the right master. Liangyuan waved his hand dismissively.
It is of no consequence. Since we are being frank, you might as well take the Mahayanistic cultivator at the foot of the Forgetfulness Peak back with you as well.
Lin Shuang and old Huang exchanged glances, both seeing the bewilderment in each other's eyes. There was another expert. Upon hearing Liangyuan's words, Jun Aoji, who had been wailing incessantly, suddenly fell silent. He looked at Liangyuan in disbelief.
Impossible. How could you even discover, old master?
Lin Shuang immediately understood upon hearing this. The Mahayanistic cultivator at the foot of the mountain was like old Huang, a reinforcement Jun Aoji had summoned in advance. He had put on a show of resistance to draw everyone's attention while secretly preparing a backup plan to have someone rescue him. Lin Shuang couldn't help but feel fortunate that they had met Liangyuan. Otherwise, even if the apprenticeship had been successfully established, the boy would have still managed to escape. She thanked Liangyuan once more before departing, with old Huang thoroughly satisfied. By now, she was completely at ease, entrusting her son to Liangyuan. After everyone had left, Liangyuan turned his gaze to Jun Aoji, who was lying on the ground. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he walked toward him step by step. With a wave of his hand, the doors of the Forgetfulness Hall slammed shut with a thunderous boom. Seeing that Lin Shuang was far away, Jun Aoji shed his disguise and slowly rose to his feet. Though he was tied up tightly, his eyes, as he glared at Liangyuan, were filled with ruthless ferocity.
Kid, I'm warning you. If you know what's good for you, you'll let me go. Think carefully. I am the future patriarch of the Jun clan. If you offend me, you will reap the consequences.
Hearing this, Liangyuan raised an eyebrow. Quite the fierce little brat. As luck would have it, I relish cracking nuts like you. With that thought, he raised his right hand high. Slap. Before Jun Algae could react, a slap landed squarely on his head.
Disrespecting your master? This is deserved.
Liangyuan knew that Jun Algae was different from Qiuqian and the others who had risen from humble beginnings. He had enjoyed wealth and privilege since childhood. To discipline him, one could not rely solely on rewards. Punishment must go hand in hand. The first step was to break his arrogance and make him recognize his current situation. Then, he would gradually correct his bad habits and cure his obsession with being a sycophant. This slap from Liangyuan carried the force of the Foundation establishment midstage, snapping Jun Aozi's head to the side and filling his vision with stars. Feeling his dazed head, Jun Algae was stunned. He hadn't expected Liangyuan to actually strike him. Did the man have no regard for his status at all? He turned his head back, and when he looked at Liangyuan again, his face was twisted with madness.
You dare hit me? I'm telling you, you're dead. This is the first time anyone has ever laid a hand on me. I tell you.
Slap. Before Jun Algae could finish, Liangyuan delivered another slap.
This is the second time now.
With disheveled hair, the cold glint in Jun Aozi's eyes grew sharper.
Fine, fine, fine. I will massacre you.
He was about to utter a threat when he saw Liangyuan flip his hand, and a gleaming golden brick appeared in his palm. On the brick, the character for virtue was faintly visible. With a casual toss, Liangyuan shattered one of the hall's main pillars, which would have taken 2 men to encircle cleanly in two. Exploding splinters of wood whizzed past Jun Aozi's face, carving a thin gash across his cheek.
Amitabha. This poor Taoist is not skilled with words. I prefer to convince others with virtue. What were you about to say?
Thud. Jun Algae fell to his knees.
Aye. Your disciple Jun Algae pays homage to you, master.
Liangyuan furrowed his brow, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. I haven't even started putting in any effort, and he's already surrendered. Jun Algae, seeing the regret on Liangyuan's face, felt a surge of relief in his heart. Good thing I know when to yield. This guy would actually follow through. Very well, I'll bide my time with him for now. Once I find an opportunity, I'll make him pay.
Ding. Congratulations, host, on accepting your 4th direct disciple. Half of the task to secure 8 direct disciples is complete. Please continue your efforts.
Though Jun Algae possessed some cunning, it was not abundant. In the past, he had been overly sheltered by the Jun family. At this moment, though he struggled to maintain a composed facade, the resentment in his eyes was clearly discerned by Liangyuan. Yet Liangyuan paid it no mind. The former emotion had been equally unruly, yet he had still been firmly under his control. Gazing at Jun Algae, Liangyuan reached out and tapped, transmitting the Supreme Forgetfulness Sutra into his mind. Having learned from the incident with emotion, he had removed the phrase, to cultivate this scripture one must first forget all attachments. This is the inherited technique of our forgetfulness peak. Begin your cultivation with it. Thank you, master. Though Jun Algae appeared obedient inwardly, he was scornful the inherited technique of forgetfulness peak. As far as I know, there isn't a single immortal technique in the entire Supreme Holy Land. I wonder what mother was thinking, not letting me inherit the family's immortal technique, and instead sending me here to learn this. Seeing the gold brick, Liangyuan held Jun Algae despite his disdain, dared not show any negligence. He hurriedly sat cross-legged and began to cultivate according to the methods of the Forgetfulness Sutra. Initially, Jun Algae felt nothing, but after circulating his energy for one cycle, he began to perceive the extraordinary nature of the Forgetfulness Sutra. While enhancing his spiritual power, it also cleared his mind and strengthened his soul. Moreover, this was only the first layer of the Forgetfulness Sutra. According to its records, each breakthrough would increase cultivation speed by dozens of times. He estimated that if he could break through to the second layer, the Forgetfulness Sutra would rival the 9 Revolutions mystic art. Reaching the third layer would make it even more formidable than an immortal technique. A fine technique. I must strive to master it, so I can pass it on to Xiaohong. Liangyuan was unaware of Jun Aozi's thoughts, and even if he had known, he would have merely smiled faintly. Not to mention that Jun Aozi's mindset would shift as his infatuation value decreased. Moreover, did he truly think he could casually pass on something produced by the system? Wouldn't the system lose face? Seeing that Jun Aozi had transformed his cultivation technique into the Forgetfulness Sutra, Gu Liangyuan raised his hand again, and 3 forgetfulness pills appeared in his palm. Take these pills, they will aid your cultivation. Jun Aozi eyed Gu Liangyuan suspiciously, but before he could voice his question, a dazzling golden light caught his eye. Gazing at the gleaming gold brick, Jun Aozi swallowed the words that were about to leave his lips. If you have something to say it properly. Must you always brandish your weapon? If you think I, Jun Aozi, am one to easily compromise, then you've guessed correctly. He took the 3 forgetfulness pills and obediently swallowed them. Next, something astonishing occurred. After consuming the 3 pills, Jun Aozi's infatuation value indeed dropped to 0.20. Yet under the influence of the infatuation curse, the value that had returned to 0 was slowly increasing. According to Gu Liangyuan's estimation, within 10 days Jun Aozi's infatuation value would rise again to 10,020. System, what's happening? Ding. The function of the forgetfulness pill is to assist a love-struck fool in forgetting their infatuation, allowing them to achieve great enlightenment the moment their infatuation value reaches 0. But Jun Aozi's seed of love remains unremoved, so the pill can only suppress it, granting him relative clarity. Gu Liangyuan understood, so to completely cure his love-struck obsession, I need to break the infatuation curse. Correct, host. Seeing that Jun Aozi's eyes had cleared, Gu Liangyuan also sat cross-legged opposite him. Tell me about you and Xiaohong. Xiaohong. Jun Aozi shook his head. When Gu Liangyuan mentioned his beloved Xiaohong, he felt none of his former fervor, only a mild fondness. Thinking of the pill Gu Liangyuan had just given him, he quickly realized, what did you feed me? Gu Liangyuan waved his hand. Just a pill to assist your cultivation. Don't you feel your mind is exceptionally clear right now? Jun Aozi scratched his head. I suppose so. Never mind, it's not important. Let me tell you about my love story with Xiaohong. Gu Liangyuan interrupted. Love story? Is she your Dao partner? Jun Aozi shook his head. Has she ever said she likes you? Jun Aozi shook his head. Have you ever held her hand? He shook his head again. So it's not a love story between you two, it's your love-struck fool story. Jun Aozi grew flustered, wanting to retort, but finding no words. The reduced infatuation value made him recognize some of his past absurdities. He waved his hand weakly. You're the master, whatever pleases you. My love story with Xiaohong began on a sunny afternoon. Gu Liangyuan interrupted again. Your love-struck behavior toward Xiaohong. Jun Aozi was furious. I am not a love-struck fool. But seeing the gold brick in Gu Liangyuan's hand, he quickly caved. My love-struck behavior toward Xiaohong began on a sunny afternoon. Gu Liangyuan smiled, contentedly. Continue. Jun Aozi was on the verge of tears. Mother, I want to go home. Half an hour later, after listening to Jun Aozi's account, Gu Liangyuan frowned slightly. This is troublesome. There's a fully grown reincarnator blessed by fortune. According to Jun Aozi, this Xiaohong's stage name is Yu Hong. She was sold as a child to the Celestial Sound Pavilion in the Central Continent. The pavilion is no ordinary brothel. The women there are mostly cultivators. Young girls entering the pavilion learn not alchemy or swordplay, but arts to please men from a young age. They study seduction techniques, duplication, transformation, or musical Tao. Most once accomplished are presented to guests. And the guests they face are all cultivators. Among them are disciples of great families, and those in high positions. There is another category, exceptionally talented women, like the Yu Hong Jun Aozi speaks of, who have a better option. They remain as courtesans in the pavilion, playing the zither and flute, smiling at guests, but not selling their bodies. Jun Aozi was instantly smitten, vowing to make her his Dao partner. Thus he began an ardent pursuit. Yu Hong had many suitors, one more or less made no difference to her. At this stage Jun Aozi wasn't yet a spendthrift. Everything changed when a man named Xiao Fan appeared. Yu Hong showed no interest in others, but she was exceptionally attentive to this Xiao Fan. Jun Aozi inquired carefully. This Xiao Fan was originally a concubine, son of the Xiao family, utterly insignificant. One day he fell into a lake, and after half a month of severe illness, he emerged, as if a different person. Wherever he went, fortunes followed, and he often seemed to foresee events. In just 3 years, he advanced from the chi refining stage to the peak of the core formation stage. His status also transformed from a despised concubine son to a powerful heir apparent for the Xiao family. Xiao Fan grew close to Yu Hong, and rumors even spread that he was her private guest. Jealous Jun Aoji competed with Xiao Fan in wealth on the day of the pavilion's Flower Queen contest, leading to his lavish expenditure of 3 top-grade spirit stone mines. Looking at Jun Aoji still lost in memory, Gu Liangyuan clicked his tongue and shook his head. To be such a love-struck fool, there's truly no one like you. Don't you think Xiao Fan and Xiao Hong have long been in cahoots scheming to swindle you? Seeing the unconvinced look on Jun Aozi's face, Gu Liangyuan shook his head. Why bother reasoning with this hopeless romantic? It would be better to discuss things with Lin Shuang later. Speaking of Lin Shuang, he still hadn't returned her handkerchief. Given Jun Aozi's current state, they would inevitably have to journey to Zhongzhou sooner or later. He would deal with it then. With this thought, Gu Liangyuan said to Jun Aoji,
"Forget it, whether you believe me or not doesn't matter."
As he spoke, he handed over the apprenticeship gift Lin Shuang had given him. Because Jun Aoji possessed the fire spirit root, Gu Liangyuan also passed on the Great Sun incinerating heaven art.
"Regardless, from now on you are my disciple. This is the apprenticeship gift your mother gave me. I'll pass it on to you as a return gift. This scroll of the Great Sun incinerating heaven art is a 9-fold body-tempering mystic art perfectly suited for your fire spirit root. Only when you successfully form your nascent soul will I allow you to return to Zhongzhou."
As Jun Aoji took the storage pouch from Gu Liangyuan, he felt a newfound respect for his master in that moment. The 9-fold body-tempering mystic art was a treasure even the Jun family possessed only 1 copy of, and that was only cultivable with a mutated ice spirit root. He never expected Gu Liangyuan to have a body-tempering technique suited for him, and to give it without reservation. With the supreme forgetfulness art for cultivating the spirit, and the Great Sun incinerating heaven art for tempering the body, his path of cultivation would surely be smooth. And the storage pouch, his mother had personally chosen its contents, all of which were extraordinary. Gu Liangyuan didn't even glance at it, and just handed it over. Now that he had escaped forgetfulness peak, he would have the means to find Xiao Hong again. But upon hearing Gu Liangyuan's next words, his face fell into sorrow.
Master."
Calling someone master for the first time felt strange. After stammering out the word, he continued,
"With my dual spirit root talent, it would take at least 100 years to reach nascent soul. By then Xiao Hong will have forgotten me. That promise of yours is worse than no promise at all."
Gu Liangyuan looked at Jun Aoji.
"Who said you only have dual spirit root talent? I wouldn't have accepted you as my disciple if that were all. You also possess a hidden demon god bloodline."
Though Jun Aoji had been so infatuated with Xiao Hong that he neglected his cultivation, he was born into a major clan and knew more about the secrets of the cultivation world than most. Concerned about his own constitution, and with his obsession temporarily suppressed, his expression turned serious.
"That can't be. I've never heard of our Jun family having a demon god ancestor. But the Wang family next door does have one."
Suddenly realization struck him, and his eyes widened. Gu Liangyuan leaned in closer, his curiosity clearly piqued. The neighbor Wang, investigating a bloodline, had uncovered a scandal. Jun Aoji shook his head repeatedly.
"Impossible, absolutely impossible. I had my bloodline tested in the Jun family. It can't be from another lineage."
Gu Liangyuan's mind raced. Thinking of Lin Shuang's deceased husband, he began weaving an elaborate drama in his imagination.
"Could it be that you are the child of both the Jun and Wang families?"
Jun Aoji fell into deep thought. After a long pause, he shook his head firmly.
"Absolutely not."
Gu Liangyuan raised an eyebrow.
"How about a wager? If you do have the demon god bloodline, you will follow my teachings diligently until you achieve nascent soul and never attempt to escape."
Jun Aozi's heart skipped a beat. How did he guess I planned to run? Gu Liangyuan continued.
"If you don't, it'll release you back to Zhongzhou immediately."
Jun Aozi's eyes flickered. Gritting his teeth, he nodded emphatically.
"I'll take that bet."
Gu Liangyuan smiled.
"Words are not enough. Swear an oath. If you fail to honor the bet, may you be plagued by inner demons the moment you see Xiao Hong and perish. Such a venomous oath."
If you refuse, they'll have no choice but to keep you confined to Forgetfulness Peak to prevent your escape. You're ruthless. In the end, Jun Alji obediently swore the oath and took up residence on Forgetfulness Peak. After assigning Wang Detha to keep a close watch on Jun Alji, Gu Liangyuan finally had time to check the system's reward notifications. Ding Host bestowed a low-grade spiritual treasure, triggering a 500-fold return. Return reward Earth 11 Sword. Ding Host bestowed refining materials, triggering a 300-fold return. Return reward 10 sets of materials for refining the 5 Thieves banner. Ding Host bestowed a low-grade spiritual treasure, triggering a 2,000-fold return. Return reward high-grade spiritual treasure Heaven 1 Sword. Ding Host bestowed a heaven-grade artifact, triggering a 500-fold return. Return reward low-grade spiritual treasure. Ding. The dense system panel displayed over 30 spiritual items and treasures returned. Although the quality was slightly inferior to Zhang Yang's fortunes, the quantity was overwhelming. Gu Liangyuan inventoried his gains, setting aside all artifacts and spiritual items below heaven grade, focusing mainly on the first few returned treasures. First was the Earth 11 Sword, completing his Earth Sword set. Named 12 Earth Swords. Grade individually, each is a mid-grade spiritual treasure. United, they form a top-grade spiritual treasure. Function: when all 12 swords are unleashed together, they can form the Ziwu Sword Array. Ziwu Sword Array composed of 4 minor arrays representing spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It channels the 5 elements and cycles through the seasons, excelling in both offense and containment. With the host's current strength, deploying any single minor array can slay an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Unleashing the complete Ziwu Sword Array allows combat against mid to later-stage nascent soul cultivators. Spring 3 swords Imao Chen, Summer 3 swords Si Wu Wei, Autumn 3 swords Xin Yu Su, Winter 3 swords Hai Zi Cho. Looking at this dense system description, Gu Liangyuan felt satisfied. The Earth Sword set, which he had labored so hard to collect, truly lived up to expectations. Killing across levels was a trivial matter. Moreover, the mana required to control spiritual treasures was far less than that needed for great divine abilities. He had gained another trump card. Then Gu Liangyuan turned his attention to the materials for the 5 Thieves banner. These items were not particularly rare. The most challenging part of the 5 Thieves banner was gathering the 5 Thieves Chi. With the system's return rewards, it saved him the trouble of collecting them. He could attempt to refine it later. Finally, Gu Liangyuan's gaze fell upon the Heaven 1 Sword, and a sense of foreboding crept over him. Name Heaven 1 Jiawood Sword. Grade high-grade spiritual treasure. Function: there are 10 heaven swords corresponding to the 10 heavenly stems, each a high-grade spiritual treasure. When all 10 are combined, they form a low-grade immortal artifact. Paired with the 12 earth swords, they become a mid-grade immortal artifact. With the complete heavenly stems and earthly branches, one can unleash the Jiazi Sword Array unmatched in slaughter. Reading the description of the Heaven 1 Sword, the joy of completing the Earth Sword set was instantly dampened. System: did you intern at Tencent? After sheathing the Earth Sword, Gu Liangyuan immediately left the cultivation chamber and began patrolling the Forgetting Emotion Peak. Upon stepping out of the main hall and walking a few paces, he arrived at the side hall where Qianqiu resided. Gu Liangyuan swept his spiritual sense and discovered Qianqiu inside the side hall, holding the Qiushui sword, practicing sword techniques within her courtyard. Her movements were as gentle as a breeze caressing willows, yet as swift as arrows loosed from bows. Between motion and stillness, the true essence of swordsmanship was fully revealed. Upon completing the final stance, she uttered the word "Ji" and released the Qiushui sword from her grasp. The sword wavered and transformed into dozens of sword shadows hurtling toward a nearby green stone. The sharp sound of slicing through the air echoed swiftly. The towering green stone suddenly collapsed with a thunderous crash. Upon closer inspection, every piece of the shattered rock bore distinct marks of precise cutting. Gu Liangyuan nodded in satisfaction at the scene. Destroying the green stone was simple, but controlling the interlaced sword chi to instantaneously slice it into millions of fragments required exquisite mastery over the flying sword. It was evident that Qianqia's swordsmanship had reached a realm of perfection. To ascend further would require comprehension of the sword's intent. With her current cultivation, merely this skill of manipulating flying swords could contend with late Foundation establishment practitioners. Combined with the blessing of the Qiushui sword and the various magical artifacts, he bestowed transcending her level in battle was not difficult. However, while she focused on receiving spiritual treasures, Liangyuan's methods in divine arts and magical techniques remained somewhat limited. All the divine arts in my possession are returns from the system. Bestowing them cannot trigger further returns, and with Liangyuan's current cultivation, she cannot even wield them. Fortunately, the auspicious day arrives tomorrow. Once the Enlightenment Tower is established, all these issues will be effortlessly resolved. System display Liangyuan's status panel. Name Qianqiu. Devotion value 100. Cultivation Foundation Establishment 4th layer. Physical Cultivation Foundation Establishment 1st layer. Spiritual Root Mutated Fire Spiritual Root. Comprehension once in a millennium. Fortune Boundless Blessings. Fate Pattern Empress Rebirth from Cocoon strengthens against the strong. Cultivation Foundation Establishment. Clap, clap, clap.
Well done, well done. Worthy of the Master's painstaking guidance.
Liangyuan applauded softly as he emerged from the void. Upon seeing Liangyuan arrive, Liangyuan's weariness from spiritual energy depletion instantly vanished. With a hint of joy she called out,
Master!
Liangyuan approached Qianqiu and handed her 10 drops of true dragon's blood and a spirit pet pouch.
Within this spirit pet pouch resides a dragon foal the Master has found for you. It serves as a means of transportation. Compared to a flying boat, it not only conjures spirit stones, but also grows alongside you. Here are 10 drops of true dragon's blood. While aiding your physical cultivation, it can also enhance the dragon bloodline within the foal. If nurtured properly in the future, it might transform into a dragon horse and accompany you in ascending.
Qianqiu accepted the true dragon's blood and spirit pet pouch.
Thank you, Master. Ding, the host bestowing the dragon foal to Qianqiu triggers a 5000-fold return. Return reward exotic beast cub.
Name Montbao. Level exotic beast cub. Origin born from the union of a roe deer and a true dragon. Effect upon maturity, it rivals the speed of immortals, capable of traversing spatial voids in an instant. Its drawback is its inability to shape-shift. Moreover, inheriting the timid nature of the roe deer, it is especially cowardly. In dangerous situations it will flee frantically, and can only serve as an escape mount, not a battle beast. Before Liangyuan could thoroughly examine the system introduction, Qianqiu interrupted with her voice. Qianqiu looked at Liangyuan pitifully.
Master, I have encountered some issues in my cultivation recently and wish to ask for your guidance. Oh, what kind of issues?
Facing Liangyuan's concerned gaze, Qianqiu pondered her next words, a faint sense of guilt flashing through her heart. A delicate blush rose upon her face. Sensing the pleasant aura emanating from Liangyuan, Qianqiu swallowed and summoned courage to step half a pace closer, drawing nearer before shyly speaking.
I followed the method you taught, dripping true dragon's blood into the bathing tub during my bath, and indeed it was absorbed. However, when cultivating my physical body, the spiritual energy inside becomes uncontrollably restless. I fear this might lead to inner demon possession. Therefore, during the next absorption of true dragon's blood, I hope Master could protect me.
At first, Liangyuan's tone was normal, but gradually grew softer and softer. By the last sentence, her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Her entire demeanor became shy and hesitant. Liangyuan looked at Qianqiu suspiciously, having never heard of anyone going mad from absorbing true dragon's blood. I suspect you are deceiving me, but I have no proof. Seeing Liangyuan lost in thought, Qianqiu coquettishly called out, Master. At that moment, she radiated a captivating charm, and the single word Master caused Liangyuan's heart to tremble. Just as he was about to speak, Song Xian'er suddenly entered from outside the door.
There's no need to trouble Master with this matter. Next time senior sister practices, I will protect her.
Name Song Xian'er. Devotion value 95. Cultivation Foundation Establishment 2nd layer. Spiritual root waterwood A water, and 2 would soon to transform into heavenly spiritual root. Comprehension immortal's grace. Physique glazed immortal body. Fortune profound immortal fate. Fate pattern reincarnated to cultivate breaking and rebuilding. Due to the gradual evolution of the glazed immortal body, Song Xian'er's appearance and temperament were steadily improving. Though her appearance was not on par with Liangyuan's, paired with her ethereal aura, she could be regarded as an unparalleled Celestial Maiden. After speaking, Song Xian'er sweetly called to Liangyuan.
Master!
She then approached him, lowering her head as if awaiting something. Liangyuan smiled knowingly and gently patted Song Xianer's head.
Not bad foundation establishment second layer.
Song Xianer giggled.
All thanks to Master.
Liangyuan found nothing unusual in their interaction, but anyone familiar with Song Xianer in the immortal realm would be astonished by her behavior. In her previous life, Song Xianer was the legitimate daughter of the divine Song family, raised with strict etiquette and discipline. On the battlefield, she was a revered female general of the Song clan. In daily life, she was the paragon of feminine virtue and a refined lady. Despite holding a high position, she still possessed the heart of a young girl. However, her previous status did not permit her to reveal such youthful demeanor. Nor had she met anyone who could draw out this side of her. Reborn into a new life influenced by memories from before awakening and her changed mindset, she had entirely let herself go. Most importantly, she had met someone who could elicit this side of her. While speaking to Liangyuan, Song Xianer subtly glanced at Qianqiu with a hint of provocation. Qianqiu gritted her teeth upon seeing this.
Song Xianer, you come at the worst moment to ruin my plans.
Liangyuan looked at Qianqiu.
It is better that Xianer assists you in protection. After all, there are distinctions between men and women.
Though reluctant, Qianqiu had no choice but to nod at Liangyuan's words.
As Master commands?
Having also bestowed a dragon steed and some true dragon blood upon Song Xianer, Liangyuan departed from Qianqiu's courtyard. The system's standing rule stated that the same item could not be returned twice, so no reward was triggered this time. After Liangyuan left, Qianqiu and Song Xianer exchanged distant glances, a clear air of contention between them. Qianqiu looked at Song Xianer and said,
Junior sister, you come neither early nor late, but appear at this very moment. What a coincidence.
Song Xianer feigned confusion.
Senior sister, what are you saying? I was merely guarding you during your meditation. Was that wrong?
Qianqiu sought only to win Liangyuan's affection, but Song Xianer's ambitions ran deeper. Having grown up in a prominent clan, she understood that an exceptional man would never lack for women. She herself, for instance, had 3 stepmothers. Thus her philosophy regarding a future Tao companion had always been exclusive togetherness was ideal, but if not as long as she held the primary position, she could accept it. From the incident at the inn that day, she had discerned Qianqiu's intentions. Though she could tolerate sharing, she did not wish for Qianqiu to gain an advantage over her. Seeing Song Xianer's attitude, Qianqiu's brows furrowed slightly, then relaxed as she seemed to think of something.
Let's drop this. Xianer, how are things with that flamboyant young master of yours?
Zhang Yang. At the mention of that name, her expression soured instantly. Indeed, no wonder the master did not dote on her, as he did on Qianqiu. After all, she had once rejected the master because of Zhang Yang before her memories awakened. Putting herself in his shoes, she would certainly feel uneasy too. Moreover, since awakening her memories, she had always been thinking in terms of her past life. She had taken the master's gifts for granted, never considering how difficult it was for him, even as a Holy Land's grand uncle, to procure such rewards, with his nascent soul latest cultivation. Qianqiu, on the other hand, repaid him as much as she could. Even helping the master relax his muscles was a gesture of gratitude. She had ultimately fallen short of Qianqiu. Noticing Song Xianer's expression, Qianqiu smiled triumphantly and turned to enter her room.
I want to see you out, junior sister.
Deep down, she held no real animosity toward her junior sister. Their rivalry was more like that of sisters vying for their parents' favor. Liangyuan was unaware of the conversation in the courtyard. He had already arrived near Mo Chen's residence. Before even entering, he saw the courtyard shrouded in a dense aura of Tao. He had comprehended again.
System, is your supreme enlightenment gifted to me a fake? How is Mo Chen with his unparalleled talent more prone to epiphanies than I am? Ding. Mo Chen often seeks enlightenment, but each time yields limited gains. Though the host's epiphanies are fewer in number, their quality far surpasses Mo Chen's.
Liangyuan pondered and found this plausible. His 4 awakenings, the first from wind enlightenment, granted the heaven-bestowed Tao body, the second, from a dream, yielded a great divine ability, and the third produced a forbidden art. Only the 4th, forcibly infected by Mo Chen, resulted in something mediocre.
System, I misjudged you. You have my apologies.
The system did not respond. Liangyuan's system lacked human-like qualities, possessing only simple query and answer functionality. After a moment, the Tao aura dissipated, and Gu Liangyuan stepped into the courtyard. Their emotion sat cross-legged radiant, his cultivation having reached the 8th layer of qi refinement. Sensing Gu Liangyuan's arrival, emotion quickly rose to greet him.
Master, you're here. Another enlightenment today. Yes, I had one. What did you comprehend?
The path after foundation establishment.
Oh, tell me more.
Whenever the topic of cultivation arose, emotion became serious, his eyes bright as he gazed at the distant sun.
When the 5 qi within the chest are perfected, foundation establishment is achieved. Though I call it foundation establishment, it's merely a mortal's method reaching a realm equivalent to it. Am too lazy to name it, so we'll just call it foundation establishment. The human body has an inner 5 elements, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and an outer 5 elements, head, feet, torso, arms, legs. After foundation establishment, cultivate the outer 5 elements, unify inner and outer, and the golden core realm is reached. Though it's called the golden core realm, there is no golden core within, nor can one form a nascent soul. The path beyond is not yet fully clear to me, but I estimate one should be able to cultivate a primordial spirit directly without forming a nascent soul. But the specifics of how to proceed will only be revealed when I reach that stage.
Gu Liangyuan listened and nodded gently.
Doesn't the sun hurt your eyes? It does. Then why stare? Master, don't you think I look cool like this?
Gu Liangyuan flicked his forehead.
I hate 2 kinds of people in this life.
Emotion rubbed his head.
Which 2? One, those who show off in front of me. And the other, those who don't let me show off.
Emotion.
So, Master, don't you think I've inherited your true essence?
Gu Liangyuan. After some playful banter, Gu Liangyuan encouraged emotion, left behind the dragon steed and true dragon blood, and departed to patrol the forgetting emotion's peak. With his current cultivation and skills, Gu Liangyuan could remain unseen, if he wished, even by the 3 void refining experts. The forgetting emotion's peak was no longer desolate. The dilapidated halls had been renovated and looked brand new. On the once lonely mountain paths, inner disciples occasionally passed by. Before long, Gu Liangyuan arrived outside a grand hall. Above the hall, 3 bold characters were inscribed.
Mission Hall.
Inside it was spacious, with a few disciples gathered around a wall at the center observing something. Gu Liangyuan approached and saw a list posted on the wall containing dozens of disciple missions. Simple tasks like running errands for an elder or planting herbs offered modest rewards. Complex ones involved leaving the sect to deal with traitors or assisting subordinate sects against invaders. These missions often came with generous compensation. To his surprise, there were also tasks like managing an alchemy workshop or stalls in a nearby market. Clearly, these businesses were assets developed by Song Ritu for the peak. This ensured a virtuous cycle, preventing depletion of resources.
Not bad, not bad.
Gu Liangyuan acknowledged Song Ritu's efficiency. It solved the peak's operational issues, while providing inner disciples with extra cultivation resources beyond their monthly stipends. Most importantly, completing missions enhanced their strength and experience, a win-win-win situation. Once he established the Enlightenment Tower to address their lack of techniques and divine abilities, the peak's overall strength would soar rapidly. Soon it would catch up with the other 7 peaks. Speaking of which, Chinchio and the others have been training in isolation. Is that good or bad? Should I let them gain some practical experience? As this thought crossed his mind, the system's chime suddenly rang.
Ding. Detecting the host's intent, a system mission has been issued.
Mission name: First Foray into the Jianghu. Mission content: have all disciples complete a sect mission. Mission reward: a temporary card for the Mahayana stage, 10 minutes.
Does the host accept?
Listening to the system's prompt, Gu Liangyuan immediately replied,
I do not accept. Ding, the host has rejected. That is impossible. I do not accept that it is impossible.
System.
Ding, the host has successfully accepted. Please complete the task as soon as possible.
Having accepted the system task, Gu Liangyuan continued to wander around. He passed by the alchemy room, the formation hall, the rune crafting department, and other 9 large halls, as well as the floating cloud palace, the bright jade palace, and the mountain viewing palace, among 18 other palaces. Wherever he went, although there were only a few disciples here and there, it was already much better than the desolation of the past. Overall, it was thriving. After thoroughly inspecting the Forgetting Emotions peak, Liangyuan was about to return to prepare for the training of his disciples, when he unexpectedly encountered a disciple. The disciple appeared to be in his 30s, dressed in green, with a gourd tied to his waist. His complexion was rosy, but his steps were unsteady, making him look somewhat drunk. Holding a book in his left hand, he was shaking his head and singing as he walked.
Yesterday in the wild I saw nothing but white bones intertwined.
Lying speechless on the barren sand, I was blown by the wind and drizzled upon.
He did not seem like a practitioner, but rather like a down-and-out scholar.
Looking at this disciple's system panel, Liangyuan raised an eyebrow. It was the first time he had seen a panel with a hint of golden light. Name: Dongfang Hung. Infatuation value 80. Cultivation level: Foundation Establishment First Layer. Spiritual root: Dual spiritual roots of wind and thunder. Comprehension: once in 500 years. Dao Heart Literary Sword Courage: a potential for combining poetry with swordsmanship akin to a scholar's word. Immortal. Fortune: great luck with minor misfortune. Life Fate: a perennial second, no matter where such a person will have extraordinary achievements, yet constantly overshadowed by those with greater fortune, destined to be the second. Growing stronger through setbacks, even if constantly overshadowed, his character will not change, and his Dao heart remains steadfast. Good things take time. The path of cultivation is filled with small obstacles, but ultimately one can succeed. Think before acting. Though not overly clever, he reflects on matters. Summary: excellent comprehension, extraordinary aptitude, and a lofty character. Yet limited by his qualifications, he cannot compare with top disciples. Such a disciple often appears as a backdrop for the child of destiny. With insufficient talent, he cannot be accepted as a disciple. Looking at this panel, Liangyuan fell into contemplation.
System: if I use resources to forcefully raise this panel to gold status, can I accept him as a disciple?
System: why does this scene seem so familiar? After a moment of silence, it emitted a mechanical voice.
Feasible.
Liangyuan smiled.
If the infatuation value of 1,000 years is not enough for me to raise him, helping him a bit with his qualifications seems reasonable, right?
He. Seeing Dongfang Hung approaching, Liangyuan's figure flickered as he exited the state of the boundless universe, revealing himself in front of him.
Where did you come from? I have never seen you before.
Seeing the suddenly appearing Liangyuan, Dongfang Hung was taken aback at first, then quickly reacted and deeply bowed to Liangyuan.
I pay my respects to Uncle Master Liang.
I have no master. I am a newly promoted outer disciple who has been guarding the scripture pavilion. I have not had the opportunity to go out. Originally, I wanted to go to the Sleeping Cow Peak to find my master aunt, but halfway I was stopped by Elder Song. He took me on the path to Forgetting Emotions Peak. That is how I arrived here and unexpectedly met Uncle Master. I hope I have not caused any disturbance.
Liangyuan, huh? So rhythmic are you playing with your life? Is this the literary sword courage? Even speaking pays attention to the rhyme.
Liangyuan looked up and down at Dongfang Hung.
So you are now an inner disciple of Forgetting Emotions Peak.
Dongfang Hung.
Uncle Master is right.
I am currently spending time on Forgetting Emotions Peak. I enjoy watching the sunset when I have nothing to do. It is quite nice.
Hearing Dongfang Hung's words, Liangyuan felt increasingly awkward.
Can you speak normally? Dongfang Hung showed a troubled expression.
I have been composing poetry since I was young, and I cannot grasp the rhymes. Due to my dull aptitude, my teacher often guides me.
After much pondering day and night, this habit is formed. It has also brought me much distress. However, it has become a habit that is a bit hard to change. If I do not speak in rhyme, I do not sleep well at night.
Liangyuan found conversing with Dongfang Hung quite exhausting. He thought for a moment and took out a glowing pill.
As soon as this pill appeared, the world was enveloped in a faint aura of Tao.
This pill, known as the 5-rank small Bodhi pill, is a supreme pill that enhances comprehension. Today seeing you is a fateful encounter, so I will give it to you.
Dongfang Hung was overjoyed. He had long heard of Liangyuan's reputation as a devoted master and unexpectedly encountered such an opportunity right after entering Forgetting Emotions Peak.
Thank you, Uncle Master.
Without hesitation, he took the pill from Liangyuan's hand and swallowed it. This scene, though seemingly reckless, was actually calculated by Dongfang Hung. Pills are divided into 9 ranks, with the 9th rank being the lowest and the 1st rank the highest. A 5-rank pill is a rare treasure for him. However, a common man has no sins yet possesses precious things. He originally had no background or support. If he took it back and others found out, it could attract danger to his life. Swallowing it in front of Liangyuan was the most advantageous choice. On one hand, having already consumed the pill, others could only envy his fortune if they found out, and could do nothing else. On the other hand, eating it in front of Liangyuan meant he could not fail to protect me. Even if he did not protect me, would he just watch if something happened? As for whether the pill had issues, Dongfang Hung thought that given Liangyuan's status, if he wanted to harm him, he would not have gone through such lengths. Liangyuan roughly guessed Dongfang Hung's thoughts. Instead of being angry, he felt even more admiration.
Thinking before acting is indeed commendable.
Soon Dongfang Hung absorbed the small Bodhi pill completely. His comprehension improved from once in 500 years to once in 520 years. The golden light on the panel also brightened several degrees. Liangyuan stroked his chin. At this rate, if his comprehension value could reach the same level as Qianqius once, in 1,000 years it would roughly meet the standards for accepting disciples. Although his talent did not compare to Qianqiu or Song Xianer, and his comprehension could not match Mo Qin's, his Tao heart was steadfast, and his life fate was unique. His future achievements would not be low. Just a small Bodhi pill raised it by 20 years. To completely elevate his comprehension, he would have to wait for the enlightenment tea to ripen. With this in mind, Liangyuan said to Dongfang Hung,
"Although your talent may not reach the peak, your character is resilient. Work hard in the future and perhaps you will have the opportunity to become a direct disciple." With that, Liangyuan transformed into a wisp of breeze and vanished before Dongfang Hung. Hearing the unspoken implications in Liangyuan's words, Dongfang Hung was filled with joy.
Even as Liangyuan's figure disappeared, he still shouted,
"Thank you, Uncle Master, for illuminating my path of cultivation."
After inspecting forgetting emotions peak, Liangyuan prepared to establish the Enlightenment Tower tomorrow, and then proceed with the task of
adventuring in the Jianghu for the first time.
Just in time to return for the 10,000 sect conference, everything arranged in an orderly manner. In stark contrast to Liangyuan's contentment was the Emperor Tian within the Tai Holy Land. The dispatch Li Xingyi had not arrived despite waiting long, which made him feel an ominous sense. Within an imposing grand hall, Tian sat in the seat of honor. Lu Rian occupied the secondary seat as an attendant. Lu Rian then spoke.
"It seems I was right. Yun's death is inseparable from Liangyuan. Fellow Taoist Li has likely perished at Liangyuan's hands. Sage Emperor D need not wait any longer."
Tian's expression shifted uneasily upon hearing this. If there were evidence pointing to Liangyuan as the culprit, he would not hesitate to march his forces to the Supreme Holy Land and demand that Lu Qi may hand over Liangyuan. But now, with mere empty words, the Supreme Holy Land was not made of clay. It would be a miracle if they released anyone. The Dragon Court support was imminent. Starting a war with the Supreme Holy Land at this juncture would bring more loss than gain. After a moment's thought, Tian addressed the disciple guarding the entrance.
"Qingyun, go and summon the 2 elders of Heaven's Woe." "Yes."
Before long, the disciple returned, leading 2 cultivators inside. One was slender and tall, over 2 meters in height. The other was short, resembling a child. The tall one was lame, and the short one had a missing arm. As soon as they entered the hall, before Yun could speak, the tall cultivator laughed.
"You lost. I told you the number of people in the hall was even."
The short cultivator immediately retorted.
"You're the one who lost. The Sage Emperor, the girl, and the 3 of us, that's 5 people, an odd number. Hey Wu Laba, you're cheating. Sun Lajiu, you're the one who can't take a loss." "Who says I can't take a loss? My greatest virtue is honoring my bets. Saying that is no different from spitting in my face."
Hearing their argument escalate, Tian softly chided.
"Enough. Settle your dispute later. I summon you today for serious matters."
The 2 snorted coldly at each other before ceasing their quarrel.
"I recently sent Li Xingyi to the Supreme Holy Land, and he has yet to return. I want you 2 to make a trip and see what's happened. And while you're at it, assassinate Liangyuan."
Realization dawned on their faces.
"No wonder we haven't seen him lately. Consider it done. Leave this matter to us brothers."
With that, without waiting for Tion's further orders, the two turned into wisps of green smoke and vanished from the hall. Watching their departure, Liangyuan frowned slightly.
Sage Emperor, can these two be trusted?
Dian smiled confidently.
Don't let their erratic behavior fool you. They are both at the peak of the void refining stage and practice a rare combination technique. Together they can match a harmony cultivator.
Hearing this, Liangyuan felt reassured and said no more. Song Xianer, couldn't you have died cleanly? Why did you have to leave behind a lingering soul causing me such trouble? Just wait. Once I eliminate Liangyuan, your greatest pillar of support, you'll be next. When you are thoroughly annihilated, I will be the most outstanding woman in the clan. The position of the immortal emperor's consort can only be mine. The next day, at the hour of the ox before the sun had risen, at the foot of forgetting emotion peak, a furtive figure was glancing around. Seeing no one around, the figure transformed into a streak of light and shot directly toward the mountain gate not far away. At that moment, the gatekeepers Shenfeng Lu and Jia Jingjing sensed movement behind them. Before they could even turn their heads, they felt a sharp pain at the back of their skulls. Their vision went black, and they completely fainted. After they fell, Jun Aozi's figure materialized out of thin air. In his right hand, he held a short staff that seemed neither metal nor wood. On the staff was crudely carved the character De Virtue. Judging by the wood shavings near the carving, the character De had clearly been engraved recently. Looking at the two completely unconscious men, Jun Aozi flipped his hand and put away the short staff.
This conquering with virtue is really effective. When I get back, he'll have a blacksmith forge a golden brick. Then he'll make Liangyuan taste what it's like to be conquered with virtue. A bet with me. You lost the moment you agreed to it. Am already gone. How can you verify whether I have demon god bloodline or not? Young, so young indeed.
As he spoke, Jun Aozi flipped his hand again and produced a bell. Shaking it, it jingled, emitting wisps of purple smoke. The purple smoke landed and transformed into a small boy wearing a bellyband. Upon seeing Jun Aozi, the little boy was so frightened he tried to dive back into the bell, but Jun Aozi stopped him.
Xiao Dang, why are you running from your young master?
The boy named Xiao Dang burst into loud sobs.
Why, you're a bad person. You stole and sold Brother Yin, and now you want to sell Xiao Dang too. You're wicked.
Jun Aozi glared.
Stop crying. Cry again, and I really will sell you.
Startled by the glare, Xiao Dang choked back his tears, biting his lip with a pitiful expression. Jun Aozi looked around, and seeing that the boy's cries hadn't attracted anyone, said,
I may be a spendthrift, but am not stupid. Our Jun family has only 3 divine artifacts. They are our foundation. Would I sell them so easily? Besides, do you think anyone would dare buy them even if I did? This was all an act with that one kid. The real goal was to get my mother to redeem it, so I could earn some spirit stones on the side. Right now, that great seal should still be lying in our family's treasure vault.
Xiao Dang blinked his big dark eyes at Jun Aozi.
Really?
Jun Aozi nodded solemnly.
Really? Now I need your help. I'm trapped in this supreme holy land with prohibitions everywhere. I can't get out. If you can get me out, I'll ask Master how of the heavenly treasure pavilion to adorn you with some gems and make you even more beautiful.
From their conversation, it was clear that Xiao Dang was the spirit of the bell. A spirit artifact is an intelligence born from a spiritual treasure. The conditions for forming a spirit artifact are extremely stringent. Besides nurturing through ages, the treasure must be at least a divine artifact to qualify. Clearly, Jun Aozi had secretly brought out his family's heirloom divine artifact as his last trump card for escape. However, with his current strength, he couldn't unleash the artifact's power, so he had to seek the spirit's help. Xiao Dang listened to Jun Aozi's words, bit his finger thought for a while, and then said,
It's not hard for me to take you out, but I'm afraid someone won't agree.
Jun Aozi glared.
Stop babbling. What's wrong with you? If anyone disagrees, it'll show them my conquering with virtue.
Just then a playful voice sounded from behind Jun Aozi.
I'd like to see whether your conquering with virtue is more formidable or mine.
Hearing that familiar voice, Jun Aozi's expression froze. The spirit Xiao Dang giggled and darted back into the bell.
Young master, may fortune be with you.
Jun Aozi turned around, forcing a smile onto his face.
Master.
Liangyuan reached out, and the bell in Jun Aozi's hand flew into his grasp.
I'll keep this divine artifact for you. The day you form your golden core, I will return it.
Inwardly, another chance for a critical hit. A disciple who brings his own resources is truly worry-free.
Come now, let me see how you plan to conquer with virtue.
Seeing the familiar golden light in Liangyuan's hand, Jun Aoji turned and fled in terror. But all efforts were in vain.
Master, I was wrong. I won't run. I'll never run again. Help. Murder. Mother. I want to go home. What?
Clearly Jun Aoji's escape plan had failed. His final trump card had been utterly expended, leaving him utterly desolate. Trudging up the mountain behind Liangyuan, he appeared utterly listless.
Xiao Hong, I miss you so dearly.
Ahead, Liangyuan stiffened at the words, his brows furrowing sharply. Activating his spirit scrying art, he discovered that Jun Aoji's devotion level had surged by 10 points in merely 2 days. It seemed the dosage would need increasing next time. Upon returning to the Grand Hall and settling, Jun Aoji, Liangyuan vanished in a shimmer of light, reappearing instantly atop the mountain peak. Thereupon, a prepared expanse of bare earth, he sealed his hands into arcane mudras. A small obsidian black pagoda materialized above his head. With a flick of his finger, the pagoda descended in perfect unison, striking the ground and taking root as if born of the mountain itself. At that very instant, an inexhaustible torrent of earth-vein energy surged upward, flooding into the pagoda of enlightenment. Bolstered by the earth-vein energy, the pagoda soared skyward in successive tiers, within the blink of an eye transforming into a 9-story treasure pagoda, 3 li in circumference, its exterior austere and unadorned, betraying no outward sign of its profundity. Gazing upon the arched entrance of the first floor, Liangyuan stepped forward and crossed the threshold into the pagoda's interior. The moment he entered, the world before his eyes shifted entirely. Sweeping his divine sense across the space, he realized it was a self-contained microcosm. Even with his current 500 li range of spiritual perception, its boundaries remained utterly beyond reach. Moreover, the Tao essence permeating the pagoda was markedly denser than that of the outside world. Merely standing within it stirred faint inklings of sudden enlightenment in Liangyuan. Just as he prepared to investigate more closely, the translucent silhouette of an elderly man clad in black robes manifested before him.
Enlightenment at your service, master.
Liangyuan intuitively grasped the truth. The being before him was the pagoda's spirit sovereign. Truly befitting a system-born artifact, the spirit sovereign displayed far greater acuity than the earlier one, yet still retained a subtle rigidity, a trace of mechanistic precision distinguishing it from a living soul.
Speak, what functions do you possess?
After bowing deeply, the spirit sovereign replied,
The pagoda of enlightenment comprises 9 levels, each corresponding to one of the 9 realms of cultivation. Every level contains 3 distinct domains: heart testing, illusion, simulated warfare, and disciple combat drills, ideal for refining disciples' divine arts. Comprehensive evaluations yield rankings, and rankings determine the nature and magnitude of rewards bestowed. Each level houses a Tao enlightenment steel attuned to its cultivation realm. Those who excel earn the privilege of studying the steel. Under its profound Tao essence, they may spontaneously grasp divine arts. As one ascends, the level's Tao essence intensifies, and so too does temporal flow. The first level mirrors external time, the second flows at 1.5, the third at 2.0. Each subsequent level increases by 0.5, until the 9th, where 1 external day equals 4 internal days.
Liangyuan stroked his chin thoughtfully.
Does this mean one's lifespan diminishes at quadruple rate while inside?
The spirit sovereign nodded.
Indeed, master.
Liangyuan acknowledged silently. This temporal dilation was ideally suited for disciples of modest talent, enabling them to overtake peers through accelerated cultivation. For prodigies like Qian Qiu, blessed with unparalleled destiny and innate brilliance, the pagoda served best as an occasional retreat for brief focused seclusion, saving precious time without compromising momentum.
Why?
Because in the outer world such prodigies encountered countless opportunities, each a potent catalyst accelerating their cultivation. Having fully comprehended the pagoda's capabilities, Liangyuan immediately summoned Song Rentu and instructed him to lead the senior elders in testing it. Under the system's deliberate concealment, none discerned the pagoda's true nature as a celestial artifact. Liangyuan judged that Wangying Peak had already drawn sufficient attention, and now required measured restraint. The elders simply assumed it was a remnant of Wang Yingpe's ancient legacy, privately marveling at Gu Liangyuan's deep-seated reserve, recalling how even his legendary devotion to Mengyao had remained utterly concealed. 2 days later the elders emerged, satisfied, radiant, and visibly transformed. Song Ritu and Wang Defa in particular had both reached the 9th tier of the nascent soul realm, only a single step away from divine transformation. Without rules there can be no order. After expressing their gratitude, the elders convened anew to draft formal regulations governing interdisciple access to the Pagoda of Enlightenment. Gu Liangyuan abstained entirely from this process, delegating full authority to Song Ritu. Under the sun no secret endures. News of the pagoda swiftly reached the other 6 peaks, and interdisciples reacted with unvarnished envy, resentment, and longing. They lamented their own peak's lack of such a sanctuary. Though the Supreme Holy Land did maintain several minor secret realms, these were communal assets, shared among all 7 peaks. Gaining entry demanded brutal competition, every opportunity fought over with blood and fury, nowhere near as convenient as possessing one's own. Outer disciples, hearing the news, marveled at Wang Yingpe's burgeoning prosperity, and resolved when ascending to interdisciple status to pledge allegiance to Wang Yingpe above all others. When the 6 peak masters learned of it, their reactions varied, but all felt a peculiar pang in their hearts.
So this is how you repay us, Gu Liangyuan, broad-browed and solid-faced. You're our senior uncle, yet you've deceived our very affections. Your pitiful, payless facade still lingers vividly in memory. Where was the poverty you swore by? First came the Twin Dragon Jade Chariot, now the Pagoda of Enlightenment. We wished you well, but never imagined you'd surpass us so decisively.
Within the Wuji Palace of Wuji Peak, Lu Qingmei lifted her gaze toward Wang Yingpe. Though nearly 100 li separated the peaks, her vision pierced through the sea of clouds, resting upon the 9-story pagoda gleaming with daescence. Gazing upon the ancient, unadorned structure, radiating profound doescence, she conceded. She was genuinely envious.
This Pagoda of Enlightenment isn't even recorded in the Holy Land's annals. How deeply Wang Yingpe has hidden its treasures.
No sooner had the words left her lips than an aged matron materialized before her, the very senior elder son, who had once slain Yi Fan at Gu Liangyuan's behest. Senior elder son spoke calmly.
After all, Wang Yingpe was once the main lineage. Possessing hidden treasures is only natural.
Lu Qingmei turned eyes alight with delight.
Senior uncle's son, you've broken through to the great perfection realm.
A warm, knowing smile graced senior elder son's lips.
Truth be told, I owe much to brother Gu Liangyuan. He helped me resolve a lifelong spiritual knot, thus enabling my breakthrough.
Lu Qingmei smiled softly.
With senior uncle's son, Wuji Peak now boasts 3 great perfection-level supreme elders.
Senior elder son nodded, then fixed his gaze upon her.
Were you to devote yourself wholeheartedly to cultivation, your cultivation would rival, or perhaps even surpass, mine by now. Wan Yin and the others, constrained by limited aptitude, chose instead to administer the 7 peaks. But you, Wuji Peak's most outstanding disciple, insisted on becoming sect master. I advised you then, yet you refused to listen. Now you see, the weight of mundane affairs impedes further progress in cultivation.
Lu Qingmei shook her head, gently smiling.
From the moment my master perished, my life has existed solely for vengeance. Even attaining immortality would pale beside witnessing that sect's utter annihilation.
Senior elder son sighed softly.
You've always possessed unwavering resolve since childhood. I shall not press you further. Let us watch whether brother Gu Liangyuan succeeds in divine transformation. Should he shatter the ancient curse, his peerless talent will surely restore the supreme Holy Land to the central continent. And the Jun family shall prove invaluable to us. If he fails, then within the next 3,000 years hope remains dim.
Lu Qingmei murmured softly, recalling Gu Liangyuan's 9-fold golden corpil.
I believe in him.
Within the Forgetful Emotions peak inside the Forgetful Emotions hall, Gu Liangyuan sat in the seat of honor, his gaze cast downward. Below, the 4 direct disciples had gathered, each wearing a different expression. Qianqiu was dressed in an autumn maple gown adorned with a gilt hairpin, and held the autumn water sword in her arms. She lifted her head slightly, already exuding the aura of a female emperor. Song Xian'er stood gracefully, in a flowing fairy robe radiating an ethereal charm. Imochen stood there, emitting a faint aura of Tao. His eyes wandered aimlessly, occasionally furrowing his brow, as if lost in thought. Jun Aoji shrank his head, and stood to the side curiously observing the other three. Under Gu Liangyuan's influence of winning people over with virtue, he no longer bore the demeanor of a spoiled young master. Before coming to Forgetful Emotions Peak, he had carefully inquired about the information of these three individuals. Without exception, all of them had risen from humble beginnings. Now, after only 2 or 3 months of cultivation, they already displayed the bearing of peerless prodigies. Although he harbored silent grievances against Gu Liangyuan, he had to admit the latter's ability in teaching disciples. With the talents of these three even in the central continent, the so-called center of the world, few could match them, let alone in the eastern continent.
I just don't know if what Gu Liangyuan said about the demon god's bloodline is true or false. If it's false, that's fine, but if it's true, although I gained talent because of it, my origin is questionable. It doesn't make sense. The Wang family members are not good-looking. How could I so handsome have their bloodline?
Gu Liangyuan felt satisfied as he looked at the special status panels of his 4 disciples. The task of the 8 direct disciples was drawing near. Clearing his throat slightly, Gu Liangyuan slowly spoke.
You 4 have been cultivating with me for quite some time.
Jun Aoji, huh? What about me? He intended to interject, but upon seeing Gu Liangyuan's warning gaze, he wisely refrained from retorting. Gu Liangyuan continued.
In terms of cultivation, you have all made significant progress. However, the path of cultivation is not merely about competing in power, it also involves scheming and understanding human hearts. You cannot simply cultivate in isolation, you need proper experience. Recently, demonic beings have been appearing near the Southern Mystic Sect. According to estimates, the demon's cultivation is around the Foundation establishment stage. The Southern Mystic Sect is an affiliated sect of our Supreme Holy Land. It flourished 3,000 years ago, but now it has declined, and no one within the sect can subdue this demon. Therefore, I intend to send you to vanquish this demon. Do you have confidence?
Song Xianer and Imochen nodded slowly. Both had experience navigating the cultivation world, and saw no difficulty in this task. Xianqiu showed a hint of excitement. Since arriving at Forgetful Emotions Peak, she had been cultivating without ever engaging in battle. Slaying demons and monsters was her dream, before she embarked on the path of immortality. Now that she had the chance to fight, she was naturally thrilled. Jun Aozi's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly, he was ecstatic. Excellent. Finally, there was an opportunity to leave Forgetful Emotions Peak. Once out of Forgetful Emotions Peak, would freedom be far behind? Taking in the demeanor of the 4, Gu Liangyuan cautioned again.
When you are out in the world, it is not like being within the Holy Land. People's hearts are treacherous. Today I will teach you a set of principles. If you strictly follow them, you will surely remain safe.
The 4 spoke in unison.
Please enlighten us, Master.
Gu Liangyuan stood up, walked down the steps, and approached them with a solemn expression.
My set of principles is called the 4 no mercies, 2 no rescues, and 1 must kill. Ordinarily, do not engage in conflict. But once you do, and make an enemy, trouble is inevitable. Thus, I have summarized these 4 no mercies. The first no mercy is for the old. Regardless of cultivation level, once one is advanced in age with no hope of breakthrough, they often pin their hopes on the next generation. Therefore, such individuals often have families behind them, and it is possible that a prodigy emerges from that family to seek revenge against you. Moreover, the older one gets, the more cunning they become. Their schemes are beyond your comparison. Hence, such people must never be spared. Grind their bones to dust and leave no trace.
The 4 disciples, including Jun Aoji, nodded in agreement. That made sense. Xianqiu asked.
Master, what about the second no mercy?
Gu Liangyuan continued.
The second no mercy is for the young. Young people often have infinite potential. You never know when they might encounter a fortuitous opportunity, soar to great heights, and cause you immense harm in the future. Therefore, such people must never be spared. Whenever you encounter them, just grind their bones to dust, scatter the ashes, and extinguish their souls. Oh, and one more thing, even the bloodstains on the ground must be thoroughly erased.
The 4 nodded again. Jun Aoji listened with shining eyes, as if hearing words of profound wisdom. Indeed, Gu Liangyuan's insights were truly remarkable. In the central continent, It was common to hear stories of a clan member bullying a youth only for that youth to return years later having achieved great cultivation to seek revenge. If one followed Gu Liangyuan's advice, there would be no such troubles later. With this thought, Jun Aoji took out paper and pen, sat on the ground, and awaited the third no mercy. Gu Liangyuan noticed Jun Aoji's behavior and nodded slightly. The lad is teachable, he continued.
The third no mercy is for acquaintances. It is often those familiar with you who know your weaknesses best. Human hearts cannot withstand trials. If you spare them, not only is there a high chance of encountering an ungrateful wretch, but even if they are grateful at the moment, they may later harbor jealousy and secretly harm you. Therefore, acquaintances must never be spared.
As Gu Liangyuan spoke, Jun Aoji wrote furiously. Imochen listened thoughtfully. Qianqiu silently memorized it, believing that whatever the master said must be right. Even Song Xianer, the most experienced, nodded frequently, finding Gu Liangyuan's words reasonable.
And the fourth no mercy is for strangers.
Huh? The four disciples looked up.
Even strangers can't be spared. Yes. Acquaintances, being familiar, might still care about face and only plot against you secretly. But strangers are different. Since we don't know each other, if you spare them, they might stab you in the back without hesitation. So they absolutely cannot be spared.
Jun Aoji tilted his head and thought for a moment.
Then who can be spared?
Gu Liangyuan smiled slightly.
When you encounter someone who is neither a stranger nor an acquaintance, neither old nor young, then you can spare them.
Jun Aoji scratched his head. In the many years to come, because of Gu Liangyuan's words, he searched the entire cultivation world, but never found an enemy he could forgive. Before Jun Aoji could ask further, Gu Liangyuan continued.
There are also two no rescues. When traveling, the most taboo is to give in to compassion. Especially for disciples of major sects, who have not seen the dangers of the cultivation world. The 18 bandits of Qingmong Mountain whom I once slew were adept at this tactic, using beauties or children to create scenes of imminent death. They would evoke compassion in passers-by, making them drop their guard, and then strike them down, costing them their lives.
Song Xianer asked.
What are the two no rescues? Do not rescue those who cannot be saved, and do not rescue those who can be saved.
Song Xianer, Qianqiu, Imochen, Jun Aoji. How is that explained?
First, there are those you cannot save. If you lack the ability to rescue them yet still insist on putting yourself in danger, is that not foolish? Therefore, do not save those who cannot be saved. As for those you can save, you cannot be sure whether they are leading you into a trap, so it is even more prudent not to save them.
This reasoning left me speechless. Jun Aoji then asked,
What does must kill mean? Upon hearing Jun Aoji's question, Gu Liangyuan's expression turned extremely serious. He scanned the faces of the four present, and solemnly declared, Those who stand against me shall be executed. If I can defeat them, I will kill them. If I cannot, my master will do it. If I can defeat them now, I will kill now. If I cannot defeat them now, I will kill in the future. Do you all understand?
The four's expression stiffened.
We will remember our master's teachings. All right, you may descend the mountain now. At the supreme sacred land outside the mountain gate, the two old men of Tian can use the earth to conceal themselves hidden underground. Their auras were restrained and countless disciples passed overhead, yet none noticed anything amiss.
Elder Wuba transmitted his divine sense.
Old Gio, how long do you think we need to wait? Why not just infiltrate directly? Infiltrate. The protective array of the supreme sacred land is the strongest in the eastern continent, connecting to the stars above and the earth veins below, harmonizing with humanity. Let alone us, even a tribulation transcendence expert would have to take a few hits before they could leave. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you.
Upon hearing Elder Sun Jio's words, Elder Wuba fell silent.
Enough, don't ponder anymore, just wait. As the two spoke, suddenly a flying boat emerged from within the sacred mountain gate. At first, they paid it no mind, but upon seeing the appearance of the four on the boat, they exchanged glances, both recognizing the joy in each other's eyes. Look, they finally arrived. That man who looks quite arrogant on the flying boat is unfamiliar to me. The other three should be disciples of Gu Liangyuan. As long as we capture these few individuals, how could we not find Gu Liangyuan?
Elder Wubia's eyes lit up.
That makes sense. Let's go, we will follow behind and strike when they are far from the sacred land. As they spoke, their figures flickered, ready to closely follow. However, at that moment a young man dressed in white and possessing an elegant demeanor landed before them.
"Are you two looking for me?"
This young man was none other than Gu Liangyuan. Before the two could react, Gu Liangyuan waved his hand, and Wu Jiangtao and Li Daoyu appeared out of nowhere, surrounding them completely.
This was the entrance of the sacred land, and the commotion immediately attracted the attention of patrolling disciples. Sensing the pressure radiating from the two old men of Tian, they hurriedly shattered the token at their waists. In the next moment a loud shout boomed like thunder, echoing through the void.
"Who dares to intrude upon the mountain gate of our supreme sacred land?"
As the words fell, 9 beams of colorful light shot out from within the supreme sacred land. The beams landed, transforming into 9 elders. The leader was at the peak of the virtual refinement stage. Behind him were 8 divine transformation experts. Moreover, from afar more beams of light shot forth, completely surrounding the two old men of Tian, concealing off their escape route. If they could let these two escape right at their doorstep, it would indeed be a laughingstock. Here let me explain a previous reader's question. The Supreme Elders are a rank above ordinary elders. Although their strength is generally greater than that of ordinary elders, it is not absolute. The two old men of Tian looked around, their brows furrowing. Oh no, the mission has not yet succeeded. Elder Sun Jiu forced a calm demeanor, scrutinizing Gu Liangyuan from head to toe.
"You must be Gu Liangyuan, indeed a handsome young man. I am just curious, how did you discover our brother's hidden technique, which is so effective?"
Gu Liangyuan did not respond, but instead examined the attributes panel of the two carefully named. Wu Laobao, one of the two old men of Tian, cultivation peak of virtual refinement, spirit root low grade water, spirit root law of gambling, insight ordinary luck, smooth sailing, summary, a compulsive gambler, with excellent gambling integrity, willing to accept defeat. He has deep ties with a chess enthusiast due to gambling. Named Sun Lao Jiao, one of the two old men of Tian, cultivation peak of virtual refinement, spirit root low grade fire, spirit root law of gambling, insight, above average luck, smooth sailing, summary, a compulsive gambler, with excellent gambling integrity, willing to accept defeat. He has deep ties with a chess enthusiast due to gambling. Gu Liangyuan understood, so these two were also sent by the Tian sect. What good people. I was just worried that I still needed 2 more slots for the investigation task 2.0, and here they are delivering themselves to me.
System, what on earth is the law of gambling? The law of gambling, along with the laws of combat and sword, ranks among the top 100 major laws. Gamble with heaven for luck, gamble with people for their lives. Eating involves gambling, betting he won't choke. Walking involves gambling, betting he won't fall. Every action is a gamble, every moment is a gamble, a person's life is lived through gambling.
Hearing the system's prompt, Gu Liangyuan fell into deep thought, as the Tao essence around him began to grow denser at that moment. Gu Liangyuan suddenly shook his head, forcefully suppressing his desire to remain clear-headed, and said to the elders,
"Don't let them escape, I need to ponder the Tao first."
The crowd turned their heads in unison.
Ponder the Tao. Is it really possible to control the process of comprehending the Tao?
Gu Liangyuan did not have the chance to explain. Feeling the Tao essence around him growing ever denser, he flickered and appeared atop a nearby peak. After completing all this, he could no longer control himself, and fell into a state of sudden enlightenment. At the moment Gu Liangyuan entered this state, the figure of the chess enthusiast appeared, closely guarding Gu Liangyuan's side to protect him. The elders on the scene, and the disciples passing by the entrance, looked at this scene, feeling somewhat incredulous. Everyone looked up at the perfectly normal sky, then lowered their heads to glance at the utterly mundane ground. Can this really be comprehended? 2 words: absurd. In response, Li Daoyu and Wu Jiangtao could only say, too small. The perspective is too limited. I have even seen 4 disciples comprehending the Tao together. The 2 old men of Tian looked at Li Xingyi, then at Gu Liangyuan, with a vague suspicion in their hearts. Has old Li defected? That doesn't make sense. He is not that kind of person. The 2 were puzzled. 5 minutes later, as the Tao essence around Gu Liangyuan diminished, his cultivation began to rise gradually. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 9th layer of the nascent soul stage. Moments later, Gu Liangyuan retracted his aura. The nascent soul within him had already shown signs of becoming a true spirit. Half-step divine transformation accomplished. Just a step away from completing the divine transformation. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Liangyuan returned to the side of the two old men of Tianqin under the envious gazes of the elders.
Thank you for your patience, gentlemen. This is how sudden enlightenment works. When the feeling comes, it cannot be obstructed.
Wow! The elders silently cursed.
So you even gained experience from your enlightenment.
This is a great opportunity that others may not encounter even in a lifetime. Is this the difference between ordinary people and geniuses? Sob, sob, sob. I will compete with you all, a group of geniuses. Liangyuan feigned indifference, then turned his gaze back to the two old men of Tianqin.
I presume you are the two old men of Tianqin. Oh!
The two were quite surprised.
You've heard of us.
Liangyuan nodded.
I have heard a little about you. I heard that you two are particularly fond of gambling.
Elder Wuba gazed at the distant rising sun, adopting the demeanor of a lonely master.
A hero doesn't mention past bravado, that's all in the past now. Now I have already quit gambling.
Seeing Liangyuan's skeptical gaze, Elder Wuba added,
Why don't you believe me? Dare you bet with me?
The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. What a bet to see whether I can quit gambling, Liangyuan said.
Since both of you enjoy gambling so much, I will give you a chance. If you win the bet against me, I will let you leave. If you lose, you will come to my Wanqing Peak to work for me. How about it?
The two old men did not respond immediately, but instead turned their gazes to Liangyuan.
Ah, so this is how you came in.
Liangyuan blinked, seemingly responding to the two.
That's right.
The two looked around, realizing there was truly no chance to escape, and nodded in agreement.
We accept the bet. Tell us how you want to gamble.
Liangyuan smiled. He waved his hand, and the two swords Zishui and Chuti appeared in his grasp. In an instant, lightning flashed as before the two could react. The swords were positioned one high, and one low, one left, and one right against their necks. The two wanted to dodge, but were firmly locked down by the divine senses of the elders. Old Sun, being somewhat rational, asked,
Now, friend, what does this mean?
Liangyuan looked at the two with a smile.
I bet with you whether you will die or not.
The two were first taken aback, but quickly reacted. After a change of expression, Old Sun, with a complex look, said,
You win.
Although Old Wu was somewhat displeased, he sighed helplessly.
A bet is a bet.
Ding. Congratulations, the task of collecting 5 Taishang elders has been completed, and the system rewards have been issued.
Liangyuan thought for a moment, and immediately used an upgraded version of the probing technique on Old Wu.
Name Old Wu. Identity: one of the two old men of Tianqin, Taishang elder of Wanqing Peak. Loyalty value 60, passing grade out of 100. Cultivation peak of alchemy. Spiritual root low grade water spiritual root. Law of gambling. Comprehension ordinary. Fortune smooth sailing. Cultivation technique undying Tianqin technique. Divine powers 2 minor divine powers. Click to view details. Summary: a gambling addict with excellent gambling ethics, willing to accept the outcome of his bets. Bound by their shared gambling fate, the bond with chess enthusiasts was deep. Looking at the additional entries, Liangyuan felt satisfied. He then discreetly probed the other 3 Taishang elders, discovering their loyalty values were all above 80. Looking at the other elders, he found that they had no loyalty value entries. Liangyuan realized that only his subordinates could see the loyalty value entries. After studying the new probing technique, Liangyuan laughed heartily, sheathed his flying sword, and after lightly patting Old Sun's shoulder, he leaned down to give Old Wu's shoulder a pat.
Good, you are one of us now.
Feeling Liangyuan's gesture, the two relaxed. Fortunately, Liangyuan was not the kind of person who went back on his word. They were also loose cultivators who joined the Taiji sacred land, lacking a strong sense of belonging. Now arriving at Wanqing Peak, aside from feeling somewhat guilty towards Tian, it was merely a change of place for cultivation at the same level. Moreover, judging by Liangyuan's demeanor, he seemed to be more approachable than Tian. It seemed this was not a bad choice. Liangyuan said to chess enthusiast,
You are old friends, so you lead them around Wanqing Peak. As for other matters, we will discuss them when I return.
Liangyuan nodded in agreement. Watching Qianqiu and the others vanish into the horizon, Liangyuan instructed the elders.
All right, you all should go do what you need to do. Disperse.
The elders looked troubled, and the one leading a peak alchemy practitioner tentatively spoke.
Little Shirshu external loose cultivators wanting to join our sacred land must undergo strict scrutiny.
You let them in just by a bet. What if they regret it later? Isn't that a bit too hasty? Gu Liangyuan understood this person's good intentions, and since they could not see the loyalty value or knew the nature of the two, their concerns were understandable. So he explained a bit.
Their monthly salary will be charged to our Wanqing Peak's private account. No need for the sacred land to support them. If they cause trouble within the sacred land, I will take responsibility for any incidents. You don't need to worry about that.
Seeing that Gu Liangyuan had said it clearly, even if they were still uneasy, they could only relent. After arranging everything, Gu Liangyuan took Old Wu and Li, and soared into the sky, heading towards the direction where Qianqiu and the others had left. After all, it was their first time on a mission, and Gu Liangyuan was somewhat worried, so he prepared to protect them secretly. Looking at Gu Liangyuan's back, all the elders and disciples bowed in unison.
Farewell, Shirshu ancestor.
Not far away, on the flying boat, Jun'eo was seated in the middle, with 5 hearts facing the sky, eyes closed, seemingly in a state of meditation. Imochen, Qianqiu, and Song Xian'er sat in a triangular formation, firmly guarding Jun'eo. After a long while, Jun'eo cautiously opened one eye, looking at the 3. Seeing the 3 staring at him intently, without any sign of relaxation, Jun'eo opened both eyes and sighed.
I say, dear brothers and sisters, you really don't need to do this.
It's hard to come out once. Don't you think the beautiful scenery is worth seeing? Why do you make me feel like a criminal? Qianqiu turned her hand, revealing a golden brick.
Master has ordered me to watch you closely. If you show any signs of escaping, I can subdue you.
Seeing the golden brick in Qianqiu's hand, Jun'eo instinctively shivered and quickly turned his head away, refusing to look at it.
Why did you bring that out? Quickly put it away. Just seeing it makes my legs weak.
After Qianqiu put away the golden brick, Jun'eo finally let out a sigh of relief and turned to Song Xian'er.
Sister Song, didn't Master assign you anything? You can move around.
Song Xian'er looked at Jun'eo with a half smile, and in front of her, Jun'eo's little thoughts were completely exposed. She flipped her hand, revealing a bottle of Wanqing pills.
Master has ordered me to watch you take your medicine, 1 pill every 5 days without exception.
Jun'eo's expression turned bitter, and he looked at Imochen.
I say, Brother Imo, why are you staring at me so intently?
Imochen's expression was serious.
I just want to see what kind of person Master considers a bigger dog than me.
Jun'eo was indignant and protested loudly.
I am not a dog.
I and Xiaohong are true love.
Imochen nodded, looking at Jun'eo with a sympathetic gaze.
I understand. I once thought the same way. Jun'eo was left speechless. How can I argue when you use yourself as an example? So he turned his back, changed his sitting position, and continued to cultivate. Though he pretended to be angry, feeling the small teleportation talisman and breath-holding talisman in his storage ring, Jun'eo felt quite pleased. Having left the protective formation of the Taishang sacred land, do you think you can stop me? First, I will use words to paralyze you, and when I find an opportune moment, I will activate this small teleportation talisman and appear 30,000 miles away. At that time, with the breath-holding talisman applied, who would be able to find me? Wahaha, Xiaohong, I will be free. Wait for me. What he did not know was that this small teleportation talisman had already been tampered with by Gu Liangyuan, setting the random destination to the Taishang sacred land. As soon as he uses it, he will appear outside the mountain gate of the Taishang sacred land. Gu Liangyuan lingered within the clouds, witnessing Jun'eo's performance, with a mischievous grin curling at the corners of his mouth.
My dear disciple, I'm sure the moment you learn the truth you'll be overjoyed.
Then Gu Liangyuan thought of the 5 supreme elders along with the Atun-accepted rhyme fanatic. He now had 5 personal disciples, just enough for each to have a guardian. With the 5 elders at the refining void stage, they could protect the disciples until they reached the nascent soul stage. He just needed to accelerate his own cultivation progress. Gu Liangyuan believed that, after reaching the nascent soul stage with his myriad abilities, overcoming higher-level foes would be trivial. Even without using the pseudo-immortal strike, he could escape from a harmony stage cultivator with ease.
Alas, rapid power advancement brings its own troubles. Once I reach nascent soul, my guardian's cultivation will lag behind. Currently, I only have 5 trump cards: the Dharma Heaven and Earth, the Ziwu Sword Array, the pseudo-immortal strike, the Ninefold Kill Sword, and the Suntobi obtained Great Ascension Experience card. This is far from stable. It seems the path of teaching is long and arduous. Liangyuan had attained the highest realm of the Forgetfulness Sutra, acting freely without transgressing. He fully understood his own heart, knowing it harbored a desire for display, commonly known as showing off. Yet at his core he was cautious. Thus his understanding of stability was not merely about survival. It was the ability to show off in any setting and retreat unscathed. Only then could it be called true stability. The sentiments stirring in Liangyuan were unknown to Qianqiu and the others below. At that moment, the four were seated together, and Qianqiu was asking Machin,
"Junior brother Mo, what exactly are the demons?"
Machin pondered for a moment before explaining.
In this world there are countless races. Legend has it that in ancient times 100 clans vied for supremacy. During the Great War, countless clans were annihilated, leaving only a few major races, like the demon race, the human race, the devil race, and the Azura race. After another fierce battle, the human race unified the world with the demon race as vassals. The remaining races were driven to the harsh edges of the continent. The devil race is among these, a formidable clan, and one of the most hostile toward humans.
Qianqiu asked again.
Why are they hostile to humans?
Jun Algae, now eager to speak, explained.
Because most devils reject rights and morals, lacking human ethics. That might sound trivial, but let me put it this way. I've heard of a devil couple who were both siblings and parent and child. What?
Jun Aozi's words sent the three others into a mental frenzy. Machin raised a hand.
Hold on, let me process this. A son and his mother had a daughter, then the son married that daughter.
Jun Algae nodded.
Yes. What we find absurd is normal among devils. If it were just that, it might be tolerable, but these devils are numerous and skilled in seducing humans into the demonic path. One lapse in vigilance, and you'll fall into depravity, lost in endless desires. Of course, nothing is absolute. There are devils with excellent character, though they are exceedingly rare.
Qianqiu nodded, then asked,
And what about the demon cult?
Jun Algae explained again.
At their core, demon cult members are still human and adhere to some rites. However, they share the same beliefs as devils, worshipping the 12 demon gods and pursuing ultimate power. Inevitably, some of their cultivation techniques resemble those of devils. The worst among them even have secret dealings with devils. These people have a blurred sense of right and wrong. Though their reputation in the cultivation world is poor as fellow humans, they aren't hunted down to extinction. It's simply a case of different paths not aligning.
Qianqiu smiled gracefully.
Thank you, junior brother, for the clarification.
Her smile was like an ephemeral bloom, breathtakingly beautiful. It was no exaggeration to call it stunning enough to topple cities. Even Song Xianer, a woman herself, felt her heartbeat quicken. Yet Jun Algae remained unmoved. For his heart belonged only to Xiaohong. As they spoke, the flying boat entered the territory of the Southern Profound Sect. Just as they landed before the sect's gates, a middle-aged man at the late Foundation establishment stage hurried over to greet them. Seeing that there were 4 visitors, a smile appeared on his face. But when he approached and sensed their cultivation levels, the smile gradually faded.
For fellow cultivators, it's no small feat to travel so far. I've prepared a spirit feast. Please follow me into the sect. After you've eaten and rested, you may return.
At that moment, both Qianqiu and Song Xianer had their faces veiled with thin gauze, their expressions unreadable. Machin looked indifferent, unfazed. But Jun Algae, the young master, couldn't hold back upon hearing the Southern Profound Sect leader's words.
Old man, what do you mean by that? Looking down on us?
The Southern Profound Sect leader repeatedly bowed in apology.
All 4 of you are prodigies from the sacred land. How dare I look down on you? It's just that the demon is extraordinarily powerful, and even I am no match for him. That's why I sought aid from the sacred land, hoping for Foundation establishment disciples to assist. With your current cultivation,
Jun Algae jumped off the flying boat.
For a sect leader, you lack basic common sense. Our sacred land's Foundation establishment cultivators are hardly the same as ordinary ones. Crossing levels to fight is a daily routine for us. Oh!
The Southern Profound Sect leader's eyes lit up.
Fellow cultivator, can you truly fight above your level?
Jun Algae popped out his chest, smiled slightly, and said,
No.
The Southern Profound Sect leader. Jun Algae changed the subject.
But these 2 senior sisters of mine can.
The Southern Profound Sect leader looked at Qianqiu
and the other speaking tentatively.
Such prodigies must be well known in the sacred land. May I ask who you are?
The two women said in unison.
Our master is Liangyuan.
The Southern Profound Sect leader was startled.
The Liangyuan who reached the nascent soul stage in a single day.
The two women nodded.
Then you must be Qianqiu, the first disciple of the Forgetfulness Peak.
Qianqiu nodded again. Hearing this, the Southern Profound Sect leader was immediately relieved, a warm smile spreading across his face.
So you are the prodigies of the Forgetfulness Peak. I was blind. Please follow me into the sect.
Junaoji said smugly.
Lead the way.
The Southern Profound Sect leader hurriedly turned to guide them. But the moment he turned, Junaozi's expression changed. With a flick of his hand, the persuasive club appeared. Moken's eyes sharpened, the remnant blood sword hovering before his chest. Qianqiu raised her hand, the autumn water sword gleaming with cold light. Song Xian'er tapped her foot and moved with her sword. The Southern Profound Sect leader ahead sensed a fierce killing intent behind him. Just as he turned, a sharp pain struck the back of his head, sending him staggering. Then a pain in his shoulder as the remnant blood sword pierced it. Qianqiu and Song Xian'er flanked him, swords crossed at his neck.
Speak. What scheme do you have in luring sacred land disciples here?
The sovereign of the Southern Profound Sect was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Seeing his silence, Imochen withdrew the blood-stained sword from the sovereign's body, the pain causing him to grimace.
Still playing dumb? Since you know of the Forgetfulness Peak, you should be aware that even senior sister Qianqiu, who has been there the longest, only stayed for 2 or 3 months. Though my master has some renown, it's not enough to make people tremble at the mere mention of his name. My master said that anything out of the ordinary is suspicious. What makes you so certain that we with our cultivation can help solve your troubles? Such a drastic change in behavior must mean something is amiss. Did you deliberately set a fake mission, then use the welcoming banquet as an excuse to make a move on us?
Qianqiu nodded in agreement.
My master said that when someone is overly warm to you, friend or foe, they surely have ulterior motives.
Song Xian'er added.
My master said that sudden flattery hides either deceit or theft.
After speaking, they both looked at Junaoji. Junaoji pondered for a while, unable to recall any famous saying from Liangyuan. So he raised the short staff in his hand.
My master said I excel in winning people over with virtue. I'm it, but wonderful, wonderful.
The Southern Profound Sect sovereign was on the verge of tears. Are you really from the Holy Land? Shouldn't Holy Land disciples be proud and aloof? Your skill at underhanded tactics surpasses even the demonic cultivators I've encountered. And you're so synchronized, so righteous. Junaoji brandished the short staff back and forth over the sovereign's forehead.
Speak. What is your real purpose?
The Southern Profound Sect sovereign. In this situation, wouldn't it be a bit awkward if I didn't have any hidden agenda?
Fellow Taoist, it's all a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Even with 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare lay a hand on a Holy Land disciple. The reason I thought you would help the Southern Profound Sect with our troubles is because of fellow Taoist Guliang's reputation as a doting master. I thought once you arrived, even if you couldn't solve it, if the demon clan wronged you, fellow Taoist Guliang would surely not stand idly by. That's why I was so excited.
Hearing the sovereign's words, Junaozi's excitement turned to embarrassment. Though Imochen's expression remained unchanged, he discreetly sheathed the blood-stained sword. Qianqiu and Song Xian'er exchanged glances, both seeing the awkwardness in each other's eyes. How embarrassing. Just then Song Xian'er gave Junaoji a meaningful look. Junaoji understood immediately. He raised his hand, the wooden staff glowing brilliantly.
Ha!
With a loud shout, he swung the staff with all his might straight at the back of the Southern Profound Sect sovereign's head. With a dull thud, the sovereign collapsed to the ground unconscious. The 4 of them let out a collective sigh of relief. Imochen frowned.
Although we have the principle of foreknows, killing him like this isn't right, is it? He's still from our Holy Land's affiliated sect.
Song Xian'er rolled her eyes at Imochen.
What are you thinking? I have a technique to erase memories. Though it's a bit difficult for me to perform at my cultivation level, erasing the memories from this short period shouldn't be hard. Later he'll give him some medicine to heal his injuries, and well pretend none of this happened.
The others' eyes lit up, and they spoke in unison.
Great idea.
And so the 4 of them got busy. Some fed him pills, others healed his wounds. 10 minutes later, the southern profound sect sovereign slowly rose from the ground. He looked at the empty space before him, somewhat puzzled.
What was I about to do just now? Why did I fall? Huh? How did blood get on my clothes? I don't see any injuries.
As he pondered, a streak of light landed in the distance and transformed into a flying boat. Qianqiu and the others descended from the boat, bowing to the sovereign with clasped hands.
Our master Liangyuan has sent us today to help you eliminate the demon.
Hearing this, the sovereign forgot his earlier confusion and was overjoyed.
So you are the prodigies of the Forgetfulness Peak. Forgive my poor eyesight. Please follow me into the sect immediately.
Why does that phrase sound familiar? And so Qianqiu and the others entered the southern profound sect. Liangyuan, watching from above the clouds, felt deeply gratified.
Though the process was a bit tortuous, this caution is still commendable.
In the shadows, the two figures Wu and Li twitched their mouths. They dared not imagine what kind of disciples Liangyuan's teaching methods would produce. Qianqiu and the others entered the southern profound sect. As far as the eye could see, the buildings were grand, hinting at past glory. But on the paths there were only a few scattered disciples, most of whom were at the early or middle qi refining stages. There were only 3 elders at the foundation establishment level. The southern profound sect sovereign looked ashamed.
This is the full extent of our southern profound sect strength. There's also a core formation supreme elder with a dwindling lifespan sustained only by a 10th Sandier vermilion fruit. I fear a major battle will force him into reclusion, so I shamelessly sought help from the Supreme Holy Land.
Feeling guilty about the earlier incident at the gate, Qianqiu and the others only spoke comforting words. They said things like the southern profound sect would surely rise again, and that the sovereign had an extraordinary bearing. Hearing this, the sovereign's smile never faded. He sighed inwardly, thinking as expected of Holy Land disciples. Despite their high status, they still pay attention to my feelings. There are still many good people in the cultivation world. Entering the main hall, they each took their seats as a spiritual feast was served. Cultivators do not eat common grains, but occasionally indulge in the flavors of the mortal world. If they ate it regularly, turbid qi would form in their bodies, hindering cultivation. But a spiritual feast was different. Eating it regularly was not only harmless, but beneficial. The ingredients were extremely refined. The rice was spirit rice, and the meat was specially processed spirit beast meat. Even the wine was brewed from various spirit fruits. It satisfied the palate, while enhancing spiritual energy. Seeing this lavish feast, everyone knew the sovereign must have paid a significant price. As the saying goes, a favor received makes one soft. Though June Algae was used to all kinds of spiritual feasts, seeing the faint pain in the sovereign's eyes, and recalling his actions at the gate, he too felt a pang of guilt.
It won't take long to help him eliminate the demon. Once I kill that demon, he'll leave.
They toasted and chatted until noon. After the feast was cleared, the sovereign said to them,
I've arranged lodgings for you on the back mountain. Now that you've eaten and drunk your fill, how about resting for a night before heading out to eliminate the demon?
The 4 of them looked at Qianqiu. After all, she was their senior sister, and it was her decision to make. Qianqiu glanced at the sovereign, then at June Algae, and made the call.
Rest is unnecessary. The sooner we get rid of this demon, the sooner you can be at ease.
Before leaving, Liangyuan had instructed Qianqiu to keep an eye on June Algae. She feared that if they stayed the night, June Algae might sneak away. Finishing the mission and returning to the Forgetfulness Peak as soon as possible was the priority. The sovereign did not insist. The demon had plagued the southern profound sect for far too long, and its early elimination meant early peace.
Very well, then let me brief you on the demon's basic situation. There are many types of demons. The one near the southern profound sect is a succubus, a man with an exceptionally handsome appearance. Oh, how handsome!
The sovereign thought for a moment.
He looks about 3 parts like fellow Taoist Guliang.
Qianqiu and Song Xianer nodded.
Then he must be quite handsome indeed.